room, which was carpeted in red. The pub made Strike think of his old Cornish local, the Victory, having a distinctly nautical air that extended, in the second of 2 rooms, to a bar fashioned out of a wooden rowing boat. He bought himself a pint, inquired about food, was informed that pizzas were all that were on offer, ordered 2, then went and sat down with relief at a table in the corner, beside a wall full of framed old music posters, featuring not only the Beatles and Bowie, but his father's band, the Deadbeats. Robin, meanwhile, was walking up the main street, the avenue. Barring a shop selling silver jewellery, nearly everything was closed. But at last she spotted a kind of general store, which was open and which seemed to provide everything from basic household goods to greetings cards and toys. She was just about to enter when, glancing left, she saw a large figure walking towards her and recognized Richard DeLeon. Catching sight of Robin, he turned hastily and strode back towards the Rue de Lanche. Robin carried her purchase, a walking stick with a rubber handle, back to the pub. Drawing level with the Rue de Lanche, she looked down the lane, but Richard DeLeon appeared to have retreated back into his mother's house. She found Strike in the back room of the Bel Air, where she handed him the stick. "Yes, you do need it," she said in exasperation, as Strike opened his mouth to remonstrate. "We've got to walk to the B&B after this." "Strike, come on. I even got it in army green so nobody'll think you're a big girl's blouse." Strike grinned, though reluctantly, because he could just imagine Murphy striding, unimpeded, over the island, possibly with his bloody gym bag and water bottle. "Should have brought one with me," he admitted. "Thanks. I've ordered you a pizza. It was all they had." "Great," said Robin. "I've just run into Richard DeLeon again, by the way. He wasn't threatening," she added, forestalling Strike's question. "He didn't say anything at all, just spotted me and turned back the way he'd come." "Strange," said Strike, as a group of people settled at a neighbouring table. He took a sip of his zero-alcohol beer, then said, in a lower voice, "I was going to tell you this before I fell asleep on the plane. That Scottish Gateshead I thought might be Niall Semple's dead best mate's sister. I think I found a few traces of her online over the weekend. She started and abandoned 2 different Twitter accounts and a Facebook page over the last 7 years. See for yourself." Robin flicked through the pictures on Strike's phone. Reena Liddell's posts were often cryptic and occasionally garbled. She seemed fond of random pictures of clouds, doorways, and blurry shots of the backs of passers-by, but not of selfies. Her profile picture on all 3 accounts was a cartoon picture of a purple and blue bat. "Zubat," said Robin. "What?" said Strike. "Her Avi, it's a Pokemon called Zubat. My brother John was mad about Pokemon when he was a kid, but she's calling herself at Meabart, not at Zubat. That's one of the things that made me almost certain it was her." "You like Pokemon?" said Robin, laughing as she looked up. "No," said Strike. "Meabart's a coastal town in Oman. There was a battle there in 1972, 9 SAS guys versus 250 communist rebels. The SAS won." 9 against 250? "Best of the best," said Strike, just as he had in Ironbridge. "Wouldn't be surprised if Reena heard about the battle from her brother, hence the name." Robin scrolled down through Reena's chaotic and garbled output. A preoccupation with Muslims and the danger Reena felt they posed to the UK were very evident throughout her posts. A few of her tweets had been reported and taken down. Judging by those that remained, Robin suspected they'd been extremely Islamophobic. "I think we're talking serious mental illness, addiction, or both," said Strike. "She posts in spurts, with hiatuses for months, but she's been writing less and becoming more incoherent lately. However, if you look back to 2015, she managed to say something when she might have been on the right meds." Robin scrolled backwards and saw, "They're telling me my brother's dead. I don't think he's really dead. Don't believe it." "Course," said Strike. "If Richard DeLeon's telling the truth, and he hasn't heard from Danny since June the 18th last year, Reena Liddell becomes Strike's mobile rang in Robin's hand. "Wardle," she said, handing it back. "I'll take it outside," said Strike, with a glance at the group at the next table. The walking stick, Strike had to grudgingly admit, was helpful and enabled him to get out into the courtyard more speedily than he would have done without it. "What's up?" he asked Wardle. "Hi," said the policeman. "Nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask, were you serious about a job at the agency?" "Yeah, of course. We probably couldn't match the salary you're on, though." "Yeah, I know," said Wardle. "I'm thinking about it. Like I said, with Mum dying, I can still see Liam right." "We could use you as soon as you want to work," said Strike, although it occurred to him as he said it that he hadn't yet discussed this with his detective partner. Absent-mindedly turning to face the high street, he saw Richard DeLeon exit the Rue des Lanches, glance around, spot Strike watching him, and beat a hasty retreat back down the track from which he'd just emerged. Meanwhile in the pub, a barman had just arrived at Robin's table with 2 pizzas. "On holiday?" he asked, as he set them down. "Not really," said Robin. "We're looking for a man called Danny DeLeon." "Danny?" said the barman cheerfully. "He's up at Helen Platt's. Just seen him. Clos de Camille, on Rue de la Seigneurie. He's doing her garden." Chapter 84. What so false as truth is, false to thee? Where the serpent's tooth is shun the tree. Robert Browning, A Woman's Last Word. Pizzas eaten, Strike and Robin emerged half an hour later from the Bel Air and set off up the avenue beneath a sky still threatening rain, and following the verbal directions given to them by the helpful barman. As they passed the small, low-built shops that were either empty or closed, Strike said, "What would you say are the chances our friend Richard was trying to sneak off up the road to warn his brother we're after him?" "High to very high," said Robin. "Why didn't he just phone him?" "Maybe he has," said Robin. "Or maybe he waited for you to go back into the pub so he could dash up there. He might be waiting for us at Helen Platt's. Hope he hasn't brought his log." Strike laughed, but didn't quit back, because even with the stick, he was finding the avenue harder going than he would have done had it been tarmacked, and didn't want to look or sound like a man struggling with the terrain. Not when Murphy would probably be vaulting gates if he was here, the limber fucker. "I don't understand why this place is British," said Robin, as they turned right into the Rue de la Seigneurie. "All the place names are French, and we're nearer France than Britain." "I don't think it is British, strictly speaking," said Strike, still trying determinedly not to wince or pant. "The Seigneur used to hold the island for the British monarch or something. All goes back to William the Conqueror." They passed a church and graveyard and the local police station, both old, low buildings of stone, and after a further 5 minutes found themselves passing attractive houses. Ahead in the distance to the left, they could see the tower of what Strike knew from maps was the Seigneurie, the large stone building where the current seigneur lived. "That's it," said Robin suddenly, pointing at a house painted light pink, Clos de Camille. It was rather better maintained than the DeLeon family residence, the camellia tree for which it was named standing proudly beside the front door. However, nobody answered when Robin rang the doorbell. "Maybe Richard has called to warn him," she said, rejoining Strike in the street. A painted side gate stood open, through which they could see into a long and well-tended garden. "There's a bloke with a spade," said Strike, squinting at a figure in a bright yellow jacket, who seemed to be working at the far end of an expanse of lawn. "We could—" Robin's mobile rang. "Sorry," she said, with a sinking feeling, seeing Murphy was calling. "I need to—" "OK, I'll see you in there," said Strike. And he left her, going through the open gate, making liberal use of his stick as he walked out onto the lawn in the direction of the distant gardener. Robin waited until her partner was out of earshot, then answered her phone. "Hi," said Murphy. "How's Sock?" "Cold," said Robin, watching Strike move slowly towards the distant man in the yellow jacket, who still had his back to the road. "Found what you were looking for?" "Possibly, I don't know. Listen, I wanted to talk about Monday night." Robin, who thought she'd been sufficiently affectionate when she'd said goodbye to Murphy on Tuesday morning to avoid a post-mortem, thought, "Oh, God, not now. Ryan, I'm mid-job. We can talk about it when I get back." "Which is when?" "Tomorrow, if we're lucky," said Robin, watching Strike. The figure in the yellow jacket still hadn't turned round. "It's been playing on my mind, that's all," said Murphy. "I genuinely didn't mean to upset you with what I said. I was just trying—" "Please," said Robin, through clenched teeth. "Don't say you were trying to be honest." "You don't want—" "Of course I want honesty between us. It just seems like it's becoming a catch-all excuse to force conversations. I wasn't trying to force anything. I'm trying to understand." "And I gave you my answer," said Robin, trying to hold herself together. "I answered you honestly. I don't know what I'd have done if the baby had been viable, and I don't think it's fair." "Were you sad, at all, about the baby?" "Yes," said Robin, her voice breaking. "Yes, I've cried about the baby. Is that what you need to know? That I'm not inhuman?" "I never— Be honest, Ryan. You want me to behave as you think a woman should behave. What's that supposed— You wanted me to sob in your arms about our lost child and say I wanted to get my eggs frozen immediately so we can make a replacement. That's not— Look, I'm working," said Robin, watching Strike, who was now within easy calling distance of the gardener. "I'd rather—" She gasped, then exclaimed, "Oh, my God. I've got to go," and hung up. Cormoran Strike had just taken a spade to the face. Chapter 85. You don't know our Sark men. They do things first and are sorry after. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Danny DeLeon had swung his spade so forcefully at Strike's head that it had knocked the latter over. From his suddenly prone position in the wet grass, Strike saw the panicked young man drop his weapon and begin to run towards the house, while Robin sprinted towards them. "Don't you fucking dare!" Strike yelled, afraid DeLeon would employ violence on Robin too. But Robin, bracing herself, and given an advantage by the fact that DeLeon had looked back at Strike when he'd shouted, bent low and tackled him around the waist, hooking her leg around one of his and causing both of them to topple over, though Robin got the worst of it, hitting the ground hard with DeLeon on top of her. "We're detectives. We're not after you," she managed to gasp, in spite of being winded. "We came to Sark to find out whether you were okay." He was trying to fight free of her while she clung with all her might to his yellow jacket. Strike, meanwhile, had managed to get to his feet, and forgetting the walking stick, hobbled ill-advisedly towards the struggling pair, slipping on grass as he came, almost falling again, reaching them just in time to seize DeLeon before he could break free from Robin and drag him into a standing position. The fake tan and the peroxided hair were no more. DeLeon's hair was what looked like its natural dark brown, and the perfect teeth for which Lord Oliver Branford had paid stood out, very white, against a face that was now naturally weather-beaten, as opposed to fake tanned. He was short, strongly built and handsome, and continued to struggle with Strike until the latter shook him and bellowed, "Fucking give it up! We're not here to kill you!" "We were worried you'd been murdered," panted the dishevelled and grass-stained Robin, clambering back onto her feet. "We thought you were a body." "In a safe," said Danny, and immediately looked as though he wished he hadn't. He'd stopped resisting, but seemed both angry and scared. Raising his hands to his ears, he said, "My earbuds." "Forget your fucking earbuds," said Strike, whose jaw was bleeding and rapidly swelling. "We want to talk to you." Danny looked as though he'd have liked to refuse, but looking up at Strike, some of the fight seemed to go out of him. "Fine," he muttered. "We can go in the house." "What about the owner?" said Strike. "She's out. She's gone shopping on Guernsey with my mum." "I'll get your stick," Robin told Strike. "I'll see you in there." So Strike stumbled off in the direction of the house, jaw throbbing, knee extremely painful for his run over slippery grass, and still holding on to Danny's jacket in case he made a break for it, while Robin headed for the end of the lawn, where she picked up Strike's walking stick and found Danny's earbuds, one of which had been crushed by a man's foot. The back door of Closter Camille led directly into a neat kitchen with pale pink walls, hung with small seascapes that reminded Strike of Ted and Joan's house in St. Maur's. Danny had just sat down at the pine table when Robin entered with Strike's stick. "You need to clean that," she said, looking at Strike's face, where a livid cut had been made by the spade. "It's bleeding and filthy." Strike moved to the sink and busied himself with soap and water, while Robin opened the door of the fridge freezer and found a packet of frozen peas. She handed the packet to Strike, who muttered thanks while drying his face with kitchen roll. Now a fourth person arrived via the back door. Richard DeLeon. "Oh, Christ, what do you want?" cried Danny. "The fuck's going on?" demanded Richard. "Your brother just smacked me in the face with a spade," said Strike. The bag of frozen peas clutched to his jaw. "Why weren't you answering your fucking phone?" Richard demanded of his younger brother. "I was listening to music, all right?" "As we've already told you, Mr. DeLeon," said Robin, trying to defuse the situation because both DeLeon brothers looked on the verge of outbursts, possibly of physical violence. "We were worried your brother was dead." "Well, he's not, is he?" said Richard. "Thanks for that," said Strike, frozen peas still pressed to his face. "We weren't sure." "Well, why are you after him if he's not—" "This isn't complicated," said Strike, who now lowered himself onto a chair at the kitchen table, his knee excruciatingly painful and more than willing to vent his own temper on anyone who presented a target. "A man was murdered. We got tipped off it was your brother. We looked for your brother. He's alive. It wasn't him. I'll draw it for you if you want." "You're not helping, all right?" Danny said resentfully to Richard. "Just fuck off out of it." "Will I fuck?" asked Richard. And then, rounding on Robin again, who he seemed to feel was most likely to give him a rational response. "All right. You know he's alive. Why are you still here?" "Because we'd like to ask him some questions about Oliver Branfoot," said Robin. Richard looked from Robin to Danny and back to Robin again. "It's real," he said, now looking more shocked than angry. "This Branfoot thing? It's for real?" "I told you it fucking was," said Danny. "Yeah, but you talk a lot of shit, don't you? Why don't you just "It's real," said Robin. "How do we know you're not working for him?" said Richard. "Is it likely we'd mention his name if we were?" snarled Strike. He could tell he was going to have a hugely swollen face when they arrived at the B&B. "Danny," said Robin, "how do you know Lord Branfoot thinks you were the man in the safe?" "I was told," said Danny. "By who?" "I'm not telling you that, no chance. They'll be in for it next." "You tell us, fuckwit," said Richard, who now dragged a third chair out from the table and sat down. "What's it matter who tipped me off?" "Was it another actor in Branfoot's private films?" asked Robin. "I just told you, I'm not—" "How do you even know about any of this?" "Your friend Fiona put an anonymous note through our office door," said Robin. "Her boyfriend told her you were the body in the vault, and she believed him. She's very worried about you." "I know. She kept calling me," said Danny. "But I couldn't tell her I was all right, could I? Because fucking Craig would have told Branfoot if he'd known where I was." "She says Lord Branfoot threatened you after he paid for you to get your teeth fixed." "He paid for your fucking teeth?" cried Richard. "Yeah," said Danny. "So what?" "Why couldn't you pay for your own fucking teeth?" "He offered, okay?" "This is the fucking problem," said Richard, jabbing a thick forefinger at Danny. "You always want something for fucking nothing." "Branfoot got plenty out of me back, don't you fucking worry." "What made you come back to Sark, Danny?" asked Robin. "Never mind," muttered Danny. "You tell the fucking truth!" roared Richard. "I was getting a bad vibe," shouted Danny. "All right?" "What fucking bad vibe?" "From Branfoot," said Robin. "Yeah," said Danny. "What happened?" said Robin, trying to forestall Richard. "I was walking home one night," said Danny haltingly, "and I was followed. Big geezer. I sped up, he sped up. I started to run, so did he. Taxi come along and I flagged it down. I looked back. The bloke was running off in the opposite direction. Branford knows people, rough people, through his bullshit charity stuff. Blokes who've been in jail and are up for a bit of cash. He told me once he's the only man in London who knows as many pigs as criminals. I stayed home for a few days after I was followed, but then I saw the geezer again. He was hanging around in the street, looking up at my windows. "Is that when you decided to come home?" asked Robin. "Not straight away, but then this mate of mine called and said fucking Craig was going around talking about how I was going to be taken care of, so, yeah. I packed a bag, waited till the bloke hanging around left for the night, called a taxi and went straight to the airport." "The friend who tipped you off that Branford was going to take care of you," said Robin. "Is this the same person who told you Branford thinks you were the body in the silver shop?" "Yeah," said Danny. "The bloke who was meant to kill me must have told Branford that was me." It was apparent to Robin from Richard's expression that he'd previously taken Danny's account of what had made him flee London as either exaggerated or complete fiction. The arrival of two strangers in pursuit of his brother had clearly come as a shock, but Robin could tell that listening to Danny repeating his story to a third party, especially a third party who was providing confirmation of it, had tipped Richard into a state of alarm he'd hitherto escaped. "Well, Branford's not going to think that body was you forever, is he?" Richard said hotly. Pointing at Strike and Robin, he said, "If they found out, so can bloody Branford. How long do you think it'll take for him to work out you just came home to Mum? Look, just fuck off out of this. It's got nothing to do with you," said Danny angrily, standing up so quickly his chair fell over backwards. "Danny, please, sit down," said Robin. "Please. We want to help." She looked at Strike, inviting his agreement, but as Strike currently wanted little more than to thump Danny himself, he said nothing. "You help?" Danny said to Robin, and she heard the fear beneath his aggression. "How can you bloody help? You're making it bloody worse. I'm safe as long as he thinks I was the body in the vault, and here's you trying to prove it wasn't me." "Well, the obvious way to remove the threat would be to—" "No," said the DeLeon brothers together. "He's not bloody going public," said Richard. "I'm not talking to the press. No fucking way," said Danny. "Our mum doesn't know what he's been up to," said Richard, "and she's not gonna know either. She only lost our dad last year. If I talk, Branford'll make sure I'm bloody finished off," said Danny. "But what Branford's doing is illegal," said Robin. "He's filming people without their consent, and if—" "They all took money on film, there's no proof," said Danny. "If I talk—" "But your brother's right, Danny. When that body's identified—" "Then I'll go somewhere else," said Danny wildly. "You're going to live in hiding forever?" "If I have to." "Christ almighty, what a fucking mess!" exploded Richard, also standing up. "I stuck up for you with Dad, Dan, but Christ's sake, I'm starting to think he was—" Danny lunged at his brother. Richard parried his punch, but Danny kept attacking, driving Richard, who appeared not to want to retaliate, back up against the kitchen cupboards. Strike now dropped the packet of peas, heaved himself back onto his feet, interposed his bulk between the brothers, and pushed Danny backwards with one large hand on the younger man's chest. "Pick up that chair and fucking sit down," he said, "and bear in mind that I still owe you one for the fucking spade." He pointed at Robin. "She's nicer than I am. My interest in your well-being ended when I found out you were alive. Trouble is, Branford's going after us now, because he thinks we're going to prove you were the body in the vault, and he appears to have sicked the goons who are after you onto our agency. She's already been threatened with a fucking dagger." "I can't believe this," said Richard, passing a hand over his mouth. "I can't fucking believe it." Danny, who'd remained on his feet against Strike's orders, now shouted at his brother. "You know why I left?" Some of the fight seemed to go out of Richard, who hitched up his trousers, looking uncomfortable. "Yeah, I know why. And I'm not saying you were wrong to leave, Dan. But why do you have to do that for a— You're the one who said I'm useless at everything else." I never said you were useless at everything else, you bloody liar. I said you'd never make a fucking builder, shouted Richard. They're the only choices in London, are they? Dry stone walling or getting your cock out? Strike now picked up the fallen kitchen chair and righted it. Sit, he told Danny for the second time. Looking defeated, Danny complied. Richard took a chair too, and so did Strike, whose right knee was trembling worse than ever. Addressing Robin from under his thick eyebrows, Richard muttered, Our dad was hard on Dan. But why'd you have to get involved with all that, though? He said miserably, turning to Danny. I don't know, said Danny. I needed money. It just happened. Coke's what happened, you little prick, said Richard. Not a little prick, muttered Danny, or I couldn't have paid for the coke. Ha, bloody ha, said Richard. He looked sideways at Strike. So, what now? We tell Branford he's alive, said Strike implacably. We can't, said Robin. You want to spend the next couple of years looking over your shoulder for a bloke with a dagger, do you? Said Strike angrily. It was blunt last time, it might not be next. Branford knows proper criminals. He's made bloody sure he knows them. He now addressed Danny. You either tell the press about Branford and make him too scared to make a move on you, or we'll tell him. There's no third option here. It's going to come out. The DeLeon brothers looked as though they too had been hit with spades. Robin picked up the frozen peas from the floor and handed them back to Strike, who said, Cheers, and pressed them back against his throbbing jaw. At last, Richard said, He'll talk to the press once we've prepared Mum. Oh, God, said Danny, slumping face down onto the kitchen table. Well, we've got to tell her, said Richard angrily. It'll be the biggest story in Sark since the bloody German occupation. I should have killed myself, said Danny, his voice muffled. Who'll that help, you stupid sod, except Branford? He'll go public, said Richard to Strike. Just give us a few days. Strike glanced at Robin, who looked pleadingly back at him. With extreme reluctance, he said, It needs to be soon. I want Branford off our backs. All right, we'll explain to Mum. Although how the fuck we're going to explain this? Oh, don't start, he said to the back of his brother's head, because Danny, who was still face down, had started to sob. Have you still got my card? Strike asked Richard. Yeah, at the house. I want your phone numbers as well. Branford needs exposing quickly. Leave it much longer and it might be one of us who gets bloody murdered. Richard gave both mobile numbers, and Strike typed them into his phone, while Danny continued to sob. This done, Richard stood up. I'll see you out. Leaving Danny face down on the table, they walked back to the street around the side of the house, Strike in serious pain and leaning heavily on his stick. When they reached the road, Richard said, You don't want to judge. See, our dad was a shit to Danny, he said uncomfortably. He was, homophobic. They never got on. That's why Dan left. That's why he went off the rails, the silly sod. He run off and done what Dad thought men like him do, see? Rebellion, said Richard. That's what it was. I understand, said Robin. Strike, whose injury was smarting all the more for contact with the chilly air, said nothing. The side of his face felt as though it had been inflated with a football pump. Silly sod, repeated Richard. I didn't realize he was always one for tall tales, I thought he was making half of it up. Thought he imagined that the guy was chasing him. This is all... It's a shock, Of course, said Robin. We really don't want Danny to come to harm. Richard glanced at Strike, who made a non-committal noise, but only to keep Robin happy. All right, well, like I say, give us a few days, said Richard. He heaved a deep sigh. Mum thinks Danny's been working at a Savile Row tailor's. He's been telling her about all the celebrities he's been measuring up for fucking tuxes. Chapter 86. All that gay, courageous cheer, all that human pathos dear, soul-fed eyes with suffering worn, pain heroically borne, faithful love in depth divine, poor Matthias, were thy thine? Matthew Arnold, Poor Matthias. Shall we find somewhere to sit down? Were Robin's first words, once Richard DeLeon had returned inside Closter Camille. Though the gash made by the spade had stopped bleeding, the left side of Strike's swollen face was turning purple as the bruises rose to the surface. "I'm fine," he said, well aware he must look anything but. "Well, I could use a coffee or something after all that," said Robin. To her relief, because she'd feared they might have to return to the avenue to find somewhere, an establishment on Rue de la Seigneurie was open for custom, though this necessitated an upstairs climb to the captain's bar, where portholes were painted on the sloping eaves. No longer in a fit state to appreciate nautical decor, Strike slumped into a seat by the window, and on being informed by Robin that the place didn't serve coffee, asked for the beer he really wanted. "Alcoholic," he added, because in the absence of painkillers he was happy to improvise, and Robin was immediately reminded of Christmas Eve and Murphy's sudden rage because she'd questioned him on the alcohol content of his pint. "So, that's it," said Robin, when she rejoined Strike at the table with his beer and her own tonic water. "DeLeon's out. He was your favourite for right as well." "He was, yeah," admitted Strike. "I could see a reason for him being polished off in the vault, but I can't see why the hell Powell or Semple, or Rupert, or Fleetwood, if we must, had to die there." "Nor can I," said Robin. After a moment or two she said, "Do you think the dead man was someone else entirely, who was killed for reasons we don't know?" "I think that every other hour," said Strike. "But if it was someone we've never heard of, the police don't seem to have heard of them either. And it seems bloody odd literally nobody's come forwards to say it might have been that man. But I think it's safe to conclude that whoever Oz is, he's not the man Branford paid to kill DeLeon. Shanker's been hoodwinked. I'll have to let him know the supposed killer's full of it." Rain began to fall again as they sat beside the window and each sipped their drinks. "So, it turns out there are brothers who tell each other everything," said Robin. "Doubt Danny wanted to tell him," said Strike. "Probably thought he might need Richard as backup if Branford's henchmen turned up." "They're fond of each other, though. You could tell." "Have you seen Al lately?" she asked, referring to the only half-brother with whom Strike had contact. "No," said Strike, still pissed off I didn't want to reconcile with Rokeby after finding out he had prostate cancer. "We haven't talked since." "I like him," said Robin, who'd met Al only once, but retained the memory of someone who seemed both fond of and impressed by his older brother. "So you keep telling me." "You do too," said Robin, smiling. "He's all right," said Strike with a slight shrug. "We've just got fuck all in common." "Like Martin and me," said Robin, who then clapped a hand to her forehead and gasped, "Oh, bugger!" "What?" "I forgot to call Mum back yesterday about Dirk." "About what?" "Dirk, Martin's son, my newest nephew. He was supposed to be going home yesterday. There was some problems with the birth. He's got a paralysed arm." "Shit," said Strike. "They think it'll resolve," said Robin. "Your family's been doing a lot of breeding lately." Robin experienced again that slight inner wince that was now accompanying all mention of babies and pregnancy, unaware that Strike had noticed a slight external flinch. "Listen," she said, keen to get off the subject. "I doubt we're going to be able to get a takeaway for dinner. I haven't seen anywhere that's open. Why don't I go and buy some food we can cook at the old forge this evening?" "It's raining." "Which is why it's lucky I'm not made of papier-mâché." "OK, I'll come," said Strike, picking up his pint with the intention of downing it. "No," said Robin. "You stay here and rest your leg. Don't look at me like that. We've still got to walk to the B&B afterwards. Just let it settle down a bit. I'll be back soon." Robin left Strike to stare back out of the window, feeling as though he was some creaky old codger being looked after by a granddaughter. He hadn't yet seen his face in a mirror, but he knew the spade injury must look bad, because it was drawing covert looks from the men playing pool. His knee, which he twisted during his unwise dash over wet grass in pursuit of Danny DeLeon, also felt dangerously swollen again. Wondering how far away the B&B would prove to be, he watched a trickle of primary-age children running past outside, clearly just released from school, all healthy and nimble. He was still exhausted, knew he looked terrible, and, after the unforeseen physical challenges he'd already met on Sark, was in nearly as poor a state as he'd been on the occasion over a year previously, when Robin had told him he wasn't fit to walk upstairs with her into what he'd feared might be a murderous trap. This wasn't the way he'd wanted the trip to go, and to compound his feeling of misery, he wondered whether Robin's odd look when he'd mentioned breeding didn't indicate that she'd soon have, or perhaps already had, something to tell him that would indicate a cementing of her relationship with Murphy that no declaration of his could weaken. It took Robin almost an hour, firstly to find the supermarket, then to load up a bag with the ingredients for spaghetti carbonara, adding wine she felt they deserved, and painkillers and alcohol wipes for Strike's face. She returned to the captain's bar because she didn't want Strike to have to walk alone to meet her, given the state of his leg. By the time she returned, the bruising and swelling of his jaw was even worse, giving his face a very lopsided appearance. "How does it feel?" Robin asked. "Still not as bad as that bloody spray of yours." Strike forced himself back into a standing position. "I can carry one of those," he said, holding out his hand. "It's fine. I can—" "Give me one of the fucking bags. I've got one hand free and one good leg." All right, said the exasperated Robin. "There, happy?" "Ecstatic," said Strike, and they moved off towards the stairs. As they walked back along Rue de la Seigneurie, unavoidably slowly, because Strike was now severely impeded by his twisted knee, he said, "What would you think of Wardle coming to work for us?" "Wardle?" said Robin in surprise. "Would he be interested?" "He would, yeah." "Well, he'd be great," said Robin. "But can we afford him?" "He's not expecting the salary he's on in the CID. Cost-benefit. We could take on more work with another subcontractor. I think he'd more than pay for himself." "What's made him want to leave the police?" While Strike explained the combination of personal circumstances that had made Wardle keen on a change of career, Robin had time to remember that Murphy didn't like Eric Wardle. He'd never explained why, but usually had a critical comment to make whenever his name came up. However, it wasn't up to Murphy who the agency hired, any more than it was up to him which cases they decided to investigate. The rain had passed off again, but the light was rapidly fading, and their progress being so slow, the sun had set before they reached the lonely lane along which the old forge was supposed to lie. Soon, they were immersed in velvety darkness. "The stars are incredible, aren't they?" said Robin, looking upwards. In the absence of streetlights, they shone hard and bright against the deep black, every constellation clearly marked. "Yeah," said Strike, who might, under other circumstances, have attempted to wax poetic, but was now in a lot of pain, and mainly concentrating on the damp, uneven terrain, which Robin was illuminating with her phone torch. The wind was whispering through the hedgerows. Robin kept glancing back, expecting to see a vehicle behind her, but it was a relief to think that nobody in a gorilla mask was about to appear. "I think this is it," she said at last, as a building loomed to the right. Forbearing to say, "Christ, I hope so," Strike followed her carefully up a short, gravelled drive, down a few stone steps, and at last, with enormous relief, through the unlocked door of the B&B, where Robin turned on the lights. They stood in a large hallway, with a wooden walkway overhead connecting two upstairs bedrooms. To the right was a bedroom, to the left, a shower room. Their bags, still with the green tags attached, were sitting in the middle of the wooden floor. "Do you want to take the ground floor bedroom?" said Robin. "Cheers," said Strike. "All right if I get a shower before we eat?" "Of course, I'll cook," said Robin, taking the bag of shopping from him. Their fingers touched as he handed it over. Robin felt a tiny thrill pass through her, and then a sudden sense of mingled excitement and panic. Chapter 87. We shall be but closer linked, two creatures whom the earth bears singly, with strange feelings unrevealed, but to each other. Robert Browning, Pauline. The old forge's kitchen contained an Aga set into a brick wall, and had enough seating for 8 people. Wooden model lighthouses stood on the windowsills, but the depth of the darkness outside obscured any view of coast or sea. Robin had been cooking and drinking wine for 10 minutes when her mobile buzzed, and she guessed it was going to be Murphy. Taking her carbonara sauce off the heat, she reached for it and read, "Maybe this is insecurity, but it's the truth. You say you love me, but I feel like you withhold part of yourself from me. Sometimes I even feel like you're humouring me. I felt all along like I'm dragging you into living together, but I can't remember you ever showing real enthusiasm for it. And when I told you we'd been gazumped, I couldn't hear any disappointment. What you said about the baby earlier, you're wrong. It isn't that I want you to act like I think women should act. It's that you've never once acknowledged that it was our kid you lost. I felt like I can't show any sadness about the baby because it'll make you feel pressured. There's a distance between us sometimes, and I don't know if that's just who you are and this is how you love, or whether you're fooling both of us about what you really feel. And if it's the second one, I'd rather know now." Robin stood staring at this message, so shocked she was only recalled to her surroundings when she realised the cheese sauce was starting to spit in the pan, and turned hastily back to attend it. Cold waves of panic and fear were breaking over her. So Murphy knew. What? She loved him, didn't she? Yes, she thought, knew she did. But he'd sensed... Strike entered the kitchen, still leaning on his stick, but feeling better for having showered, his wet hair looking little different than it usually did. "Smells great," he said, and he set about laying the smaller of the 2 tables in the room. "How's the face?" asked Robin. "Had worse," grunted Strike. "There are alcohol wipes at the bottom of the bag if you need them." When she tipped the spaghetti into a large dish and placed it on the table, Robin said, "Gimme a mo. Dig in, don't wait," and headed out into the hall, picked up her hold-all and took it upstairs, choosing the nearest bedroom at random, which was decorated in yellow and contained 3 beds, including a double, designed, as she dimly registered, for a family. Sitting on the bed, she read Murphy's message again, then typed out her answer, sentence by painful sentence. "You know I love you." Did she, though, really? Trying to tamp down yet another upsurge of anxiety and guilt, Robin continued, "I don't know what you mean about distance." Didn't she? Perhaps she did. But wouldn't any couple be feeling some strain after her long stay at Chapman Farm, Murphy's terrible shooting case, the hassle of house hunting, and, of course, the ectopic pregnancy? Robin typed on. "I was sad about the baby. I've cried about it, but finding out I can't have kids naturally was horrible. I'm still processing it, and you pressuring me to talk about it and make decisions about my eggs isn't helping. Please understand that I need time to get my head around what happened and what I'm going to do next." That, at least, was honest. "Can we please talk about this properly once I'm home? I'm with Strike, we're still working, and I can't have a conversation about this without him hearing." She hesitated, reminding herself of the good time she'd had with Murphy. She knew him to be a good, kind man, didn't she? So she ended, "I really do love you. Kiss, 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 kiss." She pressed send, feeling a hollowness that had nothing to do with hunger. Her phone buzzed. She was afraid of what she was about to read, but looking down, saw only another text from Wyn Jones. "So is the only way I get to speak to you being interviewed?" "Yes," Robin texted back automatically. Then, not wanting to stay upstairs for too long, in case Strike asked whether everything was all right, she headed back down the wooden staircase. "Sorry," said Strike as she walked back into the kitchen, his mouth full of spaghetti. "Starving." "It's fine. I told you not to wait," said Robin, with forced cheeriness, topping up her wineglass. "I think I'm getting close to talking to Wyn Jones. He just texted me again." Strike swallowed. "Great. This is fantastic, by the way." "Good," said Robin, sitting down opposite him. "So, did you find out how Dirk is?"
"What? Oh, my nephew. Yes," said Robin, who had indeed called her mother on the way to the supermarket that afternoon. "They're happy with him. They're still hopeful his palsy thing will clear up."
"What was the issue?"
"It was a difficult birth," said Robin. A lump seemed to have lodged in her throat again. "You've been left with quite a lot of damage." She took another swig of wine. His nerves were torn, and he was premature as well. The embryo couldn't get past the scarring, you see.
"Smaller than the 11-pounder, then?"
"Much," said Robin, with difficulty, remembering the bumpy ride on the gurney and the icy feeling of the ultrasound wand. Strike took another large mouthful of spaghetti. Notwithstanding the throbbing of his face and leg, he knew that the moment was fast approaching when he was going to tell her he loved her. What was required now was a bit of easy conversation, hopefully involving a few laughs and more wine to loosen inhibitions. He might initiate a bit of subtle probing about the state of her relationship with Murphy, and then—
"So, from what you've seen, would you fancy living on Sark?" he asked.
"I don't know," said Robin, who was having difficulty dispelling thoughts of Murphy's text and finding it hard to swallow her pasta because of the lump in her throat. "It's very pretty."
"I thought we'd see more horses."
"They probably only get the carts out in summer," said Robin. "For tourists."
"Yeah, I'd be all right if they let me have my own tractor, but—"
Strike suddenly realized to his great consternation that Robin was crying, though trying to conceal the fact. He swallowed hastily.
"What have I—"
"It's nothing. It's not you," said Robin in a high-pitched voice. She got to her feet, stumbled towards the kitchen roll, and tore off a few sheets. "Ignore me. Just ignore me. I'm sorry."
"Why,
it's nothing," said Robin again, leaning up against the side, but she couldn't stop crying.
"Don't give me that. What—"
"I lost a baby."
"What?"
said Strike, horror-struck. Unable to keep it in any longer, unable to pretend, unable to cope alone with the burden of her own confusion and guilt, Robin blundered back to the table, sat down, and told the short and brutal story of her accidental pregnancy through sobs.
"Shit," said Strike. "I'm sorry."
He had no idea what else to say. He didn't know what this meant for Robin or for her relationship, didn't know whether she was mourning the loss of the child, whether she'd wanted the baby. He watched helplessly as Robin fought unsuccessfully to regain control of herself. "I don't know why I'm so— oh, God." Unable to stop herself crying, she slumped forwards on the table, just as Danny DeLeon had done earlier, face hidden in her arms, her hair falling into her plate of spaghetti. Her loyalty to Murphy mingled with her conflicted feelings about the text he'd just sent her, and she was battling a powerful urge to let out the things she hadn't dared say to any other human being. Strike could think of nothing to do except reach across the table and lay a large hand on her shoulder while she cried. He'd rarely been at such a loss, or so afraid of saying the wrong thing.
"Did you want it?"
"No," said Robin, her voice halfway between a squeak and a moan. "It was a complete accident. I didn't even know until it was all over. Oh, God, I'm sorry."
"Stop apologizing," said Strike.
In his total ignorance of what might be involved in ectopic pregnancy, he said, How long were you in hospital?" "Only a couple of nights," said Robin, raising her wet face, still trying to regain control. "It wasn't not a big deal. It's just that it happened because the rapist, when I was 19, he gave me an infection, and that's why I don't know why I'm doing this," she said a little hysterically, as more unquenchable tears fell, and she frantically wiped her face.
"Does Murphy,
Ryan, he's been great, but he really wants kids." Robin blew her nose on the kitchen roll, then took a deep breath. "I can't fault him. He says he wants me whether or not I can have him, and he's been really kind since it happened."
"Good," Strike forced himself to say.
though it was possibly the most insincere monosyllable that had ever passed his lips. "Course," he added, "he's not stupid. He knows he won't ever find anyone like you again." "Thank you," Robin mumbled, mopping her eyes with her left hand, but her right found Strike's and squeezed it. "And by the sounds of it," said Strike, "you could still, if you wanted." "But I don't know whether I do want kids," said Robin, and her relief at saying this to someone other than Murphy felt like taking off a tourniquet. "If I had a baby, I couldn't do this anymore. I'm sure there are women who could do both, but I don't think I'm one of them. It isn't that I don't like kids. I can totally see why people want them and love having them. I get it, as much as you can when you haven't done it yourself. But I love this so much. It wouldn't be the same if I had children. I'd be more worried about taking risks. I'd feel guilty about the hours. It would mean divided loyalties. And I'm worried I'd resent them for having to give this up, or not being able to give it what I can give it now. Is that selfish?" she asked, looking at Strike with tear-filled eyes. "Bloody hell, it's the opposite of selfish," said Strike robustly. "If everyone thought properly about having kids before they did it, there'd be a lot fewer fucked-up people in the world." "The doctors say I should freeze my eggs, and Ryan wants me to. He paints it as me having options." "Maybe I should," said Robin, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. "Maybe that's the smart thing to do. It's just all been forced on me. I'm finding out that fucking rapist took the chance away from me." She wiped her eyes, noticed the cheese sauce on her hair, and wiped that off too. "I'm sorry," said Strike again, at a loss as to what else to say. "It's fine," said Robin, blowing her nose. "It was nothing compared to what you went through." "What, my leg? That's different, not worse," said Strike. "Once you've been inside a military hospital, trust me, you count your bloody blessings. My amputation was below knee. That's a whole different ball game to above the knee. I'm not paraplegic. Didn't have my genitals blown off. I've still got my sight. Just, after that bloody spray, I do fine." Afraid that it might be too soon for humour, he nevertheless added, "Obviously a blow, knowing I'll never dance Swan Lake again." To his relief, Robin laughed. "Do you ever think about the person who planted the IED?" "Not much," said Strike. "He did what he thought he had to do. It wasn't personal." "I don't suppose it was personal with my rapist either," said Robin. "That's different," said Strike again. Robin took a deep breath and said, "I'm really sorry I laid all this on you." "What friends are for," said Strike. But he'd never been in such a quandary as the one he now faced. Could he really tell her now, when she was reeling from a recent pregnancy loss? "Here's something you might want to factor in when thinking about the future. I love you." "Let's just talk about the case," said Robin, withdrawing her hand from his. "Please." "All right, but let's eat first," said Strike. So they ate, each consumed by their thoughts. Strike was furiously pondering what to do for the best, trying to examine the question from all sides. She'd just shared something deeply personal. Didn't that open the door for him to do the same? They were alone together at last, in the most remote place they were ever likely to visit, where nobody else could reach them or interrupt. Wasn't it madness to let this chance go? Yet he was afraid that by speaking now, when Robin was clearly already in a state of crisis, he'd transform himself, perhaps forever, from friend and confidant, into another source of pain and confusion. Robin noticed Strike's slight scowl, and wondered whether he was thinking her as chaotic and careless as she felt herself to be, for getting into such a mess, for slumping into her spaghetti and sobbing, and she had a sudden mental image of Kim Cochran, always neat and professional and cheerful, her personal life in perfect order. "We've all made mistakes. Admittedly, I never married one of mine." When both had finished their dinner, they moved at Robin's suggestion into the sitting room next door, which had a beamed ceiling and a brick fireplace with a wood burner, Robin carrying the wine. "Fire," suggested Strike, because the room was chilly, and while that didn't much bother him, he knew from experience it tended to bother women. Great, said Robin, who'd already pulled a throw off the sofa to wrap around herself. She looked around the low-ceilinged room, at the ship in a bottle and a china horse standing on the mantelpiece, at yet another seascape on the wall, and the array of pamphlets advertising the attractions of Sark spread on a side table, and thought how much she'd have liked being here, if not for that text of Murphy's. She felt physically tired, but craved mental stimulation, and was conscious, too, of a desire to prove to Strike that she was still up to the job, no matter her personal problems. "So," she said, while Strike was busy with old newspapers and logs, "we're back at the question of why Wright was killed in the vault, if it wasn't a Masonic double bluff." "Yeah," said Strike, whose spirits had sagged at these words. She wanted to talk about work. Was this a deliberate closing of the door on any more personal conversation? Was she as aware as he was of the unusualness of this situation, the isolated house, the hundreds of miles between them and London, and seeking to restore relations to a professional footing? With reluctance and a heaviness of heart, he reached the conclusion that bringing up his own feelings right now would be a mistake, possibly an irrecoverable one. "All right," he said, having successfully lit the fire, closed the door on the wood burner, and dragged himself back up into a standing position by using the mantelpiece beam. "What reasons do people have for killing in particular places?" "I don't know," said Robin. Strike poured himself more wine and sat down in a wicker chair, which creaked loudly. "I can think of 4. "Really?" said Robin, taken aback. "Yeah. Chance, convenience, opportunity, and necessity." "Well," said Robin, pulling the throw tighter around herself, soothed by having an intellectual exercise to engage her mind, and grateful for the fire, "it definitely wasn't chance, was it? Wright and his murderer didn't find themselves in that vault at the time in the morning by chance. It was prearranged, organized." "Agreed," said Strike. Robin drank more wine, trying to focus. "What came after chance?" she asked. "Convenience. Covers domestic murder in particular. I think we can discount that. As far as places to commit murder go, I'd struggle to think of one more inconvenient than an underground silver vault." "So then, opportunity." "Opportunity would fit fine if the killer had been Kenneth Ramsay, Pamela Bullen Driscoll, or Jim Todd. The vault might well have been one of the very few places they'd have had the chance to bash a strong young man over the head from behind, without witnesses. Unfortunately, they all have unbreakable alibis. So we're left with necessity. The vault was literally the only place the killing was possible." Correctly interpreting Robin's lack of response, Strike said, "I can't think why it would have been necessary to do it there, either. Even if we accept the premise that Wright was lured to his death on the promise of a cut of the proceeds from the robbery, why did the killer make it so difficult for themselves? If a victim's after easy money, there are 100 other scenarios they could be persuaded into, and they'd be bound to offer the back of their head at some point. Why there?" "I don't know," said Robin again. "I feel as though we've got a lot of pieces from different jigsaws." "We have," said Strike. "Semple, Powell, Fleetwood, Knowles, come to that. Fuck knows what Barnabas is." Watching the dancing flames, Robin said, "How often do you think there's a murder case where both the killer and his victim were pretending to be someone else?" "Infrequently, I'd imagine," said Strike. "But I'm sure more killers would do it that way if they could arrange it. Wright's false identity worked brilliantly in his murderer's favour. When you can't identify the victim, it's bloody difficult to see why anyone wanted them dead." Both watched the flames dancing in the wood burner for a while. Then Robin said, "I keep thinking about Wright. The way Daz and Mandy described him. He sounded—" Robin's voice trailed away. She drank some wine. "Sounded," Strike prompted her. "Well, a bit lonely, or lost or something. It seems so silly to go downstairs to your neighbours and eat a takeaway and smoke dope with them, and let them get a really good look at you, if you're in disguise because you're planning a burglary. If Wright knew he was only going to be there a short time, why get friendly with Mandy and Daz? and ordering waits to his flat. Why would you do that if you knew you'd only be there a month?
Two very good points, said Strike.
Do you still think Todd wrote Wright's CV? Robin asked.
I do, yeah, said Strike. Ergo, Wright thought Todd was an associate, maybe even a friend. But that throws up more questions, doesn't it? If Todd was a double agent, convincing Wright he was on his side, but actually luring Wright to the vault for Oz to kill, we arrive back at the perennial question. Why did the murder have to be in the vault? And why the hell would Wright have agreed to walk into the vault at 1 o'clock in the morning with the man he was running from? This isn't a Shakespearean comedy where a man styles his hair differently and instantly becomes indistinguishable from his own sister. A curly wig's hardly an impenetrable disguise. Wright might never have met Oz before, or known what he looked like. Then it's just as strange that he agreed to walk into the vault with him at 1 in the morning. Mandy said Wright told her and Daz, or he might send someone. Wright knew he might not recognize the man who came for him.
I know Riata Lindvall probably wasn't Rita Linda, Robin said, remembering Strike's glazed expression on the plane. But say she is, for the sake of argument. Maybe Todd told Wright what had happened to her, after learning the truth in his Belgian jail.
That crossed my mind after I heard Todd was in prison in Belgium, said Strike. But if Wright thought Todd was his mate, why would Wright share the information with the press? That'd blow Todd's incognito, remind the world he's a convicted rapist, point the police and press right back towards him, and set Todd up for concealing evidence. Almost a minute passed, as each pursued their own thoughts. Then,
"That email sent to Osgood from Ramsay Silver," said Robin, freeing herself from the throw to tug her phone out of her pocket. Having found the message, she read it aloud. "Dear Mr. Osgood, Oz, I can help you with something that I know has been a problem for you, if you would be happy to meet me." She looked up at Strike. "It has to be Wright who sent that email. Todd wouldn't have emailed Oz from work, not if they were accomplices."
"Soundly reasoned as far as it goes," said Strike. "But did Wright mean to email Oz, the fake music producer, or Osgood, the genuine one?"
What if Wright knew Osgood had an imposter and was going to tell him who it was? The inclusion of Oz might have been a hint.
"That'd fit," said Strike. "But it's not the only explanation. What if Wright was offering to help with a problem that was going to be resolved down in a vault at 1 in the morning?
What kind of problem could Osgood have had that meant going down to the silver vault at 1 in the morning?
"Well, for instance, I'm currently lacking 100 grand's worth of Masonic silver," said Strike. And Robin laughed. "It's tempting to try and fit Semple into all this," Strike continued, "because his mental state might explain some of the anomalies, putting too much trust in Todd, smoking dope with the neighbours. Possibly he did have a fixation about the Murdoch silver."
"But you could fit Powell into it too," said Robin. "He wanted a fresh start, and we know he wasn't the brightest bulb in the box, which could explain him trusting Todd too much, and not recognising the danger posed to him by Oz."
"True, but like I said in Ironbridge, a Masonic silver shop seems a particularly weird place for a mechanic to choose to work. Plus, nobody seems to have given too much of a shit about Powell except his grandmother, and her interest seems to be largely that he wasn't doing her shopping anymore. I think that car crash was a genuine accident. Do we honestly think the nice middle-class whiteheads, bereaved or not, hired assassins to search the length and breadth of the UK for Tyler Powell?"
"No," admitted Robin. "But Tyler might have thought that's what was going to happen. We're forgetting Rupert Fleetwood."
"I haven't forgotten him," said Strike. "But I'll tell you one thing. It makes no sense for Todd to have written a CV for Fleetwood, who'd have known perfectly well how to write one. And given his expensive private education, I'd be stunned if he couldn't learn enough about silver to pass that interview without needing Todd at all. On the other hand, I find it very credible that Powell would have been happy for someone else to take charge of that part of the job, and the same might apply to Semple. We don't know what his reading, writing, or concentration were like post-injury, and he'd probably never written a CV in his life. Men in the Special Forces don't need them."
"I'm sure Rupert's still alive," said Robin. "But wouldn't you have expected some sign of him by now? He must know we're looking for him. Sacha Lagarde must have checked where he is after you spoke to him. And I'm certain Albie Simpson-White knows what happened to him. And yet Rupert hasn't done anything to stop us trying to find him, or to put Decima out of her misery. He must know that will be kinder in the long run. And what about his son? Doesn't he care about him at all?" "No idea," said Strike. "He's another one who seems to have acted really inconsistently," said Robin. "Albie really did make him sound like a good person, you know. He swore Rupert loved Decima, and yet he's gone without a word." "I've got to try and corner Cosima Lancaster," said Robin, with determination. "I'm going to try and do that this week. Listen, would you mind if I turn in? I'm so tired. You must be too. You were awake all night."
"Yeah," said Strike. "I could use an early night."
"I'll just wash up," said Robin, freeing herself from the throws she'd wrapped around herself.
"I'll do it. You cooked. It's a pan and 2 plates, said Strike, rising with difficulty out of his chair with the help of his stick. "Go to bed. I'll take care of it."
When Robin had gone upstairs, Strike limped back to the kitchen, feeling thoroughly miserable. It wasn't much comfort to think he'd done the right and decent thing in not forcing his own emotional crisis on Robin when she was clearly in the middle of a serious one of her own. But his last glimmer of hope had now fizzled into darkness, leaving him full of self-recrimination. He had nobody but himself to blame for the fact that he'd been forced, in what was likely to be the most auspicious setting for romance he and Robin would ever visit together, to listen to her outline her plans to preserve her eggs for Murphy. A framed affirmation stood on the sill over the sink, where he washed up the dinner things. It read, "Always end the day with a positive thought. No matter how hard things were, tomorrow is a fresh opportunity to make it better." Strike cast this a dark look as he dried his hands, then hobbled off across the hall towards his bedroom. Chapter 88. But she had mistaken her man. Perhaps she had not met many like him. John Oxenham, a maid of the Silver Sea. The injury to Strike's face looked even worse the following morning, the swelling slightly diminished, but livid blue bruises dappling his skin. His face continued to ache, and he chose not to shave, for fear of reopening the gash left by the spade. Before heading back to the ferry, he and Robin walked a little way along La Coupe, which lay just beyond the old forge, a high narrow isthmus connecting the main island from Little Sark. While a wind-swept Robin was looking down at the turbulent grey sea, Strike, who'd just checked his phone, said, "We might be lucky to get back today." "Why?" "Storm Doris just hit the UK," said Strike. 90-mile-an-hour winds. They've grounded a ton of flights." Sure enough, when they arrived at the airport on Guernsey, it was to find their flight had been delayed, and rumours flying between tetchy passengers that it would be cancelled. Robin caught herself hoping it would. That she and Strike could just retire to a Guernsey hotel, and that she'd be able to enjoy another evening away from London with a clear conscience. However, an hour after the scheduled departure time, they were allowed to board. The descent into Gatwick was nerve-wracking, and at one point, Robin instinctively grabbed Strike's forearm as the plane zigzagged on its approach to the runway, buffeted by gale-force winds. However, they landed without mishap to a round of applause from the passengers, excluding Strike, for whom the forearm grabbing had been bittersweet, and who'd happily have endured a far rougher descent for prolonged physical contact. Though London still bore traces of the battering it had taken from the storm, the following day was calm, bright, and cold. A tree had been blown over in the Richmond street where Two Times and his wife lived, and Strike watched men in yellow jackets dealing with it while sitting in his BMW, glad to be able to keep the weight off his leg after all the walking he'd done on Sark, his jaw still painful, and feeling even more depressed than he had at the old forge. He could draw no comfort from the memory of Robin clutching his arm on the plane, or holding his hand in the kitchen, because she and Murphy would soon be living together, and whether or not she wanted children now, the direction of travel was plain to see. Murphy putting on subtle pressure, Robin finally caving, and then realizing as she'd said back on Sark, that she couldn't detach from her child sufficiently to work as she worked now. Kim was supposed to be taking over surveillance on Mrs. Two Times at 7 that evening, but with 10 minutes to go, Strike received a text from her. "Really sorry, personal emergency. Are you all right to stay on her? I'll be there as soon as I can." As he was tired and hungry in addition to feeling depressed, Strike wasn't best pleased by this message, but he returned an affirmative answer, only to see Mrs. Two Times emerge alone from her house a few minutes later, climb into an Uber, and set off in the direction of central London. Strike followed in his BMW, hoping she wasn't going too far. He really wanted to get home. While watching her check her makeup in the back seat of the car, Strike wondered whether Two Times wouldn't end up ditching her, as he'd done a previous girlfriend who'd proved disappointingly monogamous. It was a shame, Strike thought, that he didn't have the same fetish as Two Times. He'd be having the time of his life if he derived pleasure from knowing the woman he loved was fucking someone better looking. Mrs. Two Times's driver dropped her outside the St. Martin's Lane Hotel. Strike found a parking space, then entered the spacious white-floored lobby, which was decorated with such objects as giant chess pieces and a sofa draped in fake fur. Trying not to limp too obviously, he crossed to an information desk and was informed that there was a restaurant and cafe. He went to check both, but neither showed any sign of his target. Now wondering whether Mrs. Two Times hadn't actually disappeared into a bedroom for an assignation, he asked a passing staff member whether there was anywhere else he might check for his date, and was directed to the blind spot, a secret bar, admittance to which was gained via a hidden white door with an outstretched golden hand as a handle. Strike was in no mood to find this charmingly whimsical. The room inside was long, narrow, and so dark that he nearly fell on his face by snagging his fake foot on the edge of a rug. Having regained his balance, he spotted Mrs. Two Times at the far end of the room, barely illuminated by a small shaded lamp, and sharing a booth with 2 other women. A waiter directed Strike to the only vacant table, which was a leather booth positioned so that Strike was forced to keep an eye on Mrs. Two Times in a large mirror on the opposite wall, which gave a partial and distorted image. Speakers over his head were playing Ichiku Park. I feel inclined to blow my mind. The waiter handed him a cocktail menu. Fuck it. He was a 10-minute walk from the office. He'd leave the car where it was. He deserved alcohol. Having flicked impatiently past the cocktails, all of which were themed for different cities and countries, he ordered a double Ardbeg and attempted to find a way to extend the leg bearing the prosthesis in the narrow space between table and leather sofa. Strike's drink arrived shortly after he texted Kim the new location. He took a large gulp of the smoky whiskey, disinclined to order expensive bar snacks in spite of his hunger, because he was hoping not to be there long. All around him in the dim lighting sat couples, their faces illuminated by small puddles of light cast by the lamps, so, hoping to look like someone waiting for a girlfriend, he took refuge in his phone, searching online records for Jim Todd's mother, a task he'd been doing intermittently all day. Nancy Jameson was proving difficult to locate, because she'd alternated between her married and maiden names. Strike had found several court judgments against her, mostly for disorderly conduct, but also for shoplifting, though the last of these dated from 5 years previously. Strike knew she might be dead, but persisted in looking for her, because the mundane task was keeping his mind off his other troubles. When he'd finished his first whiskey, he ordered another. By 8 o'clock, with Françoise Hardy singing over the speakers and Strike on his third double Ardbeg, his mobile rang with a call forwarded from the office. Raising it to his ear, he said, "Strike?" The line was bad. For a few seconds nobody spoke, but Strike could hear a crackling noise. Then a notably deep male voice said, "This is Rupert Fleetwood." It was a few seconds before Strike registered what had just been said. 2.5 double Ardbegs hadn't improved his powers of concentration. Fumbling hastily for the notebook in his pocket, he said, raising his voice over Françoise Hardy, "It's good to speak to you, Mr. Fleetwood." "You've been looking for me," said the deep voice. "Yes," said Strike. The unexpectedness of the call, coming so soon after Robin had expressed surprise that Fleetwood hadn't been in touch with them, had caught him off guard. "Your ex-girlfriend's very worried about you." There was no response. "Oui, mais moi, je vais seul, car personne ne m'aime." "Where are you currently?" asked Strike, who'd managed to get his notebook open and was trying to find his pen. "That doesn't matter," said the deep voice. "Just tell Decima I'm all right." "That won't make her very happy, I'm afraid," said Strike, switching his mobile phone to his left ear so he could write. "She doesn't believe you'd ever have left her. She thinks the reason you haven't been in touch is that you're dead." He waited, but there was no response. "At a bare minimum, I think she'd like to know why you disappeared," said Strike. "It wasn't going to work between us." "Why's that?" "It just wasn't," said the voice. "It isn't her fault. I'm going to need proof you're genuinely Rupert Fleetwood if you want me to pass this message on," said Strike. "Tell me something only he and Decima would know." He waited, pen poised. "She called me Bear," said the deep voice. "And she and Rupert are the only ones who know that, are they? Decima never did it in anyone else's hearing."
Comme le garçon et la fille de mon âge, connaîtrai-je bientôt ce qu'elle meurt.
"I can think of something only Rupert and Decima knew before he disappeared," said Strike. "I stole her father's silver ship," said the deep voice. "Plenty of people know Fleetwood stole that ship. I want something only Rupert and Decima." The caller hung up. Strike lowered his mobile, frowning. He wondered whether to call Robin with the news that Rupert Fleetwood, or somebody pretending to be him, had just called, but she was probably with Murphy. While the whiskey wasn't precisely cheering him, it was at least having a numbing effect, which was better than nothing. So he ordered a fourth, wondering what had become of Kim. This lateness was most unlike her. She was usually punctual to a fault. His fresh drink had just been set down in front of him when his mobile rang again, also with a call forwarded from the office. Hoping it might be the man with the deep voice again, he answered. "Strike?"
"Aye, it's me,"
said a loud and angry whisper.
"What for are you waiting? I need to meet you."
After a moment's incomprehension, Strike said, "Are you the person who's been calling me about a bridge?"
"Dinna talk about that," she said furiously. "I need you to come."
"Where are you?" said Strike, trying to tug his notebook out of his pocket again.
"Just come to the Golden Fleece, for fuck's sake."
"Where is that?"
"You know where. It's the only place I'm safe, kinda. But I've got to be careful. I think they're watching me."
"Are you Reena Little?"
"Dunna say my fucking name," she howled.
He heard the clunk of a call-box receiver being slammed down. Shit. Strike was now exceptionally hungry, in addition to being slightly drunk, so he caved in and ordered chips and calamari rings from the bar snack menu. Barely had the waiter departed than Kim entered the bar at last.
"I'm so sorry. I've never been late for a job," she mumbled.
As she sat down beside him, Strike saw by the limited illumination of the booth that he wasn't the only person with facial injuries. Someone had very obviously gouged Kim's face, leaving deep, bloody scratches. Her right eye was puffy, and Strike could see bruises forming around it. "What happened to you?"
It's Ray, you know, my ex."
Rendered slower in comprehension than he usually was, because of all the Ardbeg he consumed, Strike said, "The jobless bloke, yeah. He did that."
"No, I told you he was with someone when we got together, didn't I?" "Well, it was her."
"Christ," said Strike.
"I opened my flat door and she was standing there waiting," said Kim. "Look, I'm really sorry. Can I get a proper drink? I really—"
In no position to refuse, given how much Ardbeg he'd already consumed, Strike raised a hand to summon the waiter, and as Kim was now sitting with her face in her hands and muttered, "Anything," Strike ordered her an Ardbeg too. When her drink arrived, Kim took a large swallow, then coughed and said, "God, that's disgusting. What is it?" "Whiskey," Oh, well, I suppose it would do the job. She tipped more down her throat. What made your ex's ex turn up today? Asked Strike. Because Ray's killed himself, said Kim baldly. The image of Charlotte lying in a blood-filled bath swam up out of Strike's subconscious. He remembered the shock of a previous suspect being found hanged in her garage. Fuck, I'm sorry. It's nothing to do with me, said Kim quickly. We split months ago. It's not my fault, but she's looking for someone to blame. She was the one pestering him for money all the time. They got kids together, she added. She took another gulp of the Ardbeg. I opened my flat door and she was there on the landing, waiting. She grabbed me by the hair and punched me right in the face. She had me on the floor, then she was kicking me, then she was on top of me. Isn't she, please? Said Strike, who dimly remembered what Kim had told him in the Dorchester. Yeah, if she's that fucking worried about her kids, you wouldn't have thought she'd want to be arrested right after their dad died, would you? My neighbours came out onto the landing. He pulled her off me and his wife called the cops. I had to give a statement. Then I get outside to my car and find out she's keyed it and smashed in all the windows. I had to get a taxi here. I don't know how I'm going to follow Mrs. Two Times home. I wouldn't worry about that, said Strike. She's not going to shag anyone else tonight. Oh, God, you're so nice, Kim said, and she leaned into him before draining her glass of whiskey. Can I get another one? Strike had some misgivings about ordering her a second drink, but he raised his hand nonetheless. If he hadn't ordered food, he'd now be on the way home, but he was starving and wanted his chips. By the time his food and Kim's fresh Ardbeg had arrived, she twice more leaned into him, pressing her right arm into his left, with breathy little laughs. She seemed understandably shaken by the news that her ex-boyfriend was dead, but he didn't like the flirtatiousness that was creeping into her behaviour, either on its own terms or in the context of recent bereavement. Meanwhile, he'd been given only 3 calamari rings, which didn't seem much of a reward for staying put. He helped himself to chips. There he is. That's Ray, said Kim, showing Strike a photo on her phone, though he didn't particularly want to see it. Ray had been a good-looking man, with the same kind of thick, prematurely grey hair as Barclay. Strike wondered whether he was being shown the picture because Kim stood beside Ray in a very revealing handkerchief top. That was in Ibiza, said Kim, with a catch in her voice, turning the screen back towards herself and examining the picture. Oh, God, she said, with sudden emotion, scrolling through pictures. He did it in his car. Exhaust fumes. I don't know why I'm... She began to cry. Strike, who didn't want to make any physical gesture of comfort, and was struggling to marshal his thoughts, given his tiredness and the large amount of whiskey he'd drunk, said, It's a shit thing to happen. Exactly as he'd feared, Kim now slumped into him and stayed there sobbing, as Johnny Kidd and the Pirates began singing over the speakers. When you move in right up close to me, that's when I get the shakes all over me. Fuck's sake, thought Strike, now unable to reach his chips without dislodging Kim. Glancing down, he saw her mobile lying face up in her lap, showing her, nude, displaying her tan lines in a mirror. He looked away, hoping the lack of a consoling arm around her might persuade her to shift, and after a minute it did. With another breathy laugh and a whispered, "Sorry," she straightened back up and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Oh, shit," she said, with poorly feigned embarrassment, flipping over the mobile. "I don't know what I'm—" Turning her shining brown gaze fully on him for the first time, she uttered a little gasp. "Wait. What happened to you?" He was too slow to stop her touching him lightly on the side of the face. "Spade," he said, reaching for the last of his chips. "A spade?" "Yeah, look, I'm gonna have to—" He raised his hand for the bill, and as he did so, Kim slid a hand onto his thigh. "You've been so nice. Thank you." He reached down, took her wrist, and threw her hand back into her lap. "Don't." "What?" "You know what. We're not going to fuck," said Strike, more forcefully than he'd have done had he not drunk so much, ever. "What? I didn't—" "Enough," said Strike, whose tongue felt far heavier than it should have, but whose anger at himself and the mess he'd made with Robin had at last found a target. "No more accidental texts. None of it, all right? And keep your fucking nudes to yourself." He was hyper-aware of Kim sitting rigidly beside him as he paid his bill. He didn't doubt she felt angry and humiliated, but he didn't care. Having paid, he got up with difficulty, pins and needles in his legs, and said, without looking at her, "See you at the office." He left, and only by a miracle of luck did he avoid tripping over the rug for a second time. Chapter 89. Halfway, for one commandment broken, the woman made her endless halt, and she today, a glistering token, stands in the wilderness of salt. Behind, the vats of judgment brewing thundered, and thick the brimstone snowed. He to the hill of his undoing pursued his road. A. E. Houseman, Poem 35, More Poems. Robin felt as though she'd been away from London for a fortnight, instead of the 48 hours that had actually passed. Worst of all was the jitteriness that had returned almost as soon as the storm-tossed plane had landed. She now realized how safe she'd felt in Sark. She was back in noisy, crowded London, where any of the men you passed might have a gorilla mask hidden at home. She resumed, looking over her shoulder every few yards, and taking counter-surveillance dashes into traffic and last-second exits from tube trains. Nor was this suppressed, ever-present fear the worst of her worries. She and Murphy met for dinner in an Italian restaurant on Saturday evening and talked. She repeated that she loved him, said she felt no distance, and that she definitely wanted them to move in together. She tried not to remember Strike holding her hand across the kitchen table at the old forge, or about how understanding he'd been when she'd cried. She had to forget all that. She was moving in with Murphy. She stayed at Murphy's flat overnight and remained there on Sunday. They had sex twice. He seemed far happier than he'd been lately, and Robin told herself she was too. To Robin's surprise, late on Sunday afternoon, Tyler Powell's friend Wyn Jones sent her his agreement to speaking to her that evening by FaceTime. "Everything okay?" asked Murphy, observing her expression as she read Jones's text. "Fine," said Robin. "Just someone I'm trying to talk to about Rupert Fleetwood." She wondered why she was still lying to him about exactly what she was doing on the silver vault case, and supposed it was force of habit. "Listen, do you mind if I do an hour at the gym?" asked Murphy. "No, of course not," said Robin. She felt relieved at the prospect of being alone, and even gladder Murphy wasn't present when, 10 minutes after he'd left the flat, Strike called her. "Can you talk?" he asked in a croaky voice. "Yes," said Robin. "Are you all right?" Strike, who was lying on his bed in his attic room with his prosthesis off, said, "Yeah, I'm fine." In fact, his stomach had been upset all day, which he suspected was the fault of the kebab he'd bought on the way home from the blind spot the previous evening, because his hunger had been unassuaged by a few exorbitantly priced chips and 3 calamari rings. He'd slept late, then lain on his bed trying to ignore his gastrointestinal discomfort while vaping and continuing to search for Jim Todd's mother online, an ice pack strapped to his painful knee. He'd soon need to put his prosthesis back on, because that evening he was due to tail plug. "I've got big news," he went on. "I got a call last night from a man claiming to be Rupert Fleetwood." "What?" "Yeah. Quite the coincidence, after you saying you were surprised he hadn't been in touch. He gave me the nickname he claims Decima used for him, admitted to stealing the neff, but when I pressed him for something only he and Decima would know, he hung up." "Oh," said Robin. "He had a bass voice. I've emailed Decima to ask whether that fits Rupert, though knowing her she'll say someone must have been putting it on. I think I found Todd's mother, too. She's in Harleston, so I'm going to check her out as soon as I've got time, see whether Todd's been in touch. And one other thing," said Strike, hoping there wasn't about to be a row. "Kim's resigned. I've just got the email." "Oh," said Robin again. For the first time in days, her spirits lifted. "Why? Did something happen, or—" "Yeah, something happened," said Strike. who decided he needed to be honest about this, even if it led to trouble. She turned up for surveillance and she was in a state. Her ex has gassed himself in his car.
Oh, my God.
And then his ex turned up at Kim's to give Kim a hiding. She arrived in the bar and she was crying. She'd been roughed up and, well, she was leaning on me and putting her hand on my leg and... He remembered the naked photograph, but decided against mentioning it. I'd had a few. I told her to sod off and she took offence. Well, Strike admitted, I was fairly offensive. Anyway, it's a 2-line resignation. I wish to terminate my contract with immediate effect. Kindly forward the balance of payment.
Right,
said Robin, feeling slightly dazed. This was a lot to process in a single phone call. Well, to be completely honest, I'm glad to see the back of her. Thank Christ, said Strike, relaxing slightly. He'd been worried about Robin's reaction, specifically that she might be uptight about him having more of what might be generally termed woman trouble. In better news, Wardle's handed in his resignation at work, so we won't be short-staffed for long.
Great, said Robin. Well, I've just had a breakthrough with Wyn Jones. I'll be FaceTiming him in half an hour.
He's still flirting, if you can call it flirting, sending me aubergine emojis, said Robin. Sending you what? Said Strike, on whom this comment was lost. He'd never used an emoji in his life. I'll explain some other time, said Robin. She'd never yet discussed erect penises or the symbols used for them online with Strike, and wasn't going to start now. I'll let you know how I get on. Speak later. Robin made herself a coffee, and at the appointed time called Wyn Jones on her laptop. After just a few rings, he answered with the words, "All right." Jones was a heavy-set youth with a double chin and almost no neck. His very short dark hair had already receded to reveal a large expanse of shiny red forehead. One of his eyes was larger than the other, which gave him an unfortunate look of craftiness. With his weathered appearance and his tartan shirt, he'd have blended in easily with any of the land workers Robin had known in Massam, some of them schoolmates who were uninterested in academic life because they had farms on which to work and, in some cases, to inherit. Jones was sitting in what looked like a very cramped and none too tidy sitting room. The leatherette sofa bore evidence of having been shredded in places by a cat's claws. Buckled beer cans and takeaway cartons were piled on a low table to Jones's left, and the edge of a dartboard was visible over his head, the surrounding wall pockmarked with holes. Jones was clutching a can of Carlsberg, and though it was barely 6 o'clock in the evening, he had the slightly sloppy, glazed look of a man who'd already had several beers. "Hi," said Robin. "Thanks very much for agreeing to talk to me, Wyn." "'S all right," said Jones. He glanced off camera and raised his eyebrows at someone or something out of sight, a knowing, amused look.
"See you then,"
said a voice off camera. "Yeah, not bad," said the smirking Jones. "So, as I explained, Wyn," said Robin, pretending she hadn't heard this, "I wanted to talk to you about Tyler, because his grandmother thinks—" "He was a body," said Jones, and Robin heard gruff chortles from the man off camera. "Seen all, ain't she? Smart London detective like you should have worked that out by now, if you've talked to her." Chippy distaste for the capital and its denizens was also familiar to Yorkshire-born Robin, so she ignored this comment. "Dilys doesn't believe the man who's called her since July is Tyler. She thinks—" "It's me, yeah," said Jones, looking unabashed. "Daft old cow. I've told her it's not. Lugs told me to tell her, so I did." "Lugs?" "That's what we call him, Lugs. You and Johnny Roper's boy should be paying me by rights, telling you stuff you should already know." The man off camera laughed. "Dilys is always thinking people are trying to trick her," said Wyn. "Thought the postman had nicked her pension book last year, daft old bat. Lugs is sick of her anyway, making him do her shopping and all sorts." "Have you heard from Tyler since he left?" "Yeah, but then he got pissed off with me," said Jones, grinning more broadly than ever. "Why was that?" "Called him a fucking coward, didn't I?" Why did you call him a coward? Should have just fucking thumped all of them what was saying shit about him in that crash, said Jones. And he took another sip of lager. It's what I'd have done if they were talking shit about me. Made himself look proper fucking guilty running away. So you're sure Tyler's innocent, are you? Why are you asking me that, if you're on Dillis's side? I'm just trying to find out where Tyler's gone, and whether anyone's hurt him, said Robin. Nobody's bloody hurt him, he's fine. And he wouldn't never have done nothing to his Mazda. Go all the way to Birmingham to fuck with it, bloody load of balls. People said the car was tampered with in Birmingham, did they? People didn't say it. Fucking Faber Whitehead did. This is Hugo's father. Yeah, he was putting it about someone on the car park camera, fiddling with it. Really? Said Robin. Do you know what that person looked? There wasn't nobody there, sneered Jones. Whitehead didn't want to believe his dipshit fucking son was speeding. Sabotage my arse. The person off camera laughed again. Tyler was at home the night of the crash, right? Said Robin. Yeah, he had a cold or something. Were his parents there? No, they buggered off to Florida by then. Do you know where he's gone, Win? Yeah, said Jones, his smirk widening. But you gotta make it worth my while if I'm going to tell you that. There was yet another bark of laughter in the background. Tyler's not there now, is he? Said Robin, struck by a sudden suspicion. Listening to you talk to me. Robin heard a door opening and slamming and a lot of chortling. No, of course not, said Jones, grinning more broadly than ever. Could you introduce me to the friend you got there, listening in? Robin asked. The camera made a dizzying spin as Jones turned his phone to face a young man with crooked brown teeth who was sitting on a sagging tweed armchair. Robin assumed the door behind the latter was the one that had just been slammed, either for comic effect by the snaggle-toothed youth, or by a third party who'd just left. He waved at Robin, leering, and the camera phone swung back towards Jones. Don't you want to put Dillis's mind at rest, Win? Robin asked. I've told her he's gone to work in a pub, and he's told her, and I've told her it's not me calling her, said Jones impatiently. Lugs doesn't want her to know where he's working, 'cause he doesn't want a silly old cow bothering him, that's all. But he's told her he's alive, and she keeps saying, "Stop it, Win Jones, I know that's you." Robin decided to try another tack. Tyler stopped talking to you, you say? Yeah. When was that? Can't remember. Round Christmas? You're certain it was really Tyler calling and texting you, though? Course I am. Tell me about Tyler and Anne-Marie, said Robin, planning to circle back to the name of the pub. Ain't nothing to tell. They were in a relationship, weren't they? Nah, it was that Chloe Griffiths he had the throbber for. The young man with the bad teeth laughed again in the background. This is Chloe, who lived opposite him. Yeah, Anne-Marie was nothing, he didn't care. Well, Jones corrected himself. He cared she was dead, but not 'cause they were shagging. Wasn't Anne-Marie Tyler's girlfriend? Said Robin. Nah, just mates. My information is that Tyler was very upset when they split up. Who told you that? Bloody Faber Whitehead. I haven't spoken to the Whiteheads, said Robin. It was that Chloe he liked, not Anne-Marie. He had the proper horn for Chloe, and she led him on, and the silly sod thought he was going to get somewhere. But I could have told him he was wasting his time. Why's that? Said Robin. She got stuff out of him, but never done nothing with him, and then she dropped him fucking flat and buggers off with another bloke. Snobby, Jones added. A-levels and all that. She wasn't going to go with some mechanic. What stuff did Chloe get out of Tyler? Asked Robin. Bought her a fucking bracelet, all with flowers on for her birthday, said Jones, as though this was an outlandish thing for Powell to have done, and Robin's mind darted to the silver charm bracelet hidden in her wardrobe, which she'd still never worn. But he never got anything back out of her, silly sod. Did Tyler ever mention silver to you on the phone? Asked Robin. Silver? Scoffed Jones. Why'd he be talking about bloody silver? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Can you remember any phone conversation where Tyler mentioned silver, or something that might have sounded like Sylvan, maybe, said Jones, apparently struck by a sudden thought. Sylvan DeLeon. Who's Sylvan DeLeon? Said Robin. Wolves' left back. A footballer? Yeah, said Jones, smirking again at the London woman's lack of elementary knowledge. Can you remember Tyler talking to you about Sylvan DeLeon, or do you just think it's possible that happened? We could have talked about him, yeah, said Jones. Lugs rated him. Do you know a girl called Zita? Asked Robin. She was living in Ironbridge around the time Tyler left. No, I don't know no Zita, said Jones. I don't live in Ironbridge, I live in Apperton. Zita told me Tyler overheard her talking about him, and he threatened her. Don't blame him, said Jones forcefully. If they was saying shit like that about me, I'd have bloody decked 'em, girl or not, he added, and took another swig of lager. Did Tyler ever borrow any of the cars at the garage where he worked? No, of course he didn't. Why? Zita said a car nearly hit her on Welsey Road, and she thought, Wesley Road, Jones corrected her, with a local's pedantic pleasure in correcting the ignorant out-of-towner. So you do know Ironbridge, said Robin. I was at school there, wasn't I? And I go there for a drink sometimes. But you've never run across Zita? No. And if she's saying Lugs fucking tried to run her over, she's a fucking attention-seeking liar. What about Rita? Said Robin. Did you ever hear Tyler mention anyone of that name? Zita, Rita. Who's next? Peter? Rivita, said the out-of-sight youth with the crooked teeth, and both young men guffawed. So he never talked about a woman called Rita, or Riata, Robin persisted. Bloody hell, I just told you. It was fucking Chloe Griffiths he liked, said Jones impatiently. So Zita and Rita and all those tossers going on about the crash, they was talking bollocks. And if they was claiming he done stuff to them too, they're full of shit, all right? Chasing clout off the back of all what happened. Wyn, I'd be really glad if you give me the name of the pub where Tyler's working. I'd just like to reassure Dillis that he's alive, and that'll be the end of it. Maybe I'll give you the name if you give me something, said Jones, and the out-of-sight young man snorted with laughter. Did Tyler have any other friends I might talk to, about where he's gone? Said Robin, ignoring the second hint that Jones wanted quid pro quos. No, said Jones, and then, well, yeah, he had friends, but nobody knows more than I know. Can you please give me the name of the pub where he's working, Wyn? Jones took a large swig from his Carlsberg can, emptying it, then crushed it one-handed and bent down to fetch another. Robin caught a glimpse of a dirty carpet and an overflowing ashtray. What you gonna give me? Said Jones, his fat face even redder for having bent over. He laid his mobile on his lap, and Robin now saw a nicotine-stained ceiling and the underside of the can Jones was opening before his face filled the screen again. Don't you want to put Dillis's mind at rest? Asked Robin. That old cow bad-mouths me. I don't give a shit whether her mind's at rest or not, said Jones. Tell you what. Jones's friend had started laughing harder than ever, although the punchline hadn't yet been delivered. Robin thought she knew what was coming. It had become ever more likely since that first drooling emoji. Jones either didn't know Powell's whereabouts or had promised his friend he would keep his secrets. He was boorish and childish, and a woman he was unlikely ever to meet was good only for amusing himself and his mates with. Show us your tits, and I'll give you... Robin ended the call. She slumped back in her chair and rubbed her tired eyes. She couldn't help thinking that Powell's friendship with the crudely offensive Jones tended to add weight to the portrait of him given by Chloe and Zita, rather than the one offered by Dillis and Griffiths. Opening her eyes again, Robin looked back down at her notebook. For some reason, she was experiencing a tiny nagging doubt, but she didn't know why. Had she just missed something, failed to make an important connection? She read back over her notes, but couldn't see anything obvious, so she tried to remember everything Jones had said, aside from the bits she'd thought important enough to transcribe. Dillis thinks Jones pretending to be Tyler. Bracelet for Chloe, Zeta, Rita. Who's next? Peter.
Apperton, Wesley Road.
Robin heard the door of the flat open and close. Murphy had returned. He entered the room seconds later, rummaging in his gym bag. "Oh, for fuck's sake. I've left my phone at the fucking gym." "Here," said Robin, holding out her own. Murphy called his own phone and, after a brief conversation, hung up. "They've got it at the front desk. Shall I pick up a curry on my way back?"
"That'd be great,"
said Robin, yawning. Murphy departed again. Robin sat thinking about Tyler Powell, for whom she'd never found any social media. Turning back to her laptop, she opened both Twitter and Instagram and began searching for variations on the names Luggs and Powell. After 20 minutes, she found an Instagram account she thought might possibly have been Tyler's, Luggs Cars. It featured nothing but pictures of vintage motors, interspersed with photos of engines on which the person posting was working. The account had few followers, but two things made Robin suspect it was Powell's. There had been no additions since May of the previous year, when Powell had left Ironbridge under a cloud of suspicion, and beneath a picture of a 1965 Austin Healey Mark III, somebody had replied, "Fuck off posting cars like we don't know what you did." However, as far as clues to Powell's current whereabouts went, the account was useless. Robin closed down the website, stretched, and got to her feet. Murphy had left his gym bag behind. It had leaked a puddle of clear fluid. Evidently he hadn't put the lid of his water bottle on securely enough. Robin opened the bag to find a tangle of damp gym clothes. Sure enough, the bottle contained only dregs, and the top wasn't properly screwed back on. A faint smell made her sniff her fingers. Unable to believe the evidence of her nose, Robin put her index finger into her mouth. Still crouched, tasting pure spirit, she felt again that icy wave of shock she'd felt on finding the diamond stud that had flown from the bedclothes in that house in Deptford the day she'd left Matthew for good. She thought of the upswing in gym sessions and runs that she'd imagined were doing Murphy so much good. She recalled Christmas Eve, when she'd thought, if she hadn't known better, he'd been drinking like her brothers. She remembered the night of their worst row. Blank-faced, she fetched kitchen roll and mopped up the spilled excess on the floor, then set the water bottle, with its incriminating dregs, on the coffee table. She stood for another minute, staring at it, then headed into the kitchen, where she made a methodical search of the cupboards that turned up no spirits whatsoever. The sky outside was dark. She hadn't noticed night falling. She headed into the bedroom and opened Murphy's wardrobe. Presumably her boyfriend had searched other people's cupboards and drawers in a professional capacity, but private detectives rarely, if ever, got to rifle through the personal belongings of suspects. Robin had to stand on tiptoe to access the top shelf. Behind a pile of T-shirts and a small box of foreign currency and old charging leads was a Hessian bag that clinked when she touched it. She tugged it down, already certain of what she was about to see. There were 6 bottles of vodka inside, one of them almost empty. Chapter 90. Yet something seemed to prick and tingle in his blood. A slight, a trick, and much would be explained. Robert Browning, Sordello, Book the Second. Strike was, yet again, back in Carnival Street in Haringey, watching the house where Plug's friends were keeping the gigantic black dog. He was starting to feel a lot of sympathy for the client's view that it was outrageous Plug hadn't been arrested yet. Strike wasn't overly sentimental about animals. With the sole exception of a snake he'd once succeeded in catching as a boy, he'd never felt the urge for a pet. Nevertheless, what he'd witnessed at the dogfight, and seen of Plug since, had convinced him the sadistic bastard deserved a prison sentence as soon as possible, thereby freeing both his mother and his son from his bullying and coercion. Strike was currently standing in a patch of deep shadow beneath a non-functioning street lamp, vaping and waiting for the reappearance of his target. Stars appeared gradually above him, a little more visible than they might have been in a better-lit street, though by no means as bright as they'd been when viewed from Sark. Preferring not to brood about the night at the old forge, Strike crossed the road and found himself another patch of shadow on the pavement outside the junkyard. A large sign proclaimed that the place was called Brian Judge Scrap, and its border fence ran the length of the road. Strike could see the tops of heaps of compacted metal. He wondered whether Robin's old Land Rover had been consigned to such a metal cemetery. A rusted van passed and pulled up at the entrance of the yard. The driver killed the lights, got out, and went to speak into the intercom beside the gate. As the man's face was illuminated by the security light over the gate, Strike had the strange feeling he'd seen him somewhere before. He was smaller than average, hairy, 40-ish, very dark, and not particularly good-looking. Strike had the idea he'd once seen the man wearing a suit and tie, rather than the grubby sweatshirt and jeans he was currently sporting, and that he'd been walking along with a group of similarly smartly attired others, but when or where this might have happened, he couldn't think. Chains clinked from within the yard. The gates began to open. The driver got back into the van, leaving the lights off, and drove inside. The gates closed again. Where the hell had he seen that man before? At a wedding? A funeral? He associated him vaguely with church, but Strike hadn't set foot in a church more than a handful of times in the past 10 years. The dark man most certainly hadn't attended either Ted's or Joan's funerals, nor had he been present in the empty church Strike had spent part of the morning he'd learned that Charlotte was dead. The door of the house Strike was watching opened. Plug emerged, holding a large wriggling puppy. Strike took a few photos from the shadows and was about to tail Plug back up the street when he suddenly remembered where he'd seen the van driver before. A few years previously, Strike and Robin had investigated a cold case that had brought them within the orbit of a pair of violent criminals called the Ricci brothers. The pair visited their father, Niccolo, a gangster who'd been known as Mucky in his pimping and pornography-making heyday, every Sunday at his nursing home. Strike could now visualize the group turning up, children and wives smartly dressed, the two men in suits. The older brother, Luca, had had the more fearsome reputation, but Marco, the younger of the two, and the man who'd just driven a van into Brian Judge Scrap, had his own respectable tally of acid attacks and knifings. A powerful instinct was telling Strike to stay put, rather than tail Plug, so he watched Plug out of sight without following. Now alone on the otherwise deserted street, Strike asked himself what he was playing at, but had no answer, except that his subconscious, having revealed the identity of the man in the van, seemed to be trying to tell him something else. He resumed his position in the first patch of shadow in which he'd lurked, on the opposite side of the street to the scrapyard. 10 minutes passed, with Strike staring at the sign giving the junkyard's name. Then, rather as scrap itself may slide and settle, something in the depths of his mind shifted, and he saw what had lain hidden and knew why he'd stayed. Cockney rhyming slang. Brian Judge, Judge, Barnaby Rudge. As he felt in his pocket for his mobile, a Renault glided to a halt in front of the gates. Marco Ricci slid back out of the yard, got into the car, and it drove away. From inside the scrapyard came a rumbling sound. An odd time to start the noisy business of compacting a vehicle or firing up an incinerator, but under certain circumstances, such jobs might be a matter of urgency. Shanker answered Strike's call within 30 seconds. "Sup, Bunsen? Wanted to ask you a question. Do you personally have any stake in Barnaby's?" When Shanker spoke again, he sounded cagey. "Why are you asking?" "Answer me." "I ain't ever used it personal," said Shanker. "No." "So the police couldn't tie you to anything in Haringey, specifically Carnival Street?" Strike waited for Shanker to deny that Barnaby's was in Carnival Street, but instead, in an ominous tone, he asked, "What's going on, Bunsen?" "I'm giving you a heads up in return for the one you gave me a few months back." "Who's grassed?" said Shanker furiously. "Someone was tailed and certain suspicious activity was observed," said Strike. "Fuck," said Shanker.
Then, you ain't with a pig right now, are you?
You think I'd call you if I had a copper with me? Said Strike.
How do I know? Know enough of the fucking cocksuckers, don't you?
They speak highly of you, too, said Strike. All right. Just wanted to give you advance warning.
All right, cheers,
said Shanker grumpily, and he hung up. Chapter 91. Forgive me, I abase. Know myself mad and monstrous utterly, in all I did that moment. But as God gives me this knowledge, heart to feel and tongue to testify, so be you gracious too. Judge no man by the solitary work of, well, they do say, and I can believe, the devil in him. Robert Browning, The In Album 4. At exactly the moment Robin heard Murphy's key turn in the lock of the front door again, Strike called her mobile. She refused the call and waited, feeling sick, for Murphy to reappear in the sitting room, which he did seconds later, phone in one hand and a curry in his other. "Got your chicken madras," he said, smiling and holding up the bag. Then his eyes fell on the open water bottle Robin had positioned on the coffee table in front of her. "What's that doing there?" "It spilled," said Robin. "In your sports bag." "What were you doing rummaging in my—" "It leaked out onto the floor," said Robin. "I was mopping it up when I realized what it was." She stared up at him, waiting, feeling strangely shivery, like someone in the early stages of flu. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked at the bottle with its vodka dregs, back at Robin, then said, Robin had imagined his possible reactions while waiting for him to return. She'd wondered whether he'd try and pretend this was a one-off lapse, even that someone else had filled the bottle without his knowledge. Life had taught her there were few limits on the lies desperate men were prepared to tell. Murphy's eyes filled with tears. He dropped the takeaway and sat down in an armchair, face in his hands, and began to sob. There was no question that his tears were genuine. He was making noises that were barely human, strangled whooping wails, his whole body shaking. Robin had never seen him cry before, but she offered no comfort. She wanted to hear what he had to say, how many more untruths he was prepared to tell. At last, he began to talk in broken sentences, not looking at her, and still crying. "Those kids who were shot, I fucked up. It was all on me. I thought the eyewitness was bullshitting. Went and arrested the wrong. It was all on me. I did it. I was sure the fucker had done it. I got rough with him. Investigation, complaints. I had a beer in a pub. Just one. Couldn't stop. Couldn't fucking stop. You're going to leave, aren't you?" He looked up at her, red-eyed, face wet. "You've gone on and on about honesty," whispered Robin. "And all this time, you've been drinking." "Not all the time, I swear. Not all the time. It's been stop-start. I kept trying to... I'm going back to AA tomorrow. I'll throw all the booze I've got out. You can watch me doing it." "You've got more in this flat," said Robin, testing to see what he'd say. "Yeah, in the wardrobe," said Murphy. "I'll do it right now. Robin, you're literally the best thing that happened to me. I'll make this up to you." "What about that night?" she said. "The night I got pregnant." "I wasn't drunk then," he said quickly. "It started after that." She didn't believe him. Getting up off the sofa, she went into his bedroom to fetch the overnight hold-all she'd already packed, and her coat. When she returned, Murphy was on his feet. "Robin, I swear I'm going back to AA tomorrow. It'll stop." "I need not to be here," said Robin, pulling her coat on. Her insides felt icy. For months now she'd felt guilty about lying to him by omission, while he'd been hiding this gigantic secret. "Is this it?" he said, sounding panicked. "It's over?" "I need some time," said Robin. "Do you love me?" "Yes," she said automatically. "The house—" "We need to withdraw the offer," said Robin. She'd thought that through as well, while he'd been picking up his phone from whichever pub or bar he'd been in, unless he really had gone to the gym and sat in the cafe, drinking neat vodka, pretending to be rehydrating after exercise.
"No," said Murphy. "Robin, please."
"You need to focus on getting sober," said Robin. "We're not adding moving house to everything else that's going on."
"I'll call you when I've decided how to break it to me gently that it's over," said Murphy, starting to sob again. "Robin, don't go. Please, don't leave. I swear I'm going to clean up."
"I'll talk to you tomorrow," said Robin. She shouldered her hold-all and headed out of the front door. Chapter 92. My lad, no pair of kings our mothers bore. A. E. Houseman, Poem 9, Last Poems. Strike assumed Robin was having too good an evening with Murphy to bother picking up his call, which somewhat blunted his sense of triumph about his unexpected Barnaby's epiphany. Tired, but with no desire to go home and be depressed in his attic, he had decided to head for Harlesden and the last known address of Jim Todd's mother, Nancy Jameson, née Philpott. 40 minutes after leaving Carnival Road, he pulled up in a car park flanked on three sides by low-rise blocks of flats. Even in semi-darkness, Magdalen Court looked a dismal place. Strike would have chosen Carnival Street and a view of the scrapyard before this. Litter was strewn everywhere. A small patch of dead grass beside Strike's parking space was covered in cigarette ends. Graffiti covered several grey walls. The buildings were of concrete, and their diluted brutalism looked like cheap homages to the National Theatre. Long grey balconies stretched across each floor, doors set at regular intervals. Squinting upwards, Strike saw Nancy Jameson's flat, number 39, illuminated on the second floor of the middle block. A light was on in her window. A group of 5 youths stood vaping a short distance away from where Strike had parked, all eyeing the BMW speculatively. 2 of the youths were white, 2 brown, and the last black. Strike headed straight for them, entering a fug of cannabis vapour. "There's a $5 in it for each of you if that car's in the same state I left it in when I get back downstairs."
"What?"
said one of the white boys blearily. He had long, dry, peroxided hair and was wearing a hoodie emblazoned with the words, "Wacken Open Air." "Yeah, all right," said the black youth, who was tall, wiry, and wore no jacket over his Snoop Dogg t-shirt, in spite of the chilliness of the evening. Strike headed for the stairwell visible on the corner of the middle building. The interior walls were graffitied too, and someone had recently either thrown a takeaway curry over the banisters or vomited. Strike, who'd lived in places like this with his mother, offered up an inner prayer of gratitude that he no longer had to. He reached the second-floor balcony and knocked on the door of flat 39. Nobody answered. Glancing down into the forecourt, he saw the 5 youths staring up at him. "Do you know Nancy Jameson?" he called down at them. One of the 2 South Asian boys, who had a patchy beard, called back, "She'll be pissed!" His companions laughed. Strike knocked again. Nobody answered. He moved to look through the window, but the very dirty net curtains made it almost impossible to make out more than the fact that a lamp was switched on. Nevertheless, after watching for a few seconds, he thought he saw a movement in the corner of the room. He returned to the front door and knocked a 3rd time. There was no response. He returned to the car park. "You know Nancy, do you?" he asked the bearded youth, as he approached the group. "Yeah, she's a right old bitch," said the teenager, to mutters of agreement and laughs from his friends. "Seen her lately?" The boy shook his head. "Any of you?" said Strike, looking around the group. "I seen her," said the second white boy, who was wearing a Millwall football strip, "with a fat bloke." "Younger than herself?" The boy shrugged. Strike remembered being that age himself. Everyone over 40 looked decrepit. "All right," he said. "I have reason to believe Nancy might have done herself an injury and is unable to open the front door." It was a flimsy excuse, but as the youths would be witnesses to what he was doing in any case, Strike thought he might as well lay the foundation of a defence now. He returned to his car and extracted his bunch of skeleton keys from the glove compartment. "You going to break in?" said the bearded youth, in interest. "It's not breaking in," lied Strike. "Can we come?" said the youth in the Millwall top. "Worried about Nancy too, are you?" said Strike. "Yeah," said the second of the South Asian boys, who alone was wearing a coat, and whose acne looked painful. "We've been dead worried." "And you think I ought to get in there and check on her, do you?" said Strike, still thinking of what he might have to tell a lawyer. The boy with acne laughed. "Yeah," he said, "definitely." Strike supposed it was the skeleton keys that interested them, or perhaps they wanted to witness the old woman's drunken outrage at a stranger entering her flat. He doubted there was much else to do in Magdalen Court on a Sunday night in February. "I need at least one of you to keep an eye on my car," he said. "Does the one minding the car get the old 25 quid?" asked the black youth. "No, but he gets an extra $5, said Strike. "All right then, I'll stay," said the boy. So Strike traipsed back upstairs, the 2 white boys and the 2 South Asian boys following in his wake. "That was baggy," he heard one of the boys saying to another, pointing at the curry or vomit splattered at the foot of the stairs, and they all chuckled. Strike knocked a 4th time on Nancy's flat door without result, so he inserted the key in the lock and turned it. No inside chain had been put up, so he wasn't obliged to shoulder the door or break any part of it. "What's that fucking smell?" said the bearded youth, pushing forwards, but finding himself impeded by the arm Strike had just thrown up. "Stay here," said the detective firmly. "Do not come in." The unmistakable, sickly sweet smell of decaying flesh had just assaulted his nostrils. He could hear the buzzing of flies. "Stay," he said firmly to the youths, and he proceeded down the narrow hall to look through the open door to his right, where the lamp was still switched on, and where an incredibly emaciated cat let out a piteous meow, trotted past him, and escaped onto the balcony. The bodies of Jim Todd and a woman Strike assumed to be his mother, Nancy, were lying on the dirty carpet in a foul miasma encouraged by the gas fire that continued to blaze. Todd, who was fully dressed, had been stabbed multiple times. His now black blood had soaked his shirt and the floor beneath him. There was evidence that the starving cat had chewed off part of his face. Nancy, a small, slight woman in a nightdress, had been killed with a single knife wound to the chest. The tache noire, a horizontal stripe, was visible in her dull, staring eyes, in one of which a maggot was wriggling. "Fuck!" Strike turned. The youths had, of course, disregarded his instruction to stay put. The boy with acne had clapped a hand over his mouth. "Out," said Strike. "Out!" 3 of the youths blundered backwards, but the bearded boy remained, apparently unable to move. Strike took him roughly by the shoulder of his jacket and marched him out onto the balcony, too late to stop the boy in the Millwall strip yelling down to his mate, who was watching Strike's car. "They've been fucking murdered!" "Shut up!" snarled Strike. "This isn't a fucking game." The door of flat 38 now opened, and a woman with a heavily lined face, dyed red hair, and a tattooed throat came outside in dressing gown and slippers. "What's going on?" she demanded angrily. "With you in a minute," said Strike. He turned to the boy with acne, who looked very sick and seemed less excited than the others, which Strike felt indicated a level of maturity. "Call the police. Tell them—" "I said, what's going on?" "Just a moment, madam." Strike lowered his voice. "Tell them 2 people have been murdered, and give them the ad—" "I ain't staying if the police are coming," said the boy in the whacking hoodie, and he set off at a jog, pushing the neighbour aside as he went. "Oi!" she said, glaring after him. "What's that smell?" she added, striding closer. "Give the police the address," Strike continued, still talking to the boy with acne. "Then go down and wait so you can show them up here. Do not fucking tell anyone else," Strike added, seeing the other 2 boys were already busy with their phones. "We don't want fucking sightseers, and you don't want to be charged with obstruction of justice." This, of course, was an entirely empty threat, but it did the job. Both boys shoved their phones back into their pockets. "I said—" began the neighbour ominously. "There's been an accident," said Strike, as the 3 youths headed back towards the stairs.
The proper authorities are being notified. But Strike stepped back inside flat 39 and closed the door in the woman's face. No matter that he'd seen plenty of bodies in his life, decaying corpses held no attraction for Strike. Nevertheless, he pulled his coat lapel up over his face to block out the worst of the carrion smell and returned to the sitting room, determined to make the most of the 10 or 15 minutes he was likely to have before the police arrived. Another glance at the bodies confirmed his opinion that they'd been dead for days, even though putrefaction had undoubtedly been hastened by the gas fire. Todd, he observed, had a head injury, in addition to having been knifed several times in the abdomen and neck. Strike looked around the small, fairly bare room. The woodchip wallpaper was peeling in places. The TV was at least 10 years old. A large, angled, solid crystal paperweight lay on the floor, covered with dried blood and a single grey hair. Otherwise, there was no sign of a struggle. Strike went to check the rest of the small flat. The bathroom wasn't overly clean, but showed no traces of blood. Nancy's bedroom was cluttered, untidy, and smelled unsavoury. The next room was crammed with junk, but the single bed, with its disarranged duvet, suggested that Todd had been sleeping there. A corner of a book was visible beneath the pillow, which Strike moved to expose the title, How I Made Over $1 Million Playing Poker, by Doyle, Texas Dolly Brunson. A distant siren was growing steadily louder. Strike could hear voices outside. More neighbours were coming out of their flats, massing like coffin flies. Pulling his coat lapel back over his nose, Strike headed out of the flat in time to see the flashing blue light enter the dark forecourt. Part 8. For months he had been following up a vein which ran out under the sea, and grew richer and richer as he laid it bare. He believed it would lead him to the mother vein. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 93. You have had your turn and spoken your home truths. The hand's mine now, and here you follow suit. Thus much conceded, still the first fact stays. You do despise me. Robert Browning, Bishop Blaugram's Apology. Strike's professional life had more often seen him as an interrogator rather than interrogated. But in recent years, he'd found himself on the uncomfortable end of a police interview far more often than he'd have liked. Admittedly, there'd been occasions when he'd been there as a victim. The previous year he and Robin had been shot at, and the year before that an explosive device had been sent to their office. But this was the third occasion on which Strike had turned up a corpse in London, and that was without taking into account the two that Robin had found. Considering the matter impersonally, he could understand why the Met might be getting touchy about what was starting to look like a predilection rather than a happenstance. He drove himself to the local police station, accompanied by a uniformed officer, and gave a statement, waiving his right to a lawyer. After listening to Strike's account of how he'd come to find the two dead Jamesons, which included the fact that he'd been hired to identify the body in the Ramsey silver vault, his interlocutor, an older man with a squint, demanded that Strike hand over his skeleton keys, which didn't bother him, because he had several sets. The officer then left the room, muttering about needing to make some calls. The detective remained alone at the scratched grey table for nearly an hour, vaping until told not to by an irate female officer who'd brought him a tepid cup of tea. When the officer with the squint finally returned, it was to announce that Strike was going to be taken to Scotland Yard. When Strike asked whether he could drive his own car again, he was told no, and then, almost as an afterthought, placed under arrest. "What for?" he asked, sure of the answer, but wanting confirmation. "Breaking and entering," said the sergeant with a squint. It was almost midnight by the time Strike got out of the police car at Scotland Yard. The last time Strike had been here, he'd been genuinely as opposed to euphemistically assisting the Met with their inquiries. He was taken to a new interview room on an upper floor, and again left alone. Bearing in mind Wardle's warning that he'd seriously pissed off the murder investigation team he assumed he was about to meet, Strike was intending to be honest as far as was practicable, while maintaining a sensible level of self-preservation. A jury might forgive his ingress into Mrs. Jameson's flat if convinced that he thought the two people on the floor might have been saved. So he intended to stick stubbornly to the story of which he laid foundations back in Magdalen Court. Should he find the investigative team intransigent, he was holding in reserve a serviceable metaphorical stick and a tempting informational carrot, and was confident both could be deployed to good effect. He therefore took out his vape pen and resumed his quiet enjoyment of nicotine until, at shortly before 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 plainclothes officers entered the room, a flabby-looking white man of around 50, who wore a cheap-looking suit and a constipated expression, and a woman in her mid-30s who had shoulder-length red hair. If forced to give an opinion, Strike would have called this woman prettyish. She had a large mole on her cheek, teeth with large gaps between them, but a good complexion and attractive green eyes. He had a feeling this might be Murphy's contact, the woman called Iverson, with whom Robin's boyfriend had once had a drunken grope. Strike wondered whether the pair had been summoned from their beds to interview him, or were pulling all-nighters. The man's uptight expression might have been explained by either. He switched on the recording device and introduced himself as DCI Northmore, and, confirming Strike's guess, the redhead as DCI Iverson. Northmore gave the date and time, revealing himself to have extremely bad breath, which Strike could smell from 4 feet away. Northmore invited Strike to state his name and address, asked him to confirm that he'd waived his right to a lawyer, then informed him that Iverson was investigating the Silver Vault murder, whereas he was inquiring into the murder of Sophia Medina. Strike was interested in this last piece of information. The Met had evidently reconsidered their opinion that the man and woman seen in St. George's Avenue were figments of Mandy's imagination. Northmore consulted the written notes the uniformed officer from Harlesden had handed over, then said, "You say you've been hired to identify the body that was found at Ramsey Silver on the 20th of June last year." "That's right," said Strike. "Who's hired you?" "Can't tell you that, sorry." "You understand you're under arrest," said Northmore, who had large grey pouches under his bloodshot blue eyes. "Yep, grasp that," said Strike. "You've forfeited the right to remain silent. I've signed a legally binding contract with my client who wants confidentiality. Those rules don't apply when it's law enforcement asking the questions, Mr. Strike. Nothing I did this evening has anything to do with my client. I entered Mrs. Jameson's flat," Strike continued. He might as well get this bit out of the way, because when I looked through her window, I not only saw 2 people lying on the floor, but signs of movement. I thought at least one of them might have been alive, and possibly in urgent need of medical attention. "You can't have seen any movement," said Northmore, and another powerful gust of gingivitis washed over Strike. "Unless you're claiming you spotted maggots through the window," he added, with a slight sneer. "There was a cat in the room," said Strike. "The lads who came upstairs with me saw it scarper when I went in. The net curtains were filthy. I couldn't tell it was an animal moving. I thought it was one of the bodies. Why didn't you call an ambulance if you thought there were 2 injured people lying on the floor? Didn't want to waste the emergency service's time if they were lying there alive for some reason of their own. You've just said they weren't answering the door. Which is why I thought someone needed to get inside urgently and see what was going on." They were both, Strike knew, performing for the tape. These exchanges were preliminaries to the important business before them. Northmore was reminding Strike how much trouble he was already in. Strike was laying out the defence he intended to mount if they really wanted to charge him. The game hadn't truly begun. Iverson now spoke, revealing herself unexpectedly to be Welsh. "Has your client had a baby recently, or been pregnant over the last year?" Strike sincerely hoped his expression hadn't betrayed him, but the question had come as a shock. "Why are you—" "Wright told one of his upstairs neighbours he had a pregnant girlfriend," said Iverson, watching for Strike's reaction. "He said he was saving up for an engagement ring. The neighbour in question being one of the Mohammed family," said Strike. "Yes," said Iverson. "I can't disclose details about my client," said Strike, though the information that Wright had claimed to have a pregnant girlfriend had rattled him. "Where did you get the tip-off that Knowles wasn't the man found in the silver vault?" asked Iverson. Noting that they were now acknowledging that they'd been well aware before tonight that Strike was investigating the body in the vault, he replied, "A contact. Same guy who's previously given you tips on organised crime?" "Yeah," said Strike. "People might think an informant like that would do more good working with the police than for a private detective," said Northmore. The man's breath really stank. Strike was trying not to breathe through his nose. "Or do you pay him well enough to make sure you're the only one who gets tips?" "Not a question of money," said Strike. And Northmore let out a small, derisive snort, which irritated the detective, though he tried not to show it. "This particular contact would collaborate with the Met when hell freezes over. But we're to take it on his say-so that Knowles went to Barnaby's?" "No need to take it on his say-so, if I can point you to exactly what and where Barnaby's is," said Strike, deciding it was time to hint at his valuable informational carrot. As he'd expected, a further silence ensued. "You know where it is, do you?" said Iverson. "I do, yeah," said Strike. "Found out this evening, as a matter of fact." "Convenient," said Northmore. "Coincidental," said Strike. "You don't seem to feel much compunction about complicating or impeding police investigations, Mr. Strike," said Northmore. "When have I done that?" asked Strike. "You entered a murder scene without authority just a couple of hours ago." "Nobody knew it was a murder scene before I got in there." "You've been interviewing people connected to 2 open murder inquiries." "The William Wright inquiry was closed when my agency took the case," said Strike. "You'd identified him as Knowles. I've passed on every bit of information that could have been useful to you since we started investigating. Haven't hidden anything." "Except Barnaby's," said Northmore. "Just told you, I only found out what Barnaby's is this evening." "How much information has DCI Ryan Murphy been feeding you?" asked Northmore. Out of the corner of his eye, Strike saw a stiffening of Iverson's expression. He was surprised they'd named Murphy on tape. Could the man be under some kind of cloud? Might he even be under investigation? "0, said Strike. "Nothing's been let slip during bedroom talk," said Northmore. "Haven't shagged him yet," said Strike. "Plain hard to get." Iverson let out a slight gasp that might have been a suppressed laugh. "Murphy's never shared confidential information with me, and to my knowledge he's never shared it with my partner either," said Strike. "You've had no scruples about illicitly procuring evidence from our team?" said Northmore. "If you're talking about the photos of the body, Cochrane did that on her own initiative," said Strike, "and she's now left our agency." "Yeah, why's that? Doesn't like the way you conduct business?" Suspecting this was an allusion to the recent newspaper stories about his dealings with women, Strike chose not to answer. "Were you surprised to find Jim Todd dead tonight, Mr. Strike?" asked Iverson. "I was, yeah," said Strike. "I went there to try and get his contact details out of his mother, if she had them. I didn't know he was staying with her." "What made you so interested in Todd?" "I think he was the one who helped William Wright get the job at Ramsey Silver." He had the impression that this answer wasn't a surprise to Iverson, and surmised that the Silver Vault murder team, too, might have reached that conclusion. "What do you know about Jim Todd's movements on the 17th of June?" asked Iverson. "Not much," said Strike. "Would you happen to know why he went to Dalston?" Strike's interest sharpened considerably. "I'd imagine," he said, guessing that the Met had been poring over more CCTV footage, "he was meeting Larry McGee." The impassive expressions facing him seemed to indicate that this was the police's conclusion too, but Iverson said, "What makes you think that?" because two blokes connected to the Murdoch silver, heading out to Dalston, where they had no known reason to be, around the same time— Strike couldn't be sure it had been at the same time, but was now probing— seems highly coincidental. By the lack of pushback, he surmised that McGee and Todd had indeed converged in Dalston at the same time. "What do you know about McGee and Todd's relationship?" asked Iverson. "Other than that Todd worked at Ramsey Silver, and McGee delivered the Murdoch silver there that day, very little. Todd let slip he knew McGee was dead when I interviewed him, though, which seems strange, because he'd initially claimed not to know who he was." "You've been in contact with McGee's daughter?" said Iverson. "I have, yeah," said Strike, "but she told me nothing useful, other than that McGee was a creep around women, which I'd already found out from his ex-colleagues at Gibson's." "Offer the daughter money?" said Northmore. "Why would I have offered her money?" asked Strike, but the policeman didn't enlighten him. "What made you so interested in McGee?" asked Iverson. "I'm interested in everything that happened to the stolen silver. It's tied to the murdered man I'm supposed to be identifying," said Strike. "Basic background, isn't it?" He hadn't forgotten that the police's interest in what had happened to the Murdoch silver immediately before its arrival at Ramsey's had been minimal. Iverson glanced at Northmore, who drew himself up in his chair before asking, "Where did you get the idea that Sophia Medina was tied to the Silver Vault murder?" "That wasn't me, it was my partner. She spotted that the description of Medina's body and clothing matched the description given to us of a woman who took objects out of Wright's room in Newham. As you're aware," Strike added, again for the benefit of the recording, "when we were told about the man and woman who entered Wright's place in the hours before and the hours after his murder, we passed the information directly to you lot. You offered the witnesses money for information," said Iverson. "Yeah," said Strike. "They're skint." "You've been throwing a lot of money at potential witnesses," said Northmore, and the stench of diseased gums washed over Strike again, "which renders their testimony easy to undermine in court." "If you're telling me the Mets never recompensed informers—" "You paid 2 of Jim Todd's ex-neighbours, too. You can't see how it might muddy the waters, a well-heeled private investigator wandering around throwing cash at witnesses and suspects," said Iverson. The woman had some brass neck, thought Strike. She'd leaked to Murphy, knowing full well who his girlfriend was, and now sat smugly in her navy trouser suit, acting as though she, unlike Strike, had never deviated a hair's breadth from a strict professionalism. Nevertheless, Strike had to admit the case she and Northmore were building against him was a decent one. Prior to the sale of Ted and Jones' house, he'd been far from well off. All earnings had been ploughed back into the business, but it would be only too easy to depict him as the son of a multi-millionaire rock star who trampled vaingloriously through open murder investigations, corrupting and perhaps suborning important witnesses to his own ends. Now he understood Northmore's first strange hint about keeping Shanker to himself by the power of his wallet, rather than sharing him, like some kind of human metal detector, with the police. "Did you give Gretchen Schiff money?" asked Iverson. "My partner interviewed Schiff, and no, she didn't give her money," said Strike, who decided it was time to pull out his metaphorical stick. "Have to say, we were surprised you hadn't got the information about Oz out of Schiff, especially as Medina isn't the only young woman who disappeared after meeting him, is she?" He had to give Iverson this much credit. She had an excellent poker face. The mention of Oz hadn't caused even a slight tremor of recognition. "You know he's done this at least twice, right?" said Strike. "That girl called Sapphire Neagle vanished after meeting a man who also posed as a music producer and also gave her a ruby necklace. This interview is about what you know, not what we know," said Iverson. "Just surprised you haven't appealed for information on him," said Strike, "especially given the van business." Strike could tell Iverson really didn't want to ask him to clarify what he meant. It would mean an admission of weakness. Finally she said, "What van business?" "Oz was looking to buy a van," said Strike, The real Calvin Osgood got an email about it, but he'd never tried to buy an old van. An abandoned van was found in the vicinity of Medina's body, wasn't it? He could have said more. Could have said that he knew a young woman who'd been either genuinely blonde or wearing a wig, had got into a van after dropping the silver Peugeot back at the rental centre. But as he owed this knowledge to Murphy, via Robin, he kept it to himself. Strange the way Truman didn't want to look at anything that didn't fit with the body being Knowles, said Strike. Northmore's eyes flickered towards the recording device. Strike knew perfectly well he was suddenly worried about what Strike might be about to say on tape, which was precisely why he intended to say it. If they wanted to intimidate him with the possibility of negative press, they needed to know he had stories of his own. As we're talking about coincidences and the corruption of murder investigations, Strike continued, I'm not sure it's public knowledge yet that Malcolm Truman's a member of the Winston Churchill Masonic Lodge, is it? Funnily enough, that's the same lodge Lord Oliver Branfoot joined a couple of years ago. He's been taking a keen interest in me lately, so I've made it my business to return the favour. I generally do return favours, he said, looking Northmore straight in the eye. We're going to take a short break, said the latter, looking up at the clock on the wall, pausing our interview at 1:25. He pressed the off button on the recording device, got to his feet, and caught Iverson's eye. The pair of them left the room. Strike sat alone for 20 minutes before the investigators returned, Northmore even grimmer-faced than when he left. You said you'd like to return favours, Mr. Strike, said Iverson. You know, I'd feel safer if we were still recording, said Strike, folding his arms. Veiled threats to smear him to the papers and the very real possibility that he was about to be charged with breaking and entering didn't incline him to make deals that could be reneged upon. After a short pause, Northmore switched the device on again, announced that it was now 1:45, and repeated the names of those present. You said you like to return favours, Mr. Strike. Whenever I can, yeah, said Strike. We might be prepared not to press charges on the breaking and entering charge, given that you thought one or both of the Jamesons might have been capable of being saved. Very decent of you, said Strike, with no hint of a smile. But you'll be receiving a caution for the improper use of skeleton keys. Fair enough, said Strike. Should any information we've shared with you tonight be made public, it would of course compromise our investigation, said Iverson. The same goes for any personal details you might think you have about DCI Truman. Oh, I'm completely confident about the details, said Strike. I've got photographic proof he attends the Winston Churchill Lodge. Northmore failed to disguise a slight wince. Even so, can't see why I'd need to share that information with anyone else, said Strike. It's not fun being done over by the tabloids, as I know. For the benefit of the recording, he added, and as I think I've already proven by passing you all relevant information our agencies unearthed, I'm far from wanting to derail police investigations. He enjoyed Northmore's scowl. All that being so, said Northmore, we'd be glad to know what and where Barnaby's is. Fair enough, said Strike. There's a scrapyard called Brian Judge's on Carnival Street in Haringey. Fires up its incinerators and crushes vehicles at odd times of night. Marco Ricci, brother of Luca, was there a few hours ago, dropping off a filthy transit van. Northmore and Iverson exchanged glances that gave Strike the feeling that suspicions might have been raised before about the scrapyard or its owner. Iverson looked again at the clock on the wall. Interview concluded at 2:07. Having turned off the tape, she said, All right, Mr. Strike, you're free to go. Strike was tired, hungry, his leg was throbbing, and he'd been forced to leave his BMW in Harlesden. Nevertheless, he felt he'd come through the night on the profit side of the ledger. Chapter 94. But when the snows at Christmas on bread and top were strown, my love rose up so early, and stole out unbeknown, and went to church alone. A. Houseman, Poem 21, Breddon Hill, a Shropshire Lad. At 5 a.m, Robin, who'd barely slept, decided there was no point staying in bed, and got up to make herself coffee. There were 3 missed calls from Murphy on her phone, all of which she'd ignored, and several texts, which she'd read as they'd come in. One of them had a video clip attached. Murphy had filmed himself pouring away bottles of vodka down the kitchen sink. Robin wondered what the point of that had been. Did he imagine she thought his hidden stock comprised the entire world's reserves? His pleading, apologetic, explanatory texts were full of information of which she'd been unaware. He'd been placed under investigation at work and been spoken to by a superior about his drinking after a colleague had ratted him out, knowing he was consuming vodka at work. He claimed in his overnight texts that he hadn't told her any of this because of the ectopic pregnancy. He hadn't wanted to burden her, hadn't wanted to dump all his problems on her after what she'd been through. He said he'd been consumed with guilt for months, that Robin was far too good for him, that he loved her more than he'd loved any woman, but if she wanted to leave him, he'd understand, because he'd breached her trust in ways he wasn't going to try and justify, but he still implored her to stay, to give him another chance, to let him prove himself to her. The cumulative effect of these texts was not only to rob Robin of sleep, but to fill her with anger, guilt, and fear. Murphy's story contradicted itself. He'd already been under investigation at work, before her hospitalization, and she was certain he was lying about the night the pregnancy had happened, that he had indeed been drunk when they had sex. While she couldn't place all the blame on him, it had been her choice to rely on condoms for a while, her choice not to go for the morning after pill. She did blame him for his explosion of rage when she'd asked if he'd been drinking, which had made her feel so guilt-stricken at falsely accusing him. And yet, with her eyes on the dark sky, Robin couldn't lie to herself. She was far from guiltless. Not once had Murphy criticised her for voluntarily enduring those long months under cover at Chapman Farm, which had left her in such a fragile mental state that she hadn't wanted to restart taking hormones. He'd been nothing but kind and supportive in the wake of her return to normal life, and it was then, she realised, looking back, that he'd stopped talking to her much about his own work. She'd slid easily into a pattern of not asking him for details, of assuming that a lack of discussion about his job was what he preferred. Would a woman who genuinely loved him not have pushed harder, even if it had caused a row? He'd been duplicitous, certainly, but hadn't she been a little too willing to be fooled? And hadn't she been telling her boyfriend lies, either outright or by omission, for months? Robin drank her rapidly cooling coffee, and remembered the night she'd cried, face down on the partner's desk, about the lost baby, but also about Cormoran's strike. You say you love me, but I feel like you withhold part of yourself from me. Was she part of the reason Murphy had turned again, to drink? There's a distance between us sometimes, and I don't know if that's just who you are, and this is how you love. She thought of the relief that had washed over her when they'd been gazumped. Can't let even Christmas Eve go without sneaking off to text him. She hadn't texted Strike, but she checked her phone in the hope that he'd texted her. She was so often guilty, not by the letter, but in the spirit. Could she leave Murphy now, at what was clearly one of the lowest points of his life? After he'd stood by her after Chapman Farm and the pregnancy, what would happen to him if she left? What if he was fired? She thought about Kim's ex who'd killed himself after Kim had dumped him. She seemed to see again the beautiful face of Charlotte Campbell viewed through bloody bathwater. In spite of everything, she believed Murphy to be a fundamentally good man. She told him, repeatedly, that she loved him. Unable to bear thoughts that were leading her deeper into misery, Robin went to shower and get dressed. As she dried her hair, Murphy texted her again. Please don't leave me. Please. Robin didn't respond. It was ridiculously early, but she didn't care. She'd head to the office and catch up with paperwork. Chapter 95. Now who beat his head in? Who would be most likely to beat his head in? John Oxenham, a maid of the Silver Sea. Shortly after leaving Tottenham Court Road Station an hour later, Robin realised that Strike had sent her a text while she'd been on the tube. "Call when you're awake. I've had a busy night." Robin pressed his number. "What's happened?" "I thought you'd still be asleep. Where are you?" "Charing Cross Road." "The hell are you doing up so early?" said Strike. "Couldn't sleep," said Robin. "Know the feeling," said Strike. He'd taken a taxi back to Harlesden to pick up his car, deposited it in the usual garage, headed back to the office, and then, struck by an idea and feeling far too awake to go to bed, had spent the ensuing hours going back over the Silver Vault file. "Where are you?" asked Robin, who could hear background chat and clinking. "Dunno," said Strike. "Where am I? Hang on. Little Portland Cafe on Little Portland Street. I'm having a full English. Didn't have any dinner." "Do you want some company?" "Yeah, if it's you," said Strike. And, tired and miserable though Robin was, she felt a flicker of comfort at these words. "OK, I'll see you there." Shortly before she arrived at the cafe, she received another text from her boyfriend. "Please just call me." Another wave of anger and guilt washed over Robin. She needed to decide what she was going to say before she responded to Murphy. She currently had no idea. When she entered the cafe, an old-fashioned greasy spoon, where the air was thick with the smell of bacon fat and frying eggs, she saw Strike at a corner table, looking as she felt, exhausted and slightly unkempt. "What's happened?" Robin asked, dropping into the seat opposite him. "You all right?" Strike asked, because Robin looked very pale and tired. "Fine," said Robin. She had no intention of telling Strike about Murphy's drinking. She felt too much loyalty to her boyfriend for that. "Want to eat something while I tell you?" "Actually," said Robin, who hadn't had breakfast, "yes." She ordered tea and a bacon roll, and when the waiter had departed, Strike filled her in on his overnight activities, starting with Barnaby's, moving through the discovery of 2 corpses, and concluding with his arrest, interview and release without charge, by which time Robin's roll and mug of tea had arrived, and her mouth was hanging open. "Oh, my God." "Yeah," said Strike. "And there's more. Iverson asked me whether our client has been pregnant or had a kid recently." Robin's hand flew to her mouth, exactly as Fiona Freeman's had, when Robin had told her she'd been caught on camera putting the cipher note through the agency's door. "Apparently," Strike continued, "Wright told one of the upstairs neighbours that his girlfriend was expecting." "Oh, no," Robin whispered, through her fingers. "He could have been bullshitting," said Strike, who'd expected this reaction, "but he might have been trying to paint a picture of himself as a man with something going for him, for the benefit of his new neighbours." "I know, but I got a fuck of a shock when she said it," Strike admitted. "But this still doesn't make Fleetwood right. For all we know, Powell or Semple might have been expecting kids themselves." Strike corrected himself quickly, because after what Robin had told him on Sark, he didn't want to sound glib about pregnancy. "Anyway, I'm even keener to find Hussein Mohammed now, and Shah thinks he's found the right house." "Really?" "Yeah, just saw it in the file. The wife opened the door to Shah and he saw a wheelchair behind her in the hall. The wife says her husband's working as an Uber driver. She seemed panicky about getting the knock on the door and shut it in Shah's face before he could ask about Wright. I think we need to keep an eye on the house and see if we can catch Hussein going in and out between shifts." "Do we tell Decima what Wright said?" Strike chewed a mouthful of sausage, thinking. "I'd rather not," he said. "Not unless we get something else, something concrete. There was that bloke who called claiming to be Fleetwood, remember?" "Has Decima got back to you about that?" "Yeah," said Strike. "Predictable answer. Everyone heard me call him Rupert Bear. That man could have been faking a deep voice. Note the tacit admission that Fleetwood has got a deep voice. and everyone who worked at Dino's knew about the Neff being stolen. She thinks it was someone impersonating him, either for a macabre joke or because they were involved in his killing and are trying to throw us off the scent. Frankly, I think we could frog-march the living Fleetwood right up to her at this point and she'd still insist he was dead.
"Tish Benton's back from Sardinia," said Robin, taking out her phone and bringing up Tish's Instagram account. "I don't think it was a holiday, or not entirely. She's got a new job, which is going to mean a lot of travel. We might be lucky to catch her in London going forwards." Strike took the phone from her. A pretty girl with shiny black hair beamed out of the most recent picture, standing in front of a sign that read, "Hotel Serenita," with the caption, "So thrilled to announce that from March the 1st, I'll be working as #brand consultant for #Claremont Hotels Europe, ! #travel, #dream job, #luxury hotels."
"Ah," said Strike. "Well, we'll have to try and doorstep her between flights."
Robin really did look exhausted and miserable, Strike thought, as he passed her back her phone. He couldn't attribute it all to shock about the increased likelihood that Wright had been Fleetwood, because she'd arrived looking pale and sad.
"You sure you're all right?"
he asked, remembering her previous admission that she hadn't been able to sleep. "Yes," said Robin automatically, "fine." But the desire to unburden herself, if not of everything, then of something, made her add, "Ryan's going through a rough time."
"Ah," said Strike,
who regretted asking because he wasn't particularly cheered by the thought of Robin sitting up all night to console or counsel her boyfriend.
"I wasn't going to tell you this, but his name came up in last night's interview."
"How?" said Robin in sudden panic.
"They asked if he'd been feeding us information. I denied it, obviously. Said he'd never told either of us anything."
They sat in silence for a minute. Then Robin said, "What if he was having some kind of mental crisis?"
"Who, Murphy?"
"No," said Robin quickly. "Rupert Fleetwood."
"Oh,"
said Strike, depressed by her protective tone. "I know you think I'm too soft on Rupert," she went on, "but hear me out, please. He's being horribly bullied at work. Lancaster's taunting him about his parents' death in front of guests. He's being chased for cash by a dealer. Everyone's against his relationship. Decima announces she's pregnant. Say Rupert has some kind of meltdown and stole that Neff and only then realized how much worse he'd made his situation. That's a lot of stress. Just say he took the job at Ramsey Silver to prove something, that he could make it on his own, that he wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty, telling himself he'd return to Decima like a hero and get arrested for the theft of the Neff," said Strike. "But if he wasn't thinking rationally—" Strike swallowed a large mouthful of black pudding before saying, "I'm not denying Fleetwood's moved up the table of possible rights, but answer me this. If he was genuinely happy about the pregnancy, why did he rip up the lucky T-shirt he was wearing when she told him?" "I don't know," said Robin. "But if Wright had a pregnant girlfriend, and he wasn't Fleetwood, it seems really strange that no other woman has come forward looking for the father of her child. Decima's the only recent mother we know of who thinks Wright might have been her partner."
"Possibly the woman in question thinks she's just been abandoned," said Strike. "The anti-Decima."
"I still want to know why Rupert went to Sacha Lagarde's party," said Robin. "It's the last known sighting of him, and it's really strange he gate-crashed it, given everything that was going on at the time. I'm going to speak to Cosima this week. I'll force her to talk to me, somehow. Have you heard from Kim since yesterday?"
"No. Why?"
"I wouldn't have expected her to go quietly. I thought she might have come back to you to persuade you to keep her on."
"Not after what I said to her in that bar," said Strike. "No, I left a message on Pat's desk this morning to pay her the balance of what we owed her, so hopefully that's the end of her."
"What'll she do now?"
"Join Farah Navabi's new agency, probably."
"When can Wardle start, do you know?"
"Wednesday. He wants to get straight on the job, and he had some leave in hand. Apparently, when he said he was resigning, they weren't over keen on him hanging around. He thinks they suspect he's joining us."
Robin glanced around at the rapidly filling cafe and dropped her voice. "So, Todd."
"Extremely dead, Todd," said Strike. "Yeah, exactly the same MO as Wright's murder, minus dismemberment and mutilation. Blow to the back of the head and multiple knife wounds. The mother took a single stab to the stomach. She wouldn't have taken much effort, small and skinny."
"This is appalling," said Robin.
"It's not good," agreed Strike. "I think Oz has committed 4 murders in 8 months, which puts us in serial killer territory. But I don't think these are thrill killings, not all of them anyway. I think he enjoyed Medina, but I doubt he got a kick out of Todd and his mother. Todd had simply become a liability, so he had to go."
"Because of the upskirting?"
"I think so, yeah. He knew Todd might have made himself of interest to the police again, and I imagine one of the last things Oz would want is Todd in an interview room. What if Todd decided to give up Oz in some kind of plea deal?"
"Todd must have been implicated in the murder of Wright himself, then."
"Yeah," said Strike. "And I think the police are leaning that way, too. They've connected the dots on Todd and McGee, though I don't think they know much more than we do. They asked me why they both went to Dalston at the same time."
"But Todd had a cast-iron alibi for the actual killing."
"He did, yeah. But I'd lay odds Todd wrote Wright's CV and coached him to scrape through the interview. And another thought occurred to me after I left the police. If Todd found that shithole room in St. George's Avenue for Wright, he might have had keys at some point. Could have had spares cut and passed them to Oz. As for all the stuff he fed me about a man in sunglasses watching the shop and Temple 17 and Wright being camp, I think it was all bullshit and attempted misdirection."
"So, Oz," said Robin, "we're looking at a violent sex offender who kills people who become dangerous to him."
"A violent sex offender who shows no mercy to accomplices who can't refrain from sex offending, even though all the evidence shows his self-restraint could use some work."
"He hasn't been caught for any of these murders, though," said Robin, "which suggests brains."
"Agreed," said Strike. "Brains, and what I suspect is practice. A genuinely unhinged man might erupt into a sudden killing spree, but Oz isn't unhinged. He's methodical and controlled, except where girls are concerned. But even there he hasn't been caught yet."
"And you say 4 murders in 8 months," said Robin. "But it might be 5. We still don't know what's happened to Sapphire Neagle."
"I wouldn't hold your breath on finding out, because the police are playing catch-up where Oz is concerned," said Strike. "I don't think they connected Medina's murder and Neagle's disappearance until I mentioned it this morning, and they didn't seem to know the real Osgood was emailed by a stranger about a van, from which I deduced that they haven't been back to the real Osgood or tried to retrieve the mystery messages he's received. On the other hand, they've clearly reconsidered their position that the Oz and Medina sightings in St. George's Avenue were made up by Mandy for money.
Finding out the silver Peugeot visited Newham twice probably did that," said Robin.
"My thoughts exactly. They seem thoroughly pissed off we know Malcolm Truman's a Mason, and even more pissed off at my suggestion that he refused to consider evidence that the body might not be Jason Knowles, which, needless to say, I made sure I said on tape."
A yawn overtook Strike. When he'd finished, he raised his hand to the waiter to request more coffee.
"I imagine you've noticed," he said, once his mug had been topped up, "there have been no press stories about Lord Oliver Branfoot's private porn movies. The DeLeon brothers aren't upholding their side of the bargain."
"It's only been a few days. We did agree they could prepare their mother first."
"I want Branfoot neutralized," said Strike. "We're vulnerable in more ways than one while he's skulking around, sending thugs to intimidate us. We think you might have a flat where you make dirty films isn't a solid enough basis for a counterattack. We need proof, an address."
"You still think the man who threatened me was Branfoot's?"
Nobody else connected to this case has got blokes at their fingertips who'd be happy to break the law in exchange for a wad of cash. And while the fucker's got a hotline to Culpepper, we're still at risk of more bullshit press stories. I got a snide remark from DCI Northmore about the way I conduct business. I'd say he'd be fucking delighted to see me done over in the tabloids again. It'd help a lot if we could rule out Powell or Semple. How was Wyn Jones?
Robin gave a short summary of her talk with Jones, concluding, "If I had to bet, I'd say he knows where Tyler is and has promised not to tell. He claims to be convinced Tyler didn't tamper with the car, but Tyler's alibi for that night is really feeble, feeling ill and staying at home in his parents' empty house. But on the other hand, it really does stretch credulity that Tyler followed them all the way to Birmingham to fiddle with the ABS in the car park."
"It does, yeah," said Strike.
He ran a hand over his unshaven jaw, then said,
"Did you believe Jones when he said Powell never mentioned silver to him?"
"He kind of scoffed at the idea," said Robin. "Maybe they were talking about Sylvain Deslandes. Do we keep pat calling all pubs called the Silver something? We're running up a lot of man-hours for Decima to pay."
"Yeah, but as we've got fuck all else on Powell. Incidentally, I finally made direct contact with the Scottish Gateshead on Thursday. When I asked whether she was Reena Little, she yelled, 'Don't say my name,' or words to that effect, and hung up. So I think it's safe to assume she is. I've left messages on all her old social media accounts asking her to get back in touch. Christ knows where she is. Not London, from what she said. I thought she might have gone back to Scotland, but I had a look overnight and I can't find a single Scottish pub called the Golden Fleece. Unless I've missed one, it's a name that only appeals to the English and Welsh. Anyway," he said, "I'm going to visit Holborn Library this morning."
"To find out why Scots don't have pubs called the Golden Fleece," said Robin, nonplussed.
"No, because I want to see if they've got any old plans of Freemasons Hall and Wild Court. I can't find anything online, but the library might have old stuff in a file."
"What do you want plans of Wild Court for?"
"Because I still can't fathom how Wright and Oz got to the shop that night. You said before there must be CCTV footage of them heading towards the shop, but if the police had found it, they'd have released it by now. The only people spotted going into Wild Court around the right time were those 4 students they've ruled out. So how the hell did 2 men manage to materialize in Wild Court without being seen by anyone or captured on camera?"
"I don't know. But how would plans—" "Wait," said Robin, unsure whether to be amused or not. "You're not suggesting some kind of
secret passage between the hall and the shop it backs onto? I grant you it sounds far-fetched, but I want to check when that shop was built and find out whether any part of the hall was converted to make it. If there's a connection between the 2 buildings, we'd potentially be looking for 2 men who entered Freemasons Hall on the evening after Wright got on the tube at Covent Garden."
"But the hall would be closed."
"Oh, you mean to attend a Masonic meeting?" "Possibly. I'm trying to find out which lodges met there that night. If Oz and Wright were both Masons, it might explain Wright trusting Oz, even though he knew someone might be coming for him."
"But if Wright trusted Oz because they were both Masons, Oz could have lured him anywhere," said Robin. "Why meet him at Freemasons Hall, with loads of fellow Masons as witnesses, then lead him away from the meeting, just so he could be killed at Ramsey Silver?"
"Why did it have to be done in the vault?" said Strike, frowning. "Yeah, right back where we started."
Chapter 96. The cold, strange eyes of a little mermaiden and the gleam of her golden hair. Matthew Arnold, The Forsaken Merman. News of the murders of Jim Todd and his mother hit the London Evening Standard the following day. To Strike's relief, his presence at the scene wasn't mentioned. For once, his own and the Met's interests seemed to have coincided. They didn't want publicity about the fact that the Strike and Ellicott Detective Agency might be ahead of them in investigations into the Silver Vault murder, and Strike had no wish to encourage journalists back into Denmark Street.
The papers didn't seem to have spotted the connection between the murder of Wright and those of Todd and his mother, for which Robin too was grateful. She needed no further complications in her severely strained relations with Murphy. She and her boyfriend met at last on Tuesday evening, back in the Duke pub. Murphy looked as though he'd lost weight in the 2 days since they'd last seen each other. Slightly hunched and red-eyed, he listened as Robin delivered the speech she'd planned. "I'm not leaving you," she began, and tears started in Murphy's eyes. He reached out and grabbed her hand, but Robin pulled it away. "But we can't pretend everything's fine and normal, Ryan, because it really isn't. I can't move in with you until we've rebuilt some trust." "That's fair," said Murphy. "That's completely fair. I thought I fucking lost you for good," he said, his voice breaking. "I love you so fucking much, Robin. I love you too," said Robin. "But we do need honesty this time. I need you to tell me exactly what's going on, at work and with your drink." "I went back to AA yesterday," said Murphy. "I'd stopped going to meetings. There was so much pressure at work I told myself I couldn't afford the time. But that comes first now. If this bloody investigation was only over—" "Why are you being investigated? Drinking?" "No, it's just the first guy I arrested for the gang shooting," muttered Murphy, who very clearly didn't want to elaborate, but Robin pressed him. "But why are they investigating you for that?" "He claims I roughed him up." "Did you?" There was a short pause. Then Murphy nodded. "He's got plenty of previous, and his breakup with the kid's mother was fucking toxic. I wasn't the only one who thought he'd done it. I lost it. I'd seen the younger boy with half his head blown off," Murphy said, knuckles white around his glass of sparkling water. "Word was he didn't think the little one was his. I know I shouldn't have. The mother's fucking taken him back as well, and she's egging him on to sue because she fucking hates coppers as much as he does. Ryan, I'm sorry. That's terrible. But going forwards, you've got to tell me what's going on with you. You can't just bury it all." "I know," said Murphy, reaching again for her hand, and this time Robin didn't pull away. "I will." Standing in the chilly rain on Wednesday afternoon, watching the front of Dino's, Robin told herself she was doing the right thing. She and Murphy had been through a lot together, and she truly cared about him. Walking out on him at this point would be wanton cruelty. She'd decide later, when he was back on an even emotional keel, whether— But this was a thought she kept refusing to finish. Charlotte Campbell in a blood-filled bath. Kim's ex-boyfriend in his carbon monoxide-filled car. She couldn't leave Murphy now. Work wasn't proving much of a distraction today. Robin doubted she was going to get much out of shivering beneath her umbrella for hours, even though she'd concluded that her only realistic possibility of speaking to Cosima face-to-face was when the girl was either entering or leaving Dino's, which was the only place she ever seemed to go without a posse of friends. The trouble was that there were only a few short steps between the street and the club's front door, over which a doorman in a burgundy tailcoat and top hat stood guard. Nevertheless, experience had taught Robin that a sudden, unexpected approach sometimes surprised answers out of interviewees, and that the agency's lack of progress in discovering Rupert Fleetwood's whereabouts had decided her on this last-ditch effort. As she stood there, scanning the rain-swept road for some sign of her quarry, the hyper-vigilant Robin noticed a middle-aged man sitting in a parked Honda Accord a short distance from her Land Rover. He seemed to have been watching her because he turned his head quickly when Robin looked at him. He had thick greying hair and an unusually small nose, which resembled a button mushroom in the middle of a large, square face. Robin continued watching him, wondering whether she should be worried. He looked larger and softer than the man who'd brandished the Masonic dagger at her. She shifted position slightly, hoping to see his number plate, but then spotted Dino Lancaster's chauffeured Mercedes gliding down the road, and recognized Cosima sitting alone in the back seat. She almost ran to the opposite pavement. By the time the car pulled up, Robin was waiting, ready for Cosima to get out. The girl took her time about it, first brushing her long hair and reapplying lip gloss while looking in a flip-down mirror in the car's ceiling, and typing out what appeared to be a text before finally putting her belongings in her bag and opening the passenger door. "Cosima," said Robin at once, as the doorman came rushing towards the pair, holding a large burgundy umbrella. The girl looked at Robin in surprise. "My name's Robin Ellicott. I'm a private detective. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about Rupert." "What?" said Cosima, staring at Robin while the doorman sheltered her from the rain with his umbrella. "Rupert Fleetwood. What did he say to you at Sacha Legard's birthday party?" "What?" said Cosima again, but colour had flooded her pale face. "I don't... Leave me alone." "Cosima, you must know Rupert's gone missing," said Robin, hurrying alongside the girl as she strode towards the entrance of Dino's. "Your sister's incredibly worried about him and—" "Leave me alone!" repeated Cosima shrilly, and ducking out from beneath the umbrella, she ran through the revolving door and disappeared from sight. The doorman, who was a tall man in his 50s, said, "You've had your orders. Get out of here." "This is a public pavement," Robin replied coldly. She retreated into a doorway a short way from Dino's, wondering what her next move should be. She supposed there was a remote possibility that Cosima, like Fiola Fay, might come back to find out what Robin already knew, but she wasn't banking on it. Robin's eye fell again on a parked Honda Accord, containing the man with the nose like a button mushroom. Once again, he turned his head away hastily when Robin looked at him. She couldn't see the Accord's number plate at all from this position. Wondering whether it mightn't be a good idea to move so as to make a note of it, she was distracted by the sound of heavy footsteps to her left, and turned to see Dino Lancaster approaching, large and beautifully suited, with his dully gleaming cannonball of a head. "I hear you've been pestering my daughter," he drawled. "Not pestering," said Robin, forcing herself to sound unruffled, because Lancaster was intimidating, both in size and manner. "Just asking a question." "Could you spare me 5 minutes?" said Dino Lancaster, looking at her down his long nose. "Inside the club?" "Of course," said Robin. "Thank you, Joshua," said Lancaster, as they passed the doorman. "Mr. Lancaster, sir," muttered the attendant, touching his top hat. And he looked away as Robin passed him, revealing his earpiece and microphone. A delicious warmth met Robin as she stepped into an opulent hallway, full of artfully tarnished mirrors. The walls were covered in midnight blue fabric, patterned in gold, with stylized 1920s women and greyhounds. The air smelled of amber and sandalwood, and a staircase wound upwards past a multitude of paintings, many of them dogs. A real white canine Robin recognized as a Pyrenean mountain dog was waiting for Lancaster just inside the door, wagging its tail. It thrust its nose into Lancaster's hand, and he patted it. "We'll go upstairs," said Lancaster, and he turned to a gorgeous black girl who wore her hair in a chignon and a tightly fitting burgundy dress. "Montague's empty, isn't it?" "Yes, Mr. Lancaster, sir." "This way," Lancaster told Robin, and he set off upstairs, the Pyrenean mountain dog padding after him. There were more burgundy-clad staff on the upstairs landing, all of them good-looking, all straightening like elegant meerkats at Lancaster's approach. Robin was busy telling herself that she absolutely refused to be intimidated by this man, or by his club, because she'd met far more frightening people than Dino Lancaster during her detective career. But the increase in alertness and nerves that seemed to touch every member of staff they passed told her that it might take a certain degree of gumption not to be frightened of Dino Lancaster. He led Robin past a couple of doorways bearing the nameplates Amarillo and Dostoevsky, finally leading her into an empty room even more opulent than the hallway, which managed to be simultaneously grand and cosy. The walls were covered in a swirling red paisley fabric. There were many more oil paintings, mostly of dogs and horses. A log fire was burning in the grate. Scarlet roses were arranged in large crystal bowls. The velvet armchairs were deep and looked welcoming. A backgammon board and a chess set were laid out on small tables, and the impression of a private home was reinforced
by the few pictures that stood in silver frames or hung on the walls. Some of them black and white, mostly featuring Lancaster himself or his most photogenic daughter. In one of these pictures, Lancaster was collecting a silver racing trophy from the Queen. In another, he stood in black tie, greeting the Aga Khan at the doorway of his club. "Please," said Lancaster to Robin, gesturing to a pair of armchairs beside the fire. He hitched up his trousers at his knees before sitting down opposite her. The dog immediately placed its huge white head in his lap, and Lancaster began to massage it with long, spatulate fingers. "May I have the pleasure of knowing who's been harassing my daughter?" "My name's Robin Ellicott. I'm a private detective, and there was no harassment." Still stroking the dog, Lancaster extended his free hand to press a small brass bell on a side table. A uniformed waiter appeared, so quickly Robin thought he must have been standing in readiness right outside the door. "Martini," said Lancaster. "Yes, Mr. Lancaster, sir. Madam?" "No, thanks." "Bring her a Majesty," Lancaster told the waiter, who smiled and left the room. Lancaster turned back to face Robin. His deep-set grey eyes raked her from head to foot and back up again, before he said, "So, you're trying to track down the jellyfish." "Who's the jellyfish?" asked Robin disingenuously. "Genus Fleetwood," said Lancaster. "Species Rupert." He reached out a long arm towards a humidor sitting on another low table, opened it, and extracted a cigar and a cutter. The dog peered reproachfully up at his master at the cessation of stroking, then, with a kind of low groan, settled down at his feet, head on its paws. Lancaster now set about trimming the end of a cigar, glancing up at Robin to say, "You shouldn't wear black." "What?" "Black. It ages you. You can't be more than, 35? "Don't you think that's quite a rude thing to say to someone you've only just met?" said Robin, forcing herself to sound amused. "Nothing rude about it. I'm giving you good advice." "But I didn't ask for any." "Presumably because you weren't aware you needed it. Suppose you think black makes you look thin, do you?" "No," said Robin. "It's just easy." "Good taste has nothing to do with easy," said Lancaster, with asperity, now reaching for a large malachite lighter. "Black looks elegant on Asian women, on most black women, and on some dark-haired Caucasians, but there's nothing cheaper looking than black on a blonde." "Well, thanks for your input," said Robin. "Isn't it illegal to smoke in clubs these days?" "Yes," said Lancaster, puffing energetically on his cigar. The door opened and the waiter reappeared. He set a martini bearing an olive on a stick at Lancaster's elbow and put a champagne cup full of some virulently ruby-coloured concoction beside Robin. "What is this?" Robin asked Lancaster, looking down at her drink as the door swung closed behind the waiter. "Dubonnet and gin. We call it the Majesty because it's the Queen's favourite. Always bothers me thinking of her drinking something that common." Lancaster sipped his martini, his dark eyes fixed on Robin, then said, "Drink it. I'm hardly likely to bloody poison you, am I? Or are you scared I'll jump on you?" "Needn't worry about that. I get more excited about a morning piss these days than I do about women." "I prefer to keep a clear head when I'm working," said Robin, and she thought how prissy she sounded. "I doubt Decima would begrudge you a solitary Majesty." Robin chose to ignore this comment. "Do you know where Rupert Fleetwood is, Mr. Lancaster?" "No." "His aunt thinks he's got a job in New York." "I think that's staggeringly unlikely." "Why?" "Jellyfish aren't noted for their ability to catch flights to New York. Drink your bloody drink." Robin picked up the glass and took a sip. "Like it?" said Lancaster. "Yes," said Robin honestly. "Thought you would," said Lancaster. He blew out cigar smoke, then said,
I doubt Fleetwood's gone far, unless he's hit a strong prevailing current. Suppose he could be beached somewhere. Small children poking him with plastic spades.
Are you at all worried he might have killed himself?
No, said Lancaster. No, I can truthfully say I haven't had a single second's worry on that score.
He seems to have been under a lot of pressure before he disappeared, said Robin.
I don't know about pressure, drawled Lancaster. He staggered out of here under the weight of a prime piece of 17th century Dutch silverware. Would you say that's suicidal? Or is it the behaviour of a young man who fails to comprehend, as Woodhouse puts it, the nice distinction between meum and tuum?
You called the police, didn't you? Said Robin.
Naturally, but our brave boys in blue aren't overly interested in recovering property for the likes of me. You're insured, aren't you? Is the burden of their song. You can tell Decima, though, that as soon as I get wind of where the jellyfish is, I'll prod the police in the right direction. I'm sure by now he's realized the thing's impossible to sell. No reputable dealer's going to touch it, not without proof of legal ownership. It's a particularly fine and distinctive example of its type, and unfortunately for the jellyfish, it features in photographs of the Dostoevsky room. Lancaster took another pull on his cigar, then said, "Did you know I won it from his father?"
"I did, yes," said Robin.
"Peter and I were at Eton together. As a matter of fact, that neff wasn't Peter's to gamble with in the first place, it was his wife's. She was bloody livid when she found out what he'd done. Peter didn't have a pot to piss in before he married Veronica. The jellyfish is just like him, hoping to marry money."
Lancaster pointed a long finger at a photograph on the wall, which featured two men, one recognizable as a younger Lancaster, the other having a thin, raffish face, and three women. One of the women, who also looked around 40, wore glasses and looked rather stern. The other two were younger, one dark, one fair, and both very beautiful. All five were posing, the women in ball gowns, the men dinner jackets, in front of a gigantic castle over which a yellow flag wearing a black lion flew.
"That's Peter and Veronica there," said Lancaster. "The woman in glasses is Angelica, Peter's sister, the jellyfish's aunt. She doesn't like me, as I'm sure she'll have told you if you've spoken to her."
Lancaster stared dispassionately at the picture for a few more seconds, before saying,
"I'm not sure, but I think I might have screwed her that weekend. And the dark woman there's an ex-girlfriend of mine. I was resisting her broad hints I should make an honest woman of her at the time, but I was enjoying being between wives."
"Is that the Fleetwood's home?" said Robin, staring up at the medieval castle in the background.
"Course it's bloody not. That's Gravestein," snorted Lancaster.
He drained his glass, then leaned over and pressed the brass bell again. The waiter opened the door within seconds.
"'Nother martini. Nothing for her, she's dawdling."
When the door had closed again, Robin said, "I've been told by someone who saw the relationship up close that Rupert genuinely loved Decima. That person didn't believe Rupert was with her for a month."
"Bullcrap," barked Lancaster. "Nobody's going to attach themselves to Decima for her beauty or her charm. The pair of them look like Tweedledum and Tweedledee together. Just imagine the moon-faced children."
"What?" he said in response, Robin knew, to the expression on her own face. "Just thinking what horrible things to say about your own daughter."
"I reserve the right to speak as I please about my children," said Lancaster harshly. "Decima's spiritual home's are semi-detached in Basingstoke. She likes second-rate things and second-rate people. Now she's made a bloody fool of herself again and doesn't want to admit it, which is why she's hired you."
"Rupert's your godson, isn't he?" said Robin.
"What's that got to do with anything? You think I should coddle him because I once knew his parents? The world's full of godsons. What I need a decent bloody bar staff. I did the jellyfish a favour, giving him a job. And all I got in return was an attempt to drain my daughter's bank accounts and brazen bloody theft. If he thinks he's hard done by now, it's nothing compared to what'll happen when I bloody well catch up with him."
"Did you know Rupert gate-crashed Sacha Lagarde's birthday party after stealing your neph?" asked Robin. "That he argued with Valentine and said something to Cosima that made her cry?" She was certain, by the very slight rise of Lancaster's eyebrows, that he hadn't known this. Removing the cigar from his mouth, he said, "I think it highly unlikely the jellyfish would have sought out members of my family after stealing my property." "Well, he did," said Robin. "It was right before he disappeared. There were a lot of witnesses to the argument. That's what I wanted to talk to your daughter about." The waiter returned with Lancaster's second martini. Just as he reached the door, Lancaster said,
"Oliver, tell Mimi to come here."
"Yes, Mr. Lancaster, sir." Hoping Mimi meant Cosima, Robin took another sip of her cocktail, which she had to admit was as welcome as the fire, after standing for 2 hours in the rain.
"You wouldn't be bad looking if you made an effort," Lancaster said, raking Robin up and down with his bored eyes again. "Did something better with your hair? Scraping it back like that's doing you no favours."
"Do you tell everyone how they should look and dress, Mr. Lancaster?"
"Only people who need it," said Lancaster.
He seemed genuinely frustrated, almost pained that Robin wasn't better groomed and attired. She remembered Alby's description of the man as one who wanted to live in a completely controlled world, that he thought it a sin to be badly dressed or overweight, and she thought of Decima and what it would mean to grow up with this man as a father. Cosima now entered the room. Neglecting to thank the waiter who'd held open the door for her, she sat down in a chair between Robin and her father, facing the fire. Robin could tell the girl was extremely ill at ease, though pretending not to be so. She threw back her long blonde hair, smoothed down the skirt of her short red dress, crossed her legs, smiled at her father and said, "Hi, Daddy."
"I've just been informed," said Lancaster, "that the jellyfish gate-crashed Sacha Lagarde's birthday party."
Cosima gave a forced laugh at the word jellyfish, but her father didn't look amused.
"And I hear you and Valentine spoke to him there."
"Only a bit," said Cosima. "It was nothing."
"Why didn't you alert the police to his whereabouts?" asked Lancaster. "Or call me so I could do so?"
He was there one moment and then he left," said Cosima. "There wouldn't have been time for the police to get him. He just sort of walked in and walked straight out again." Her right hand was playing with a set of gold rings on her left. She recrossed her legs. "Sacha told my partner Rupert said or did something to make you cry," said Robin. "That's—" Robin could tell Cosima wanted to deny it, but that meant calling the famous handsome actor a liar. I wasn't crying about Rupert." "Sacha says you were," said Robin. "He says Rupert upset you." "No, he didn't," said Cosima, her colour mounting. "You weren't there. You don't know what happened. I was upset because he just, burst in on Sachi's party, okay?" "You said you weren't crying about Rupert," said Robin. She expected Lancaster to intervene, to protect his favourite child from her questions, but on the contrary, the club owner was staring at Cosima with a none too friendly look on his jowly face. "I wasn't. There was a ton of drama going on that night, okay? I just felt kind of overwhelmed, and then Rupert turning up was like the final straw. I thought there was going to be a scene." "What kind of scene?" asked Robin. "Just, that security would be involved, and people would think Val and I had invited Rupert or something." "Why would anyone think you'd invited him?" asked Robin. "Neither of you were friends with him, were you? He just worked here for a bit." "Wouldn't people be much more likely to think Sacha had invited Rupert, given that they're cousins?" "Look," said Cosima, who'd flushed a deeper red. "I was just upset that night, okay? And I was disgusted he showed up after he stole Daddy's silver thing."
"But not disgusted enough to call the police," said Lancaster.
"It was so quick, Daddy. One minute he was there and the next—" "He was there long enough to argue with Valentine, wasn't he?" said Robin. "I think Val just, he saw Rupert, and I think he tried to get him to leave," said Cosima, still flushed.
Again, that's not what Sacha Lagarde says, said Robin. He says Rupert arrived there looking for a fight. He sought out Valentine rather than the other way round. Well, I didn't see everything. It was really crowded. I don't know what happened. God, what's the big deal? Said Cosima with a false laugh. Why do you even care? I told you why outside, said Robin. Your sister's very worried about Rupert. He's disappeared. That's not my fault, said Cosima, but a curious look of panic crossed her lovely face. That's not on me. I didn't know. It's not my fault. You didn't know what? Said Robin. I meant I didn't make him steal the ship thing. It's not my fault he went off. That'll do, said Lancaster, as Robin opened her mouth to reply. He pressed the brass bell beside him again. I think we've heard enough from you, Miss Ellicott, said Robin. The waiter who'd previously brought their drinks now reappeared. Miss Ellicott's leaving, Oliver. Lancaster got to his feet, waking the Pyrenean mountain dog, which stretched and wagged its tail. Goodbye, said Lancaster, holding out a hand to shake Robin's. Interesting visit. Goodbye, said Robin. Thank you for the drink. She caught Cosima's eye once more as she left the room. The girl looked mutinous, but also, Robin thought, scared. Chapter 97. But still, as we proceed, the mass swells more and more of volumes yet to read, of secrets yet to explore. Matthew Arnold, Empedocles on Etna. On the rainy evening of the 1st of March, Strike, tired after an afternoon's tedious surveillance of Mrs. Two-Times, which he'd just handed over to Wardle, made a detour to House of Computers on Tottenham Court Road to buy a new laptop. He then dropped in at the Flying Horse, where he called the agency's usual tech man, and received instructions on installing an anonymizing browser onto the new device. It seemed foolish not to enjoy a couple of pints and a burger since he was there, so it was 8:30 before he finally headed home. On entering Denmark Street, he was surprised to see a light on in the office window, because Robin had the evening off, and Pat was the only other member of the agency who had keys. He climbed the metal staircase to the 2nd floor and entered through the engraved glass door. Robin was sitting in her usual seat at the partner's desk, a half-eaten pizza at her elbow, and a wide variety of research materials spread before her, including the plans of Wild Court and Freemasons' Hall Strike had procured from Holborn Library. She had personal reasons for wanting to stay at the office instead of going home, and one of them was that her anxiety about being followed or threatened remained acute. Absorbed in everything she was reading and examining, she'd lost track of the time and jumped when she heard Strike's key in the lock. Seeing it was him, though, her heart lifted far more, as she instantly and guiltily realized, than it ought to have done. Sorry, she said automatically, before realizing this was nonsensical. No need to apologize, it's your office too, said Strike. What are you doing here so late? Thought you had the night off. Ryan had to work, so I thought I might as well keep at it, said Robin. This wasn't entirely true. Murphy was indeed busy, but the second reason Robin hadn't wanted to go home too early was that she feared her boyfriend might drop in at her flat as a surprise. He was currently alternating between neediness and tetchiness. The latter was undoubtedly down to the pain of withdrawal after an abrupt cessation of drinking, but he kept trying to pin Robin down with plans, to pepper the calendar with future commitments, seeking guarantees that they'd still be together in 6, 8, 12 weeks' time. The previous evening he'd suggested spending his rapidly approaching 34th birthday in San Sebastian, where his sister lived. Robin had said she'd think about it. She was currently resistant to any arrangement that couldn't be easily cancelled. Depressed by the implication that, for Robin, there was no point going home if Murphy wasn't there, Strike set down the new laptop on the desk. "Your old one playing up?" she asked, noticing that Strike was wearing the blue shirt she liked. "No," said Strike, heading towards the kitchen area. "I don't want to leave any trace of what I'm about to look up on the office PC. dark web. Can't be too careful, with MI5 keeping an eye on us.
He took the whiskey Robin had given him for his birthday out of a cupboard.
Want a drink? He called through to her.
Can't, I'm driving, said Robin, trying to sound matter-of-fact. Both of them here, alone, after dark. She was remembering the night they'd spent together on Sark, and also that night when they'd eaten a takeaway curry here together, before she and Murphy had even met, when Strike had told her she was his best friend. She oughtn't to be thinking about those things. She shouldn't be noticing Strike's shirt.
Dev just texted me, she called out. He wants a week off over Easter if we can manage without him.
Strike returned to the office with his whiskey and glass and sat down opposite her.
A whole week's going to be a stretch unless we've got rid of this bloody silver vault case, he said. Is there something up with him, by the way?
Oh, Dev? No, I don't think so. Why?
He's been fairly brusque with me lately, and I notice he's coming to you with queries about leave, not me.
He hasn't said anything, said Robin. I might have worked out what that note Niall Semple left for his wife means.
What?
Said Strike, thoroughly taken aback. I've been reading that book you downloaded, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient...
And accepted whatever of bollocks. Yeah, said Strike. How did that help?
Robin looked at her computer screen and read aloud. Question. What is the most occult number? Answer, 5, because it is enclosed in the centre of the series. Question. What is the most salutary number? Answer, 6, because it contains the source of our spiritual and corporeal happiness. Question. What is the most fortunate number? You get the idea, she said. If I'm right, Niall was leaving Jade an 8-figure code, 25062016. I suppose it's too much to hope that opens the Ramsey Silver Vault.
Doubt it, said Strike,
as Robin passed a post-it note to him across the desk, and he looked down at the string of numbers.
There are no 9s. The most worn key on that pad was 9. Could be a date, though. 25th of June, 2016.
Oh, God, I didn't spot that. What happened on the 25th of June, 2016?
Strike Googled it.
5 new species of orchid were discovered in the Philippines.
I was thinking more of what was happening in Semple's life, said Robin, amused.
That dates 3 weeks after the last confirmed sighting of him alive, so your guess is as good as mine.
Strike opened his notebook to the page with Spanner's instructions on how to install the anonymizing browser. He wasn't thinking about Sark, or of the night they'd eaten curry at the office, or of sharing a bed with Robin after she'd escaped Chapman Farm. He was thinking about how this kind of situation had been exactly what he'd hoped would naturally arise in the course of the Silver Vault case, and how bloody pointless it had been to take on the damn investigation in the end.
I've got another bit of news, said Robin. Hugo Whitehead's father called me earlier.
Remind me.
His son Hugo crashed Tyler Powell's car.
Oh, yeah. What did he say?
I told him we're trying to trace Tyler Powell, and he says he's happy to speak to me, as long as his wife doesn't find out, because it upsets her too much to discuss the car crash. So I'm going to their house on Monday evening, when she'll be at a friend's.
The office landline rang.
Could be Reena Little again, said Strike,
and he grabbed the receiver. He could hear traffic.
Aye, it's me again.
Strike gave Robin a thumbs up.
Hi,
he said, and trying not to panic her, as he had done last time, he asked, How are you?
I need to meet you. I'm scared.
She started to cry.
What are you scared of? Asked Strike.
I know, they're watching me.
I want to meet, said Strike carefully, but you're going to have to tell me which golden fleece you're talking about.
Have you got people listening?
She said, suddenly suspicious.
No, said Strike.
Have you got a gun?
No, said Strike. Why?
I want one.
That's a bad idea, said Strike firmly.
Aye, maybe. I was gonna... But it's not right. Not even if they're Muslims, is it? It's not right. Just come to the Golden Fleece, all right? It's where he was. I can't say more than that, can I?
He heard beeping, and knew she was in a call box. Possibly she had no more coins because the line went dead. Strike hastily started pressing 1471 to retrieve the number she'd been calling from, when the phone rang again. Shit. "Yes," he said, answering. "It's me," said Midge, who appeared to be in a bar or a restaurant. "Big news on Plug." "Hang on," said Strike, switching to speakerphone. "I'm with Robin. Go on about Plug." "He and a few mates are in the Stapleton Tavern in Haringey, and they're planning a stabbing." "What?" said Robin. "You know he was keeping his black killer dog with a mate in Carnival Street?" "Yeah," said Strike. "The mate's had it put down. He obviously doesn't want to get nicked for being part of the dogfighting ring. Plug's doing his nut. The dog was a champion killer, apparently." "Shit," said Strike again. "Is the revenge attack planned for tonight?" "I'm not sure," said Midge, "but I've asked Shah to come and back me up just in case. I've got pictures of all of them." "Great," said Strike, "but be careful." "Will do," said Midge, and she hung up. "Fuck's sake," said Strike, wiping his face with his hand. "Talk about it never rains." "Speaking of that," said Robin reluctantly, "I think I'm being followed again." "Nothing's happened," she said quickly, in response to Strike's expression, "but twice now I've seen the same man in a Honda Accord. He was outside Dino's on Wednesday, and he was behind me when I was driving into the office this morning. When I slowed down to park, he just drove on, but I've got a partial number plate and a good look at his face. He's definitely not the man who threatened me with the dagger. He's older and fatter, very small nose, big face, thick grey hair." "Shit," said Strike. "You might think this is mad," said Robin, who was trying to make sure no hint of her ever-present fear made it into her voice. "But the way he looked, very neat and respectable, clean-shaven, I don't see him as one of Branfoot's young men, and I couldn't help wondering." "Police?" "Well, we know the team working the Silver Vault case aren't exactly happy with us. Could they be trying to catch us interfering?" "I wouldn't put it past the couple I met to try and get us for something," admitted Strike. "Of course," said Robin hesitantly, "there's also the possibility he's—" "MI5? "Well, maybe," said Robin.
Christ, we fucked off a lot of people over this case," said Strike. "Have you circulated the Accord bloke's description to the others?"
"Yes, and the bit of the number plate I got."
"Good," he said, and took a swig of whiskey.
Eyes on the plans of Wild Court and Freemasons Hall that lay in front of Robin, he asked,
"Had any luck with those? I haven't had time to look properly."
"Nothing that's going to help us," said Robin. "The shop was created out of a couple of storage rooms at the back of Freemasons Hall in 1958. There were 2 doors in the back walls, but they were bricked up when the rooms became a shop."
"There was a door on the basement level, was there?"
"Yes, when it was a downstairs cupboard."
"Where exactly was the door?"
"At the back of the vault, but as I say, it's gone, bricked up. There's also a bit of dead space behind the basement wall where the cupboards are, but to get into that, you'd have to tunnel through brick as well."
"Is it a big enough space to accommodate a lurking murderer?"
"Maybe a child on their hands and knees," said Robin, "but the child would have had to walk in through the front door of the shop first, go downstairs into the basement, and break their way through the wall to get into it."
"And even Kenneth Ramsey might have noticed that happening," said Strike. "So, Wright and Oz can't have got into the basement that night via Freemasons Hall?"
"No," said Robin.
"Then how the hell did they get back there without being seen?"
"I've no idea," admitted Robin, reaching for another slice of cold pizza. "What do you want to look at on the dark web, anyway?" she said, watching Strike still tinkering with his new laptop.
"Couple of long shots," said Strike, "but I'm ready to try almost anything at this point. One thing I wouldn't mind seeing is Sophia Medina's OnlyFans account."
"It's gone," said Robin. "I looked."
"Yeah, gone from the surface web, but it occurred to me that it might still be floating around in the cesspit beneath."
"Looking for Oz?"
"Yeah. I know he won't have been calling himself Oz on OnlyFans, but people often adopt usernames that leave clues, even people a damn sight more intelligent than Jim Todd. Rodolphe Lemoyne, Sidney Riley, Laurel Rose Wilson, though admittedly she was off her rocker."
"Who are Rodolphe Lemoyne, Sidney Riley, and—"
"Who?" "Lemoyne," said Strike. bending down to plug in the new laptop, was a French spy master in World War II, whose real name was Stallman, but took his wife's maiden name for espionage purposes. Like Todd taking his mother's maiden name for trafficking purposes. There you go. Sigmund Rosenblum, otherwise known as the Ace of Spies, presumably liked his initials. Like Viola Fay, interposed Robin. Exactly, because he rechristened himself Sidney Riley. And Laurel Rose Wilson wrote an invented memoir of her life in a satanic abuse cult under the name Lauren Stratford, made a load of money out of it before she was exposed as a fraud, then re-emerged as a Holocaust survivor, which she also wasn't, under the name Laura Grabowski. "Where's Wardle this evening?" asked Robin. "On Mrs. Two Times," said Strike. "Thought I'd give him an easy one to get started." Robin's mobile rang. Her heart sank when she saw it was Murphy. "Hi," she said, getting up and moving into the outer office to stop Strike saying anything to her, because she didn't want Murphy to know she and Strike were alone at the office together. "You're not home," he said. "No, I'm still at the office. As you were working, I thought I'd take care of some paperwork. How do you know I'm not home?" she added, wondering whether he was sitting outside her flat. "I swung by on the off chance, just a coffee or something. I'm heading back into town now." "Oh," said Robin. "If I'd known you had a free hour, I'd have come home." "So you're still at the office?" "Strike there?" "No," she lied again, with a familiar gnawing sense of guilt. "He's on surveillance." Her call with Murphy terminated, Robin returned to the inner office. She felt guiltier than she had before he'd called, and even though she'd have preferred to stay and talk about the Silver Vault case with Strike, she said, "I'd better get going." "Right," he said. When she'd gone, Strike, well aware he was slipping into a pattern of drinking alone, something he'd guarded against for years, poured himself more whiskey before returning to his PC, selecting Tom Waits's album Blue Valentine and pressing shuffle. He always appreciated the blunt solace offered by his gravel-voiced favourite. Waits sang of desperation, drugs and drunkenness, of unmourned deaths and lives spent in poverty and hopelessness. Love, to Waits, was generally doomed or dirty, and death came early, randomly, and brutally. Strike had discovered the singer for himself in his teens, and found him a blessed antidote to the guitar-driven 70s rock bands his mother played incessantly. Romeo is bleeding, but nobody can tell, sings along with the radio, with a bullet in his chest. 20 minutes and one long piss later, Strike returned to his newly configured laptop, ready to enter the badlands of the Internet, where the buying and selling of drugs, weapons and stolen data were commonplace, where fake documents could be bought and hackers hired, and where videos of dreadful acts were viewable, for those who found them exciting. It took him nearly an hour to find an archived version of Sophia Medina's OnlyFans page, on a website headed Dead Slags, which was devoted to providing fodder for men who liked their masturbatory material to feature women who'd provably died from male violence, rather than those who were pretending. He scrolled down through the names and comments of subscribers. Could Oz be fat hard cock? Bucketogism? He doubted it. Oz had been seeking real-life contact, and a man pretending to be a wealthy music producer would be unlikely to open the conversation with, "Fist yourself." Skunk B, on the other hand, had posted, "You're beautiful. I hope you've got a man who's treating you the way you should be treated," to which Medina had replied with 3 heart emojis. However, if Skunk B had pursued this promising exchange, it wasn't publicly visible. Tom Waits was still singing, "I'm calling out my bloodhounds, chase the devil through the corn." The whiskey was driving Strike deeper into his depressive trough, but he kept mindlessly scrolling through the cyber swamps, perusing sites offering forged documentation and credit cards from countries as diverse as Ukraine and Thailand, or else what Strike strongly suspected was human merchandise. One heavily encrypted site with the name Nursery was peppered with flower emojis. From the context, he suspected this was a substitute for the words, little girl. Telling himself Interpol had enough experts trying to track down forgers and paedophiles without his assistance, He now searched for Daesh execution videos, thinking of the secret mission that had cost Niall Semple his best friend. Each of the films Strike began methodically opening carried the black and white flag of Islamic State in the corner, bearing a white circle containing in Arabic, "There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger." Strike was reminded of the captured Daesh flag he'd seen at the SAS headquarters in Hereford, which was framed and facing a captured World War II swastika on the opposite wall. In Strike's view, there was nothing to choose between the two groups. The Nazis had visited unspeakable atrocities on their own people, as well as non-Germans. Daesh murdered many more Muslims than Westerners, and both groups were sadistic beyond the imagination of most human beings. Death was insufficient punishment in their eyes. Opponents must also suffer extreme indignity, humiliation, terror, and pain before the job was considered done. He watched, blank-faced, as men were burned, shot, beheaded, and drowned. The filming was expert. Daesh wanted the world to know precisely how terrifyingly devoid of human empathy they were. Corpses were thrown by jeering masked men into a deep natural abyss in North Syria called Al-Hota. Strike's Arabic was too rudimentary to understand what they were saying, but they appeared to be making a game of it, trying to dislodge a corpse stuck on the ledge with a second man's body. He'd seen Al-Hota once many years before. Local legends were told of the monster that lived in its depths. Feeling vaguely sickened, he closed down his laptop at exactly the moment his mobile rang. Wardle was calling him. "Heads up," said the ex-policeman, who sounded rather perplexed. "She's about to ring the office doorbell." "Who is?" said Strike, confused. The bell rang in the outer office. Chapter 98. Lovers' ills are all to buy, the one look, the hollow tone, the hung head, the sunken eye. You can have them for your own. A. Houseman, Poem 6, A Shropshire Lad. "I'm sure she hasn't clocked me," said Wardle, who sounded worried. Strike turned off Tom Waits, headed out of the inner office, closing the dividing door behind him so as to conceal the whiskey, the books, and the plans of Wild Court. "How did she get here?" he asked. "Cab," said Wardle. "Got out on Charing Cross Road. I thought it might be a coincidence, but—" The doorbell rang a second time. "I might need you to follow her after she's left," said Strike, "so hang around." He ended the call, then pressed the button on the intercom. "Strike," he said. "I know," said a female voice. "I want to talk to you." "All right," he said. "Buzzing you in now." He turned on the light in the outer office. While waiting for his unexpected guest to appear, Strike saw movement out of the corner of his eye. The ugly black goldfish with a knobbly growth on its head was floating at the water's surface, flapping its fins helplessly, belly upwards. The silhouette of Mrs. Two Times appeared on the landing. Strike opened the glass door. "Have a seat," he said. "Thanks," she said in a tight voice, walking past him and sitting down on the sofa. As might have been expected from a woman who spent most of her days shopping for clothes, having manicures and blow-dries, she was immaculately dressed and groomed, wearing a coat made of what looked like satin, a form-fitting cream dress, and high, strappy black heels. Yet she wasn't quite as good-looking up close as she appeared at a distance. Her features were small and undistinguished, but she was living testimony to what money, skill, and good taste can do for a woman's appearance. Her figure, disciplined through diet, her expensively streaked, caramel-coloured hair flattering her skin, her eyes expertly made up to appear twice their natural size. "I found out this morning he's paying you to follow me," she said, still in a tight little voice. "I recognise the bank account number." "Really?" said Strike, who could tell denials would be pointless. "How?" "I used to be his PA. He made me check the standing order to you once. I made a note of the bank account number. That was when he was with that foreign girl." "The Russian?" said Strike. "Yes." "I wondered whether he'd do it to me too. Does he really think I'm playing around?" "I don't know," said Strike, which was true, as far as it went. He wasn't about to mention his theory about her husband's sexual peculiarities. I've assured him you haven't given any sign of infidelity. She said, her eyes travelling over the office before coming back to rest on Strike, her gaze calculating. Okay, well, I've been trying to think what to do. Strike, who detected a threatening undertone in these words, moved behind Pat's desk and sat down in her computer chair. I know he's playing around on me, said Mrs. Two Times. Ah, said Strike. Escorts, she said. I recognise that bank account, too. There's a place he's always liked. He's been using it for years. That's why he's always happy for me to go out with my friends. The question of why she'd married such a man had barely surfaced in Strike's mind before he answered it himself. The designer clothes, the immaculate hair, the long lunches, the giggling exchanges with handsome waiters. Presumably these sweetened the strange deal she'd made. He's kind of well known in his field, she said, now examining her perfectly manicured nails. I could cause a lot of trouble for him if I dragged you into it. It'd mean loads of publicity, and he wouldn't be able to use you to spy on his girlfriends anymore, would he? Strike's feeling of foreboding intensified. Or, she said, looking up, you could start watching him for me instead. Get proof of the escorts. I wouldn't tell him I'd used you, and I quite like the idea of him footing the bills for me to get evidence for a nice fat divorce settlement. That'd certainly be a neat solution, said Strike. You agree, then? She said. Yeah, I think we could shake on that. She got up, took a pen out of the pot on Pat's desk, and wrote her mobile number on a post-it note. I'd like weekly updates, she said, tearing it off and handing it to him. Fine, said Strike. They shook hands. Hers was cold. I didn't think it'd last, she said. Men don't change, do they? Well, not often, said Strike. She glanced over at the aquarium. I think your fish is dying. Strike waited on the landing until he heard the street door open and close, then called Wardle. Let her go, he said. It wasn't your fault. She's smarter than him, that's all. Come up and have a drink if you want one. I've got whiskey open. 5 minutes later, Wardle arrived in the outer office, to which Strike had already brought his bottle of Arran single malt. Does that happen often? Wardle asked, when Strike had told him what Mrs. Two Times had said. First time for me, said Strike. Nah, I won't, said Wardle, waving away the offer of whiskey as Strike raised the bottle. I was doing a bit too much of that, alone, a few months back. I've knocked it on the head for a while. Ah, said Strike, pouring himself a treble. Good for you. Is that fish all right? Said Wardle, looking at the gasping black lump at the surface of the tank. No, said Strike. Mash up a pea, said Wardle. What? It's probably gulped down too much air at the top. Greedy little bastards, goldfish. Scoop it out and feed it a mashed pea. Sometimes works. The hell do you know that? My niece keeps fish. 3 different tanks in her bedroom. Just got onto betters. Having no idea what betters were, and zero interest, Strike sat back down at Pat's computer chair and said, So, how long have you been off the booze? Since the night after you came over for that curry. Funnily enough, it was you mentioning me working here. Made me think about, making some changes. I could do a coffee, though, said Wardle. Got any decaf? If we have, it'll be in one of those cupboards, said Strike, who'd never knowingly drunk decaffeinated coffee in his life. As he gulped down more whiskey, his mobile buzzed, and he looked down to see a text from Midge. Plug's gone home. No stubbing tonight. What? He said, under the vague impression that Wardle had just said something. I said, did you hear Murphy's fallen off the wagon? Wardle had found some decaffeinated coffee, and was now making it. Strike, whose heart rate had just increased as though he'd broken into a sprint, said, trying to mask the interest in his voice, You told me someone thought he might be drinking again. Yeah, well, they were right, he is. He was caught necking vodka at his desk. He's in a shitload of trouble one way or another. Probably smarm his way out of it, though, said Wardle, with a curling lip. Iverson still thinks he's fucking misunderstood. Iverson, repeated Strike. His brain felt sluggish. The woman on the silver vault case, the one he groped a few years back. Oh, yeah, I met her, redhead. Yeah, said Wardle, as the kettle came to a boil. What are you going to say if Murphy gets kicked out and wants to come and work here? Cross that bridge when I get to it, said Strike. Probably try and persuade Robin to leave and set up Ellicott and Murphy Inc. with him. If you don't take him on, said Wardle, his back still to Strike. Or Murphy and Murphy, if he gets his way. What? Said Strike again. Wardle headed back to the sofa, holding his coffee. He's going to propose. That a guess? Said Strike sharply. Or do you know? He told Iverson the other week, and she told me when I told her I was starting work here, said Wardle. He probably told her he was going to pop the question to get her to back off. Looked like she was going to cry when she told me. Right, said Strike, who felt as though he'd turned to ice from the neck downwards. Ring bought and everything, is it? Dunno, said Wardle, taking a sip of coffee. Mainly because he was afraid his expression might give away his thoughts, Strike turned back to his phone. Midge had texted a second time. Got pictures of his co-conspirators. Strike, who had a blank whine in his ears, typed back, great, then had to say, what, again, because Wardle had definitely just spoken. That Kim Cochran. Heard something very interesting about her the other day. Reason she left the force. Yeah? Said Strike, still thinking about Murphy and Robin. Well, she's not my concern anymore. Whether because Wardle had noticed his colleague's abstraction or not, he said, So, what do you want me to do? Start following 2 times tomorrow? Need to think it through, said Strike, forcing himself to concentrate. We'll have to maintain a pretense of following the wife, because he'll ask me if he doesn't see anyone around when he joins her. They discussed the ramifications of this double agent job until Wardle, coffee finished, said he might as well get an early night. Strike, desperate to be alone, told him to leave his mug. He'd wash it with his whiskey glass. When Wardle had left, Strike remained sitting where he was. As he was now forced to recognize, he'd retained a slender hope that in spite of Robin's talk of egg freezing, something might yet happen to prise her and Murphy apart. But if a proposal was in the offing... He remembered the sapphire ring that had adorned Robin's third finger when she'd first started work for him, when she'd occupied the space Pat did now. The ring had represented a hard blue full stop, nothing doing. She'd married Matthew in spite of his previous infidelity and what Strike privately thought of as his general cuntery, and it had taken a second, still more blatant infidelity to blow the marriage apart. But Murphy, alas, seemed faithful. He's been great. I can't fault him. He wants me whether or not I can have kids. He's been really kind since it happened. Strike got to his feet, realizing he wasn't quite steady on them anymore, and returned to the inner office. In shutting down various open tabs on his computer, he accidentally turned weights back on. Nobody will love you the way that I could, 'cause nobody's that strong. He slapped the music off, shut down his computer, turned out the light, then returned to the outer office, where he washed Wardle's mug and his own glass. He was on the point of turning out the second light, when his eye fell again on the gasping black goldfish at the top of the tank, flailing and gulping pathetically, belly up, its sufferings, if Wardle was to be believed, entirely self-inflicted. Finger on the light switch, swaying slightly where he stood, Strike stared at it, imagining finding it dead and motionless in the morning, floating where it was now, fighting for life. Its 2 tank mates, one silver, one gold, drifted serenely below, indifferent to its plight. The blackfish was exceptionally ugly, close to an abomination. It was an added insult that it bore his name. Fine, you stupid little fucker, he muttered, and he headed none too steadily towards the stairway to the attic, unsure whether he had any frozen peas, but prepared, nonplussed to find himself doing it, yet with a vague desire to set something to rights, even as everything else turned to shit around him. To check. Chapter 99. Perfect honesty, which ought to be the common qualification of all, is more rare than diamonds. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Several things happened in quick succession the following morning to thoroughly destabilise Robin. Firstly, she was woken at 6 a.m. by a call from Berkeley to tell her she needn't bother tailing Mrs. Two Times, because the woman was spending the day at a spa with some girlfriends, which Two Times had forgotten to tell the agency. Robin was delighted to have an unexpectedly free Saturday, which she intended to spend on sleep and laundry. Unfortunately, she was woken again shortly before 9 by Murphy, who called to inform her that his parents were unexpectedly in town and to ask her over to his place for lunch. "I wasn't expecting them. They just turned up," he said, sounding harassed. "For a surprise, because I haven't been in touch enough. So can you come over, because they really want to meet you? I'll cook. Dad wants to watch the football. They're not staying overnight, thank Christ. They're at Mum's sister's." It so happened that even though Robin and Murphy were now into the second year of their relationship, Robin had never yet met any of his family. His retired parents lived in Ireland, where his father had been born. Robin had once answered the phone to his mother, who was English, and had made pleasant small talk with her, while Murphy was finishing a shower, but this was the sum total of their direct contact. Robin therefore felt refusing lunch was impossible, so dragged herself reluctantly out of bed and began looking for something suitable to wear among her small stock of clean clothes. She just started running a bath when her phone rang yet again. This time it was Strike. After a brief explanation of the surprise visit to the office from Mrs. Two Times the previous evening, he asked whether Robin could possibly forfeit her day off to cover Two Times, because literally every other detective at the agency was busy, either keeping watch over Plug and his possibly murderous cronies, who hadn't yet attacked the man who'd had Plug's monstrous dog put down, tracking the movements of Lord Branfoot, trying to catch Uber driver Hussein Mohammed at home, or following Albie Simpson-White. Robin thought she heard a note of exasperation when Strike mentioned the last of the names, and assumed she was being reminded, none too subtly, that she was the one who'd added this extra burden to the rota. When Robin explained that she really couldn't get out of lunch with Murphy's parents 5 minutes after agreeing to it, Strike said shortly, "Fine. Better hope Mrs. Two Times doesn't get pissed off for not doing as she asked, and go to the press then." As this was the first time in years that Robin had declined a job for personal reasons, and as she'd been bearing a heavier workload than all subcontractors lately, she considered Strike's impatient tone quite unwarranted. But before she could say so, he'd hung up. Now cross, in addition to exhausted, whose fault was it that the agency was currently vulnerable to bad press? Robin took her bath. Once dried and dressed, she opened her bedroom curtains and saw— her eye was drawn to him instantly, as if she'd been expecting him— a man in a green jacket, standing on the opposite pavement. He turned quickly as the curtains opened, as though to hide his face, even though she couldn't have seen it from this distance without binoculars. Her conscious mind tried to tell her she couldn't be sure, but her gut instinct told her a different story. Same green jacket, same build, same height as the man who'd worn the gorilla mask to threaten her with the Masonic dagger. Heart pounding, Robin watched as he sloped away, keeping his face averted. She was certain he'd been watching her windows. The repeated wearing of the jacket, in which she'd already seen him up close, didn't argue a very bright man. Nevertheless, Robin knew very well that stupid males could be just as dangerous as intelligent ones. She went to check her bag for her rape alarm and pepper spray, telling herself he wouldn't dare do anything on such a busy street by daylight, and reminding herself that it was a very short walk from the building's front door to the Land Rover. She considered calling Strike, but decided against, given how grumpy he'd just been on the phone. In any case, there was nobody free at the agency to come and give her assistance. Now she wished, for the second time in as many months, that she didn't live alone, before reminding herself that if she'd been living with Murphy, she'd be in an even bigger quandary. He still knew nothing about the man in the green jacket, nor about the small rubber gorilla or the Masonic dagger hidden in her sock drawer. Did Green Jacket have a car? Would he follow her to Murphy's? Had he done anything to the Land Rover while she'd been asleep or having her bath?
She'd need to check it before she got in, but her pepper spray would be in her hand as she did so. Thus resolved, Robin put on her coat, rechecked the contents of her bag, and left her flat. The day was cool, clouds sliding across the sun. Robin looked all around and behind her as she walked briskly to her car, but there was no sign of the man in the green jacket. Pepper spray in hand, she bent low to check the underside of the Land Rover, but saw nothing, nor were there scratches on any of the paintwork. She got inside quickly and locked the doors. Now feeling safer, she left her bag open on the passenger seat, pepper spray within easy reach, and set off, checking her rear-view mirror constantly. The trouble with Black Horse Road was that it was always very busy. Robin knew that Green Jacket would have had time, if he had his wits about him, to get into a car and follow her, especially if he knew where Murphy's flat was. She had no idea what car Green Jacket might own, whereas she didn't doubt he knew exactly which Land Rover to follow. Robin arrived at Murphy's flat shortly before midday, still unsure as to whether she'd been tailed. Murphy's flat door was opened by his beaming mother, a well-dressed, attractive beige blonde in her early 60s, from whom Murphy had clearly got his good looks. She had the same bone structure and full upper lip. "How lovely to meet you at last," she said. And Robin responded as effusively as she could manage, with her mind half on Green Jacket. If Murphy's good looks were owed to the maternal line, he got his height and hair from his father, a burly Irishman with a deep voice, who also expressed delight at meeting Robin, and said Murphy had been keeping her hidden far too long. Murphy seemed slightly on edge, which Robin attributed to the unexpectedness of his parents' arrival and the necessity of cooking for them. He was stuck in the kitchen, so Robin and the two older Murphys sat down together and chatted easily enough about their relocation to Galway after long years in London, about Murphy's older sister's third pregnancy, and about Robin's recent acquisition of 2 more nephews. Robin noticed that neither of them asked about her job at all, which was odd, because it was how she and Murphy had met. She wondered whether he told his parents not to bring up the agency. Lunch was pleasant enough, although the food could have been tastier. Murphy's steaks were rubbery, and the potatoes slightly underdone. There was wine on the table, of which Murphy's father partook liberally, cracking jokes, some of them funny. Robin couldn't help being reminded of her former in-laws. Matthew's father, too, had been garrulous, whereas his late mother had been quieter, more polished and watchful, and Robin had always felt that the latter didn't much like her. Murphy's mother was far friendlier than her Cunliffe counterpart, yet Robin still detected signs that she was being covertly assessed. "We were sorry to hear the house fell through," she told Robin. "Yes," said Robin, "it was a shame." The longer lunch went on, the more certain Robin became that Murphy's parents had no idea about his recent alcoholic relapse. Mrs. Murphy's searching look suggested she'd sensed there might be more to the story than they'd been gazumped for a second time. Perhaps, the dart of unease shot through Robin, Murphy's parents knew about the ectopic pregnancy. Robin had made her boyfriend promise not to tell her parents, but had extracted no guarantees about his. Over lunch, she learned for the first time why the London-born Murphy supported Liverpool. His father had spent most of his teens in the city and remained a passionate supporter. He couldn't have tolerated his son supporting anyone else, he told Robin, who laughed politely. Liverpool was playing Arsenal that afternoon, kick-off at 5:30, which was why Mr. Murphy Sr. hadn't wanted to go out to lunch. You never knew how long these fancy London restaurants would string out a meal. Robin was told repeatedly by both parents how proud they were of Murphy, and the latter looked strained as they said it. Robin found herself longing for match kick-off because "we won't be allowed to talk once it starts," said Murphy's mother, with a humorous eye-roll. "I brought my knitting." "Her business partner supports Arsenal," said Murphy, nodding towards Robin, who felt a very faint sting of animosity in this remark, and it led to a certain amount of good-humoured chaff from his father about how the office was bound to be an uncomfortable place on Monday then, because Arsenal was about to be thoroughly trounced. At 5 o'clock, The three Murphys removed the sofa and armchair in plenty of time for the start of the game, Mr. Murphy sprawling so much that there was very little room for Robin, so she remained at the table where they'd eaten. Once the match was underway, Robin surreptitiously took out her phone. She'd have preferred her laptop, but she could hardly have brought that with her. Murphy and his father, who were apparently allowed to talk all they wanted, criticised and eulogized various plays and players, while Mrs. Murphy concentrated mostly on knitting what looked like a baby's sweater in pink angora. Robin first checked to see whether Tish Benton, currently at a five-star hotel in Paris, judging by her most recent Instagram photo, had responded to the request for a chat Robin had sent via the Claremont chain, but there was no response. "Get in!" bellowed Murphy and his father in unison, and Robin jumped. Both men were fist-pumping. Firmino had scored for Liverpool. Robin hastily made celebratory noises and affected a broad smile until the Murphys' attention had returned to the TV. She'd just closed Instagram when a text arrived from her brother Martin. "Could I come and stay for a couple of days?" Robin stared at this message, wondering whether Martin had sent it to the wrong person. Not only had her second brother never come to visit her in London, he was, by some distance, the family member to whom she was least close. She loved him, of course, but as she'd told Strike on Sark, they had very little in common. He'd been insecure in their youth about his siblings' better academic records, and meted out a low but sustained level of persecution to Robin, purely on the basis that she was the only girl. Their friends, habits and life choices could hardly have been more divergent. Thinking that a simple question ought to make him realize he'd texted the wrong person, she replied, "With Carmen and the baby, you mean?" There was no immediate response, so Robin returned to the line of investigation she'd been pursuing until exhaustion had defeated her in the early hours of the morning. Shortly after midnight, she'd stumbled across the information that Rupert's paternal aunt, Angelica, was a historian who'd once been affiliated with the University of Ghent in Belgium. She'd remained professionally attached to the Belgian university long after she'd moved to Switzerland with her husband, a fellow academic, and shuttled between the two countries while Rupert was growing up. The decision to put Rupert into boarding school seemed to have been made to allow his child-free aunt and uncle to pursue their separate, intellectually distinguished careers. "Shouldn't have left Sanchez on the bench, should you, Wenger, you wanker?" said Murphy. Murphy Senior roared with laughter. Robin ploughed on with her research. Angelica had ended her professorship at the University of Ghent in the year 2000, when Rupert was 9 years old.
"I think he said, didn't he say he knew what happened to her? And didn't he say we'd see it on the news?"
Was it possible that Rupert had heard something, or known something, about the murders of Reata Lindvall and her daughter, relayed to him by his Belgium-based aunt or one of her colleagues? "Yes, fucking get in!" bellowed Murphy, while his father roared his approval. Liverpool had scored again, just before half-time. Hastily hitching a smile onto her face, Robin said, "Anyone want another tea? Coffee?" But Murphy's mother was already heading for the kitchen, her fluffy pink knitting left in her armchair. Mr. Murphy Senior went for a loudly announced pee. Robin took out her notebook and wrote, "Rupert's aunt worked in Belgium until he was 9. She had to admit, the information didn't look much of a breakthrough when written down. As she closed the notebook, Mr. Murphy Senior re-entered the room, his hand still on his fly. "Your Strike's not going to be happy, is he?" he said to Robin, dropping back onto the sofa and taking up 2 seats with ease. 2-0 already." "No," said Robin, forcing another smile. "He's not. So you do know something about my work. You know my partner's name." "They're going to get Sanchez off the bench," said Murphy. "Yeah, well, no choice now," said his father. Robin accepted a coffee from Murphy's mother with a smile and thanks. The latter picked up her knitting and settled back in the armchair. When the football match restarted and the others' attentions were once again turned yet again towards the television, Robin stood up casually, ostensibly to stretch, but in reality to look out of the window. She could see no trace of Green Jacket, although there were parked cars in which he might be lurking. She sat down again and reopened Instagram, now following a different train of thought. Robin had already found 2 Instagram accounts for Chloe Griffiths. The older account showed various Ironbridge landmarks, the new, many pictures of her and her boyfriend interrailing. As far as Robin was concerned, the most interesting of the pictures Chloe had posted before Tyler's disappearance was that of her birthday in April, which she'd celebrated with a party at home. Robin recognised the poster of the dope-smoking Jesus in the background. The picture was crammed with young people, but the photos centred on 4 of them. There was goofily grinning large-eared Tyler Powell, whose arm was slung around Anne-Marie's shoulders, the latter recognisable from press pictures, an insipid-looking girl whose pale face wasn't flattered by what looked like home-dyed pink hair. Anne-Marie looked perfectly happy and at ease. However, Chloe, who was standing on Tyler's other side, was wearing a smile that appeared forced. A young man whose face wasn't visible, but who had a shock of ginger hair, had his arm slung around Chloe's neck. He was falling forwards, apparently laughing, dragging her with him as his plastic cup of beer spilled. Wyn Jones stood in shadow behind the pair, smirking, whereas Ian Griffiths, beside Jones, and perhaps anticipating spilled beer on his carpet, didn't look very happy. "Shit!" bellowed Murphy, and Robin jumped again, hastily affixing a smile to her face, before registering that Murphy wasn't celebrating, and that it was Arsenal who'd scored, not Liverpool. "Language?" said Mrs. Murphy softly, and Robin was reminded again of her late mother-in-law, who'd always urged a certain po-faced gentility on her family, even at times of celebration or crisis. Robin returned to the picture of Chloe's birthday party. The young woman was wearing a bracelet of what looked like enamelled violets, and Robin assumed this had been Tyler's birthday gift, worn perhaps out of politeness, because it didn't really chime with Chloe's plain black dress. She wondered why Chloe hadn't done as various angry comments had demanded, and taken down pictures of Tyler, although there was a clue in one of her replies. "Ponzi 2, Chloe Griff, take these down, nobody want to see that fucker. Chloe Griff, fuck off telling me what to do." The last post on the old account, which had appeared a few weeks after Chloe's birthday, was a quotation by Sylvia Plath. "I lean to you, numb as a fossil. Tell me I'm here." An odd quotation, Robin thought, exhibiting the sort of nihilism she'd have expected of a teenager, rather than a young woman in her early to mid-20s. Was it an expression of grief for her friend Anne-Marie? The old account had been left up, perhaps as an act of defiance towards the censoriousness of Ironbridge, but the new account appeared to represent a conscious turning of a leaf, because this opened with a Plath quotation too. "I felt my lungs inflate with the inrush of scenery, air, mountains, trees, people. I thought, this is what it is to be happy." The new photos showed Chloe's travels through Europe with a notably good-looking young man. There were arty photos of cities and the food the couple were eating, some selfies taken alone with picturesque backgrounds, others with her boyfriend. Then, following another train of thought, Robin left Chloe's page for that of Oz. The account had acquired another 30 followers since Robin had last looked at it, which angered her. It had been used to groom 2 girls, one of whom was dead. Was the Met taking any action at all, or was it so determined not to take the agency's word for anything that the fake account had been assigned low priority? Oz's most recent pictures were views of Nashville, with the usual non-specific, intriguing hashtags. Hashtag TS6, hashtag Secret Project. One girl in the replies had replied excitedly, "OMG, Taylor Swift, ? To which Oz had replied with a winking emoji. Another bellow from the sofa announced Liverpool's 3rd goal. "That's it!" shouted Mr. Murphy Sr. "We're done!" He turned and said to Robin, "Send Mr. Strike my condolences," in a tone and with a gloating expression that convinced Robin Strike had been a topic of conversation between Murphy père et fils, and that Murphy had told his father plainly how little he liked Robin's business partner. Right, thought Robin, and using the Instagram account in the name of Venetia Hall, which she reserved for work, she typed into the comments beneath Oz's most recent post. "This man is an imposter. He doesn't know Taylor Swift, he isn't working on a 6th album, and if you reverse search his pictures, you'll find he's stolen all of them." The match finished. Mr. and Mrs. Murphy at last made moves to leave, gathering up their things, now intent on getting to Murphy's aunt's on time. "It's been lovely meeting you," said Robin, with every bit of enthusiasm she could muster. "Really lovely." She was caught off guard by Murphy's mother's embrace. "We're so happy to know you at last." But the embrace felt forced, the older woman's body stiff rather than yielding. "You want to take the odd weekend off, girl," said Murphy's father, winking at her. Apparently he'd guessed she'd been working while they were watching the game. Had Murphy complained about her workaholic tendencies too? The three Murphys left at last, their son walking his parents down to their car. Robin returned to the window to check for Green Jacket again, but saw no sign of him. The Murphys talked for 5 minutes at the front of the building, then the parents departed, and Murphy headed back inside. Robin knew as soon as he re-entered the sitting room that she was in trouble. Nevertheless, she tried to diffuse the atmosphere he'd brought back into the room with him. "They're really not— If you don't want to be here," said Murphy in a low voice, "just say so." Robin stared at him. "What do you mean? If I don't want to be? You couldn't have acted more bloody bored if you tried." "Hang on," said Robin. "I was told we weren't allowed to talk while the football was on." "She didn't mean it literally. You couldn't even come and sit with— Your father was taking up 2/3 of the sofa. You could have asked him to move." "I've only just met him. I'm not telling him where to sit in a flat I don't own," retorted Robin. She, too, was suddenly angry. Exhausted though she was, she'd chatted through a lengthy lunch, laughed at all his father's jokes, answered all his mother's questions, and stacked the dishwasher single-handedly, so Murphy's parents could have him to themselves over coffee. She'd forfeited her Saturday at a moment's notice to keep him happy. She'd made every effort to act as though she wanted Liverpool to win the game. But the real problem, she was sure, wasn't that she'd remained on her hard seat in the background, but instead of taking out knitting, especially of a baby's sweater, she'd taken out a notebook and phone. Possibly, Murphy thought her perusal of the internet had, in fact, been surreptitious texting of Strike, of which he'd accused her on Christmas Eve. "Can you not forget about work for 2 minutes?" "I need fresh air," said Murphy. He turned, and the front door slammed, leaving Robin standing in shock. "Fresh air, like all the runs you were taking and the gym sessions you were enjoying." With stony-faced efficiency, Robin began her search, firstly of the kitchen cupboards. She found no alcohol there, nor in the tiny airing cupboard with the boiler, nor under the sofa or hidden behind Murphy's sparse collection of books. The bathroom was alcohol-free. She even sniffed his shampoo and aftershave to make sure. This left the bedroom. There were no bottles under the bed or in the bedside cabinets. Once again she rifled through Murphy's clothes, taking out the box of charging leads and change, feeling all round the top shelf where he'd hidden the vodka before. But there were no bottles there now, nor was there anything in his gym bag except trainers and a tracksuit. There was, however, a briefcase at the very back of the wardrobe. Delving into it, her fingers closed over what felt like a small cardboard bag. She lifted it out and saw that it bore the imprimatur of a high-street jeweller's. She looked inside to see a small black velvet box, also clearly brand new, with a receipt coiled beside it. With a shock far worse than that she'd felt at seeing the door slam, Robin was suddenly sure what she'd see if she opened the box. Sure enough, when she lifted the lid, she saw a small diamond solitaire winking up at her, set on a white gold or platinum band. A wave of sweat passed down her body. Oh, God, no. She lifted out the receipt, not to see the price, but the date. He'd bought it days before she'd discovered the vodka, before they'd agreed to let the new house go. Robin replaced the ring and receipt carefully back in their bag and returned it to the old briefcase, then closed the wardrobe door and set about gathering her things. If Murphy really hadn't run off to the pub or the off-licence, he'd probably be back soon, full of contrition, wondering whether this time he'd blown everything. So flustered was Robin when she left the flat that she forgot all about Green Jacket. However, she arrived safely at the Land Rover and set off, even more frightened than she'd been on arrival, not of sudden physical attack, but of the silver-coloured band hidden in the depths of Murphy's wardrobe, a tiny, sparkling shackle. Chapter 100. Ha ha, John plucketh now at his rose to rid himself of a sorrow at heart. Lo, petal on petal, fierce rays unclose, anther on anther, sharp spikes outstart, and with blood for dew the bosom boils, and a gust of sulphur is all its smell, and lo, he is horribly in the toils of a coal-black giant flower of hell. Robert Browning, The Heretic's Tragedy. At 8:30 on Monday morning, Strike set off for a journey to the West Country in his BMW. He hadn't needed to set off so early, but he didn't want to run into Robin at the office, nor had he replied to the email she'd sent him about what he considered Rupert Fleetwood's very flimsy family connection to Belgium. Convinced that Murphy had proposed and been accepted, and that Robin's uncancelable lunch on Saturday had been with her future in-laws, Strike required longer than 48 hours to build himself up to the congratulatory expression and tone he'd need when they next spoke. At 8:45, Strike received a call from Midge. "I've got the address of Bramfoot's flat," she said triumphantly. "Fantastic," said Strike, his mood very slightly improved by this news, because scaring off Branfoot and his henchmen was one of his top priorities. "Where is it?" "Black Prince Road, Lambeth, second floor, a smart block," said Midge. "Tailed him there last night. He went in around 11. An hour later, a black guy in leather and a drunk girl went in. Lights went on the second floor and stayed on for about 3 hours. At 4, Bramfoot creeps outside again. At 6, the girl staggers out onto the pavement to get into a taxi, looking rough as hell. Half an hour later, the pawn sleaze comes out. Got pictures of all of them." "Excellent work," said Strike. "Cheers," said Midge. "Right, well, I'm supposed to be catching that Hussein Mohammed between his Uber shifts. Need coffee. Speak to you later." Strike drove on down the M40 for half an hour. Then Robin called him, as he'd half expected she would. Steeling himself, he answered. "Pat says you're driving to Hereford," she said. "Why?" "I'm meeting Reena Liddell. She responded to me last night on one of her old Twitter accounts. Hereford, 2 p.m. tomorrow. And Hereford's got a golden fleece." "Wow, great," said Robin. "Well, Midge has found—" "I know, she just called me," said Strike. "So when I get to Hereford, I'm going to call DeLeon and warn him I'm about to go to Brantford myself and tell him I know what he's up to in that flat. And if DeLeon wants to sit on his arse and wait for the story to break, without putting a decent spin on his own involvement, that's his problem." "Well, I've got other news," said Robin, who was currently in the inner office, and Strike's stomach clenched. "Or rather, Pat has," Robin continued. "She's found a pub in Yeovil called the Quicksilver Mail that had a barman for a couple of weeks last June who called himself Dave. He was short and had big ears. They let him go because he wasn't very good." "Ah," said Strike. "Well, I'll be in the rough vicinity of Yeovil in a couple of hours. I could head there after Hereford and show them Tyler Powell's picture." "That's a lot of driving in one day," said Robin. "Hereford and Yeovil aren't that close to each other." "Sure, I'll manage. Anything else?" Robin, who didn't much appreciate the spikiness of Strike's tone, said, "No, I just dropped in to file some receipts. But I'm interviewing Faber Whitehead this evening, as I told you." "OK, I'll let you go," said Strike. "Strike," said Robin sharply. "What?" "If you're still pissed off about Saturday, say so. You gave me literally no notice, and it's not as if I haven't forfeited a lot of free time lately." "I'm not pissed off about Saturday. I know it was short notice. I was worried Mrs. Two Times was making veiled threats about press, that's all." "Well, as I'm not the one who's made us a target for the tabloids—" "Tabloid attention's an occupational risk," said Strike. "Ask your boyfriend." As he'd half hoped to provoke her into doing, Robin hung up. She stood in fury beside the partner's desk, staring at her mobile, as though she could see Strike glaring back at her. "You total prick." Robin wrenched open the dividing door so forcefully that Pat looked round, startled. "Everything all right?" "Fine," said Robin. "I've got some receipts for filing." She was halfway to the filing cabinet when she noticed a large margarine tub full of water set beside the fish tank. It contained the black fish called cormorant, which was swimming lazily around its limited space. "Why's that fish out of its tank?" "He's got me feeding it bloody peas," said Pat grumpily. A card was propped against the tank, carrying instructions in Strike's hard-to-read handwriting. Diverted in spite of herself, Robin picked this up to read it. "Goldfish are bottom feeders. If they gulp too much air at the surface, they can bugger up their balance and start floating upside down. Soak food before giving it in future. Feed only small amount of mashed peas until it improves. It's okay to go back in main tank once swimming upright." "It is the right way up now," Robin told Pat. "Is it?" Pat joined Robin, both of them peering down at the fish with the knobbly growth on top of its head, stout body waggling, double tail fin wafting behind it as it circled the tub. Long strings of goldfish excrement swirled beneath it. "Shall I tip it back in?" said Pat. "I would," said Robin. "It hasn't got a lot of space in there." Meanwhile, the blackfish's reluctant saviour was heading along the M40 while castigating himself for what he'd just said to Robin. A really smart move, he told himself, to behave like a dick in the immediate aftermath of her engagement. It was as though he was determined to push her into leaving and setting up Murphy and Murphy, Inc. Chapter 101. Necessity alone, and the greatest good of the greatest number, can legitimately interfere with the dominion of absolute and ideal justice. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Strike deposited his BMW in a multi-storey car park close to the middle of Hereford and set off in search of an early lunch because breakfast felt a long way behind him. A short walk brought him within sight of a restaurant called the Beefy Boys, which he chose out of an angry self-sabotaging impulse, because what was the point of trying to compete with Murphy in the leanness stakes now? Having settled himself at a table outside so that he could vape and ordered the house speciality, the Dirty Boy Burger, he called Danny DeLeon, who didn't pick up. Strike therefore left a voicemail message warning DeLeon that the detective agency had now identified the flat where Branford was covertly filming oblivious drunks being screwed by porn stars, and that he would shortly be confronting Branford with the information. Danny would therefore have to suffer the consequences of not having spoken to the press, which would have mitigated the risk to himself of Branford's revenge. Strike then reached into his coat pocket for Jim Todd's book, Know When to Hold 'Em, Win Big Every Time, which he'd brought with him to complete his perusal of Todd's scribbled notes. Opening it at a fresh page, he examined a list of nicknames for various pairs of pocket cards. King King, Cowboys. King Queen, Marriage. King Jack, Kojak. King 9, K9. He was about to turn this page, on which Todd had only written Pocket Eights without explanation, when a tiny ripple in his subconscious told him not to be so hasty. 77 walking sticks. I even got it in army green so nobody'll think you're a big girl's blouse. 4-4 sailboats. Eyes on the horizon if you feel ill. Fuck's sake. Was everything going to remind him of Robin? He kept reading until he heard his phone buzz and took it out in the hope that Robin had sent him an irate text, which would provide him with an opportunity to make a low-effort, typed apology for having been snide about Murphy. However, it was only Barclay, informing him that 2 times had just ducked into a hotel looking furtive. Strike sat, phone in hand, wondering whether he should apologize to Robin, even in the absence of a first text from her. He knew perfectly well that punishing her for not reciprocating feelings he'd never voiced was the behaviour of a total arsehole. He was still trying to formulate a message that didn't seem to carry an obvious undertone of "I just hate you" being with Murphy, when his burger arrived, and he set his phone aside with relief. The ingestion of a huge cheeseburger, complete with bacon and fried onions, gave Strike's spirits a slight boost. Having eaten his last chip, he picked up his phone and texted Robin. "I'm sorry about what I said. I'm knackered, but that's no excuse." He sat watching his phone for a minute, hoping to see the 3 dots that meant Robin was typing, but nothing appeared. Having drunk a coffee, paid his bill, and had a pee in the beefy boy's bathroom, Strike set off for what Google Maps told him would be a short walk to the Golden Fleece. On entering the pub, Strike found a narrow, cramped and corridor-like interior and a large television screen showing Sky Sports. Strike bought himself a zero-alcohol beer and was about to take a seat when the barman leaned forwards and said, "You Cameron Strike?" "Yeah," said Strike. "You ought to go up there," said the barman, pointing towards the door at the rear of the pub. It transpired that the barman had meant up there, literally. A very small external paved area contained no tables, but a steep metal staircase leading up to the roof. Strike assumed that Reena Little wasn't aware he had a false leg. He hauled himself upwards with the aid of the handrail, his pint slopping over his hand. He emerged onto a rooftop space where a few tables and plastic palm trees in square tubs stood on artificial grass. Cross of St. George bunting wound around the railings, beyond which Strike could see the tall spire of St. Peter's Church. Only one table was occupied. Facing Strike, with a half-smile on his lips, was the tall, salt-and-pepper-haired, square-jawed Ralph Lawrence, allegedly of MI5. He wasn't wearing a suit today, but jeans and an open-neck shirt beneath a dark green cashmere sweater, and his blue eyes were concealed behind a pair of aviator sunglasses. Strike knew his expression had betrayed both surprise and displeasure, and he also saw that this gave Lawrence satisfaction. With a long drive behind him, an aching knee and hamstring, a forced climb up the stairs at the connivance of a man who knew he had half a leg missing, and a wet sleeve where beer had slopped over it, Strike was hard put to conceal his resentment. As he sat down opposite Lawrence, a kind of Rolodex of theories whirled inside his head, and it halted on the most obvious question. "Reena invite me here, or was that you?" "She did," said Lawrence smoothly. "But we were watching." "Where is she?" "She's been sectioned." "Why?" "She's been trying to get hold of a gun." "What for?" "You found her social media. You tell me which group of people she might think deserves shooting." Strike wasn't about to fall into that trap. Lawrence sipped what looked like water, and while pulling out his vape, Strike entertained himself for a moment by imagining slapping it out of the man's hand. "This is the kind of thing people assume spooks do, isn't it?" he said. "Get people locked up for being crazy if they know too much. What makes you think Reena Little knows anything?" "She knows something," said Strike, "or you wouldn't be sitting here. You'd have let me think she just stood me up if you weren't worried she'd already told me something. Maybe I've got questions for you." "Go on then," said Strike. "You've clearly had contact with her, other than over social media." "Have I?" "First contact didn't happen there." "Who approached who?" "It's all a bit hazy now," said Strike. "Angela told me you think you're funny," said Lawrence. "No, she didn't," said Strike, calmly. "Look," said Lawrence, and Strike was happy to see he hadn't liked the fact his snide comment had glanced off Strike without leaving a mark. "I'm doing you a favour here, little though you seem to realise it. You've had online contact with a mentally ill Islamophobe who was trying to get herself a gun. You aren't going to intimidate me by hinting I've had contact with a terrorist," said Strike. "I know full well why you're here, and it's got fuck all to do with guns. You fucked up, warning Reena not to give me the time of day. That's what gave her the idea of contacting me in the first place.
If she's become a liability, that's your fault, not mine. Mr. Strike, I'm asking for your and I might have given it, if you hadn't forced me to walk up onto the fucking roof and spill my pint. Strike pushed himself back into a standing position. There are still civil liberties in this country. You'll have your work cut out keeping her in a psychiatric facility indefinitely. I can wait. He turned and, doing his absolute best not to hobble, set back off down the steep metal staircase. As he'd rashly committed to driving to the Quicksilver Mail pub in Yeovil, he supposed he should get going. Chapter 102. Indulge me but a moment. If I fail, favoured with such an audience, understand. To set things right, why, class me with the mob, as understander of the mind of man. The mob. Now that's just how the error comes. Robert Browning, Tertium Quid. Robin was currently too angry at Strike to accept his texted apology. Work was supposed to be the one place in her life where she wasn't subject to men taking out their bad moods on her, and she saw no reason to show a good grace Strike himself rarely displayed. Plug still hadn't been arrested, which irrationally compounded Robin's anger at Strike. She connected his bad behaviour with the breeder of dangerous dogs, who still remained unpunished. Yet again, running surveillance on Plug's mother's house that afternoon, it gave Robin no solace whatsoever to tell herself that her tiredness and misery were nothing compared to the exhaustion she'd endured while undercover at the Universal Humanitarian Church. She was sleeping very poorly, and today had woken at 4 a.m., convinced she was back in the church dormitory, from which she'd had to sneak once a week to send Strike a report. She'd then lain awake brooding about Murphy until her alarm went off. He'd called her before she'd even reached home on Saturday, apologising for storming out on her after lunch. As Robin had suspected, his parents had no idea about his recent relapse, nor about the investigation he was facing at work. He told Robin that he always found his father's garrulity and boozing hard to take, and that his mother had been interrogating him remorselessly about the cancelled purchase of their joint house before Robin had arrived for lunch. Robin was certain her suspicions about Mrs. Murphy's feelings had been correct, that she thought Robin wasn't the devoted girlfriend he deserved. She hadn't asked her boyfriend whether his parents knew about the ectopic pregnancy because she didn't want to hear the answer, but she was certain they did. She also suspected they knew about the diamond solitaire hidden inside Murphy's wardrobe. They'd come over to London to meet Murphy's soon-to-be fiancée and the possible mother of future grandchildren, while in total ignorance of the things their son had done to make Robin afraid of making long-term plans with him. She'd accepted Murphy's apology where she hadn't accepted Strike's, because the former had sounded distraught on the phone and she still felt the responsibility of supporting him in sobriety. If there was one good thing to come out of their most recent row, she thought, it was that he'd been left in no doubt that now was a very bad time to propose. She'd have preferred to believe he'd abandoned the idea entirely, but the fact that the ring and its receipt hadn't been returned suggested that he was still hoping that a suitable opportunity might yet present itself. Plug remained at home until 5:30, at which time Robin handed over surveillance to Midge. She ate a sandwich in the Land Rover, then headed off for Beaconsfield in Buckinghamshire, where she was to interview the father of Hugo Whitehead, who'd crashed Tyler Powell's car. As she knew from her online research, the Whiteheads had packed up and left Ironbridge for good shortly after Hugo's funeral. Robin arrived in Tilsworth Road shortly before 7 o'clock. The Whiteheads' house was large, made of red brick, and had a double garage. As Mrs. Whitehead wasn't supposed to know Robin had visited, she drove the Land Rover a little way up the road to a parking space outside the range of streetlights, then walked back to the house. The front door was opened almost as soon as she'd rung the bell, and there stood Faber Whitehead, who Robin knew to be an award-winning architect. An odd-looking man who reminded her of a beluga whale in glasses, having very pale skin, small eyes, and a massive domed bald forehead. He was wearing a baggy black sweater and jeans, and the lenses of his glasses, which had bright red frames, were so thick
They reduced his eyes to small points.
"Miss Ellicott."
"Yes," said Robin, holding out a hand which he shook.
"Come in,"
said Whitehead, and after taking her coat and hanging it up for her, he led Robin through the hall into a large sitting room with walls of fashionable dark greyish, a coffee table made of glass, and a long, low black-and-steel sofa with such a deep seat that Robin had the choice of perching on the edge or sitting back and holding her legs out straight in front of her.
"Could I get you anything?"
Whitehead asked Robin.
"Tea, coffee?"
"A glass of water would be great," said Robin. "Thank you." While Whitehead was fetching it, Robin glanced around and saw a digital photo frame sitting on a cabinet of black wood. It was displaying a slowly changing succession of family photos, and Robin's eye fell on it as it showed a picture of red-headed Hugo, familiar to her from Chloe Griffith's birthday photo. Hugo had died, she knew, at the age of 20, but here he looked around 14 and was wearing a rugby strip while pointing at his own mouth, apparently laughing at the absence of a tooth.
"So," said Whitehead,
after handing Robin her water and sitting down in an armchair that matched the sofa, holding a glass of red wine.
"You're investigating Tyler?"
"Not exactly," said Robin. "As I told you in my email, we've been hired to try and identify the body in the Silver Vault. Tyler was considered a possible victim by the police, so we've been looking into him. If we find out where he's gone, we'll obviously be able to rule him out as William Wright."
"Right,"
said Whitehead. He gulped some wine, then said,
"I know you've already spoken to Ian Griffiths and Dilys Powell."
"We have, yes. You're in touch with them?"
"I've made it my business to keep in touch with Griffiths," said Whitehead.
"He reassured me you and your partner were above board."
"Oh, good,"
said Robin.
"Griffiths and I both want Tyler found, though for rather different reasons."
With a glance towards the darkening window, Whitehead said, "We must keep this fairly brief, because I'm not sure how long we can count on Lucinda staying out. She nearly cancelled dinner, but I persuaded her to go. I think it'll do her good. She's on a maximum dose of antidepressants, but she's still. And our elder son, Harvey, he's having to redo his final year at university. Fell apart completely after what happened to Hugo. Got a compassionate deferral for his finals."
"I'm so sorry," said Robin. "This must be incredibly painful to talk about."
"It's less painful to talk about it than to think about it all day, every day," said Whitehead. "Lucinda wants me to move on. We can't discuss it. It upsets her too much. Harvey, though, he's on my side. He knows I'm meeting you tonight. He agrees that the guilty person has got clean away with it." "Tyler, you mean?"
"Oh, no,"
said Whitehead. No, not Tyler. Chloe Griffiths." Robin was so taken aback she couldn't think of anything to say. "You're surprised," said Whitehead, watching her intently. "But when I've explained— You know who Chloe Griffiths is?"
"Yes,"
said Robin slowly.
"Ian Griffiths' daughter."
"Exactly, yes," said Whitehead. He took another gulp of wine. "Now, you see, there was something the police never made public. CCTV footage. The police ultimately decided it wasn't conclusive enough to use. But there was footage of somebody getting inside that Mazda in the car park in Birmingham." "Really?" said Robin, thinking of the poor-quality CCTV footage that had already done nothing but confuse this case. "Would you mind if I take notes?" No, carry on." As Robin took out her notebook and pen, Whitehead said, "The police looked into it before discounting it as irrelevant. We were told it was very blurry, and there was thick rain that night, which didn't help. But a figure that looked female moved between the Mazda and the next car, then ducked down out of sight, and the police thought they might have entered the Mazda, but then they decided the person must be just doing up a shoe or something." "What made them check the car park footage?" asked Robin. "They'd got wind of all the rumours that had started up in Ironbridge about Tyler having tampered with the car,
And of course, if it was done anywhere, it must have been in the car park, because they crashed on the way back. Now, Tyler couldn't have done it. Not only could nobody mistake Tyler for a female, blurred footage or not, he was on the phone over the exact period that person entered the Mazda in Birmingham. The mobile signal confirmed he was speaking from Ironbridge. "Do you know who he was talking to?" asked Robin. "No, but I'm sure the police checked. I know people in Ironbridge said Tyler took off because of the crash. But I know for a fact he'd been thinking about clearing out well before then. I heard him talking to Hugo about leaving." "Did he say he wanted to go to London?" "No, just that he wanted a change. But he had transferable skills, you know. He was a good mechanic. Anyway, it clearly can't have been Tyler who messed with the ABS," said Whitehead. "Somebody else must have turned it off. We all knew that storm was coming. It was an undetectable way to hurt them. Anyone would have known the journey back was going to be hazardous, especially for a recently qualified driver." Robin, who was making notes, was glad of a reason not to look Whitehead in the eye. She hadn't needed this encounter to learn that even the most intelligent people may be blinded by their passionate desire not to look facts in the face. Hugo had been refused the use of the family Range Rover on the night of his fatal accident. His family must have wondered whether he mightn't have survived had he only been driving that. I can see why people were saying Tyler did something to the car, that he'd faked being ill that night, because, of course, it was his Mazda. He'd have keys. But Chloe and Tyler were friends. She could have pinched them or had a second set cut without his knowledge. She hung around with him at his garage sometimes, so she could have asked how to fiddle with an ABS system. Robin opened her mouth to speak, but Whitehead ploughed on. "Now, Tyler's friends and his grandmother thought we were the ones who started the rumour that Tyler sabotaged the car, but not a bit of it. In the immediate aftermath of the crash, Lucinda and I were at Hugo's bedside around the clock. We had no idea what was being said in Ironbridge. It was only later that we heard what people were saying, and about the CCTV footage. But I could never see why Tyler would have done it. Never." "I've been told," said Robin cautiously, "that he was jealous, that Anne-Marie was his former girlfriend." No, that was years previously," said Whitehead, waving the idea away with a large white hand. "When they were both 16 or something. There was no question of him being angry about that. But when the police realized it couldn't have been Tyler tampering with the car in Birmingham, they seemed to rule out any possibility of sabotage. Yet there was still that figure on film, who might have been doing up their shoe." "Nobody stopped to ask why Chloe Griffiths had suddenly gone off abroad," said Whitehead. "She'd shown no interest in leaving Ironbridge before the crash. And what the police never took seriously was she'd actually made threats to kill Hugo and Anne-Marie." "Really?" said Robin. "Yes. She had a terrible row with a pair of them, really nasty. We didn't hear about it until weeks after the crash, but there were plenty of witnesses. She literally screamed, 'I'll fucking kill you if you don't stop it,' at both of them." "If they didn't stop what?" asked Robin. "They'd made a joke, a simple joke, about her two-timing her boyfriend in Telford with Tyler. There was no malice about it. They were only teasing her. Tyler had given Chloe a bracelet. That's what triggered the row. Hugo came home quite shaken. He said he and Anne-Marie were calling her Shrinking Violet because this bracelet had violets on it, and she was getting more and more irate, and then they hinted that she was two-timing her boyfriend with Tyler. And I can only assume she was afraid the boyfriend would get to hear about it because she became absolutely furious and screamed at them. A huge overreaction. But everyone in the Horse and Jockey heard it, but nobody told the police about her becoming so aggressive and threatening on such a slim pretext. I asked other people in the pub that night to speak up. Harvey urged them to. But the police didn't want to listen. Oh, it was just a silly little row. But to literally say she'd kill them. Lucinda and I never liked the girl much, said Whitehead. One felt a little sorry for her. No mother, juvenile father. Hardly surprising she didn't have many social graces. She was rather quiet and sulky, but then she'd suddenly turn nasty.
I think she's been rather used to thinking of herself as a victim, and has been indulged and humoured by her father, and she expects the rest of the world to treat her the same way. Very pretty, but you always felt there was something unpleasant there underneath. And now she's buggered off abroad, with immensely convenient timing. That's why I'm keen not to lose touch with Griffiths. I want to know when Chloe's back in the country. I see. Robin began, but Whitehead spoke over her. The consensus among the young people before the crash was that Chloe was leading Tyler on. He was very obviously smitten with her, but she treated him like a dog's body, putting him down and so on. He's not the brightest, but a good-natured lad and unhappy at home. His father, Ivor, is a mean man, so Tyler was always over at the Griffiths' house, and he was useful to Chloe, you know. Lifts and so on. And I think it flattered her ego to have this lapdog always around. But the night she threatened Hugo and Anne-Marie, she said some very nasty, degrading things about Tyler. She made it quite clear he wasn't good enough for her, and Hugo was shocked. He liked Tyler, really liked him. And after that, Hugo told me Chloe would barely speak to him. It was as though she had a vendetta against him and Anne-Marie. Hugo tried to reason with her, but she told him to fuck off. Incredible anger for something so small. Chloe told me, "You've spoken to her?" said Whitehead, with almost unnerving excitement. "Only by WhatsApp. As a matter of fact, she told me she didn't like Tyler, that she'd been friendly towards him because she felt sorry for him, and she did suggest it was possible he tampered. There you are, you see. She's still trying to pin it on him. Who fanned the flames about Tyler? Who kept the rumours going? I think it was Chloe. Tyler was disposable to her, a useful patsy. I'm 100% certain that she encouraged the rumours about Tyler having messed with the car. Griffiths himself admitted to me that he first heard the rumour from Chloe. It's just what the kids are saying. I'm sure there's no truth in it." "Do you know whether Chloe had an alibi for that night?" asked Robin. "The police wouldn't tell us," said Whitehead. "They simply didn't want to listen." "Did you know a girl called Zita in Ironbridge?" asked Robin. "Zita? No, I don't think so. Unless she was in Harvey's and Hugo's friendship groups. I wouldn't have." "Why?" "She alleges that Tyler did something threatening to her, after he heard her repeating the rumour about him sabotaging the Mazda." "I don't really blame him," said Whitehead stoutly. "Being accused of something like that. She alleges that he almost ran her over." "Oh, I'm sure that's not true," said Whitehead at once. No, that wouldn't be like Tyler. His friend, Wyn Jones, now, I believe it of him, he's a proper lout. But not Tyler. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he suspected Chloe was behind the crash himself. I'm very, very keen on finding him and getting some answers, and helping him clear his name." "I think we're going to have to wrap this up soon," said Whitehead, with a now nervous glance at the dark sky outside the uncurtained window. "If Lucinda comes back early—" "Of course," said Robin. "Just one more question. If Chloe was using Tyler for lifts, does that mean she didn't have her own car?" "No, but she could have borrowed her father's, couldn't she? It was when she didn't have access to it that she relied on Tyler." "Right," said Robin. "Well, thank you so much for your time." "You know," said Whitehead, leading Robin back into the hall, "Hugo did like speed. Nobody's pretending he didn't. He was a young man. But never in those conditions, and not with a passenger. And," he added, taking Robin's coat off its hook and handing it to her, "he knew the storm was on its way. We all did." "I'm so sorry for your loss," said Robin, unable to think of anything else to say. "You'll let me know, if you find Tyler." "If we find him, I'll ask him whether he minds us letting you know," promised Robin. It was chilly outside. She walked briskly up the street to the Land Rover and got inside, thinking about all she'd just heard. Then she took out her phone and typed out a new message for Chloe Griffiths. "Hi, Chloe, this is Robin Ellicott. I'm sorry to contact you again, but I've got a few more questions and I think you're the only person who can answer them. I do understand how difficult this is for you, and I wouldn't disturb you again if I didn't think it was important.
Having sent this message, Robin sat thinking. For some reason the name horse and jockey ran through her mind, but she wasn't sure why. She'd just opened Google to look at the place when the door beside her was wrenched open. Before she could scream, a hand closed around her throat. Chapter 103. Mark. What one weak woman can achieve alone. Matthew Arnold, Merope, A Tragedy. He was on top of her, forcing her backwards onto the passenger seat. She felt the handbrake pressing into her back. She couldn't cry out because of his hands around her throat. He was crawling on top of her, pinning her down, and she felt her handbag slide into the footwell. He was trying to force her further into the car, and she knew his plan was to drive off with her. She heard her phone fall with a clunk, saw his face in strangely cubic light and shadow, the ferocity, the thick eyebrows. She managed to free her right hand from beneath him and seized his wrist, trying to drag it from her throat. But with her left, she was groping on the floor, in darkness. It was there. She knew it was there. She checked before leaving the flat that morning. Her fingers closed on the plastic, felt for the nozzle, and now black spots were popping in front of her eyes. But she had it. The first spray didn't hit him. She felt the sting of it in the air. The second covered the side of his head, and Robin closed her eyes. She heard him choke, splutter, and gasp. The grip on her neck loosened. She sprayed again and again, and heard him swear. Now he was trying to evade the spray, but still kneeling on her. With every bit of strength she could muster, she punched blindly upwards with her right hand and heard the thud of knuckle on bone. She opened her eyes. They began to water from the noxious vapour now thick in the air. But she knew where to aim, now. Another spray, and another, directly to his face. She drew breath and her lungs burned too, but no matter. She screamed as loudly as she'd ever screamed in her life, now hanging on to fistfuls of his curly hair. Chapter 104. To envenom a name by libels that already is openly tainted is to add stripes with an iron rod to one that is flayed with whipping. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Rite of Scottish Freemasonry. Strike was currently on the M4, heading back towards London. His detour to Yeovil and the Quicksilver Mail had been pointless. Nobody at the pub had recognised Tyler Powell's picture. Nah, Dave was quite, porky, one of the barmaids had told him, sketching an invisible hula hoop around her own middle to demonstrate the sizable girth of the vanished Dave. Tempting though it was to believe that Tyler Powell had packed on the pounds to become Dave, Strike thought it unlikely he could have gained that substantial a belly in a month. So having thanked them all, he returned to his BMW and headed off for London. In spite of his touchily defiant statement to Robin that he'd cope just fine with another few hours driving, his right leg was cramping. He was also extremely hungry, his beefy boy's dirty boy burger now a distant memory. The anger he continued to feel towards Ralph Lawrence kept recurring, like heartburn. 10 miles from the city, his phone rang. "It's me," said a panicky voice. "Danny DeLeon." "Got my message, did you?" said Strike. Too tired, sore, and hungry for any social niceties, he said, "I warned you when we met I'd have to go ahead without you if you left it too long to spill the beans." "I didn't know who to contact," said the agitated voice. "Okay? I didn't know how you do something like this." "Then you should have called and asked me," said Strike. "I'll send you the contact details for a journalist called Fergus Robertson, who's already interested in Branfoot, but you need to make the call now if you'd rather not live the rest of your life known as Branfoot's predator for hire, and make sure you act bloody contrite about what you did." "Make sure I what?" "Act contrite," said Strike loudly. "Ashamed, guilty, if you don't want to be charged, and you want to avoid his retaliation. Expose the fucker now." Strike ended the call and drove on, wondering whether it might be a good idea to stop at the next services to eat, rather than waiting until he reached the heart of London. 10 minutes later, at Heston Services, Strike texted Danny DeLeon Fergus Robertson's contact details. noting as he did so that there was still no response from Robin to his texted apology. He then visited the bathroom and, having peed, headed to get some food, thinking of nothing except his own depression and the appropriate noises he was going to have to make when Robin announced her engagement. When his mobile rang yet again, and he saw it was Fergus Robertson, he let the call go to voicemail. Presumably DeLeon had just contacted the journalist, and Robertson wanted confirmation from Strike that the man was legit. But as Strike had just reached the front of the queue for food, he ignored the call. Strike was mildly surprised when Robertson called again while he was waiting for his coffee, and for a third time as Strike was about to take a seat to eat his sandwich. "What?" said Strike, answering at last. "I'm trying to do you a favour," came Robertson's impatient voice. "Been in touch already, has he?" "What?" "DeLeon, about Bramford." "What are you talking about?" Never mind. What favour are you doing me?" "Culpepper's about to run a fucking massive piece on you. I heard from a mate. He's got a new source." It was as though a frozen snake had slithered down Strike's esophagus. He'd thought it was over, done, finished with. But he knew instantly who the new source was likely to be. "Kim Cochran?" "I don't know." "What kind of piece is it?" he said, but he already knew. "Apparently you've been in a love triangle with a hot brunette and Andrew Honbold. Honbold took out a super injunction to stop the paper's printing that he didn't know whether the mistress's baby is his or yours. It's just been overturned. Public interest, family values, crusader cheating on his wife." "The baby's his," said Strike. "I'm not the father." "Okay, well, if you've got proof, now would be the time to sling it at a lawyer," said Robertson. "It's probably too late to stop the piece running, but you'll be able to get it amended." "All right," said Strike, marvelling at how calm his own voice was. "Thanks for the heads up." He stood up, leaving his sandwich unwrapped and his coffee undrunk, and limped back to his BMW, where he sat for a minute, staring ahead into darkness. If the piece ran, he was fucked. Journalists would descend on Denmark Street yet again. Every insinuation Culpepper had so far made about him would be magnified 100 times. He'd be that guy who did all the stuff with those women. Candy the sex worker, Nina, who he'd screwed and spurned, Charlotte, dead in a bath, Bijou, her illegitimate baby and her tabloid-bashing lover. His business would be finished. Everyone who worked with him would be tainted. He called Bijou. She answered on the second ring. "You've heard," she said, sounding just as panicked as he felt. "I have, yeah. Tell me the truth. Did you admit to Honbold we'd screwed?" "No, never. I hinted we had to people at work to try and make him jealous. I've shown him the DNA tests and he actually said yesterday he was sorry he doubted me, but now—" "Right. You stick to the story we never had more than drinks and so will I," said Strike. "No one can prove otherwise. I'm going to try and sort this. Gotta go." He hung up. He could see only one possible solution to his dilemma, and nothing but this extremity could have brought him to it. Strike took a lungful of nicotine and called his half-sister Prudence. Chapter 105. The night my father got me, his mind was not on me. He did not plague his fancy to muse if I should be the son, you see. A. E. Houseman. Poem 14. The Culprit. Last Poems. The townhouse, outside which Strike arrived half an hour later, was tall and white, with columns either side of the glossy black front door. When he got close enough to see it, he saw that instead of the standard lion's head, the brass door knocker was in the shape of an electric guitar. Strike chose to ring the bell. He heard footsteps and had just put his hand in his pocket for a business card, anticipating a housekeeper or perhaps even a butler, when the door opened to reveal a tall, grizzled Johnny Rokeby in person, wearing a black suit and an open-necked blue shirt. "Ah," he said, grinning, as he stood back to allow Strike to pass. "Come in." In youth, Strike knew,
Rokeby had been exactly as tall as his oldest son, though he was now a little shorter. Rokeby had allowed his thick mane of shoulder-length hair to go grey after years of dyeing it a purplish brown. His walnut-coloured face was deeply lined, doubtless due to long sojourns in his holiday home in the Caribbean as much as from years of drug-taking and drinking. Unlike his eldest son, he was very thin. "In here," he said, and he led Strike into a huge drawing-room that was furnished in shades of chocolate brown and gold. It felt vaguely familiar, but in his distracted state, Strike didn't know why. "Prue says you need help." "Yeah," said Strike. Every particle of him revolted at having to say it, but it was this, or the certain annihilation of the agency. "I need a lawyer who can act fast. I'm paying, but I imagine you'll be able to get hold of a good one quicker than I can." "No problem," said Rokeby. He took his mobile phone out of his pocket and pressed a number. "Denham, it's Johnny. Urgent. I'm at home. Call me." "He'll ring soon as he picks that up," said Rokeby, placing his mobile on the coffee table. "Want a drink?" "I'm driving," said Strike. "Want a no-alcohol beer? I'm off the booze myself. Doctor's orders. Sit down." Strike did as he was bidden, on a large brown sofa at right angles to Rokeby's chair. The latter pressed a small bell on the glass table beside him, and a middle-aged Filipino woman wearing a silver-grey uniform appeared. "Can we have a couple of those not-real beer things, Tala?" She left, and Rokeby turned back to Strike. "What do you need a lawyer for?" "Dominic Culpepper's trying to run another story on me," said Strike. "What's his fucking problem with you? Why—" Rokeby's mobile rang. He picked it up. "Hi, Denham. Sorry to ring so late. Nah, it's me son. No, Cormoran. No, he's the one who needs you, yeah. He's with me now. I'll hand you over." Strike took his father's phone. "Evening," said Strike. "Good evening," said a dry, upper-class voice on the end of the phone. "I need help with a story Dominic Culpepper's about to run." "On what subject?" "A super injunction taken out by Andrew Honbold, QC. He wanted to stop the papers printing that he didn't know whether he or I fathered a kid with a woman called Bijou Watkins. I never had a sexual relationship with her, as she'll confirm, and I've got a DNA test that proves the kid's not mine, which Honbold's seen. I can forward you the information immediately, if needed." "Very good," said Denham. "Culpepper, you said?" "That's right." "All right, I'll get back to you in—" "Give me the phone," said Rokeby loudly, gesturing at Strike. "Gimme." Strike handed it over. "Denham, make the fucker apologise for that bullshit about the hooker as well." "There's no—" began Strike. "Tell fucking Culpepper," said Rokeby, waving Strike down. "He takes all of it back, or Cormoran will see him in court. All of it. I want that prick shitting himself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right." Rokeby hung up and said, "He'll be back to us as soon as he's contacted him." "I didn't want the other thing dragged into this," said Strike, keeping a rein on his temper with difficulty. "Why?" said Rokeby. "Is it true?" "No, but—" The smiling housekeeper reappeared with a tray, which she sat down on the highly polished mahogany table. Once she'd poured out 2 beers and left, Strike said, "I can't afford years of litigation. Won't be years. Denham will sort it. He scares the shit out of the fuckers, 'cause they know his clients can rinse 'em. But I'm not in that financial bracket, so I don't want you paying for anything. I already told you that. I came here for your contacts, not your money. Fuck's sake, let me do this." "No," said Strike. "Pride, is it?" said Rokeby, speaking as though Strike had a sexually transmitted disease. "Something like that, yeah," said Strike. "Then take it out of your money. It's still just fucking sitting there for you." "I don't want it." "Why?" said Rokeby. But before Strike could speak, he said, "Revenge for your mum,
Because you think I cut her off, forced her to live poor? I'll tell you why I stopped her getting it direct. It was 'cause your Auntie Joan called my office and said Lada was spunking the money up the wall on boyfriends and drugs and you didn't have proper shoes. Lada could have had whatever she wanted if she could prove it was for you, but she never bothered asking after I put a few safeguards in place. Too much effort. Anyway, you borrowed some of it before, didn't you? If I wanted to work, I had no choice. Nobody thought a one-legged man who'd never had a mortgage was a good business risk, said Strike, and I paid it all back, in case your accountant never— I know you fucking paid it back, but what was the fucking point? It's your money. It's legally yours. What are you gonna do when I die? Burn it? Give it to a fucking donkey sanctuary? RNLI, probably, said Strike. He drank some beer. For your uncle, right? What was his name? Ted, said Strike. There was an awkward silence in which Strike, who preferred not to look at Rokeby, directed his attention at the gigantic David Bailey portrait of the deadbeats hanging over the fireplace. Listen, I never knew Gillespie was badgering you to give the money back, said Rokeby. He didn't like what you said about me when you borrowed it, but I never knew he was chasing you for it. He's gone now, retired. I was glad to see the back of him, to tell you the truth. I spent 40 years off my fucking face. I let people handle things for me. I'm not fucking proud of it. I don't care about Gillespie, said Strike. I was always going to give it back. I said so when I borrowed it. There was another short pause. You and Prue see a bit of each other now, I hear, said Rokeby. Yeah, said Strike. Funny. You two are the most like me of all of them. I'm just like Ted, said a furious 16-year-old Cormoran Strike, through the mouth of his 42-year-old self, and wished he hadn't. I don't mean personality, said Rokeby, who didn't seem offended. I mean self-starters. Do you know what my old man was? Policeman, said Strike. Yeah, fucking policeman. He'd have loved you. Army and medals and shit. Shame he died before he knew I produced a proper man. We hated each other. Chucked me out on the fucking street when I was 15. I had to go and kip at Leo's. You know who Leo is? You're a drummer, said Strike. Yeah, said Rokeby. So I made it out of nothing, same as you. I didn't make it out of nothing, Strike contradicted him. Not everyone's got a pool of money they can borrow from to start a business. Not everyone's got a mate called Leo who stops them living rough, said Rokeby. Shit happens and luck happens. That's life. You deal with the shit and make the most of your luck when you can get it, 'cause it don't come around too often. The old band started 'cause Leo's mum and dad let me go live there, and now look, I got so many places to sleep I forget I've got half of them. You've had enough shit out of me being your father. Might as well get something good out of it for a change. You know what holding on to fucking resentment does? Gives you fucking cancer. Strike forced himself to ask, How are you? I heard— What, me prostate? Said Rokeby dismissively. They say it's all right. Got to have checks and that. Another longer pause followed. Strike drank some beer. Listen, said Rokeby. That day at the studio. I don't want to talk about that, said Strike, willing the fucking lawyer to call back. I know I acted like a cunt. I've been up all night fucking drinking and I just done a load of coke to try and wake up, 'cause we had to record. Know why I was in a fucking state? 'Cause the night before, Jimmy told us he had fucking AIDS. Dirty needles at the Chelsea, the stupid fucker. Then Lada shows up, no fucking warning, dragging you. I told you I don't want to. I behave like a cunt. I'm fucking admitting it, all right? I felt bad after. I wasn't proud of myself. Should I have done better? Course I fucking should. You never done nothing you're ashamed of? Plenty, said Strike. I didn't come here to discuss the past. I don't need apologies. You were the only one who could help me with this, or I wouldn't be here. You've got hair just like Eric Bloom, said Rokeby, eyeing it. You know who? Lead singer of Blue Oyster Cult, yeah. And I got this hair from my Cornish grandfather, said Strike. Well, how was I supposed to fucking know that? Said Rokeby. I don't want to disrespect her, but she put it around, later, and Eric was the one she had the real thing for. So you can see how I thought when you was born. I can see how all of it happened, said Strike, through clenched teeth. Forget it. It doesn't matter. She give you the middle name Blue, for fuck's sake. What was I supposed to think? You listen to Blue Oyster Cult? When Mum was around, said Strike. Not since. I don't rate it. But they were fucking unbeatable live. Amazing live, I gotta give 'em that. And Leda loved the gigs. She used to say to me, what do you mean? Used to say to you, said Strike, drawn in against his will. It was once, right? Course it wasn't only fucking once, said Rokeby impatiently. 20 times, probably, more. Happened every time she was around. She told you it was only once, did she? Strike didn't answer. All Leda had ever told him about his conception was that it happened during the best fucking party she'd ever attended, clearly imagining that he'd see it as a matter of pride that he'd come into existence in a New York loft while surrounded by 70s rock stars and their myriad hangers-on. Her subsequent anger at Rokeby for his refusal to admit paternity until forced into it by a DNA test meant she'd rarely mentioned his name during Strike's childhood, except to rail against him. It wasn't only once, and it wasn't in the middle of the fucking room on no beanbag neither, said Rokeby irritably. It's like Marianne Faithfull and that fucking Mars bar. People make up bullshit and want to believe it. It was in a side room and nobody was fucking watching, 'cause I wasn't into that and nor was she. And I was supposed to be getting married to fucking Carla a month later, so obviously I had to say it never happened, didn't I? And that party was one night after Leda had been at a Blue Oyster Cult gig. So when you come out with hair like Eric's, okay if we stop discussing who my mother might or might not have fucked, said Strike through clenched teeth. All right, said Rokeby with a shrug. He swigged more beer, then said, Thing about your mum was, she was funny, proper funny. I always liked that. I like a woman with a sense of humour. Fuck knows why I married fucking Carla. She's about as funny as getting your foreskin caught in your zip. Where did Leda get Strike from, anyway? He was a kid who came to town with the fair, said Strike. She left him a week after she married him. Ha, said Rokeby. I always thought she made it up. So you use the name of a bloke you never met? I use it because it was my mother's, said Strike. Can we drop? Listen. I hear things from the others, said Rokeby, leaning forwards. I know you think I want to look good to the press, saying we're in touch, but you're wrong. I've been trying to keep the papers off your fucking back, because if they think you might sell me out, they'll be after you like fucking jackals. Want a sandwich or something? I was supposed to be going out to dinner before Prue called and said you was coming. I could do with something. Strike's dislike did brief battle with his extreme hunger, because he'd left his damn sandwich at Heston uneaten, thanks to this business. Yeah, I could do with something, he said reluctantly. Rokeby hit the bell by his side again, then said, Prue says you don't want kids. No, said Strike. I was too young when I had me first. Didn't understand what it was. Then, the later ones, I spoiled them. Ed's in fucking rehab again, sighed Rokeby. So why is that Culpepper fucker after you anyway? I proved his wife was having an affair. Ah, said Rokeby, sipping his beer. You with anyone? Got a woman? No, said Strike. I was sorry to hear about that Charlotte. Yeah, well, said Strike. Gorgeous but crazy, said Rokeby. Been there myself. Carla was like that. One day you wake up and think, yeah, great tits and beautiful face, but fucking horrible person. I got it right in the end, though. Jenny and me been together since 81. Did you know that? I did, yeah, said Strike, choosing not to mention that some might not consider Rokeby's third marriage
an unqualified triumph, given his multiple, well-publicised infidelities.
"She's left me 3 times, then come back," said Rokeby. "We belong together, simple as. She's in Australia right now, producing some film."
Strike's own mobile rang, and seeing Robin's name, he answered.
"Hi. Everything all right?"
Okay,"
she said, but he could hear the strain in her voice.
"I'm fine, but I'm at a police station."
"What?"
"That man who threatened me with a Masonic dagger."
"What?"
He stood up and walked towards the drawing-room door, unable to sit still while listening to this.
Please, don't start shouting at me," said Robin, and Strike could tell she was crying. "Please, I know I fucked up. I didn't see anyone behind me on the way to Beaconsfield. But I should have checked the car. He put a tracking device on it."
"You sure you're all right?"
said Strike, though plainly she wasn't all right, and he wasn't sure why he was saying something so stupid.
"Yes, he didn't use a knife. He was trying to abduct me or something. He got in the car."
"How'd you know it was the same bloke?"
"He was wearing the same green jacket," said Robin,
who was fighting sobs.
"But I used the spray, and that's how I got him off me. And there was a man coming down the street who heard me scream, and he helped. He dragged him off me and held him down and called the police."
"Jesus Christ.
"I've just finished giving my police statement, and he's being interviewed. I suppose this could end up being a good—"
"How the fuck's it a good thing?"
"Please, do not shout at me,"
shouted Robin.
Sorry, I'm just—"
"At least he's in custody. And Strike, he's got curly hair. He could be Oz. This might be it. His driving licence says he's Wade King, but that's all I know so far. I'll call you back once I know more. They want me to wait here until they've heard what he's got to say."
"All right," said Strike. "Which station are you at? I'll come and pick you up."
"It's okay. Ryan's coming to get me," said Robin.
"All right, well, keep me posted. Thank fuck for that spray."
"I'll probably need to explain why I had it in my bag," said Robin distractedly. "God knows what I'm going to say. Speak to you later."
She hung up, leaving Strike standing in the wood-panelled hall, staring at a Damien Hirst butterfly mandala, without seeing it. Recalling himself, he headed back into the drawing-room.
"Everything all right?"
said Rokeby.
"Yeah,"
said Strike.
"That was my partner." "Robin?"
"Yeah."
"Prue likes her. Says she's a good person."
"She is, yeah."
"Prue thinks you two should be together." "Really?"
said Strike.
"Yeah. She thinks you're in love with her. Don't tell Prue I told you that, though. She'll be pissed off at me."
The drawing-room door opened, and the housekeeper entered carrying a second tray, this time laden with 2 triple-decker sandwiches and fresh beers.
"How did you—"
began Rokeby.
"I started making them when I heard you weren't going to dinner," she said, smiling.
"Worth your fucking weight in gold, you are, Tyler," said Rokeby. "Thanks, darling." "You could still go to dinner," said Strike. "Don't let me stop you." "Didn't want to go in the first place," said Rokeby, through a mouthful of sandwich, as the housekeeper departed again. "Can't fucking stand me son-in-law, Danny's new husband, but don't tell Danny I said that."
"We're not in touch," said Strike.
"He's a PR hotshot," said Rokeby, "and a tosser."
Strike's sandwich was very good. The 2 men ate for a minute, and Strike suddenly realised where it was that Rokeby's drawing-room reminded him of. The Ritz bar, outside which he and Robin had almost kissed. Then Rokeby said,
"Want some advice?"
"No," said Strike, and Rokeby laughed.
"I hate fucking advice and all. That's why I don't like Danny's fucking husband. Keeps giving me his PR perspective, then saying, 'That's for free, Johnny.' One of these days I'm going to ask him how much he charges to keep his fucking mouth shut. I was only going to say, all that counts in the end is if you're with a good person. I learned that the hard way, and there ain't as many good people around as you think. Not proper good."
For a moment, Strike was transported back to Ted's wake,
and Polwarth raising his pint to the ceiling. "Proper man, Ted." "Don't let Robin go, if that's what you want," said Rokeby. "Life's too fucking short." The mobile on the table rang, and he picked it up. "Denham," said Rokeby, passing Strike the phone again. "Strike here," said the detective. "I've informed the paper you can provide cast-iron proof you're not the father," said the upper-class voice on the end of the phone. "I'll send it to you now." "No need. He took me at my word," said Denham, which he knows from experience is the wisest, cheapest course. "I've also told them you never slept with a woman and will take legal action if you're named. On the other matter, the journalist is going to be spoken to before they decide whether to back down. I gather Culpepper insisted the woman's story was genuine, but by the amount of blustering I've just heard, I think his superior might have had suspicions at the time. I've made it clear, of course, that the damages you're owed will be mounting for every day they refuse to make an apology, given the harm done to your reputation and consequences for your livelihood." "Thank you," said Strike. "I want you to bill me for this, not my father." "I'm not cheap," said Denham, sounding faintly amused. "Sounds as though damages might help cover the bill." "They should," agreed Denham. "I'll be back in touch once I've got their decision on the Candy Girl, but the baby story is definitely quashed. Withdrawn from the website, and a hasty reprint is underway." For the second time in as many weeks, Strike felt a wave of almost dizzying relief. He handed Rokeby back his phone. "He sorted it?" "Yeah," said Strike. "And what about the prostitute thing?" "He's working on it," said Strike. With some difficulty he added, "I appreciate this. Thank you." "I ain't done nothing except make a phone call," said Rokeby. "It's not much. Can I have a favour back?" "What?" "I want to keep in touch. Not for me fucking image, not for any of that shit. I don't like not knowing you. You're my flesh and fucking blood. I know I was an arsehole, all right? I know I can't go back and be daddy now, but I'm old. You never think you'll get there, if you've lived a life like I have. I should be fucking dead, but I'm old, and I don't want to die without knowing you. You think I haven't got the right to be proud, maybe, but I am. I'm proud of you." Rokeby's bloodshot eyes had filled with tears. "You don't have to take nothing. I'm not trying to buy you. I know you didn't like me offering money before. I just want to know you. Just a beer or something. Not nowhere public. Another beer when there ain't some fucking journo after you. One beer." Strike looked at him for a few conflicted seconds, then said, "Yeah, all right. We'll have a beer." Part 9. Reasoning from the trend of the cavern, he came to the conclusion that somewhere on that further side there were openings. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 106. Who prop, thou ask'st, in these bad days, my mind? Matthew Arnold, to a friend. In spite of what she kept telling Murphy, Robin wasn't all right, fine, or completely okay. She was constantly on the verge of tears. She kept seeing her attacker's face, distorted by the strange square shadows thrown by the oblique angle of the streetlight. She seemed to feel the strong hands throttling her. Swallowing was painful. When she looked in the mirror, she saw dark grey bruising on her neck. When she showered, she saw more bruises on her hip and stomach, where her attacker had knelt on her. She was having flashbacks to the man who'd nearly killed her when she was 19, the gorilla mask inches from her face, the patch of white vitiligo beneath his ear, which she'd noticed, and which her police liaison officer had told her later had been key in identifying and convicting him. The 8-inch scar on her forearm seemed to tingle, reminding her of yet another man who'd come at her, out of the dark. If she told these stories to a stranger, they'd ask how on earth it was possible that she tangled with 3 different men intent on strangling or knifing her, and that was before she mentioned being held at gunpoint or sexually assaulted by a cult leader. They'd think she was lying, that she was desperate for attention. It was absurd. It was ludicrous. These things simply didn't happen. And if they did happen, they certainly didn't all happen to the same woman. What was she doing to attract this? What was wrong with her? She was the weak link. She was the one it was easiest to intimidate. For the rest of her life, she'd be dragging her history of victimhood behind her for anyone to see and to use against her. She couldn't say any of this to Murphy. They couldn't both be having enormous work crises at the same time. If he was worried about her now, when she hadn't told him half of it, no, she hadn't told him 100th of what was going on. Robin could just imagine what he'd say if he knew Green Jacket had followed her at least twice before, and threatened her with a knife, and, she was almost certain, shoved a small gorilla into her hand in Harrods. She couldn't tell Murphy that her attacker was almost certainly one of Branfoot's ex-offenders, because that led directly to Malcolm Turnbull, the Met and the Masons, and if she told him she'd been tailed by a second man in a Honda Accord, or about the threatening calls to the office, he'd just get angry. Why didn't you tell me? And the answer to that was simple. Because he'd tell her to stop re-traumatizing herself, to give up the job that had given her the scar and the bruises, the insomnia and the nightmares, which she didn't doubt was the advice any sane person would give her. Murphy would want her to retreat into the hermit-like state she'd been in after her shattering rape, when she'd been almost incapable of leaving the house. He didn't understand that this job had given her back a sense of self she'd lost at 19. In addition to every other thing the most recent attack had left her with, she'd been forced to face the stark fact that she'd rather give up anything, Murphy included, than the agency. That realization made her afraid of speaking to a therapist. She didn't want her career choice analyzed, and she didn't want to relive the rape all over again, with a box of tissues within easy reach and a nodding psychologist making notes. Strike, meanwhile, had insisted over the phone that Robin take time off. They'd argued about it. Robin was terrified of not being able to leave her flat if she spent too long there. Finally, she'd agreed to work from home for a week. What Robin didn't know was that Murphy had phoned Strike the day after the incident in Beaconsfield. The conversation had been brief and blunt. Murphy had told Strike that Robin was in a very bad way. Strike responded by saying he'd be happy for Robin to take as long a break as she liked, and it was she who was insisting on a mere 5 days. She only had a week off after Chapman Farm, said Murphy, in an accusatory tone. Which was also her choice, said Strike. But when the call had ended, Strike, who was sitting in his BMW watching Two Times Office, was left with increased concern about Robin's mental health. He didn't need Murphy to tell him Robin should have taken longer off from work after leaving the cult she'd investigated the previous year, nor did he need to be taught about the realities of PTSD, because he'd suffered it himself. He'd heard a proprietorial note in Murphy's voice that had never been so obvious before, doubtless because he and Robin were now officially engaged, and this had made Strike shorter than he might otherwise have been on the phone. Nevertheless, the call had had its intended effect, which was to remind Strike that he had ethical responsibilities towards Robin, even though she was a partner in the firm and no longer an employee. These musings led him to approach his and Robin's next conversation with a tact for which Strike knew he wasn't generally renowned. When a pretext for getting in touch presented itself on Wednesday, he called her from the office. "I've got news." "Oh, good," said Robin. "I'm so bored. I'm sitting here watching the budget." This wasn't entirely true. The Chancellor of the Exchequer was indeed addressing Parliament on Robin's muted television screen, but in reality she'd been looking at an old and amateurish website devoted to supposed sightings of Reata Lidval following her alleged murder. "Well, firstly, Barclay's nabbed 2 times. Photos of him coming out of a hotel with a mini-skirted blonde wearing industrial amounts of makeup." "Great. Have you told Mrs. 2 times?" "Yeah. and I think she's going to absolutely rinse him, so it'll be a few years before he can afford to indulge his surveillance kink again. But I've got even better news than that. Guess who's agreed to meet me on Friday?
Who?
Funny bloke off the telly, goes on quiz shows a lot, pays to have porn stars killed.
You're joking?
Nope, and it gets better. He wants to buy me dinner at the Goring Hotel.
Why?
Smarm offensive, said Strike. His police contacts must have told him by now William Wright wasn't Jason Knowles, so I'd say he's even more worried we're messing with the case. I called his office this morning and said I wanted to talk to him about regulation in the detective business, following his comments in the press.
Oh, absolutely, what a top-hole idea.
He never said top-hole. He did. Also, spiffing.
You're making this up.
You wait, said Strike. I said I wanted to bring my detective partner. He said he'd be delighted.
Fantastic. I need to get out of this bloody flat, said Robin fervently, which was precisely the reaction Strike had been hoping for. The Goring. Isn't that where royalty always stay in London?
I think we're supposed to be immensely impressed.
Why is he trying to butter us up?
I'd imagine he's keen to present as a man who has absolutely nothing personal against us, just a professional interest in regulating the industry. I expect he's also hoping we tell him everything we know about bodies in silver vaults while we're eating our lobster thermidor.
I don't like lobster.
Then order it and leave it untouched. He's paying, said Strike, and Robin laughed. You and I should meet early in the bar, get our strategy clear.
Great, said Robin. What are you up to at the moment?
Back on the dark net.
Doing what?
Strike doubted she was in a fit psychological state to hear he'd been watching Daesh execution videos again, so he chose to tell the most palatable part of the truth. It took me the best part of 12 hours, but I think I found Reena Little asking for advice on how to get a gun online. She was calling herself Meerbart there too. I thought I might find her somewhere. If she was going to ask me, a complete stranger, for a gun, why not throw it open to the internet? Anyway, she made glancing contact with a bloke who said he might be able to help, and she blithely gave him her mobile number. I've got a feeling he wasn't who he said he was. I think he was there to entrap her.
Why?
The punctuation and spelling were too good, and they were asking artful questions. They'll have been disappointed with what they got out of her, because when offered the chance to lay hands on a weapon, she started asking whether killing people wasn't wrong after all. I can't see that they're going to have grounds to keep her forcibly in a psychiatric facility for long. I've left a message on the mobile.
Are you sure pursuing us?
Wise? Will it annoy MI5? Will Ralph Lawrence be pissed off I haven't run for the hills because he told me to?
Yes, to all of the above, said Robin.
He made me climb up under the fucking roof of that pub to prove a point. I'm not breaking any laws, calling a phone number.
I know, but...
He wears aviator shades. Case closed.
Against her better judgment, Robin laughed again.
Anything new your end? asked Strike.
Not much, said Robin, taking a deep breath because she wanted to sound casual and offhand when saying the next thing. The guy who jumped me in Beaconsfield has been let out on bail.
Shit, said Strike.
He'd known it would happen, but deplored the fact that it had. Strike considered that certain kinds of criminals were treated far too leniently by the criminal justice system, a viewpoint shaped in adolescence by the sight of his stepfather repeatedly committing violence, then being released on bail conditions he ignored.
Have they told you anything new about him? Strike asked.
Not much, said Robin. They still seem to think he attacked me at random, even though I told them about the other times I'd seen him.
Times, plural, said Strike sharply.
Please, don't start, said Robin. But I saw him on Saturday, outside my flat. With immense difficulty, Strike prevented himself starting by remembering that he'd been a dick to Robin on Saturday, which had presumably disinclined her to call him back and mention Green Jacket being on the prowl.
So he knows where you live?
Yes, said Robin. You know that rubber gorilla and the Masonic dagger he threw at me?
Yeah, strangely enough, both stuck in my mind.
I've got them both wrapped up in freezer bags at home. I told the police about them, but nobody's come round for them yet. They seem to be leaning towards the fact that he's an opportunist or a stalker, as opposed to someone trying to stop me investigating. They weren't very interested in me saying a man with the same jacket had been outside my flat on Saturday.
Can't Murphy make them take this more bloody seriously?
He's done all he can, lied Robin.
So that's all they've told you, that he's out on bail?
And that he lives in a completely different area of London to me. I think they thought that would make me feel safer. Though as he definitely knows where I live, it didn't really, Robin admitted. Anyway, all the usual bail conditions apply. He can't change address, he's not allowed to contact me, and he'll be reporting to the police once a week.
Yeah, that'll stop him, said Strike injudiciously,
before remembering that probably wasn't a very helpful thing to say.
What about the older bloke in the Honda Accord? Have you seen him again?
Not since I told you about him.
OK, well, we need to decide how we're going to deal with this stuff going forwards.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, said Strike.
He deliberately suggested she join him for dinner at the Goring before embarking on this part of the conversation, because he wanted to reassure her she wasn't being cut off from the case. The lack of response from the other end of the phone told Strike that Robin was waiting on tenterhooks to hear what he was about to say, but the time for prevarication and soft-peddling was over. He wasn't going to get as angry as he had in Ironbridge, but nor was he going to shirk what he knew to be his duty, even if Robin didn't like it. The news that the man in the green jacket had been more persistent than Strike had previously known had more than confirmed his opinion that stricter security measures must be taken.
Someone, probably Brandfoot, is trying to scare us off, and you're the one they're targeting, said Strike. Because they think they've spotted a vulnerability, said Strike firmly. And when your opponent spotted a vulnerability, you don't keep presenting it to him, you defend it. You're literally the best I've ever worked with, ever. But you had no qualms telling me I wasn't fit for the job when I was on crutches, and I'm returning the favour. No public transport, no lonely locations, and especially no more night-time excursions on your own. None. Until we've wrapped up this case.
But, said Robin, whose eyes had filled with tears when Strike had said she was the best he'd ever worked with.
There's no but, said Strike. We've had this discussion before. If you aren't shaken up by all this, you bloody well should be. Doesn't mean you can't work. Just means you'll be working differently for a while.
But, Strike, I can't stop night work. If Plug and his friends are plotting revenge on that man in Carnival,
nothing's happened so far, and that could have been hot air and bullshit.
Look, said Strike, and it cost him some pride to admit he'd remembered her exact words.
You told me you didn't want to lose me. I don't want to lose you.
Though Strike couldn't hear it this time, because she had her hand pressed over her mouth, Robin was crying again. The hot tears trickled down over her fingers, and she didn't trust herself to speak.
I didn't tell you, said Strike. I was at Rokby's when you called on Friday.
Where? Said Robin, in a slightly strangled voice.
Rokby's, repeated Strike.
What's that, a restaurant? Said Robin, struggling to sound normal.
No, it's the house of Johnny Rokby, said Strike. The man who contributed half my DNA. My father, if you must.
What? Said Robin, the information having precisely the distracting effect Strike had hoped it would. You... what? Why? How? When Strike had finished explaining, Robin said, stunned, You said you'll go for a drink with him.
Didn't have much choice, did I? Not after he dug me out of that hole. But if you check the paper today, you'll see a retraction and an apology about Candy. They've buried it on page 16, but still.
Wow, said Robin, who'd wiped her face dry with her sleeve and was feeling, even after the imposition of new working conditions, far better than she had at the start of the conversation. It was strangely consoling to be reminded that Strike, too,
had made errors of judgment that had threatened not only his peace of mind, but his ability to do the job. "What did you think of him?" she asked. "I mean, meeting him properly for the first time." "Liked him slightly more than I thought I would," Strike admitted. "He was more honest than I expected about his life. I wouldn't go out of my way to meet him again if he just struck up conversation in a bar, but he was all right." "That's good," said Robin. "And I'm really glad about the candy apology," she added, making a mental note to direct her mother's attention to it. "Anyway," said Strike, "I want you to take a cab to and from the Goring on Friday, all right? And there's something you can do from home that I haven't got time for. I've been looking through Truth About Freemasons and Abused and Accused for any usernames, questions, or personal details that appear on both sites, paying particular attention to anyone who posted before or around June last year, but I haven't found anything. I'd appreciate it if you did a thorough, systematic search." "We don't know that Wright ever posted on either site," said Robin, who suspected she was being given something unlikely to yield results, but which would keep her safe and occupied in her flat. "He might just have been browsing. And how likely is it he used the same username in both places?" "If he's smart, he won't have done," admitted Strike, "but it's worth a try." "All right," sighed Robin. "I'll have a look. I'd also be grateful if you put some more pressure on Tish Benton, because we're completely stalled on Fleetwood." "I've been keeping an eye on her Instagram," said Robin. "She's having a great time flying between Claremont hotels." "Claremont, did you just say?" asked Strike. "Yes. You know, it's that massive luxury chain. It was in her hashtag under one of the pictures I showed you, on her Instagram." "Ah," said Strike. "I should have registered that." "Why?" "Charlotte's great-grandfather owned the original hotel. Her mother was born Tara Claremont. I think she's still on the company's board of directors." "Oh," said Robin. "Which seems an odd coincidence," said Strike. But as Robin didn't respond, he said he'd better get going and rang off, wondering why she hadn't told him she was engaged, and concluding that she was probably waiting to tell him in person. The mention of Charlotte had given Robin a strange twisting feeling in her heart that she couldn't explain, but she didn't particularly want to investigate. She seemed to be a mass of hypersensitive nerves, and really did need to pull herself together to stop being so thin-skinned and jittery, especially when Strike had succeeded in making her feel better. Nevertheless, she cried more after he'd hung up. Having stumbled to the kitchen to fetch paper towels on which to dry her eyes and blow her nose, she told herself that the real problem was that she was tired, then returned to the sofa and the website about Reata Lindvall, which hadn't been updated in several years. The heading at the top of the page read, "Eric Mace has served 10 years for a crime he did not commit." In fact, Mace had now served 16 years for the double murder of Reata and her daughter. His photograph showed an angry-looking man with an underbite, heavy eyebrows, and a grubby-looking face due to heavy stubble. In fact, he was a most plausible-looking double murderer. Beneath his mugshot were more photos. On the left were genuine pictures of Reata. On the right, pictures purporting to show her in various locations on the continent following her supposed death. Spotted, Ossendorf Bar, June 1999. Hair dyed obviously, but note eyebrow shape, one higher than the other. Ossendorf, 1 hour drive from Liège. September 2001. Lobby, Dortmund Hotel. Lindvall about to get in lift, hair re-bleached. April the 25th, 2002, has gained a lot of weight and cut hair, but right profile, exact match. There was also a photo showing Yolanda at about 3 years old, dark where her mother was fair, sitting on Reata's lap. Both looked serious, intent, their gaze fixed in the same direction. The absence of smiles on both subjects' faces was taken as a damning evidence of Reata's indifference to her child by whoever had captioned the picture, "A loving mother." Looks like it, doesn't it? The last few photos had been selected to prove how much happier Reata was in Yolanda's absence. One showed Reata wearing a mini-dress and dancing to a live band in a crowded, cavern-like venue in Liège, her blonde hair flying. He told her she reminded him of a Swedish girl he used to know. Robin clicked away from the website and returned to that of the Missing Persons charity, where she'd first discovered Sapphire Neagle. The girl still hadn't been found. With a sigh, Robin went to fetch herself coffee and biscuits. She felt the need of sustenance if she was going to spend days trying to work out whether any of the hundreds of users on Truth About Freemasons and Abused and Accused might connect, however remotely, to one of their candidates for William Wright. Chapter 107. Had she willed it, still had stood the screen so slight, so sure, twixt my love and her. I could fix her face with a guard between, and find her soul as when friends confer. Friends. Lovers that might have been. Robert Browning, By the Fireside. The readjustment of Robin's work schedule would have made it extremely difficult to cover the agency's current jobs, had they not resolved 2 times. Strike had asked Wardle to prioritise finding out anything he could about Green Jacket, also known as Wade King, and in the meantime, Strike was postponing taking the next client off the waiting list, a man who feared his wife, a high-ranking civil servant, was cheating. "We should try working smarter, not harder," asked Barclay, when his and Strike's paths crossed at the office on Thursday. "Like that's ever fucking worked," growled Strike. On Friday afternoon, Strike returned to his attic flat after several hours' surveillance of Plug, who was still infuriatingly at large, to change into a suit for dinner with Lord Oliver Branfoot. While knotting his tie, he reminded himself that he'd have to act better than he'd ever acted in his life when Robin told him she was engaged. "Congratulations," he muttered aloud, while looking into his bathroom mirror, which was the only one he had. His reflection looked as though it was announcing a death. Wardle phoned Strike while the latter was heading down the metal staircase towards the street. "Got you a bit on Wade King." "Excellent. Go on." 36, was a long-distance lorry driver until a few months back. Currently unemployed, lives with a girlfriend in Raynham, 1 kid. A neighbour suspects him of domestic abuse. The girlfriend wears dark glasses a lot. Any previous? Aggravated assault when he was 25, nothing since. Never been inside. Any idea how he lost his job? No, said Wardle, but he worked for the company for 5 years before they fired him. Interesting, said Strike. It was hardly a surprise to discover that King was violent, but Strike had expected to hear that the man was very young, living in some squalor, desperate for money, and recently released from jail. In short, exactly the kind of youth Lord Branfoot could use as a henchman. Why would a man who until recently had had a steady job, albeit one he'd now lost, not to mention a partner and child at home, attempt to abduct a woman purely for cash? And he'd been a long-distance lorry driver. The dead Todd had also had a long-distance driving job from which he'd been fired. Could this be coincidence? As Strike travelled by cab towards the Goring, one of the very few 5-star hotels in London he'd never visited, he found himself musing once more on the mysterious Oz. Maybe, as Robin had suggested, King was Oz. Had the police just arrested then released the man Strike believed had killed at least 4 people in under a year? He pulled out his notebook and wrote himself a reminder to find out, if at all possible, where Wade King had been when William Wright and Sophia Medina had been murdered. Upon arrival in the Goring's cocktail bar, he found Robin already seated at a small round table beside the marble fireplace, framed botanical prints on gold paper on the wall behind her, and looking, which made nothing any easier, as good as he'd ever seen her, with her strawberry blonde hair clean and loose, and wearing a high-necked, form-fitting dress of dusky pink, which Strike found sexy in its ostensible demureness. As he approached her, she set down the same magazine he'd read in the Savoy, with the windswept Cossamer Lancaster on its cover. "Hi," he said, pulling out a velvet chair to sit down, And he added, because what did it matter now? You look great.
Thought I should make an effort, said Robin, trying to deflect the compliment, though it had pleased her. Rather than admitting she'd chosen the pink rather than the black version of the dress because of Dino Lancaster's unsolicited styling advice, she said, I bought it online because I needed something to cover my neck.
Ah, said Strike. Marks.
Trust me, you don't want to see what's under here.
Try me, thought Strike. She handed him the menu with her right hand, but her left was out of sight. Have you ordered? Strike asked.
Not yet. I'm going to have something non-alcoholic.
Having asked the waiter for a whiskey and a mocktail, Strike turned back to see Robin pushing her hair out of her face with a left hand that bore no jewellery whatsoever. Robin, who'd noticed his sharp glance, checked the back of her hand in case there was something there she hadn't noticed, smeared mascara, for instance, as he'd failed to inform her about in Ironbridge. Any particular reason for not drinking? Strike asked, wondering whether abstaining from alcohol was a concomitant of egg harvesting.
Just don't fancy it, said Robin, choosing not to say that she wanted to be in full possession of her wits. She'd be getting a cab home, but there was still the walk between pavement and door. Why? Strike suddenly decided to carry the battle into the enemy's territory.
Wardle told me Murphy's fallen off the wagon.
Oh, said Robin. Far from pleased, Strike knew this. She wanted distraction, not discussions about her relationship. Well, yes, he had a lapse when things were so tough for him at work. But he's back at AA now. He's doing fine.
Right, said Strike. Still moving in together?
No, actually, said Robin. The house fell through.
Ah, said Strike. Still looking, then?
It's on hold just now, with everything else we've got on. Anyway, she said, clearly not wanting to pursue the subject of house hunting, I've found someone on Abused and Accused who also posted on Truth about Freemasons. That, or two people using the same username.
Seriously? Said Strike, surprised. What's the name?
Austin H., said Robin.
The word fuzz popped incongruously into Strike's mind. Why, he didn't know. But before he could pursue the subject, a plummy male voice said, Hello, hello? Strike and Robin looked up to see Lord Oliver Branfoot, tall and podgy, with his trademark messy hair and drooping eyes, a genial smile curving his full lips. Beside him, in a skin-tight, knee-length black dress, stood Kim Cochrane. Chapter 108. But vengeance travels in a dangerous way, double of issue, full of pits and snares, for all who pass, pursuers and pursued. That way is dubious for a mother's prayer. Matthew Arnold, Merope, A Tragedy. Branfoot's entrance had caused a ripple of excitement to pass through the room. Many heads had turned, and most expressions were amused. Strike was the first to recover from the surprise of seeing Kim. As he stood to accept Branfoot's handshake, his mental processes seemed to move up a gear, as they were wont to do when he was under pressure. He saw laid out in front of him, like a sequence of toppling dominoes, the trail of events that would have brought this pair together. He felt certain it was Kim who'd initiated contact, and Branfoot who'd gleefully accepted the Navabi agent's expensive assistance in neutralizing the threat posed to him by Strike and Robin. Robin felt her bag slip off her lap and bent down to pick it up, glad of a reason to hide the shock she knew had shown in her face. You and Miss Ellicott already know Miss Cochrane, I think, Branfoot said.
Oh, yes, said Strike. Neither Kim nor Strike extended a hand to the other.
Please don't let us hurry you,
said Branfoot genially, as Strike drained his glass of whiskey.
Not at all, said Strike. We're ready for our dinner.
Robin, who'd picked up her bag, stood up in the knowledge that she probably looked as she felt, definitely ruffled.
The press photographs don't do you justice, Miss Ellicott,
said the beaming Branfoot. Robin reluctantly allowed Branfoot to shake her hand. This was the man who tried to have Danny DeLeon killed, and who was doing his best to sabotage their agency. His flattery added insult to the injuries concealed by the pink dress. "Shall we, then?" said Branfoot, waving a long arm in the direction of the hall. More heads turned as the foursome headed for the door, and Branfoot beamed back at every smiling face, acknowledging a few with a half salute. Kim walked beside him, looking neither left nor right, her heels an inch higher than Robin's, every hair on her dark head in place. Robin glanced sideways at her partner, trying to gauge his reaction to this unexpected situation, but Strike's expression told her nothing. At the same time, Robin's mind had begun to race, and a suspicion dawned on her as she walked behind Kim, and the more she thought about it, the more certain she felt that she was right. As they walked through the lobby, with its wallpaper painted with palms, an elderly man gave a cry of delight at the sight of Branfoot and stopped to wring his hand.
"We need you back,"
he told Branfoot earnestly, while his wife hovered, smiling nervously.
"You'd win in a landslide." "Aut viam inveniam aut facium," said the chortling Branfoot. "Watch this space." As the three detectives and Branfoot entered the large, grand, white-walled dining room, complete with chandeliers and a crimson carpet, Strike said, "If you'll excuse me a moment, I need to make a quick phone call." "Of course," said the smirking Branfoot. In complete ignorance of who Strike was calling or why, or indeed whether he was actually making a phone call at all, Robin was led, along with Branfoot and Kim, to a round corner table with a snow-white cloth. The waiter's deferential air was tinged with the same anticipatory amusement shown by others who'd recognized Branfoot. It was as though he was the friend whose arrival is greeted with delight at a party. Now the fun would truly start. "Well," said Branfoot, "I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Ellicott. Let me say I have the greatest respect for what you did with regard to that dreadful cult last year. That was indeed a noble undertaking." "Thank you," said Robin. "Young people are vulnerable in ways society often overlooks, young men in particular. The otherwise healthy desire for a cause, for service, for a mission, leads many young men astray, and what you did was all the more remarkable given that you have no formal training in police work, do you?" "Well, I've had nearly 7 years on the job now." "You were Mr. Strike's secretary, in fact." "Not exactly. I work for the agency as a temp, yes, exactly, that's what I meant," said Branfoot genially. "Remarkable career progression. And given your personal history, you've displayed really extraordinary bravery." Robin might have asked what personal history, but didn't trust herself to do so. Branfoot might be talking about the knife wound on her right forearm, which had been in the press, but if Strike was correct in his theory that Green Jacket was one of Branfoot's young criminals, Branfoot knew about her rape. She reached for bread and was angry to see her fingers trembling. "I understand you're romantically involved with a CID officer. Is that right?" Branfoot persisted. "I'd rather not talk about my personal life, if you don't mind," said Robin firmly. "Oh, ordinarily I'd agree secrets of the bedchamber should remain private," said Branfoot, still smiling. "But Mr. Strike wants to talk about regulation in your industry, and it's precisely the murky overlap of regulated and unregulated investigators that concerns me. Indeed, I know it concerns the police themselves." Robin looked across the table at Kim. "Tell Navabi the man in the Honda Accord is rubbish." "Sorry?" said Kim coldly. "The PI in the Honda Accord. The grey-haired man with a tiny nose. You should tell Navabi. I've spotted him repeatedly." "I don't know what you're talking about, sorry," said Kim. But a faint pink blush seemed to indicate that Robin's shot had hit home. Strike, meanwhile, was pacing up and down on the pavement in front of the hotel while concluding an urgent conversation with Wardle. "I need a name," Strike said, "and fast, or we're fucked." "I'll get back as soon as I can," said Wardle, and hung up.
Strike now called Fergus Robertson. "Well, well, well," said the latter, answering almost immediately. "I was going to call you when I got Has Danny DeLeon been in touch?" "This morning," said Robertson, lowering his gleeful voice. "And I owe you fucking big time for this. I'm going to fly out to the Channel Islands Monday and interview him face to face. We'll need corroboration, obviously, but this could be fucking mass. So the story's not about to run." "Jesus fucking Christ, Strike. You can't slam something like that in the paper without running it past the legal department. Then you need to get someone with a camera out to Branfoot's flat on Black Prince Road this evening." "Why, what's—" "Nothing yet, but I'll lay you odds before the night's over. He'll have sent minions to strip out filming equipment and maybe the two-way mirror." "Wait, you're going to fucking warn the cunt?" "If DeLeon had talked when I told him to, you'd already have published your scoop, and I wouldn't be sitting opposite the fucker at a dinner table," said Strike angrily. "I'm doing you a favour here. If you want to salvage your expose, get someone out to Black Prince Road. I've got to go. I'm expecting a phone call." He hung up and continued to pace, watched by the Goring's bowler-hatted doorman. But after a further 5 minutes, Wardle still hadn't called back. Deciding he couldn't leave Robin alone with Branford and Kim any longer, Strike climbed the steps back into the hotel. "Ah, here he is," said Branford, as he spotted Strike heading for their table. "Shall we order before we get down to business? Cenabis bene, me faboul." "Catullus wanted Fabulous to provide the food and drink, though," said Strike, sitting down. "I thought you were paying." This surprised a laugh out of Branford. "Ha-ha! He also wanted Fabulous to provide a girl, pretty and willing. Don't forget, but yes, Mr. Strike, I'm paying. So you know Catullus?" "Some," said Strike. "Lucky our grisly little work friends haven't ever wed him, isn't it? They'd be burning down our libraries." Branford kept up a volley of cheery talk while the four consulted their menus. "Oh, I can heartily recommend the truffle-stuffed chicken. Don't stint yourselves. I shall be starting with the caviar myself. The oysters are rather wonderful here, too." Once food had been ordered, and the wine waiter had been dispatched after a fairly lengthy discussion with Branford, the latter said, "You speak Latin too, Miss Ellicott?" "No," said Robin. "Pedicarbo egous et irumabo. Aweli pathice et shenade fury." Those are the opening lines of poem 16, in which Catullus threatens to sodomize Aurelius and orally rape Furius because they jeered at his soppier poems, said Branford. "Only proper way to deal with critics, eh?" "I'd run that past a focus group before you make it your election platform," said Strike. And Branford laughed again. "Where have we got to so far?" Strike asked the table at large. "Oh, we've barely scratched the surface," said Branford, with a slight smirk that Robin had noticed never quite left his face. "I was congratulating Miss Ellicott on the important role your agency played in closing down the UHC and adumbrating some of my concerns regarding the private detective business. Miss Ellicott has been playing her cards very close to her chest." "Right," said Strike. "Well, I'm sure you're a man who appreciates plain talking, so shall we get right down to it? You became very interested in us shortly after we started investigating the body found at Ramsey Silver last summer." "This is the case in which you were hired by Decima Mullins," said Branford. Robin felt a sudden dread that had nothing to do with her own affairs. "Told him everything, have you?" Strike said to Kim, on whose face a faint pussycat smile now appeared. "Broken your NDA? "Farrah and I decided we ought to look into Decima Mullins after I left the agency," said Kim. "You never told me she had a baby she's trying to hide. I wasn't sworn to secrecy on that." "You total bitch," said Robin, taking Strike by surprise. Kim smiled more widely, and Branford laughed. "A baby's a matter for celebration, surely," he said. "Except that she's losing her mind as well as her restaurant," said Kim. "And you two have been milking her for every penny while you go on jaunts and do pointless surveillance, pretending to find out who that body was."
She was at Casualty 2 days ago, convinced the baby's ill because it won't stop crying. That's who you're exploiting. And you've been colluding in hushing up the kid. I suppose if you'd alerted a social worker, you might have been letting someone in on the situation who'd have stopped you milking her for cash. Nice angle, said Strike appreciatively. Yeah, I can see how the press could spin that. Well-to-do restaurateur with a secret baby. Got a delusion about her ex-boyfriend, newsworthy detectives stringing her along. Not bad at all. The wine arrived. When Robin refused any, Branford chortled. My word, I've never met anyone who turned down a Montrachet 92. Still, all the more for us, eh, Mr. Strike? Or may I call you Cormoran? Feel free, said Strike. Once the wine waiter had departed, Strike said, So, what's the deal? We stop investigating the body in the vault, and you don't talk about Decima and her baby to the press. I have no personal interest in the matter, you understand, said Branford, but this is precisely the kind of thing I feel should be more strictly regulated. Financial exploitation of vulnerable people, exorbitant fees for very little gain, a notably lax attitude to child protection. Now, I don't deny you to have done some praiseworthy things, but, to speak completely frankly, I have excellent police contacts through my charitable trust, and, correct me if I'm wrong, you were questioned recently about corrupting witnesses, dangling money in front of them, which of course renders their evidence suspect in court. Well, it sounds like you've got us properly stitched up, said Strike. Is that everything? Not quite, said the smiling Branford. Miss Ellicott's boyfriend. I apologize for bringing him up again. 3 amuse-bouche now arrived for each of them. The waiter gave loving descriptions of each, but Robin didn't hear a word of it. She felt slightly sick. If Murphy's career was ruined through association with her— Where was I? Said Branford, when the waiter had left again. Oh, yes, DCI Murphy. Yes, I'm sorry to have to mention this, but he's relevant. In rather a lot of trouble at work, isn't he, between the drinking and the wrongful arrest? And he's been passing you information beneath the counter to boot. No, said Robin, he hasn't. The only person who's passed us confidential information she shouldn't have is sitting right opposite me. Branford laughed. I can tell you're not in politics, Miss Ellicott. Does DCI Murphy pass the smell test? The public don't like law enforcement officers who make wrongful arrests and rough up suspects and leak information on murder cases to whichever pretty young woman they happen to be sleeping with. And that's before we get to the daytime drinking. So if you'll forgive me for saying so, I think the press will find your paramour smells rather whiffy. Well, you certainly seem to have got the goods on us, said Strike. He turned to Kim. Picked up anyone good in Lambeth lately? What? Said Kim. Anyone been chatting you up in the vicinity of Lord Branford's office? Anyone who owns a flat on Black Prince Road? Kim's expression became strangely blank. She stared at Strike, and Robin, though she knew she should deplore such a thing, found herself hoping that Kim had indeed allowed herself to be talked into going back to that flat. Then she looked at Branford. The mask of the genial buffoon had melted away. His eyes burned dark in the usually comic gnome-like face, and suddenly it was easy to imagine him handing over an envelope of cash to a dangerous young criminal and telling him that he wanted a second young man murdered. Yet she thought she read calculation rather than panic in Branford's expression. Perhaps he was reminding himself of the panoply of lawyers, politicians, police, masons, and press contacts available to him, should the danger he'd just glimpsed become acute, just as Robin herself had found reassurance in the feel of the pepper spray in her bag. Strike's mobile buzzed. He pulled it out of his pocket and saw a 2-word text from Wardle. Ed Billings. He returned the mobile to his pocket. The waiter reappeared to take away the plates on which the amuse-bouche had arrived. Then Strike said, One of the jaunts Miss Cochrane's just mentioned as taking was to the island of Sark. although you'll be pleased to hear we didn't bill Miss Mullins for that. Ever been to Sark?"
Branford didn't answer. His sudden, uncharacteristic stillness was less of a prey animal than of a carnivore preparing to attack.
"Interesting place," said Strike, conversationally. "Lots to see. And guess who we met there? An acquaintance of yours."
Strike helped himself to a bread roll. The silence continued unimpeded until the starters arrived. There was a good deal of fuss in assembling the component parts of Branford's caviar. Strike, who'd ordered Cornish mackerel, had taken a couple of mouthfuls in the time it took for the waiter to have placed the egg whites, the blinis, the raw onion and the caviar to his symmetrical satisfaction. When at last the waiter had departed, Strike said to Branford,
"I'd have given a grand to hear your hitman explain why he had to kill DeLeon in the vault of a Masonic silver shop. What did he do? Pass it off as a bit of 3D chess? Masonic overkill? Useful you being a Mason. You'll be able to head him off. Don't get me wrong. It fits together. I seriously considered the possibility you'd been pulling a double bluff, especially as you've been behaving like a man who believed his hit had come off. But long investigative experience has led me to the conclusion that if you can have a face-to-face chat with a bloke, he's definitely not dead."
Robin had to admire Branford's sang-froid. Seemingly unruffled, he was piling caviar onto a blini. Kim, on the other hand, hadn't touched her spiced duck-liver terrine.
"If you were thinking of sending a second hitman after DeLeon," said Strike, "you should know it's too late. He's already talked. So, since we're totting up items we think might interest the papers, there's the Winston Churchill Lodge, to which both you and Malcolm Truman belong, the flat on Black Prince Road, your long-standing association with porn producer Craig Wheaton, photos of you and various adult actors going in and out of the flat, and from what I hear, a sizable list of people who, once they realise they've been covertly filmed fucking porn stars—"
Kim, who'd picked up a fork, dropped it on her plate with a clatter. Strike grinned.
"I didn't think he'd have been able to resist getting you on film," he said to her. "What did he do? Take you to a local bar, introduce you to some good-looking bloke, then retire with apologies? Well, now you know. He wasn't going home to the wife. He was sneaking off to the flat to wait behind the mirror, flies down, cock in hand."
Still Branford didn't speak. He was continuing to eat caviar.
"Now, I might be wrong," said Strike, "but I think Masonic policemen, a TV rent-a-gob, secret filming, a bunch of porn stars and a bungled hit will be of far more interest to the papers than a woman who didn't want her family to know she had a baby and hired us to find out whether her son's father is still alive. But I've got a recording of you making implicit threats to expose her," he added, tapping the mobile in his breast pocket, "so we can add blackmail to the list."
Robin waited for some kind of outburst from Branford, but he merely stared at Strike across the table, mechanically chewing his last blini. At last, he got slowly to his feet, and looking down at Strike said, "You can pay for your own fucking dinner." He threw down his napkin, and without so much as a glance at Kim, he walked out. Kim was white-faced, and seemed pinned to her chair by shock. Strike raised a hand to hail a watching waiter.
"Could you cancel Lord Branford's main course, please?" he said. "He's been called away unexpectedly. And cancel hers as well," he added, pointing at Kim.
"Are you—"
began the waiter. "She's sure," said Strike.
The confused waiter retreated.
"So," said Strike, turning to Kim, "your turn. You told me you left the force because of politics."
"I did," said Kim.
"What's political about giving a co-worker a blowjob in a car while you're both supposed to be on duty?"
Kim's face grew scarlet. "That didn't happen. People said it did, but it didn't."
So why's Ed Billings' wife chucked him out?
It didn't happen. That was it was a rumour started by Ray's ex.
You didn't give a shit what was true when you went to Dominic Culpepper and told him I'd fathered a baby with Bijou Watkins? Don't even think about fucking bullshitting me, he added, when Kim opened her mouth. I know it was you, but once the press have got hold of the film Bramford took in his fuckpad in Lambeth and found an ex-policewoman on camera, it'll take them 2 minutes to find out you left because you were caught blowing a married colleague.
I didn't do it. It's a lie. I didn't—
Oh, they'll probably shove in a couple of allegeds, but from that point on, nobody's going to care who else was in that flat. You'll be the headline for weeks, said Strike.
You can't—
Watch me, said Strike. How did Branford know details of Murphy's work life? You told him. How did you know about Decima's baby? You told him. But I promise you this. Unless you keep your fucking mouth shut about those things going forwards, there will be no holes fucking barred our end. I'll make it so no detective agency in the UK will touch you. Affairs with married men, Ray's suicide, blowing Billings, popping off to Black Prince Road to film a bit of amateur porn. You think you're fucking Teflon. But I'll make sure so much muck sticks to you, no power hose will get it off. And I won't give two shiny shits how much of it's true. Kim's blush had faded to white again. Her eyes had filled with tears. Strike returned to his mackerel, acting as though she'd ceased to exist. After a minute, Kim got up unsteadily and walked out of the restaurant. "Is it wrong," said Robin quietly, "that I really, really enjoyed that?" "If that was wrong, I don't want to be right," said Strike, through a mouthful of mackerel. "How did you—" "Wardle. He tried to give me details of why she left the other night, but I was preoccupied with other matters." Remembering what those matters had been, he took another gulp of the Montrachet 92, then said, "Wardle's found out more stuff about Wade King of the Green Jacket." "Really?" said Robin, trying to sound simply interested. The mention of the man's name had triggered a vivid memory of his face, distorted by cubic shadows. "He was a long-distance lorry driver until he got sacked." "Long distance," repeated Robin. "Like our late friend Todd, precisely." "Has King been travelling to the continent?" "Probably. A lot of them do." Robin lowered her voice. "You think the trafficking ring's still in operation?" "I think it's possible." "So this looks as though King could be Oz." "I think that's possible too. I'm trying to find out where he was the weekend of June the 17th to 19th of last year. In the meantime, our security measures remain in place, all right? You stick to daytime jobs and no evening work on your own." Robin chose not to argue the point. Relieved by the absence of pushback, Strike said, "Go on with what you were telling me in the bar, about Austin H." "Oh, yes," said Robin. "Well, on Truth About Freemasons, he asks if the Masons protect each other." "Think I saw that," said Strike, frowning slightly. "Didn't someone respond saying he was thinking of the Mafia?" "That's right," said Robin. "Fuzz," said Strike experimentally. "What?" "He didn't say anything about Fuzz, did he? I've got a feeling I saw the name Austin in connection with Fuzz." "As in the police," said Robin, puzzled. "No idea. It's gone. I'll go and have a look myself. What did Austin say on Abused and Accused?" "That his girlfriend's father was spreading nasty rumours about him, and he wanted to know how to stop it. Most of the responders advised punching the father." "Yeah, I noticed they're not really talk-it-through types on Abused and Accused." "But that might fit Rupert, mightn't it?" said Robin. "Maybe," said Strike, though he sounded sceptical. "But if rumours means Dino Lancaster telling people Fleetwood had nicked his neff, they were true. The one thing literally everyone seems to agree on, Fleetwood himself included, is that he did, in fact, nick the neff." Strike sat in thought for a further minute, then said, I might have more information on Fleetwood on Monday. Following a lead. Might go nowhere. I'll tell you if it comes off.
Being honest about the lead he decided to follow up on Rupert Fleetwood would mean mentioning Charlotte, and nearly every time he'd done that lately, Robin had immediately shut the conversation down. A waiter arrived to clear their plates. Once he'd departed, Strike said, "Christ knows how much they're about to sting us for, but let's have puddings. Might as well be hanged for a sheep and all that." Both of them thought immediately of the silver sheep charm on the bracelet Robin had never yet worn. Chapter 109. Wind, wave and bark bear Euthyclus and me, Belaustian from, not sorrow but despair, not memory but the present and its pang. Robert Browning, Aristophanes' Apology. Strike rose at 5 o'clock on Monday morning and set off for Northumberland in darkness, choosing to drive himself, partly because the train wasn't much quicker, but mostly because Heberley House, the mansion in which Charlotte had spent most of her childhood and teens, was difficult to access without a car. He'd had a broken night. The Daesh execution videos he'd been watching had chosen to resurface, belatedly and in full technicolor, in his sleep. He'd watched again as a line of bound, kneeling prisoners in Guantanamo Bay-inspired orange jumpsuits, each of their faces hidden by a sack, were shot through the back of the head, bloody holes appearing in the sacks as their faces were blown outwards. He'd seen more men beheaded, others being burned alive in a cage, and a hooded man chained to a metal dumbbell dragged onto the balustrade of a bridge, then rolled into the river below, where he sank without trace. He'd also relived in his sleep his own personal encounter with Al-Qaeda. The yellow dirt track and the young man running away, dragging a child. The IED that had torn driver Gary Topley's body in two, ripped off half of Richard Anstey's face and blown away Strike's lower right leg and foot. He'd woken, drenched in sweat, and vaped for a while. He didn't need a psychologist to tell him that it was an imminent trip to Heberley that had stirred up these memories. Charlotte was forever entangled with memories of the injury that had ended his military career, because she'd come back to him and stayed, and helped him recuperate before, inevitably, the deep, irreconcilable rifts between them had begun to widen once more. Tired and gloomy, he drove northwards to a house he'd happily have never seen again. He had no fond memories of Heberley, which he'd visited as little as possible during his and Charlotte's long, frequently fractured relationship. Charlotte had always been at her most tense and volatile there, she and her mother sliding past each other in the dining room and corridors like hostile cats. Ned Lagarde, Charlotte's late stepfather, and Sasha's father had been amiable enough, but was often absent, requiring regular stretches away from his wife to maintain even the pretense of a functioning marriage. Lady Tara Jensen, formerly Tara Claremont, Tara Campbell, Tara Lancaster, and Tara Lagarde, had always deplored her daughter's relationship with Strike, an opinion she'd been at few pains to disguise. Strike had been unfazed by her disdain, even as a youth. Not only had he rarely met a person he disliked more, but his upbringing had equipped him with a resilience unlikely to be severely tested by icy silences punctuated with explosions of temper. However, as long as he could inveigle his way through the electric gates today, he was confident Tara would talk to him. Like her deceased daughter, she always enjoyed a chance to display her formidable powers of invective. It energized and elated her to lose control. He called ahead to check that Lady Jensen was in residence, posing as a Cartier salesman who was entrusted with the delivery of an important necklace. This choice of cover had been influenced by the twin facts that Tara was exactly the sort of woman to whom exorbitantly priced necklaces were delivered in person by slavish salesmen, and her birthday fell in March, though Strike could no longer remember the exact date. Sasha was currently filming in America, which had a double benefit. He wouldn't be at Heberley House to interfere, and might plausibly have chosen to send his mother a suitably expensive birthday gift. The further north he drove, The more razor-sharp memories sliced Strike's thoughts. Charlotte running barefoot, sobbing, down the long drive, away from yet another row. Charlotte laughing manically as the pair of them drove this road together, swearing she'd slap her mother around the face if she started. Charlotte drunkenly crying in the small lodge that had once housed a gamekeeper, where she'd taken refuge one particularly acrimonious midnight with Strike. He found it hard not to reflect on the irony of his position. He'd taken this route long ago when young and in love, and now he was middle-aged and in love, as hopelessly, though for different reasons, as he'd been at 19. He remembered quoting Catullus at Charlotte on the night they'd first met. He wanted to impress, to prove a young man who'd attended 17 different schools could be just as clever and cultured as the old Etonians with whom she mostly associated. The memory was embarrassing, but was the 42-year-old really any wiser than the youth who'd memorized the love poems to Lesbia? At least the latter had known what he'd wanted and acted, no matter the subsequently disastrous consequences. His older self had chosen to be cautious where he should have been bold. In recognizing too late what he wanted, and perhaps even needed, he jettisoned what he was increasingly feeling was his one chance of real happiness. Driving along the motorway, Strike thought how very fitting his first contact with Robin had been. He'd been hurtling out of the office, intent on following Charlotte, from whom he'd broken up mere hours previously, and afraid, the memory of the overdose and bus in mind, she might be about to throw herself in front of a tube train. Instead of catching up with his girlfriend, he'd collided with Robin, with such force that he'd knocked her backwards off her feet on the landing, and only his fast physical reflexes had stopped her falling down the stairs, and possibly breaking her neck. Robin blocking his path back to Charlotte, him nearly killing her in exchange. There was a blunt bit of symbolism, if ever he'd met one. Her ring finger might still be bare, but Strike was certain it was only a matter of time before that changed. This belief was predicated on his knowledge of Robin. She was the kind of person who stuck things out, even when loyalty might be considered unwise, and Strike could hardly complain about this trait, because he'd benefited from it himself. Nobody who'd had her best interests at heart would have advised her to stick with Strike and the agency in the early days, when she could have been earning far more money with a company that didn't look as though it was going to go bust at any minute. No, Robin was a good and decent person, and good and decent people didn't walk away when things were tough, nor did they walk out on their romantic partners when they were having crises. Having resented Murphy for being fit and successful, Strike now deeply begrudged the man his alcoholic lapse and his work troubles. Chapter 110. Who can patch union here? What can there be but everlasting horror twixt us two? Gulfs of estranging blood. Across that chasm, who can extend their hands? Matthew Arnold, Merope, A Tragedy. The large twisted trees lining the road and the stretches of prime farmland were like a landscape seen in a half-forgotten dream. Strike tried to take consolation from the magnificent indifference of nature to all human concerns, but the strategy was so ineffective it was almost a relief to turn up the side road leading to Heberley, and focus his mind on what needed to be done. The tall wrought-iron gates loomed up before him, set between stone pillars on top of which were carved salmon in tribute to the Legard family arms, and perhaps the River Tyne, which flowed past the house. Strike got out of the car and approached an intercom, which was new. The old one, he remembered, had been rusty. He pressed the bell, and a woman with an Eastern European accent answered. "Who is, please?" "Cartier," said Strike into the intercom, and by the time he got back to his car, the iron gates were slowly opening. Rhododendrons lined the drive, but it was too early in the year for them to be in flower. Instead, they formed a dense, glossy dark green guard of honour as he drove up an incline. When the BMW crested the top of the hill, Heberley House came into view in the distance, an enormous rectangular block of reddish ashlar
with long windows and pillars in the Greek Doric style. Strike still had half a mile to cover, the track running through the deer park, where vast mature trees spread welcome pools of shade on sunny days, and the Lagarde family, if sober enough, had enjoyed the occasional picnic lunch, which wasn't a matter of scratchy blankets, Tupperware and hard-boiled eggs, as Strike had experienced with Ted and Joan, but involved staff setting up trestle tables with snowy cloth and carrying silverware across the lawn. He parked on the gravel forecourt, and as he approached the front door, it opened to reveal the woman he assumed was a housekeeper, short, thin, light-haired and wearing a black dress. He didn't recognize her, but hadn't expected to. If there had ever been aged family retainers at Heatherly House, they'd all peeled away since the arrival of Tara, who was notorious for an inability to hold on to staff who had to interact with her regularly. "You have necklace?" said the housekeeper curiously, eyeing Strike's empty hands. "It's locked in my car," he said, pointing at the BMW. "I'm not supposed to get it out until Lady Jensen's present." This implausible story seemed to satisfy the housekeeper, who turned to lead him into the marble-floored hall, which had changed very little since Strike had last been here. More carved salmon served as finials at the bottom of the wide staircase, and the 18th-century chairs he remembered were still set in front of an enormous stone fireplace. Strike waited until she disappeared from sight, then, as stealthily as he could manage, headed firstly towards the drawing-room door, which he opened so he could cast a sweeping look over the interior, before crossing the hall to look in on the dining room. He'd just seen what he'd come for when he heard footsteps again, and returned to stand beside the fireplace. Tara was descending the staircase and talking as she came. "I thought you must be delivering something from my son, but—" She stopped mid-sentence, still 6 stairs from the floor, staring at Strike. Once as dark and breathtakingly beautiful as her dead daughter, Tara's hair was now dyed blonde. Her face had been lifted, probably more than once, so that she had odd horizontal creases on either side of her mouth where the skin had been stretched upwards. Filler distorted the proportions of her face. She was as thin as she'd always been, wearing her expensive interpretation of country clothing, which in this case meant a silk blouse and tweed trousers. Had she been able to move her face properly, Strike knew it would have been wearing an expression of fury. "What the fuck are you doing here? Why did you let him in?" she demanded of the housekeeper, who just returned to the hall, possibly to offer refreshments. "He said he from Cartier," said the housekeeper, looking terrified. "Did you ask to see his ID?" "No," said the housekeeper, looking as though she might cry. "It's not her fault," said Strike. "You shut up," snapped Tara. "In fact, get out. Fucking get out now, or I'll get one of the groundsmen to drag you out." "Unless you want to see Sasha plastered all over the papers for receiving stolen goods, I'd advise against doing that," said Strike. "And before you pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, I've just seen it on the sideboard in the dining room." For a few seconds, Tara glared at him, then she barked, "Coffee!" at the housekeeper, who scuttled away. Tara descended the stairs without looking at Strike, swung around in exactly the same way Charlotte, when drunk, had turned her back on those who were annoying or boring her, and strode into the drawing-room. Strike followed, and was in time to see Tara take a cigarette out of an ivory box, light it, then drop into a low brocade armchair. The room had been redecorated at some point, in the 9 years since Strike had last been in it, when the walls had been of a pale silvery blue. Now they were dark green, and some of the pictures had been rearranged, although the same Augustus John portrait of Sacha Lagarde's bored-looking great-grandmother hung over the mantelpiece. "I don't know how you've got the fucking balls to walk in here," sneered Tara. "Why's that?" said Strike, sitting down without invitation on the sofa. "You know fucking well why not, after what you did." "I've done a lot of things," said Strike, stretching out the leg bearing the prosthesis, which was cramping again after the long drive. "You'll have to be more specific." "It's your bloody fault she killed herself," shouted Tara. Strike wasn't remotely surprised that they'd arrived within seconds at this grotesque accusation, which to most people would have made sense only as the culmination of a vicious row. Tara's tactic in arguments had always been to reach for the most damaging thing she could throw at her opponent before the latter had time to collect their wits. Charlotte had been forever branded with her mother's opening salvos. "I wish I'd never fucking had you. Go overdose again, whining attention seeker. God, you're a tedious, ugly little shit." "So whose fault were the 2 suicide attempts before I ever met her?" asked Strike. "Fuck you." "Eloquent as ever," said Strike. "Anyway, back to the sideboard." "It's none of your fucking business what's on my sideboard." "It's not your sideboard, it's your son's, and he's gonna be royally fucked when the press find out where Dino Lancaster's silver ship went, isn't he?" "Sasha knows it's here, and he doesn't care," said Tara, with what Strike was certain was gross mendacity. If Sasha knew what his mother had done, he'd be extremely nervous about anyone else finding out about it, most of all journalists. "I read Charlotte's suicide note," she added loudly. "I know what you did to her." "The worst I can be accused of with regards to Charlotte is not reconfiguring my entire life around her death wish," said Strike. "You were unfaithful, you were—" "I picked up the fucking pieces until there was no putting her back together anymore," said Strike. "And I'm looking at the reason she was never going to make old bones." "Bastard," said Tara. "And I mean that literally, of course." "I'd say I'm a fairly good advert for having an unmarried mother, if you and Charlotte are the control," said Strike. "Back to the Neff. If you think I'm going to explain anything to the thug who as good as killed my daughter—" "Fine," said Strike, getting up. "I'll go to the press. Tell them Sasha's got the stolen ship, and trust me, I'll enjoy it." "Don't you dare! Come back here!" shrieked Tara, as Strike made for the door. Before he could reach it, it opened to reveal the frightened-looking housekeeper. "Get out!" Tara shouted at her. "This is private." The housekeeper checked, holding her tray. Tara made a noise of exasperation. "Bring the coffee in first," she said, "then leave." "Come back here," she yelled at Strike. "Come back!" "We've got nothing else to say to each other," said Strike, turning to look at her as the housekeeper set her tray down on the coffee table and poured Tara a cup with a quivering hand. "Yes, we have," said Tara furiously. "Sit down." "Sit down!" Strike didn't move. It was liberating to be able to treat her as he considered she deserved. In the past, he'd always had to remember that Charlotte would pay the price if he permitted himself to lose his temper with Tara. But Charlotte was in Brompton Cemetery, finally beyond suffering, unlike the scrawny flesh-and-blood woman with the distorted, carefully made-up face and a lipstick-stained cigarette in her claw-like hand. Having poured Tara's coffee, the housekeeper scurried out of the room and closed the door, while Strike remained standing. "Sit down," Tara said again. "Sit!" "I'm not a fucking dog," said Strike. "Are you going to answer my questions?" "Yes," said Tara impatiently. "Sit down." Before returning to the sofa, Strike helped himself to coffee. Then he said, "I'm assuming you didn't ask Fleetwood to steal the Neff. He nicked it, then brought it here because he couldn't think where else he might be able to offload it, right?" He took Tara's silence for assent. "How much did you give him for it?" "That's none of your business. You can tell fucking Dino." "He's not my client," said Strike. "Don't lie to me. I'm not stupid. And he hasn't told you the full story. But you can tell him I've got the witnesses. Lottie Hazelrig and Angus Lyle told me all about it." "All about what?" "Dino cheated. He always coveted that Neff. And Peter Fleetwood was so pissed the night he bet it, he was probably seeing 2 backgammon boards. Lottie and Angus were there, and they saw it happen. They know what Dino did, but nobody wanted to challenge him, because he can turn bloody nasty, as I well know. He dislocated my bloody shoulder when—" "Yeah, I've heard the story about your shoulder," said Strike. "I remember the overturned table and the burns to your leg. I know you found him in bed with a teenager hired to serve at a party. I'm only interested in the Neff. I'm telling you about it, she snapped. Dino always bullied Peter, treated him as though he was still his fag at Eton, even when I was married to him. So you can go right back to that piece of shit and tell him from me, I've just told you he's not my client. I'm working for his daughter, Decima. Why does she care about the bloody ship? She doesn't. She's only interested in the whereabouts of Rupert Fleetwood. Did Rupert mention Decima when he came to see you? No. So how much was it worth to you to get one over on Dino? I've just told you. That's none of your bloody business. It is my business. Because if you gave Fleetwood 50 grand, he'll have been able to hide himself far more efficiently than if you gave him a tenner. Tara glared at him, took another drag on her cigarette, then said through a cloud of smoke, I gave him 6 grand. There. Happy? I think you gave him something else as well. Like what? Like a job abroad at a Claremont hotel. I'm not in charge of hiring and firing. I doubt anyone on the board's going to turn down the only surviving Claremont if they say they want their nephew by marriage given a job in a restaurant or a kitchen. I doubt they'd even protest too much if you leaned on them to offer a brand consultant job to the only other person who knew where the Neff had gone. Well, said Tara, eyes narrowed over her coffee cup, aren't you clever? The evidence points that way, yeah, said Strike. Which hotel is Fleetwood hiding out in? I don't know, said Tara. I told them to find him something, and they did. I don't know where he went. He wrote me a thank you card, though. Nice manners. I don't remember any thank you letters from you. What the fuck would I thank you for? Said Strike. She was old, no longer the beauty who'd enchanted blue bloods and rock stars in the early 70s before marrying the safe bet, Sir Anthony Campbell, with his solid family money behind him and his castle on Arran. But the way Tara was sparring with him held a spark of her vanished allure. Her fearlessness, her arrogance, her casual cruelty, in combination with her staggering beauty, had once held men captive. But Strike had been inoculated against that faint whisper of dangerous charm through prolonged contact with the daughter who'd so resembled her. Strike and Charlotte had once wondered whether their mothers had ever met. There was a photograph of Tara with Johnny Rokeby after some concert or other. Had he screwed her, too? Maybe we're brother and sister, Charlotte had said, an idea Strike found repulsive rather than exciting. Did Rupert tell you why he wanted to go abroad? Because Dino was after him, obviously. Did he tell you he'd been at Sasha's birthday party? Tara took another drag on her cigarette. He didn't, but Sasha told me he'd gate-crashed. Did Sasha say why? Presumably because he doesn't often get to hang out with the beautiful people, said Tara. Not good-looking enough for a front-of-house job, then. Dishwashing, is he? I've just told you. I don't know where he is, and I don't know what he's doing. Okay, said Strike, getting to his feet. I won't trouble you any longer. Mind if I have a slash before I go? Yes, snarled Tara. No need to get up, said Strike, as though she hadn't spoken. I remember where the bog is. Chapter 111. Seems as if we got to the end of things. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Preferring to leave the environs of Heberley House well behind him before he took a break for something to eat, Strike drove south to the city of York. Sitting in his parked BMW and looking forward to a late pub lunch after he'd got this unpalatable duty out of the way, he phoned Decima Mullins. When he'd finished giving an account of his interview with Tara, Decima said in a high-pitched voice, "No, that can't be true. He'd never have. He wasn't even in contact with Tara. No, she must be lying." "She's got the Neff," said Strike. "And frankly, I feel stupid for not remembering that there was an ex-wife who'd be delighted to piss off Dino Lancaster, isn't strong in ethics, and has money to burn." She claims not to know which hotel Rupert's working in, but I think she's telling the truth about him working in one of them. She pulled strings to get him and Tish Benton jobs with the chain. I'm sorry. I know this isn't the answer you were hoping for, but...
So, you're going to call round all the Claremont hotels when he's not even there?
I think he is at one of those hotels, said Strike, trying to inject sympathy rather than impatience into his voice. And no, I'm not going to call them. This ends the case.
What? You're walking out on me?
There is nothing to be done now that you can't do yourself, so it would be wrong to keep billing you. I'm sorry, he repeated. I know you didn't want to believe Rupert's alive, but...
It's not that. How can you say that? She cried. Of course I'd rather think he's alive, but he'd never have left me like this. Never.
Sometimes we're mistaken about people, however well we think we know them, said Strike, still striving for patience. I'm sorry, but as far as I'm concerned, the job's done. I wish you luck, he concluded lamely, and better times. This call ended. Strike left the BMW, and limping slightly again, set off in search of food. While walking, he called Robin and told her the story of his trip to Heberley. So it's over, he concluded. The job of identifying William Wright returns to the Met. We're out. Strike wasn't surprised that a shocked silence followed these words. But why did Rupert leave like that? Said Robin at last. Why do it so cruelly? I can only assume the easiest explanation is the right one, said Strike. He didn't want a baby and took the coward's way out. Anyway, I'm starving and there's a pub ahead, so I'll talk to you later. The name of the pub, the Old White Swan, reminded Strike unhappily of Ironbridge. But as he didn't want to have to walk any further, he entered to find a pleasant space with white and blue painted walls. He just bought himself a pint of alcohol-free beer and ordered fish and chips, when his Met contact, George Laybourne, called him.
"Hi," said the policeman. "I've got your email about Wade King."
"Ah," said Strike, sincerely hoping that this would wrap up the entire Silver Vault case completely. "So?"
"He was in France from the 16th to the 18th of June last year."
"France?" repeated Strike, frowning.
"Yeah, driving a lorry full of scotch from Speyside to Cannes."
"This is cast iron, is it?"
"Fully corroborated, yeah."
"Shit," said Strike. "No, I mean, that's good to know. Cheers. I owe you one." He hung up. Laybourne's information, while useful, was unwelcome. Had Wade King been Oz, that would have settled everything, but as it was... He accidentally dislodged his vape from his pocket in replacing his notebook there. It rolled away under an empty neighbouring table, and as Strike bent to pick it up again, he thought again of the tube-like object William Wright had dropped, which Mandy and Daz had thought was a doob tube, and which Wright had claimed had been a blood sample, and he wondered yet again what it had really been. Chapter 112. Oh, 'tis jesting, dancing, drinking, spins the heavy world around. If young hearts were not so clever, oh, they would be young for ever. Think no more, 'tis only thinking lays lads underground. A. E. Houseman, Poem 49, A Shropshire Lad. So, the case was closed. The agency had replaced Decima with the top client on the waiting list, and the mutilated body of the man called William Wright continued to lie unidentified, eyeless and handless, in an unknown morgue, and Robin wasn't supposed to care about him, or about dead Sophia Medina, or missing Sapphire Neagle, but her mind refused to expel the disconnected facts of the Silver Vault case, on which it continued to chew uncomfortably, as if on bits of grit. Had Wright really had a pregnant girlfriend? Why had he visited abused and accused? Where was the Murdoch silver? What did the 8 digits Niall Semple had left for his wife mean? Why had Chloe Griffiths become so aggressive about a bracelet? What were the things that Albie Simpson-White had said Decima was better off not knowing? Robin knew she had to let it all go. The case was the Met's now, and, as if to underline the fact, a police spokesman announced on Thursday that Jason Knowles hadn't been the body in the vault after all. The Sun newspaper was the only one to give any prominence to the story, which ran beneath the headline, "Masonic Body, Cops Got It Wrong." At Strike's insistence, Robin was continuing to work either in her flat or at the office. She was starting to feel like Pat's assistant, dealing with paperwork and small bits of research that could be done online. On the other hand, she knew her mental state was as bad as it had ever been. As the days passed, instead of getting better, she seemed to be worse. Unexpected noises, even her phone ringing, startled her. She couldn't sleep for more than a couple of hours at a time, and kept having flashbacks of the man who tried to throttle her in the Land Rover. The smallest things made her want to cry. Spilled orange juice, a lost button. She was trying her best to hide all of this from everyone around her, including Murphy, certain that telling the truth would lead to a row, or an insistence that she stop work altogether for a while. Wade King was out on bail, and he knew where to find her. Having loved living alone for the freedom it gave her, Robin now felt unsafe in her flat, which was why she was travelling to and from Denmark Street every day. Her preference would have been for being in the company of people she knew and trusted at all times. As she turned into Black Horse Road on Thursday evening, expecting Murphy for dinner, he called her. "I'm not going to be able to come over this evening." "Oh," said Robin, angry at herself for wanting to cry again. "Why?" "An hour ago I visited a suspect at home who's just turned out to have what looks like 2 pipe bombs at the bottom of his wardrobe." "Shit." "Yeah, and the terrorism threats are severe, so we've evacuated half the street and we're waiting for the bomb squad." "Well, that puts my afternoon docketing receipts into perspective," said Robin, and Murphy laughed. She was surprised at how relieved she was to have amused him. It felt as though there hadn't been a lot of laughter between them lately. "Tomorrow night," he said, and Robin agreed. Darkness was drawing in. Once parked outside her block of flats, she reached into her bag for the fresh bottle of pepper spray she'd made, her first having been confiscated by the police, then sat where she was for several minutes, trying to muster the courage to cross the dark car park. No matter how much she told herself there was nobody lurking in wait, she didn't seem to be able to convince her subconscious. "Come on," she told herself firmly, and got out of the car. She was halfway to the door of the building when she heard male voices shouting. Flooded with panic, she started to run back towards the Land Rover. 2 men burst out of her building, heading straight for her. She was shaking so badly she dropped her car keys. As she bent to pick them up, she heard the snarled words, "Fucking bitch!" and then the first man had dashed past her, curly hair silhouetted in the street lamp. It's him. But the second man, who was taller and broader, was slowing. He'd nearly reached her. "No!" Robin screamed, pulling out her pepper spray. "Rob, it's me," said a familiar voice. "It's me." "Martin?" said Robin weakly, leaning back against her car, pepper spray in hand, keys still on the ground. "What? Who was that guy?" he said. Martin was holding a crumpled piece of paper. Robin couldn't marshal her thoughts. Unable to stop herself, she burst into tears. "Rob," said her brother, putting his arms around her, "the fuck's going on?" Nothing, she gasped, knowing what a ludicrous response this was. "Why are you here? How did you—" "What's going on?" repeated Martin. I got that man arrested. But she couldn't tell Martin about the attack. She couldn't bear her mother in particular finding out. "So he's got it in for me. How did you even—" "It was raining. One of your neighbours let me in. I was sitting on your stairs waiting for you to come home, and that fucker showed up and tried to slide this under your door," said Martin, holding up the crumpled paper. "I said, 'Who the fuck are you?' and he got aggressive, so I got aggressive back, and then he ran." "What's on the paper?" said Robin, pulling out of Martin's arms.
but it was clear he didn't want to show her. "Martin, give it to me." He held it out reluctantly. The paper had a picture of a gorilla's face on it. Martin knew of the significance of gorillas in Robin's past. "How does he know?" he asked. "It's online," said Robin. "Look, I'm really pleased to see you, but why are you here?" "Carmen's took me out." "Oh, Mart, I'm sorry," said Robin. Under ordinary circumstances, her dominant emotions on finding Martin on her doorstep would have been annoyance and amazement. It was typical of him to turn up unannounced, or rather nearly 2 weeks after he'd asked whether he could visit, and without having been told it was convenient. However, she was so grateful he'd been here at this crucial moment, and so delighted to have a guest overnight, she hugged him tightly again. "It's lovely to see you. Come in, and you can tell me everything." "You've got a new Land Rover," said Martin, as they walked back towards her building. "What happened to the old one?" "It failed its MOT. "You must be making good money these days," said Martin, glancing back at the car, his tone between envy and admiration. "It's the business's," said Robin, "not mine." She loved her brother, but he'd never been shy about asking people in the family for money. Until now, he'd never troubled Robin in this respect, because he'd known she didn't have any to spare. Martin retrieved his hold-all from the stairs, where he'd abandoned it, and followed Robin into her flat. "Nice place." "Thanks," said Robin automatically. The gorilla picture was rustling. She looked down at it, and realized she was shaking. Without taking off her coat, Robin walked through to the kitchen to fetch yet another freezer bag and put the gorilla picture inside it. Would the police take this seriously? They still hadn't shown up for the Masonic dagger or the rubber gorilla forced into her hand in Harrods. "Listen," she said, turning to face Martin with the now protected picture in her hand. "Please, please, don't mention this at home. I'm begging you, Martin. I can't take Mum having a go at me on top of everything else I've got going on." "You going to call Ryan?" "He's got far more important things to worry about than me this evening," said Robin, thinking of the pipe bombs. "Look, there's a bottle of wine in the fridge." Her phone rang. Strike. "I'll take this in my bedroom. Help yourself to anything you want." Still holding the picture of the gorilla's face and wearing her coat, Robin went into her bedroom, sat down on the end of her bed, and answered her partner's call. "Hi." "Just checking in," said Strike. "Get home okay?" "Yes," said Robin shakily. "Where are you?" "Haringey. Plug and his son are sitting in his van on Carnival Street." "Oh, no," said Robin angrily. "He's going to involve his son in a revenge stabbing?" "Looks like it. Barclay and Shah are tailing 2 more members of the revenge posse, and they all seem to be converging in this direction. I think tonight's the night." Robin immediately dismissed the idea of telling Strike that Wade King had come calling. He was trying to foil a possible stabbing. Now wasn't the moment. Strike, however, had detected a note of strain in her voice. "You sure everything's okay?" "Yes, my brother Martin's here. He turned up unexpectedly." "Ah," said Strike, pleased to hear this on 2 counts. Robin had a large man there for protective purposes, and assuming Murphy hadn't already done so, he'd be unlikely to propose tonight. "Well, give him my regards." "I will," said Robin. "Good luck with Plug. I really hope nobody gets hurt." "Might do Plug some good to get clobbered," said Strike, "but I'll do my best to stop anyone hurting the kid." Robin hid the sheet of paper she was holding in the same drawer as the dagger and the rubber gorilla. She was still shaking. On sudden impulse, she picked up her mobile again, and before she could second-guess herself, called Strike's therapist half-sister, Prudence. "Robin," said Prudence on answering. "How are you?" Not fabulous, to tell you the truth," said Robin. "I'm really sorry to lay this on you, Prudence, and obviously it can't be you, personally, but I was wondering whether you could recommend someone to me, a therapist. I mean, for me. But, Prudence, I'm sorry," Robin repeated,
aware that she was gabbling slightly. "It can't be. I don't want anyone who's going to try and talk me out of what I do for a living. I need someone who, I don't know, gets it, someone who's... I can't really explain what I mean." "Robin, has something happened?" said Prudence, sounding concerned. "Something new, I mean." "A load of things have happened," said Robin, "and I'm not in great shape. I should probably, after Chapman Farm, but I didn't." There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then Prudence said thoughtfully, "I think I know exactly the right person." "You do?" said Robin, surprised and hopeful. "Yes, she's quite unconventional, but her patients love her." "Okay," said Robin a little warily, wondering whether unconventional meant crystals and Reiki. She seemed to see Strike smirking in her mind's eye. "In what way?" "She can be quite directive," said Prudence. "Meaning she tells you what to do?" "Yes, she has opinions. She also swears a lot." "I work with your brother, that won't worry me," said Robin, and Prudence laughed. "She's not cheap." "That doesn't matter," said Robin. "If she's good, I know I need something. I've got to do something. I'll send you her details, although, come to think of it, she might be away at the moment." "If she's the right person, I don't mind waiting," said Robin. "I think I'll feel better just for knowing I'm doing something about it all. And Prudence, please don't tell Strike I called." "Of course I won't," said Prudence. "But he knows," said Robin with difficulty, "that I'm not in a great place. I'd just rather he didn't know I've roped you into it." "It's not roping, Robin," said Prudence. "I'm glad to help." After the call had ended, Robin sat for a moment, phone in hand, feeling better simply at the idea of the unknown sweary therapist. She took off her coat, slung it on her bed, took a deep breath, and re-entered the sitting room, where she found her brother sitting on her sofa, pouring wine into a mug. "I've got glasses," she said. "Couldn't find any," said Martin, which meant, as Robin knew from long experience of her brother, that he couldn't be bothered to open more than one cupboard. She went to fetch herself a glass, then sat down beside him on the sofa. "Why did Carmen chuck you out?" "I caught her fucking cheating." "What?" "Got home last night and her fucking ex-boyfriend was there."
"Oh, hi, Martin. Jason was just bringing Dirk a present."
Robin didn't like the way Martin imitated his girlfriend. Her ex-husband, too, had always adopted a whining falsetto to impersonate women. "He's married as well, the fucker." "Were they?" "Nah, they hadn't got down to it yet." Martin glugged half a mug of wine. "Or maybe they'd already done it and got dressed again." "Mart, are you sure?" "What was he doing there when I was out?" "Well, bringing the baby a present." "Was there a present?" "Yeah," said Martin, "and I booted it out the window right in front of him." Robin groaned inwardly. She knew her brother. Incurably hot-headed, impetuous, and prone to rages an objective observer would judge to be entirely unjustified. Jealousy had been an issue in quite a few of his previous relationships. "How long ago did Carmen and this man split up?" "I dunno, 6, 7 years ago." Robin was reminded of Tyler Powell and the allegation that he'd been jealous enough over a girlfriend he'd had at 16 to sabotage a car. "I told her I didn't want her seeing the slimy bastard anymore, and then she goes and has him over when I'm out." "Martin, you haven't got the right to tell Carmen who she's allowed to see." "Why didn't she tell me he was coming?" "Maybe she didn't know. Maybe he just dropped in because he was passing." "Funny how it happened when I was out." "Or," said Robin, bracing herself for an outburst directed at her instead, "maybe she didn't tell you because she knew you'd have a meltdown." "Has she called you?" demanded Martin. "No, of course not. She hasn't got my number, unless you've given it to her." "I said to her, 'How do I know Dirk's not his?'" "You didn't." "Martin, for God's sake." He drained his mug and reached for the wine bottle again. "Do you honestly think," said Robin, unaware that she was paraphrasing what Strike had said to Bijou Watkins not so long ago, "she'd be having sex with an old boyfriend in your flat 6 weeks after she's given birth?" "She's always fucking talking about him."
said Martin furiously. "Fucking dickhead. Got his own business. Know what it's called? Excalibur," said Martin. With so much contempt, Robin had to fight not to smile. "What kind of business is it?" "Skip hire." In spite of her best efforts, Robin burst out laughing. It was a release and a relief. She had difficulty stopping. "He's coining it in," said Martin bitterly, over Robin's gasps of laughter. "Skips all over Yorkshire. He's cornered the fucking market. Fucking Excalibur. And he puts the sword on everything, the side of the skips and on his fucking employees' overalls. Surprised he didn't make Carmen tattoo it on her arse." Robin fought her laughter back down and said, "I'm sorry, but you can't say it's not funny. Excalibur skip hire." A reluctant grin flickered on Martin's face, but he said, "He's a fucking twat. Him and Carmen used to play Dungeons and Dragons together and all that fucking shit. I've been round his house with Carmen. He was having a party, showing her what she could have had if they hadn't split up. Fucking widescreen telly and a home gym. He's put the fucking logo on all his stuff at home, on fucking cushions. He hires out skips for a living and he thinks he's—" "Who owned Excalibur?" "King Arthur," said Robin, still fighting a desire to laugh. "Him, yeah," said Martin, and he downed his second mug of wine. "Flexing his fucking biceps at her, swords on his T-shirts and his fucking weights. Fucking arsehole." "He sounds an idiot," said Robin. "He is," said Martin, who seemed to find some consolation in this comment. "Yeah." But Robin understood why, whatever the man's personal absurdities, he'd aggravate her brother's latent insecurities. Martin had neither savings nor property, and had never stuck with jobs, or indeed anything that required sustained hard work. "Mart," said Robin gently, "are you sure you're not imagining this?" "Why did she chuck me out?" demanded Martin, with characteristic lack of logic. "Maybe because you kicked your son's present out of the window and accused her of shagging a skip hire outer who thinks he's King Arthur," suggested Robin, which surprised a reluctant snort out of her brother. It was odd to sit here with Martin and realize that he'd chosen to come to her rather than any other member of the family. Possibly he'd simply flown to the furthest spare bed he thought he could get, but Robin couldn't escape the not particularly flattering suspicion that he saw her as more of a kindred spirit than he'd ever done before, pursuing a strange, intermittently dangerous career of which their mother disapproved, with a failed marriage behind her and her house-buying on hold, unlike happily married father of two Stephen, and Jonathan the graduate with his conventional new job in brand management. But then Robin remembered a very drunk Martin taking a swing at her ex-husband on their wedding day, and she laughed again. "Just remembering you nearly thumping Matthew." "Ah," said Martin, and he grinned properly this time. "He's a real fucking tosser." "He is," Robin agreed. "Not as big a tosser as the bloke you're worried about, though. Listen, I think you should call Carmen and apologize." "I'm not fucking—" "I really don't think she's done anything wrong, Martin." Robin knew her brother too well to press him. He was incurably contrarian and would do the right thing in his own time, or not at all. She got up from the sofa. "I'll make us something to eat." She'd just opened her fridge to scan the poultry contents when, struck by a sudden thought, she returned to the sitting room. "Mart, did you just say that Excalibur Man put the logo on his weights?" "Yeah, he puts it on fucking everything," said Martin. "You can put custom designs on weights?" "If you're the kind of prick who likes that sort of thing. Why?" "No reason," said Robin. She returned to the kitchen. Chapter 113. And so it was fated that one day, after patiently picking round a great piece of rock till it was loosened from its ages-old bed, he felt it tremble under his hand, and leaning his weight against it, it disappeared into space beyond. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Robin left Martin asleep on the sofa bed in the sitting room the following morning, and headed for the office. There was something she wanted to say to Strike face to face, so she forced herself to drive into town, checking her rear-view mirror constantly, and feeling shaky and exposed during the short walk to Denmark Street.
Arriving shortly after 9, she found Pat already at her desk, and Wardle talking to Strike in the inner office. "Didn't we have 3 fish in there?" Robin asked Pat, as she hung up her coat, because the large black fish and the smaller gold one appeared to have lost a companion.
"Travolta died," grunted Pat. "He says he found him floating when he got in this morning."
"Travolta?"
"Yeah, we had Cormoran, Robin, and Travolta. Yours is the only one that hasn't given any trouble. Makes sense," added Pat darkly.
Strike emerged from the inner office, unshaven and looking exhausted. "Morning," he said to Robin. "You missed a real shit-show last night. I was just telling Wardle." She followed him into the inner office, where Wardle stood, arms folded, leaning against the wall. "We intercepted Plug, 2 mates and his son, as they were heading for the front door of 15 Carnival Street," said Strike. "They jumped to the conclusion we were allied with the dog killer and pulled out knives. Long story short, Shah got stabbed in the leg." Robin gasped. The speech she'd been about to make to Strike fled her mind. "Is he okay?" "Ish. He was led out of hospital this morning, but the wound's deep. Barkley restrained Plug, and I took down his biggest mate, but the third guy scarpered. We managed to persuade Plug's son to stay put, though, poor little bastard. You weren't lying about half his face being chewed off, were you?" "No," said Robin. "I think he's going to be scarred for life, in more ways than one. Where is he now?" "With his great-uncle and his gran," said Strike. "With luck, Plug'll get a long stretch inside, and the boy'll now have a fighting chance at a normal life. Anyway, we had to give statements to the police, and it's bloody lucky we had plenty of photographic evidence to prove we've been tailing Plug for months, or I think we'd have been done for assault, which, as we know, the Met would bloody love. And we're down 1 man, maybe permanently." "What do you mean?" said Robin. "I think there's a possibility we're going to lose Shah to Navabi." "What?" said Robin, horrified. "Dev wouldn't leave." "I wouldn't bet on that. He and I had an argument last night while we were waiting for Plug to make his move. He had all Kim's arguments down pat. We shouldn't have taken the silver vault case. We were exploiting Decima, colluding in covering up her baby, going on jaunts round the country, etc. I think old mates at the Met have been telling him he works for a proper wrong'un. He also thinks I sexually harassed Kim." "What?" "She'll have told him so," said Strike wearily. "She and Navabi seem very keen on fucking with me. Have they tried to poach either of you yet?" "No," said Robin. "I suppose I should feel offended." "I'll talk to Shah about bloody Cochrane," said Wardle, scowling. "I'll tell him exactly who she is. I told you before she caused trouble on every single job she worked. Fucking liability." "That'd be helpful. Cheers," said Strike, rubbing his eyes, which were stinging with tiredness. "And while you're at it, you can tell Shah the silver vault case continues, and I'm paying for it out of my own pocket." "What?" said Robin, her spirits lifting immeasurably at this news. "I better go," said Wardle. "I'm on that cheating civil servant in half an hour." When Wardle had closed the dividing door behind him, Strike looked up at Robin and said, "What are you looking so happy about?" "You mean it? The silver vault case continues?" "Yeah, I do. I'll contribute financially too. You can't bear all the expenses. You won't have anything left of your inheritance at this rate." "I don't need it for anything," said Strike indifferently. "Don't you ever want to buy a place?" "What for?" "Nothing to be as convenient as the flat," said Strike. He might have said that if Robin wanted to move in with him, he was more than happy to start house hunting, but naturally didn't. "Why are you so pleased with keeping it going?" he asked. "Because—" "Don't yell, all right?" said Robin. "What's happened?" said Strike ominously. "Nothing, but probably only because Martin was there." Robin described the previous evening's happenings and concluded, "I don't want to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. I want to end this case properly." "Did you call the police about King breaking his bail conditions?" said Strike, exercising maximum control to do as she'd requested and keep calm. "Yes," said Robin, "and I reminded them I still got 2 other things he foisted on me, but—" "They weren't interested." "I don't think it's lack of interest," said Robin. "The terrorism threats are severe. I can see how a bit of A4 with a gorilla on it isn't absolutely top priority. Anyway," she went on quickly, because she could tell Strike was struggling not to start laying down the law about security and protection. "I want to interview Hussein Mohammed." "We've been through this. I don't want you out on the street," said Strike, still struggling to keep his temper. "And I'd have thought last night proves—" "Okay, fine," said Robin. "One of the others can interview Mohammed. I don't care. I just want it done." "Why?" She took a deep breath. "All right, you might think this is crazy, but Martin told me last night about this man he knows, who put his company logo on the weights in his home gym. He's a businessman who's got an obsession with Excalibur, and he puts it on everything, apparently." "You think Wright ordered custom weights?" said Strike, with raised eyebrows. "We know Oz and Medina went back to Wright's flat in the early hours for something even Oz could barely carry, right? You were the one who said it was probably the weights. Well, what if they had something on them? Some personal, I don't know, a motif, a personal slogan?" "Custom weights would be a bloody extravagant purchase for a bloke who only had enough money to live in that shithole," said Strike. "I know," said Robin, "but they needn't have been custom-made, exactly. They could have had, I don't know, stickers on them or something. Stickers Medina couldn't scrape off, and even if she'd managed to do it, the traces might have pointed to something the killer wanted to hide, something that would have identified Wright. Or else the weights were a brand or a colour or something that might have pointed to who Wright was. We know Mandy and Daz never went inside Wright's room, but Mohammed might have done. I know it's a really long shot, but Strike, I think we're a long way ahead of the police. We've taken the possibility Wright wasn't known seriously much longer than they have. I just feel as though—" There was a knock on the door, and Pat entered, looking grumpy. "That was Plug's uncle. He wants you to pretend the boy wasn't there. Says it's not his fault, his dad made him." "Fuck's sake!" exploded Strike. "We've already given statements to the police. What next? Does he want Shah to pretend he stabbed himself in the leg?" "That's a no, then," said Pat, scowling, and she closed the door again. Strike now lowered his voice. "Was she banging on about that bloody fish when you arrived?" "Travolta." "What?" "It's what she called it. I've just found out." "The fuck's she naming them for?" "People do that with pets," said Robin, amused. "I knew it was going to be like this," said Strike in exasperation. "The look she gave me when I told her it had died, you'd think I'd fucking eaten it. Where were we?" "Mohammed," said Robin. "Plus, I got this late last night from Chloe Griffiths. Look." She handed him her phone, and Strike read, "Hi, Chloe, this is Robin Ellicott. I'm sorry to contact you again, but I've got a few more questions, and I think you're the only person who can answer them. I do understand how difficult this is for you, and I wouldn't disturb you again if I didn't think it was important." "What questions?" "I've spoken to Hugo's father, and he mentioned a big argument you had with Tyler and Anne-Marie about a bracelet." "So?" "I'm just a bit confused about your and Tyler's relationship." "Haven't you got fucking eyes? Does that look like Tyler on my fucking Instagram?" "I wasn't suggesting Tyler's interrailing with you." To this, Chloe had made no reply. "Bit aggressive," said Strike, handing Robin's phone back. "It is, isn't it? I know she might just not want to be bothered with it." "I don't want to be fucking bothered with it," said Strike, running a hand over his unshaven face. "But Reena Liddell called me at 7 o'clock this morning. She's been discharged from hospital and claims she's fine now she's back on her clonazepam, although it hasn't done much for her paranoia, being sectioned. She wants to meet me, but she's scared they're listening in. We're going to meet at the engineer in Camden, where she and Semple had a drink before he disappeared. Ralph Lawrence turning up again is a risk we'll have to take." As Strike hadn't shouted about Wade King, Robin thought she ought to exercise similar restraint. So rather than query the advisability of further antagonizing MI5, she said, "So Reena's the reason you want to keep investigating?" "No. I decided to carry on before she called. I came in here after I got back from the whole stabbing in hospital clusterfuck, and I had, maybe not a revelation, but an idea about the Gibson's delivery and the Oriental centrepiece. And the more I think about it, the more I think I might be onto something. Blame Tom Waits." "The singer?" said Robin, confused. "Yeah, listen to this." Strike pressed a button on his keyboard, and a tinkling piano began playing. "Wait for the chorus," said Strike. "A soldier's things, his rifle, his boots full of rocks, and this one is for bravery, and this one is for me, and everything's $1 in this box." "I don't understand," said Robin. "Come round here," said Strike, beckoning her to his side of the desk, and he smelled her perfume again as she moved to look at the frozen footage from Ramsey's internal camera on Strike's monitor. While Tom Waits continued to sing, Strike pressed play. Larry McGee entered the shop, dumped the crates, and left. Wright took the first crate down to the basement. The young blonde arrived and engaged Pamela's attention. Wright took the second crate down to the vault. He took the third crate downstairs. Todd entered the shop and helped Wright lift the largest crate downstairs. Wright returned to the shop floor. Todd was still in the basement. He remained there for nearly 20 minutes. Todd reappeared. The blonde left. Pamela descended alone to the vault. Pamela returned to the shop floor, holding items she then placed in a bag. Wright left, carrying the bag. Pamela received her text. Pamela told Todd to stay. Pamela received a call. She pointed Todd towards the door. He left the shop. Wright and Todd returned, staggering under the weight of another large crate. They carried it down to the vault. Todd came back upstairs and handed Pamela her bag. Pamela left. Todd had his coughing fit. 44 minutes passed. Wright re-emerged from the basement. He and Todd argued. Todd left. Strike pressed pause. Tom Waits continued to sing. And everything's $1 in this box. "Do you see it?" said Strike. "Nothing I haven't seen every other time I've watched it," said Robin. "Okay," said Strike, rewinding, and yet again he played the piece of footage in which Todd and Wright carried the largest crate of the original delivery towards the vault. Todd was moving very slowly, crabwise, and looked in risk of dropping it. "Are they acting, would you say?" said Strike, "pretending it's a lot heavier than it is?" "No," said Robin. "It looks genuinely heavy." "But the Oriental centrepiece isn't inside, is it? Because it's gone to Bullen & Co. Now." Strike fast-forwarded again and pressed play. Pamela came back upstairs from the vault, holding small items in her arms, which she placed into a bag and handed to Wright, who left. "Pamela took off the lid of the big crate downstairs, right?" Strike said to Robin. "And instead of the centrepiece, she saw the small items she bought for her own business." "Right," said Robin. "Which she, a woman in her late 50s with dodgy knees, managed to carry upstairs. So, why was the crate so heavy going downstairs?" said Robin, aghast. "Why didn't I see that?" "Same reason I didn't. Same reason Pamela didn't twig, or Wright himself. Same reason people still fall for the 3-cup scam," said Strike. "And then I started thinking about that footprint in the blood round the head, and the buggered blind, and that warped door behind the desk. Light would have been visible through the window if the killer had turned it on in the basement." "This doesn't tell us why," said Strike, "and it doesn't tell us who. But it does tell us something important about our killer. That vault was literally the only place where they've had a realistic chance of taking William Wright by surprise. Necessity. They had literally no other choice. Chapter 114. At the silver bell's shrill tinkling, quick cold drops of terror sprinkling, on the sudden pavement strewed with faces of the multitude. Robert Browning, Christmas Eve. Martin returned to Yorkshire after a second night at Robin's. Carmen had accepted his apology after what seemed to have been a further 24 hours of mutual recriminations delivered by phone. Robin had been given no option but to listen to Martin's side of the arguments, and even to catch most of Carmen's, so loudly did she scream. In between bouts of arguing with Carmen by phone, Martin had confided in Robin that Dirk slept only an hour at a time, that Carmen's episiotomy scar continued to trouble her, and that her nipples had bled so much that she'd had to give up breastfeeding. Robin hadn't wanted these grisly details, but Martin seemed to gain some relief from telling her about them. Robin saw him leave with mixed feelings. His proper place was undoubtedly with his partner and baby, but she'd found his presence reassuring. Robin continued to alternate between days in the office and at her flat, which, as she'd feared, had started to feel more like a cell. Unfortunately, unless Strike was at the office with her, she didn't like admitting this to herself, but it was the truth, Denmark Street didn't make her feel much safer. That was where the letter G had been painted on the door, and Denmark Street and Charing Cross Road were noisy and busy, making her even jumpier. When she woke on the 22nd of March, Robin decided the day would be spent at her flat, because her business partner was tailing the allegedly unfaithful civil servant. Her front door was double-locked, her alarm on, and a dining-room chair propped beneath the handle of the front door. She was trying not to feel envious of Midge, who was currently keeping watch for Hussein Mohammed in Forest Gate. Robin had given Midge a full briefing, telling her that she was especially interested in knowing whether Mohammed had ever seen Waits inside Wright's flat, but she wished she could have conducted the interview in person. She'd made an appointment with a therapist Prudence had recommended, and while she couldn't be seen for another 3 weeks, Robin felt, as she'd told Prudence, a certain comfort in knowing that she'd be accessing help. She hadn't told anybody else about the appointment, not even Murphy. What that said about the state of her relationship, Robin didn't want to ponder. After finishing breakfast, Robin sent a new WhatsApp message to Chloe Griffiths, who'd gone silent after her last angry outburst. Chloe, I realise you don't want to be questioned about this, but the police have found out Tyler was on the phone from Ironbridge to someone in London when Anne-Marie and Hugo crashed, so he can't have had anything to do with it. Slightly to Robin's surprise, she received an answer within a few minutes. So?
I never said for sure he did it.
Robin typed. So why do you think he left Ironbridge? How do I know? Responded Chloe immediately. Mr. Whitehead says you and Tyler were close. He's talking shit, I told you. Tyler's a creep. Your dad and Wyn Jones think Tyler went to work in a pub. Did Tyler ever mention that to you? Yeah. Once he said he was thinking of going to work in a pub somewhere else. Can you remember where? Wolverhampton, probably. He'd want to be near Molineux Stadium. That's where Wolves play, right? Yes. Sorry for being pedantic, Chloe, but when you first messaged me, you told me Tyler never wanted to live anywhere else before. This time, Chloe didn't answer. Robin was about to put down her phone when it rang. Where are you? Said Murphy's panicked voice. At home. What? Thank Christ. There's a terrorist attack on Westminster Bridge. Oh my God, what's... Some bloke deliberately ploughed his car into pedestrians. I've got to go. I just wanted to check you were out of the way. Murphy hung up. A wave of cold sweat passed down Robin's body. Strike was in Westminster, tailing the civil servant. She called him. He didn't pick up. She sped to the television and turned on Sky News. The terrorist's car had mounted the pavement on the bridge and mowed down pedestrians, one of whom had fallen over the balustrade into the Thames. He'd driven on, crashing into the perimeter fence of the Palace of Westminster, then fled on foot, armed with a knife, and stabbed an unarmed police officer. Eyes fixed on the screen, Robin called Strike yet again. No answer. Oh, please, God, let him be okay, she whispered. The driver of the car had been shot dead by armed police. The entire attack had spanned 82 seconds, but tens of broken and bloody humans had been harmed and possibly killed. Robin's mobile rang. Strike. Sorry, he said. Had my mobile on mute to listen to her talking to her friend. Where are you? Said Robin, who could hear sirens and a good deal of shouting. St. Stephen's Tavern. You were right by it, said Robin, who knew the pub. They'd been there together. Yeah, and we're not allowed to leave. There's armed coppers everywhere, said Strike, who was having to raise his voice over the surrounding commotion.
I'll keep you posted, but I'm fine.
Great, said Robin faintly. Her legs were trembling. When Strike had rung off, she dropped down onto her sofa, staring at the television. The act of wanton brutality had ratcheted up her feeling of ever-present danger. Then an ugly thought flashed through her head. Would she have been as terrified and stricken if it had been Murphy who'd been in Westminster? Murphy, whom she hadn't been able to contact. Of course I would, she told herself furiously. Of course. Chapter 115. My dreams are of a field afar, and blood and smoke and shot. There in the graves my comrades are. In my grave I am not. A. E. Houseman, Poem 39. More poems. As Strike drove towards Camden at 7 o'clock that evening, he listened to the car radio. 4 passers-by had been killed by the still unidentified terrorist who'd ploughed into pedestrians on Westminster Bridge. More than 20 had been injured, some seriously. A woman had been knocked over the balustrade into the Thames and was in a critical condition. Strike hoped nobody he knew would ever find out what he'd felt and done when he'd heard the screams outside St. Stephen's Tavern, glimpsed armed police running and civilians fleeing, then heard the gunshot. Hours later, he remained mortified by the memory of his own instinctive, unthinking reaction. Cold sweat had drenched his entire body, and he'd limped as fast as he could towards the street, barging past panicking drinkers as though he was still armed and wearing a bulletproof vest, and had 2 whole legs, and it was on him, personally, to save London. A running policeman had bellowed at him to get the fuck back inside, and Strike's reason had reasserted itself in a wave of shame. He retreated into the pub, a 42-year-old have-a-go hero. But for a few seconds, the pub and the screams and the drinkers had blurred into non-existence. He'd been back on the yellow dirt road in Afghanistan, in the vehicle that was about to blow up, because he'd shouted, "Brake," too late. Strike suspected his blood pressure had remained elevated for hours after the terror attack, and wasn't confident it was normal now. He had no idea what effect the attack would have had on Reena Liddell, who deplored the influx of Islamists into Britain, and who'd made a half-hearted attempt to procure a gun so she could shoot Muslims. He thought it likely that she wouldn't turn up for their rendezvous at the Engineer at all. The effect of cataclysmic acts of violence on minds already unbalanced could, as Strike well knew, be catastrophic. He remembered the story told to him by an army medic friend of a severely injured man who'd been in a state of paranoid psychosis and appeared to believe he, personally, was causing buildings to blow up in Baghdad, even though he was lying in a hospital bed in Germany. Strike parked his BMW in Gloucester Avenue, where the Engineer stood. The pub, he noted, was only a couple of 100 yards away from a bridge over Regent's Canal. The sign over the pub's door showed the top-hatted Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Upon entering, Strike found a stylish gastropub. The bar was of highly polished wood, the walls were of scarlet, and the clientele all looked well-groomed. There was no woman with a face tattoo, either inside or in the beer garden. Resolved to make absolutely certain, he returned to the bar. "My name's Cormoran Strike, and I was supposed to be meeting someone here. Has any message been left for me? A young blonde woman." The young barman looked slightly amused, for which Strike couldn't blame him. Who left messages to be passed on by human beings in a world where mobile phones existed? Didn't this aged idiot realize he'd been stood up? But an older woman behind the bar looked round at Strike's words. "Has she got a tattoo on her face?" "Yeah," said Strike. "It's her," the barmaid told the barman. "That filthy one that started shouting." "Oh," said the barman, clearly revising his opinion of Strike's state of delusion, though apparently despising his taste. "I don't think she's very well," said Strike. "When was she here?" "Hour ago, something like that." "Did she leave a message?" "No," said the barmaid. "She shouted something about a bridge and then she left." "Right," said Strike. "Thanks." He left the pub for the street again. What would Reena have done after fleeing the engineer? Hitchhiked out of London? He looked towards the bridge over the canal. No blonde stood there. He walked on, and when he spotted steps to his left leading down from the street to Regent's Canal, he descended them with no very clear idea why he was doing it, except that his own natural impulse when close to a body of water was to go and look at it, but also because he was wondering whether Reena might have gone this way. He emerged on a stretch of footpath running parallel with the sludge-green, slow-moving canal, so that he was standing between two bridges, one made of brick for cars and pedestrians, the other of iron, bearing train tracks. The evening light was fading fast. Shadows from the trees splayed patches of deeper darkness over the sluggish water. A single swan glided slowly toward Strike, its small dark eyes knowing. He watched it drift beneath the iron bridge, its pure white turning dirty grey in the shade. And then he spotted a dark huddled mass beneath the bridge that he thought might well be human. A jogger passed Strike, scowling because Strike had forced him to deviate a foot from his self-determined course. He ran past what looked like a pile of rags without glancing at it. This was London. Unless people were screaming their distress and belonged to a demographic likely to evoke sympathy, and sometimes not even then, their fellow city dwellers were too busy to stop and too tired to care. Strike knew this from personal experience. He was too large, too male, and too menacing-looking to raise protective impulses in the breasts of passers-by, as he was aware from the universal suspicion with which he'd been treated when he'd fallen and been unable to get up off a city pavement, on the occasion when his hamstring had packed up completely. Strike approached the figure slowly. It was curled up in the fetal position, silent and unmoving, beside a bulging rucksack. The filthy hands resting on the top of the dirty blonde head were clutched there, covered in self-inked tattoos. It was small, definitely not male. "Reena?" he said quietly. She looked up. Even in the gloom of the sheltering bridge, he could see her complexion was unhealthily pale and spotty. She had an ugly herpes sore on her lower lip, and a blurry tattoo of a tear beneath her right eye. "I'm Corm." From start to finish, that morning's terror attack had lasted 82 seconds. This happened far faster, but Strike's reaction was all the quicker for having so recently been near mass murder. He'd seized her thin wrist. Before his conscious mind knew he'd seen the muzzle of the gun, he pointed it upwards, his other hand prizing it from her grasp. She screamed and beat him on the legs with her free fist, her voice echoing around the underbelly of the bridge. He fended her off, trying not to be rougher than he had to be, his nostrils full of the smell of her. It was as though she hadn't washed in months. "It's me, Cormoran Strike. You wanted to meet me, fuck's sake," he said, catching hold of the hand doing most of the punching. "It's me. You've been calling me for weeks." The sense of his words seemed to have penetrated. She stopped fighting, and he let go of her at once, not wanting to be accused of assault. He looked down at the gun to check whether it was loaded, and saw at once it was a replica, and an unconvincing one at that. Shoving it into his pocket, he held out a hand. "Get up. You'll catch your death of cold sitting under here. We can get some food." "Fuck off," she said fiercely. "I'm staying here." "Why?" "I want to. I've got people after me." As Strike knew for a fact that Reena was of interest to MI5, he couldn't attribute the belief entirely to Gatesheadery. "Well, it's good to finally meet you," he said. She squinted up at him, and he thought she seemed half intrigued, half suspicious. "Are ye really him, are you? The detective?" "I am, yeah," said Strike. "They told me not to speak to you." "I know," said Strike. "They think I want to make trouble. I don't. I'm just trying to find out what happened to Niall Semple." "I thought you were trying to find my brother." "Shit." He'd seen Reena's tweet saying that she didn't believe her brother, Ben, was dead, of course, but he'd hoped the truth might have sunk in over the succeeding 2 years. This situation, he knew, would require very careful handling, because he had no idea whether the brain-damaged Niall Semple had fed her false hope that her brother was still alive. "Let's go and get something to eat," he said, in what was supposed to be an encouraging tone.
"No,"
she said again, still squinting up at him in the semi-darkness, and then,
"Ye were army, weren't ye? I seen online."
"I was in the army, yeah," said Strike.
"I dunna believe in armies. I dunna think we should even fucking have them. I seen what goes on."
Long exposure to people in the grip of addictions and mental health issues during Strike's childhood had taught him that unless you enjoyed rapidly escalating conflict and ugly scenes, calm agreement wherever possible was the best policy.
"Yeah, bad stuff goes on," he said.
"Why don't we just walk a bit?" Reena ignored this suggestion. Her blonde hair was in dreadlocks, and Strike wouldn't have been surprised to see insects crawling in it. He didn't blame her for the physical state she was in, but he wondered what the psychiatric facility had been doing, letting her go, however convenient it was to him that they'd done so.
"I think it was here he meant,"
said Reena, gesturing at the bridge. "Who? Niall?"
"Aye. He said he'd left stuff for me, more stuff, maybe hid behind the bricks," she said, looking vaguely upwards.
"Yeah, you told me he gave you something when you met," said Strike. "What was it?"
"I'm not giving it to you,"
she said, seized with suspicion again. "I'm not after it," Strike assured her. "I was just interested because you told me about it."
"I never."
"Must have imagined that, then," he said placatingly. "Come on, let's walk a bit. We can come back here. Aren't you hungry?"
"You're not working for the fucking security service fuckers now, are you?"
"No," said Strike. "They aren't happy with me. They don't want me meeting you."
"Aye, I know that," she said, "'cause of what I might say."
"It's getting cold. Why don't we walk a bit?" She picked disconsolately at her thumbnail for a moment or two, then said,
"Aye, all right."
She got up and hauled up her rucksack, too. "Do you want me to carry that?" Strike asked, as she swung it over her shoulders.
"Nah, you've only got one leg, have you?"
1.5, said Strike, and he raised his right trouser leg to show Reena the metal rod that served as his ankle.
"Shite," she said. "Have you got any fags?"
"No," said Strike, as they set off along the canal bank. "I'm vaping these days."
"What are they like, them things?"
"All right," he said. "Not as good as smoking."
said Reena,
in what seemed to be mild amusement. "Did you meet Niall in the engineer?" Strike asked.
"Aye."
"What did you talk about?"
"He just told me he was off to make up for Ben. Find him."
"Really?" said Strike.
"Aye. That's why them fuckers dunna want me to talk. They left my brother over there with no way of getting back, and they don't want anyone to know it."
Night was falling rapidly now. Strike wasn't finding the towpath particularly easy on his right leg. "Are you sure you don't want something to eat?" he asked. She looked sideways at him through the gloaming.
"Aye, all right," she said.
She seemed to have left her hostility beneath the shadowy bridge, a state of affairs Strike hoped would last. They returned to the steps down which he descended and climbed up to the street together, Strike's knee and hamstring aching, then entered the engineer. He thought he saw misgivings on the face of the bar staff when he entered with the very smelly and dirty Reena, but nobody prevented the pair taking a table beside the window in the red-walled room, although a middle-aged couple wrinkled their noses ostentatiously as Reena passed them.
"I can't remember anything before I was 6,
Reena announced once seated, apropos of nothing. "Really?" said Strike. He had long experience of random, disconnected statements from the mentally fragile.
"Aye,"
said Reena, picking at her fingers again.
"That's when our parents died."
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Strike. "How did they die?"
"In an earthquake in Turkey, when they was on holiday. Isn't it? 'Cept that I dunna think they were my real parents. I can remember a blonde woman and the woman that died was dark.
Strike wondered whether the earthquake story was true. Repeated traumatic losses might well account for Reena's mental problems, but he was also reminded of a woman he hadn't thought about in years, whom he'd met as a child in one of the grimmer squats to which his mother had dragged him and Lucy. She'd had broken teeth and a manic glare, and had told anyone who'd listen she was the illegitimate daughter of Princess Margaret and her first paramour, Peter Townsend, that she could prove it with times, dates, and her earliest memories, which included a woman in a tiara sobbing over her crib. They both ordered a drink, Reena requesting a pint of beer.
"See,"
said Reena, once again without prompting, and ignoring the menu the barmaid had set in front of her.
"Hey, give me this."
She groped under her layers of dirty clothing and freed a silver necklace. It bore an odd pendant, a checkerboard square. "Niall gave that to you, did he?" said Strike, eyeing the thing.
"Aye. He said it was magic," said Reena, "for protection. He gave it me when we met, and he was going to give me more. He told me, at the bridge."
"He was going to give you more silver jewellery?"
"Aye, yeah, I think so. He's hid it at the bridge."
"At the bridge where I met you?"
"Aye, I think so. Or maybe the one next to it. I dunno."
"Did Niall have a briefcase with him when he met you?"
"Aye," said Reena, "and it was really heavy. I think there was more in there."
"More silver?"
"Aye."
Reena's beer arrived, and she gulped half of it down with relish. Strike wondered how well lager mixed with clonazepam, the drug she'd told him she was on. "So Niall told you he was off to get Ben when he met you?"
"Aye,"
she said, with a sudden resurgence of anger.
"'Cause no other fucker's gonna get him, are they?"
"Did you and Ben grow up together after your parents died?"
"No. I had to go and live with my gran, and he went with her uncle. Our uncle isn't married, and Ben was older. He didn't want a little girl."
Strike was reminded immediately of his mother and her forcible separation from Ted at the age of 2. Would Lada's life have been better had she been able to remain with her brother? Would Reena's?
"I think he's my brother," said Reena restlessly. "I think he is."
"Where were you living when Niall got in touch with you last year?" asked Strike. "Still with your grandmother?" He judged her to be in her mid to late 20s, although it was hard to be sure. She might be younger than her lined and hollow face suggested.
"No," said Reena. "She's long gone. I was in a place."
The inflection on the word suggested Reena might have been in a psychiatric facility, or perhaps a drug dependency unit. "Did Niall tell you how he knew where you were?"
"I think Ben might have told him,"
said Reena vaguely. "So you and Ben kept in touch?"
"Sometimes. He told me," she said, with sudden animation, "about a battle on my birthday, 19th of July, and they wouldn't give his big guy who got killed, who was, like, really fucking brave, and he wasn't from Britain, he was from Fuji or somewhere, I don't know where, and they never give him a proper medal, 'cause nobody was supposed to know they were there. So that's the kind of fucking shite they got up to in the army."
"To Lacey Lubba Lubba," said Strike. "Battle of Meerbart."
"How'd you know that?"
asked Reena, half excited, half unnerved. "There is a statue of him at the SAS base in Hereford," said Strike. He just remembered why the username Austin H had put the word fuzz into his mind, back in the Goring bar with Robin. He'd seen it on Truth About Freemasons. Pretty sure Austin Fuzz Hussey, also SAS, Battle of Meerbart, was a Mason. Chapter 116. "And many and long must the trials be, thou shalt victoriously endure, if that brow is true, and those eyes are sure, like a jewel-finder's fierce assay of the prize he dug from its mountain tomb. Let once the vindicating ray leap out amid the anxious gloom, and steel and fire have done their part, and the prize falls on its finder's heart." Robert Browning, The Flight of the Duchess. Robin was at home, alone. Night had fallen, Her curtains were closed, her door double-locked, her alarm on, and the dining-room chair was still propped beneath the handle of the front door. The television news was muted, and she turned on subtitles to find out more about the Westminster Bridge attack. The dead terrorist hadn't been named, but his physical description suggested he might be a Muslim. She knew it wasn't doing her anxiety much good, staring at pictures of the carnage, but she didn't seem able to look away. Her phone rang, making her jump.
"Hi,"
said Midge, who sounded triumphant.
"Got what you wanted off Hussein Mohammed. Poor bastard came home from work early. It's a bad day to be a Muslim driving a car in London. I'm going to send you the audio file now so you can hear it for yourself."
"The wait," said Robin, with a surge of anticipation.
"Did he mention that—"
"Just listen to it," said Midge, sounding very pleased with herself.
"You won't be disappointed. Start 7 minutes in."
So Robin hung up and did as she was told, opening the audio file and turning the volume on her phone up to maximum.
"Don't recognise any of these photos."
"The hall was so dark, you see," said a male voice. "We never saw him very clearly, and with the beard and the glasses."
"But you spoke to him?"
"Me personally only a couple of times. The first time he'd offer to help us with Hafsa's wheelchair. It was difficult living on the top floor. We said we'd manage anything to get out of the detention centre. We invited him inside for coffee, but he said he had things to do. He definitely wasn't the thief."
"No," said Midge.
"Why?"
"Because it seemed to make sense of some things if he was a thief. He didn't ever want us to see inside his room. He would wait till we'd gone past, to open the door even."
"He told you his girlfriend was expecting a baby, didn't he?"
"Not me. He told my wife one day when I was out and he was helping her with Hafsa again. He said he hoped for a little girl. She said to him, 'Most men want a son.' He told her men cause most of the trouble in the world, and he didn't want to add another one. My wife asked why his girlfriend wasn't with him if she was expecting his baby, and he said she'd be arriving soon. He said her family disapproved of him, so it was difficult. We thought after he was killed, maybe the girlfriend's family had something to do with it, but maybe that was all a lie, what he told her."
"Did you ever speak to him again?"
"One time only."
"What did you talk about?"
"Lions," said Mohammed.
"Lions?"
"Yes. My wife and I and Hafsa had been out all day. We were expecting a parcel. The man on the bottom floor said he'd seen William taking boxes up to his flat. I wondered whether he was keeping ours for us, so I knocked on his door. He took a while to answer the door. He'd drawn the curtains and there was only a lamp on, so it was dark, and he'd done something strange. He'd thrown a sheet over his weights, but it slid off while I was standing there. He went and threw it back over them. I could tell he didn't want me to see them. At the time, I didn't know why. I didn't understand it. But if he'd stolen them, that made sense. Maybe they came from a house he'd burgled."
"Can you remember anything about the weights?" asked Midge,
while Robin's heart rate accelerated almost painfully.
"Yes, they were yellow, with the face of a black lion on them, or maybe a lioness, drawn like a cartoon. I only saw them for a second. He looked at me strangely when he covered them again. Guilty, you know? But he knew I'd seen them, so I said, to show I didn't care, to be friendly, 'Ah, the lion is my lucky animal. Hafsa's name means lioness cub.' I told him that. And he smiled and said, 'But don't they call Al-Assad the Lion of Syria?' Which is true, and not something everyone knows, so I said, 'But that's not the fault of lions.' And he laughed. He gave me my package, and that was all."
"No," said Mohammed, "not all.
There was a suit, and he was ironing it. He told me he was starting a new job on the Monday. He seemed pleased about it."
"Did you tell the police about the yellow weights you saw in Wright's room?"
"No. They'll have seen them for themselves, won't they, when they went in there?"
"Did you know 2 people, a man and a woman, went into William's flat twice, before and after his murder, and removed things?"
"I heard they'd been there, but not that they took anything. The woman on the ground floor asked me if I'd seen them, but I hadn't."
"They stole, you say? They robbed the flat?"
"Yeah, we think so."
"Can you remember anything else William said to you, or your wife?
Like friends, co-workers, anyone else he knew in London? No. Except he told us about a food bank in Stone Road, I think it was.
Had Wright used it?
I think so. He told us he didn't have much money.
Stone Road, yeah?
Yes. My wife and I went there a few times, after he told us. Robin texted her gratitude to Midge, then noticed she'd received a WhatsApp response from Chloe Griffith.
No, I don't know why Tyler left. He was hardly talking to me before I went into railing, and my boyfriend was getting angry if I even said hello to him in the street after he gave me that crappy birth flower bracelet thing. Why are you still pestering me? I don't know where Tyler Powell is, and I don't fucking care.
Robin sent a fresh WhatsApp message.
Out of interest, where were you the night that Hugo and Anne-Marie crashed?
She had a hunch that Chloe might want to do some thinking before she answered that one. Robin now looked up Stone Road in Newham, where William Wright had visited a food bank. They needed just one person who hadn't been drunk, drugged, or suffering visual problems when viewing Wright by daylight. Just one who'd look at a photograph and say, with conviction, it was him. Mohammed had, understandably, mistaken the name of the street where the food bank was situated. It was Strone, not Stone. Robin made a note of this, remembering as she did so Wyn Jones's smug correction of herself on Wellesley Road, Wesley Road. Words that were easily mistaken for each other, things that looked as you expected them to look, a sheaf of corn or a tree, a black lion on a yellow background. Names. William Wright was a wholesale manufacturer of catering silverware, or an 18th-century Scottish botanist, or a famous English football player, or a Freemason who drowned in the First World War. The meaning of names. Struck by a random idea, Robin looked up the meaning of a name on Google.
Oh, my God, she whispered.
With shaking hands, she opened Instagram yet again. She had to be sure before she contacted Strike. She must be absolutely certain. An hour passed, and for the first time since she'd been attacked outside the Whiteheads' house, Robin forgot her fear. She neither jumped at the small nighttime noises, nor did she get up from her table to recheck that the door was locked. It didn't occur to her to cross to the window to stare down into Black Horse Road in case Wade King was watching her windows. All she cared about was proving the shocking theory that had leapt out at her from the meaning of a name. At last, she reached for the mobile beside her and called her partner's number. Strike answered almost immediately.
"Where are you?"
asked Robin.
"Just left Reena Little in a travel lodge," said Strike. "I paid for her to stay there a couple of nights. How are you?"
"Strike, I think I've got something important. Really important."
"Funnily enough," said Strike, who was limping towards his BMW, "so have I." Part 10. Here of a surety, he said to himself, was the silver heart from which the scattered veins had been projected. John Oxenham, a maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 117. Knight of the East, or the sword, most men yield to the stress of the current and float with it to the shore, or are swept over the rapids, and only here and there the stout, strong heart and vigorous arms struggle on toward ultimate success. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. "I still think," said Strike, "we'll be very lucky to interest the Met with what we've got right now." He was back at the office, sitting at the partner's desk, the sky jet black outside the window. He and Robin were still on the call he'd taken on the way to his car 2 hours previously. Each had shared everything they discovered and deduced, and while both believed that at long last they'd isolated the puzzle pieces of William Wright from those of other men and assembled them correctly, their conversation had been going round in circles for a while.
"I've been kicking myself," said Robin. "I should have seen."
"We've been hunting a needle in a fucking haystack," said Strike.
But I can't see what our counter-argument is if the police say all we've got is guesswork. A couple of fake Instagram accounts and an old ad on eBay. Bloody good work finding that, though. He was looking at the old advert as he spoke, because Robin had sent it to him by email. Second-hand weights, sold by a man in Dagenham in May of the previous year. Robin had already contacted the seller and been told that a man called Will had purchased them for cash. He'd been delighted with them, because he hadn't imagined such a set existed.
"I'm nervous about you going it alone again," said Robin, refusing to be flattered out of her concerns.
"I won't be alone. I'm taking Barclay and Wardle."
"Going rogue, then, in the sense of getting arrested for breaking and entering again?"
"This'll be different."
"How?"
"If I'm lucky, I'll get in and out without anyone knowing I was ever there. You're the one who thinks this might be life and death."
Robin had indeed said this towards the beginning of the call, but 2 hours of circular discussion later, she was feeling rather less optimistic. That might have been wishful thinking. I hate saying this, but Sapphire Neagle might be dead. There's been no sign of her in months, and we know he's got no qualms about killing people who've outlived their usefulness.
"Well, if you and Midge are successful at Ramsey Silver tomorrow morning, we'll have solid evidence at least part of our theory's right. Did I tell you Ramsey's been closed up ever since they found out Todd was murdered?"
"No," said Robin. "Why?"
"Apparently the assistant walked out, afraid she might be the next employee killed. His wife's in no fit state to return to work, and he's barely clinging on at his financial services job. He says he's going to declare bankruptcy."
"Oh, no," said Robin.
"You've always felt sorrier for him than he deserves," said Strike. "I know about the dead son and the ill wife, but the man's an idiot."
"All right, calm down," said Robin, in mild surprise at Strike's grouchy tone. "People make mistakes."
"Yeah, and I've made plenty. But I'm not sentimental about people who make easily avoidable repeated fuck-ups, and that bloody shot was a fuck-up from the start." He heard beeping. "Got another call?"
"Yes, sorry. I'll have to take this, it's Ryan.
Fine, speak to you tomorrow," said Strike curtly, and he rang off.
"Hi," Robin said to her boyfriend. "Everything okay with you?" asked Murphy. "Great," she answered, because what else could she say? "I think tomorrow we might be breaking a case the police got badly wrong, but I haven't been able to tell you how we got there because that would involve me telling you a whole load of things I've been deliberately concealing from you. Also, my work partner's about to break into a private house again, and I haven't done anything to stop it." "What's going on with you?" she asked. "How's the pipe bomb guy?" "Confirmed as a kid with interpersonal problems," said Murphy. "Nothing to do with the Westminster attack." "Good," said Robin, though she wasn't sure why. Bombs were bombs. Perhaps it was a relief to think the youth had turned murderous alone, not as part of an organization. Her sense of foreboding had been increasing throughout her conversation with Strike. Oz had an unknown number of associates. "Anyway," said Murphy, "I've been thinking about my birthday." It took Robin a few seconds to recalibrate her brain to everyday life. Of course, Murphy's birthday was fast approaching. She'd need to buy him a present, in addition to those she still hadn't purchased for her new nephews. "I've booked the restaurant at the Ritz," said Murphy. "I was thinking, we don't push the boat out often enough. I'm giving you plenty of notice so you can get the night off, all right? Because they've got my credit card number." "Oh," said Robin blankly. "Okay. Right. I'll make sure I've got it off." Fearing she'd been insufficiently enthusiastic, she added, "That'll be lovely. The Ritz." But after Murphy had hung up, Robin sat, frozen, staring at the Raoul Dufay print hanging above her mantelpiece. It showed a seascape viewed through 2 open windows, and it added a trace of yearning to her sudden feeling of panic. Her boyfriend's preference when eating out had always been gastropubs. Never, in the whole of their relationship, had he suggested going anywhere as fancy as the Ritz. It wasn't that he was parsimonious. On the contrary, he was a generous tipper, the first to offer to buy a round, but he'd never shown the slightest inclination for French food, or the kind of restaurant for which you needed to dress up. 10 miles away,
Strike was regretting the tone he'd taken with Robin about Kenneth Ramsay. His strictures on those who did stupid things and were far too easily forgiven by Robin had very little to do with a silver shop owner and everything to do with a lapsed alcoholic whose proposal, he was certain, was approaching fast. Work usually enabled Strike to forget his personal troubles. He was adept at sectioning off parts of his brain and focusing exclusively on whatever needed to be done, a talent honed in the military. Unfortunately, the tactic wasn't working particularly well these days, because the person on whom he was trying not to dwell was inextricably linked with the job. Nevertheless, careful planning and preparation were essential if he was going to get away with what he'd been attempting the following day. So, doing his best to push thoughts of Robin and Murphy aside, Strike resumed making a list of the things that needed to be done, or procured, before he dealt with what would hopefully be the last part of the Silver Vault job. Having read through everything he'd written so far, Strike added handcuffs, multiple, pondered for a while longer, then wrote the word priest. This done, he turned out his desk lamp, picked up his notebook, and left for his attic. Chapter 118. No man omits precaution, quite neglects secrecy, safety, schemes not how retreat, having schemed he might advance. Robert Browning, Count Guido Franceschini.
There's a reason why we're starting out at 7 a.m., is there?
Yawned Barclay, arriving at the garage where Strike kept his BMW the following morning. Barclay was holding a McDonald's bag that smelled of bacon. Wardle, who'd arrived a couple of minutes earlier, was drinking a takeaway coffee.
Yeah, you two are going to go ahead and scope out the territory, said Strike. My face and car have both been seen there, so I won't be showing myself till after dark. You can drive us as far as the rental, he added, handing the car keys to Wardle. Don't want my legs seizing up if I have to fight.
We can handle him, if it comes to that, said Wardle, walking around the car.
Neither of you are going to get involved in physical stuff unless it's absolutely necessary, said Strike. If I get caught, it'll be a pain in the arse, because the police are already fucked off at me, and I'll be back in the news. But if a bloke who's only just left the Met is caught breaking and entering, or my subcontractor who's recently been arrested for climbing on roofs is done for assault, we'll have far too high a percentage of the workforce whose names and mugs have been in the papers.
I'll get carsick in the back, said Barclay gloomily, as Strike got into the front passenger seat.
You'll be fine, said Strike, unless they've shoved prawns in your Egg McMuffin.
You can forget borrowing my knuckle dusters if that's your attitude,
said Barclay, drawing his long legs into the car. Chapter 119. And again begins the quest, here where the Reaper was at work of late. Matthew Arnold, the Scholar Gypsy.
Hi,
said Midge, joining Robin at the end of Wild Court at 9:15. The dull grey morning was chilly, and Midge was wearing a scarf with her leather jacket, while Robin was regretting that she hadn't put on a sweater. Both women were carrying large holdalls, and Robin smiled as Midge's clinked.
Great minds, she said, adjusting her own on her shoulder. Yeah, I bought most of my toolkit.
They headed together into the alleyway, past the bins and the rear entrance to the Connaught rooms.
How are things with you?
Asked Robin, who hadn't had a proper conversation with Midge in weeks.
Not bad. Did a bit of rebound shagging last night.
Good for you, said Robin, feigning amusement, though ruptured relationships and hurt feelings were the last thing she wanted to think about right now.
I'll book the restaurant at the Ritz. I'm giving you plenty of notice.
Who's the lucky woman?
Name's Ellen. She's my second-to-last ex's ex.
Ah, said Robin.
Always thought she was hot. She got a fucking horrible cat, though.
Really?
It's only got 3 legs,
said Midge.
You can't blame it for that,
said Robin, thinking of Strike.
And only 1 eye. Still, and when it's unhappy, it shits in the bath.
Robin started to laugh, then spotted Kenneth Ramsay walking fast towards them, his silver hair ruffled, his jacket hanging even more loosely on him than it had the last time Robin had seen him.
This is all very...
When I got Mr. Strike's phone call— "Please don't get your hopes up too much," said Robin. "We don't know for sure our theory's right." But she could tell by Ramsey's agitated air as he fumbled with the shop keys that he was praying for a miracle. Chapter 120. So at length a silver thread, it winds all noiselessly thro' the deep wood, till thro' a cleft way, thro' the moss and stone, it joins its parent river with a shout. Robert Browning, Pauline. As they drove north, Strike told Barclay and Wardle how he believed William Wright had died and why. He found it a useful exercise, because their incredulity showed him exactly what he and Robin would need to do if they were to convince the police. "If that's what happened," said Wardle, "it's the most convoluted fucking murder I've ever heard of, and I can't believe he brought it off." "He didn't," Strike pointed out, "or we wouldn't be coming for him, would we? The thing was too complicated by half. Too many moving parts. Well, that and the fact he couldn't resist adding a sex crime into the caper. Never mix business with pleasure." "I think you're going to be lucky pinning the whole thing on that footprint," said Wardle. "If we're right, there'll be a damn sight more physical evidence than a footprint," said Strike. "Though I admit we haven't got any of it yet, and don't know where some of it is." They arrived at the car rental in Banbury shortly after 9 o'clock. Wardle and Barclay picked up their hired Mitsubishi and continued north, leaving Strike to find somewhere to kill a few hours in the small town. The old town DeLeon cafe provided not only coffee, but an outside table where Strike could consume 2 flapjacks, vape, and read the day's news off his phone. Islamic State had now claimed responsibility for the terrorist attack on Westminster Bridge. The driver had been identified as Khalid Massoud, a 52-year-old British resident and Muslim convert, with a long string of criminal convictions in his past. Strike scrolled down the BBC website in search of distraction. Robin still hadn't rung him, and if his theory about Ramsey Silver was proven wrong, he might yet have to call Barclay and Wardle and tell them to turn back. It was therefore with less interest than he might have taken a few days previously that he saw Dominic Culpepper's name. The journalist had been sacked from his paper, and Strike strongly suspected this was because of the baseless Candy story. His phone rang. He snatched it up without checking who it was, so was momentarily disconcerted to hear Shah's voice rather than Robin's. "Hi," said Shah. I'm calling to apologise." "What for?" said Strike. So preoccupied he couldn't immediately recall what Shah had to feel sorry about. "For saying what I said about the silver vault case, and for believing Cochrane when she said you come onto her. Wardle and I have had a chat, and yeah, I shouldn't have taken her at face value. And I know you're pressing on to try and find out who killed those people out of your own pocket, so I'm not proud of what I said to you." "Fuck it, I've said plenty of stuff I'm not proud of," said Strike. "How's the leg?" "Painful," said Shah. "I'll bet it is. Don't worry about money. We can pay you the average monthly fee while you're off." "That's bloody decent of you," said Shah. "Yeah, well, I'd rather keep you at the agency," said Strike. He heard a beeping. "Shah, I gotta go. That could be Robin." He switched calls without waiting for a response. "Hi," said Midge's voice. "We're nearly in. Robin thought you might like a blow-by-blow. She's almost got the back off." Robin, who was slightly shorter than Midge and somewhat thinner, was kneeling inside one of the old cupboards in the Ramsey basement, from which they'd removed all cleaning products. Only her feet were visible as she used Midge's claw hammer to prise out nails. "What does it look like?" said Strike. "Recently tampered with?" "There are new nails," said Midge, "but we still don't know whether the wall's intact behind the board." Kenneth Ramsey was sitting on the steep wooden steps leading down to the basement space, his head in his hands. "Got it," came Robin's muffled voice, and Strike heard scuffling and thuds. Dishevelled and dusty, Robin manoeuvred herself backwards out of the cupboard, dragging the board that had been at the back of the cupboard with her. "Give me a sledgehammer," she told Midge. "The bricks have been reassembled, but they're loose." "Did she just say the bricks are loose?" A very tense Strike asked Midge. "Yeah," said Midge.
as she passed Robin the sledgehammer. The latter crawled back into the cupboard, only her feet protruding, and Strike heard more muffled thuds. "What's happening?" "She's trying to break through the wall." Robin had battered the bricks as hard as she could in the cramped space, and one of them fell through into the empty space beyond. With a definite clang, it hit something metallic. "Torch," she called to Midge, who provided one. "Did she?" "She wanted a torch. I gave her one," said Midge. Coughing in a small cloud of dust, her eyes watering, Robin pushed the sledgehammer back out of the cupboard and turned on the torch, so she could see through the hole left by the fallen brick. The torch's beam fell upon a treasure trove of silver crammed into the dead space behind the wall. She saw the oriental centrepiece, ugly and ornate, the silver mauls and set squares, John Skeen's ceremonial dagger and its silver sails and rigging cast in shadow on the wall behind it, the neff of the Carolina merchant. In a far corner were what looked like balled-up clothes. The shirt was covered with rusty brown stains. Robin wriggled backwards out of the cupboard and reached up for the phone in Midge's hand. "It's there," she told Strike. "Looks like all of it, plus Wright's clothes." "Shoes?" "Can't see any." "Fuck," said Strike. He thought it likely, on the balance of probabilities, that the Murdoch silver had never actually left the shop, but hearing that theory confirmed was an immense relief. Then he heard a loud, echoing wail. "The hell's that?" That was Mr. Ramsay," said Robin. The shop owner had flung himself onto all fours to squeeze himself into the cupboard and peer through the hole Robin had made. Now he was sobbing hysterically, only his legs and backside visible. "Hang on," said Robin, as Ramsay's echoing wails filled the small space, and she climbed the stairs back up to the shop floor. "He's a bit overwrought," she said quietly. "I'll bet he is," said Strike. "I wonder how long it took Todd to make the hole in the wall," said Robin. "The mortar was old and crumbly, so I don't think it would have been that hard. The worst bit would have been him cramming himself into the cupboard to do it." "A problem our friend Oz won't have had when shoving all the silver in there," said Strike. "True. Where are you at the moment?" said Robin, now standing in the dark and dusty shop floor. "Banbury, waiting to hear from Barclay and Wardle." "You waiting till after dark?" "There can't be witnesses this time," said Strike. "I'm on very thin ice as it is. Listen, I was thinking about Fleetwood on the way up here. Why don't you— Shit, hang on," he said, as his phone began to beep. "I'll call you back." He hung up and answered the new call. "Hi," said his Met contact, George Laybourne, in a lugubrious voice. "You were right." "You found him?" said Strike, startled. "Already?" "Yeah. That was quick. There's a general feeling your tips shouldn't be disregarded after Knowles. Family's being notified this morning." "Okay, thanks for letting me know. Anything else you want to share while we're at it?" "Not yet," said Strike. "What are you up to?" said Laybourne, with what Strike was forced to admit was justifiable suspicion. "You don't want to know," said Strike. He hung up and called Robin back. "Laybourne," he said, without preamble, "they've found Semple's body." "Oh, God." "Yeah," said Strike. "But it's closure. Easier than never knowing. Listen, could you persuade Ramsay not to mouth off about his silver being found until I've taken care of the rest of business? Explain to him that it's in his best interests, that otherwise it might look like he was trying to drum up publicity, hiding the silver on the premises himself." "Okay," said Robin, "but please be careful." "I think that's what's called rich, coming from the woman who once jumped in front of a moving train," said Strike. "All right, I'll be careful. That's Barclay," he added, as his phone began to beep again. "I'll keep you posted." He hung up on her a second time and accepted Barclay's call. "We hear," said the Glaswegian, "but he's just left with a van full of other guys. Wardle's followed him. I'm still watching the house." "Okay," said Strike. "I'm moving closer." He paid for his flapjacks and coffee, visited the cafe's bathroom, returned to his car, and set off in the direction of Ironbridge. Chapter 121. Upon the face of the jewel, you see a representation of the first 3 recipients of this degree, 2 of them lowering the 3rd into the subterranean vault. Albert Pike, Liturgy of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Night had fallen by the time Strike decided it was safe for him to re-enter the small town that had seemed so quaintly beautiful by daylight. It had an entirely different aspect now, or perhaps it was what Strike knew about one of its inhabitants that had endowed the broad black Severn and the gigantic arched bridge with menace. Between the river and the bridge to his left, and the houses that seemed to tumble down the steep hill on his right, he experienced some of the primitive mistrust of ravines and chasms, a sense of being hemmed in and trapped. He thought of the seemingly bottomless Alhota Gorge, the dead who'd been thrown there, and the tales told of what lay in the depths. The lights of the Swan Tap House, where he and Robin had argued, twinkled cheerfully up ahead. He took the hairpin bend right into New Road, which they'd climbed on foot, passing the blue plaque commemorating Billy Wright, and a lit window in Dillis's muddy orange cottage, before parking a few doors down from Tyler Powell's old family home. As he got out of the BMW, a tall figure emerged from the darkness.
"What's going on?"
asked Strike.
"Just heard from Wardle. They're still in the pub in Horsehay," said Barclay. 15-minute drive from here. Unless there's someone in there who's happy without any lights. The house is empty."
"How many others did he leave with?"
"There were 2 up front, but probably more in the back of the van."
"Tried the doorbell?"
"Aye. Nobody answered."
"Right,"
said Strike, checking his coat pockets for his skeleton keys, handcuffs, and the heavy fisherman's priest.
"I'm going in. If you see any sign of him or the van returning, call me. And if I hear you yelling help, ignore me, obviously."
Strike set off up the street. The night was crisply cold, the moon a waning crescent hanging sickle-like over the trees on the opposite bank of the Severn. No lights shone inside the Powells' old house, though the for sale sign had disappeared. Presumably, Ivor had at last received an offer that satisfied his greedy expectations. Strike turned right and headed down the path leading to Ian Griffith's back door. Pulling out his skeleton keys, he set to work, hoping there wasn't going to be a chain or bolt across the inside. After a couple of minutes, the lock cooperated, and the door opened with a faint creak. Strike stepped over the threshold into the pitch-black hall and closed the door quietly behind him. A musky, dirty smell that had been absent the last time he'd been here filled his nostrils, although possibly the joss sticks, of which he could still detect a faint trace, had masked it previously. Moving cautiously and quietly, he entered the sitting room and pulled the curtains across the window before switching on his phone's torch. The beam fell almost at once on the small model of the mannequin Piss. He looked slowly around the room by torchlight. As before, tacky souvenirs were in evidence everywhere. The light's beam illuminated the poster of Jesus smoking a joint, and caused the Thai elephant to glint before travelling to the plentiful photographs of Chloe, demonstrating what a good father Ian Griffiths was. How proud of his daughter, now travelling abroad with her handsome boyfriend. And there was the picture of the pretty woman wearing a red beaded necklace, arms around the young Chloe. Strike wondered whether she was still alive. For Griffiths, that ruby necklace seemed to be the equivalent of Daesh's orange execution jumpsuits. Just as Strike was about to leave the room, he heard the distant ringing of a mobile. Instantly turning off his torch, he stood stock still, listening. A clunk overhead that made the light fitting quiver. Someone was in the room directly above him. He moved stealthily to flatten himself against the wall beside the door into the sitting room as a male voice became gradually clearer.
"It's me, Jonesy. Who else would it be? You just called me, you tit. You pissed?"
Someone was coming downstairs, somebody large and heavy by the sound of them. The hall light went on. Strike slid his phone into the left pocket of his overcoat and extracted Ted's fisherman's priest from the other.
"Yeah? Go on. Ha ha ha. No, I was having a kip."
"What?" Shitface last night, that's why. Yeah, obviously. Babysitting, aren't I? All right, yeah, I'll get her ready. Cheers. Strike heard footsteps, a faint rustle followed by a thump. It sounded a lot like the noise Griffiths had claimed had been made by Dilys when she'd left the room, banging into a hall table. You need to wash, he heard the man say. Mickey wants to go. They're coming back.
I can't reach the stuff, said the girl's pitiful voice. He tied me up again.
I want something if you make me come down there, said the man. Blowjob, or you can stay mucky. Strike moved as quietly as possible out into the hall, the priest in his fist. Nobody was visible. He rounded a second corner. Directly ahead, to the left of the stairs, and with his back to the detective, stood a man the same size as Strike himself, with a fat neck and short dark hair. He appeared to be preparing to go down through an open trap-door, beside which lay a bunched-up rug. Wing Jones either heard or sensed Strike. He turned his head, but too late. The fisherman's priest had already begun its descent. Chapter 122. Many a man, seeking a prey unto his hand, hath snatched a little fair-haired slave. Matthew Arnold, the sick king in Bokhara. The blow fell upon Jones's skull with a loud crack, and he fell forwards, smacking his forehead on the opposite edge of the rectangular hole in the floor, and falling clumsily through it, hitting first a short ladder, then, with a resounding thud, the basement floor. Strike moved forwards to see Jones's sizable body sprawled, unmoving, on concrete. Well aware there was a strong possibility he'd just killed a man, he stepped onto the ladder and, hampered by the heaviness of his overcoat, climbed with some difficulty down into an underground space that smelled much more strongly of the musky smell he'd already detected, now with fecal and urinous overtones. "Who are you?" said a girl's terrified voice. She was sitting against the far wall. As Strike's eyes acclimatized to the pitch darkness, he saw a skull-like face and sunken eyes. The pallor of her skin shone, moon-like, in the darkness, and he could see on a cursory glance that she was wearing very little. He pulled off his coat and approached her, stooping so his head didn't hit the very low ceiling, then dropped the coat over her. "I'm here to help you. Are you tied up?" "Yeah," she said, her voice shrill and panicky. "Who are you?" "A detective." The basement room looked as though it had been dug out by the owner himself. The concrete floor was uneven and lumpy. There was a toilet in the corner. A low pipe ran around the bottom of the wall. 2 enormous dildos lay on a small wicker table. There was also a washing-up bowl of soapy water with a sponge floating in it. He bent down to examine the girl's arm, which was both tied and chained to the pipe that ran around the bottom of the cavern wall. It certainly wouldn't be quick work to free her. "You're Sapphire?" he asked. "How did you know?" "We've been looking for you. I'll get you free," he promised her. "I just need to check whether that fucker's dead." Still stooping, Strike returned to Jones and felt for a pulse in his neck. He found one, but wasn't prepared to bet Jones hadn't broken his neck in the fall. Notwithstanding his receding hairline, the porky Jones looked absurdly young, unconscious. Strike was certain his phone, which was still in the pocket of the coat covering Sapphire, wouldn't have reception underground. "I'm just going to get my mobile and go back up
"No, let me go first. Let me go," Sapphire cried, her voice rising to a wail.
"I need to call some people who can help free you."
"Let me go! Let me go!"
"Shut up!"
Strike had heard something above. The unmistakable sound of the back door opening, followed by a rumble of men's voices.
"Oh, God! No, no, no! Get out! He'll kill me!"
Strike gestured furiously at the girl to be quiet, as he crept back towards the opening in the ceiling, rapidly calculating odds. He didn't doubt Wardle or Barclay had tried to warn him that Griffiths and friends were on their way home, and it wasn't their fault he was currently in a concrete chamber underground without phone reception, but that didn't alter the undoubtedly perilous position he and the girl were now in. His glib response to Barclay's, "And if I hear you yell and help," was no longer so funny. Possibly his colleagues were waiting for a sign or a shout that he required assistance, but as making any noise right now would expose his presence to what sounded like 4 or 5 men, one of whom he knew to be a serial killer, Strike chose instead to move into the shadows behind the ladder. Loud music began to play from the sitting room, Steely Dan, while the music played. Any moment now, somebody, possibly the Mickey mentioned by Jones, who wanted a go, was going to turn the corner in the hall and see the open trap door and the unconscious Jones. The men's loud conversation mingled with the music.
"Get out of here," whimpered Sapphire. "He'll think it's my fault." "Be quiet." "He's killed people," Sapphire whispered. "I know. Be quiet."
He needed Wardle and Barclay. If they could at least make the men above believe they were police, he might have a chance. "The fuck?" said a male voice, directly overhead, and a shadow appeared on Jones's motionless body. "Jonesy?" A small, trainered foot on the topmost rung of the ladder. Strike reached through the gap, grabbed the ankle, and pulled. Ian Griffiths fell with a yell Strike hoped would be masked by the music playing upstairs, landing on and then rolling off the unconscious Jones. Strike barreled into Griffiths before the latter could stand, slamming him down onto the concrete floor, large right hand over Griffiths' mouth, the other groping for Griffiths' wrist, but too late. Strike felt a burning pain as a blade slashed the side of his head. He was lucky his face hadn't been ripped, but his ear had been sliced. Blood now gushing from his head wound, Strike succeeded in grabbing the wrist of Griffiths' knife-holding hand, then slammed it down on the rough concrete floor too, until he heard the blade fall out of Griffiths' grasp, while Griffiths tried to shout out as loud as he could, with Strike's other hand clamped over his mouth. Strike banged Griffiths' head repeatedly on the floor, trying to dissuade him from struggling. The music playing from the sitting room stopped. Strike heard a pounding on the back door. Then came a shout he recognized as Wardle's. "Open up, please!" Strike heard running feet above. A shadow slid over Strike and Griffiths, and the trapdoor closed, kicked shut by somebody who didn't seem to have looked below. The 3 men and the girl were now sealed up together in darkness, and Strike heard the rug being slid back over the hatch to hide it. A loud groan echoed through the cramped space. Jones was coming round. Strike, who guessed Jones was at least 20 years younger than him, didn't fancy his chances against him given Jones's bulk, a sliced ear that was already making him feel nauseous, a second man to keep at bay, and a knife lying somewhere in the dark. "The fuck?" came Jones's groggy voice. "Fuck happened?" Strike was still fighting to keep the struggling Griffiths pinned to the ground, hand over his mouth. He couldn't hear properly out of his left ear because it was full of blood. "Fuck happened?" repeated Jones, and Strike heard movement. Far from being glad Jones hadn't broken his neck, he now wished he had. Griffiths was trying to speak through Strike's hand, and producing only a strangled hum. "Who's there?" said Jones, sounding fearful. "What's going on?" Though deadened by the trapdoor and rug, shouting and banging now became audible above. As Barclay and Wardle were outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, Strike doubted he could count on immediate assistance. Taking his hand off Griffith's mouth, because it didn't much matter if the fucker yelled now, he aimed a punch at the place he knew Griffith's face to be, and heard his yelp of pain. Blood continued to rain down from the knife wound to Strike's ear. "What's going on?" repeated Jones, and Strike felt a large hand grope for his shoulder, which was covered in blood. "The fuck are you?" "Strike?" came Wardle's voice. "Down here!" bellowed Strike. "What?" said the unseen Jones, and Strike heard him stagger to his feet, then his cry of pain as his head smacked into the low ceiling. The trapdoor opened, and Strike saw Wardle looking down at him. "Jesus fucking Christ," he said in alarm,
and Strike realized his left shoulder was drenched in shining scarlet. "Need assistance," panted Strike, still sitting on Griffiths. "Barclay!" yelled Wardle, before dropping into the space without using the ladder. Had Barclay not slid into the cellar then, Strike doubted things would have gone well for Wardle, because young Jones, though still groggy, appeared to have realized the strangers didn't have his good at heart. His attempt to rush the ex-policeman was frustrated by the Scot, who, seizing the ladder off its legs, swung it round, narrowly missing Strike's head, and knocked Jones sideways, upending the table on which the dildos were sitting. "Knife, somewhere," panted Strike, pinning the struggling Griffiths to the floor. "Got it," said Wardle, snatching it up from the floor before going to assist Barclay, who was attempting to cuff Jones's hands behind his back. "What's happening up there?" asked Strike. "Three of them legged it as soon as we got through the door," panted Wardle. "We've got the slowest two cuffed, but I don't know if any of them's—" "This is the main man," said Strike, still fighting to subdue Griffiths. "Did you know your ears hanging off?" Barclay asked Strike. "You've got a daughter, right?" "Yeah," said Barclay, looking understandably perplexed by the non-sequitur. Strike, who had a confused idea that the father of a daughter was the next best thing in the absence of a woman, nodded toward Sapphire. "She's tied to that bloody pipe. Can you get her loose?" "Nae bother," said Barclay, straightening up as far as was possible, Jones now safely handcuffed and lying on his front. "You're all right, hen," he told Sapphire, advancing on her. "We'll have you out of here in no time." "Help me get these cunts upstairs," Strike panted to Wardle, as Griffiths continued to struggle. Chapter 123. We intuitively understand what justice is better than we can depict it. What it is in a given case depends so much on circumstances that definitions of it are wholly deceitful. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Griffith stopped resisting once Wardle had got the handcuffs on him. Strike was pleased to see he'd broken Griffith's nose, which was spread across his face and bleeding profusely, although nowhere near as copiously as the wound to Strike's left ear, which was causing him excruciating pain. He could feel a weird coldness, as though flesh that had never been exposed to fresh air was meeting it for the first time, and this contrasted unpleasantly with the continuing flow of warm blood. "You need a hospital," Wardle told Strike, as they manoeuvred Griffiths up the ladder Barclay had replaced at the hatch. "Fast." "Later," said Strike. He wasn't in such agony that he failed to notice Griffith's pigeon-toed walk as they dragged him alone, a peculiarity Strike had attributed to Griffith's trip over his guitar the first time they'd come face to face. This small extra confirmation of his theory was enough to make Strike determined to see the thing through himself, because he was worried that Ian Griffiths might yet get away with the murder of Tyler Powell. Not proven, was the verdict he feared. Even if the killings of Sophia Medina, Jim Todd and Todd's mother could be pinned on Griffiths, even if the man was rightly sentenced to multiple life sentences, that wouldn't be enough for Strike. He wanted justice, even vengeance for Tyler Powell, a young man who'd suffered an inordinate amount of bad luck while living and who most certainly hadn't deserved the fate he'd met at Griffith's hands. The ingenious, complicated, and outlandish nature of his murder might yet prevent a jury believing it could have happened, as Strike was certain it had. But Powell had become real to him lately. A little lost, as Robin had said, but brave, resourceful, and determined, not the fool people might have thought him. A young man who, Strike believed, had been proper good, and whose biggest mistake had been to believe that a man who held out a helping hand was doing so out of kindness. The sitting room was in disarray. A keyboard had been upended, and the poster of the pot-smoking Jesus had been knocked askew. Strike kicked aside the Rastafarian teddy bear lying face down on the carpet. It was a room tailor-made for a man who liked drawing in teenagers and young women, a room that spoke disingenuously of an offbeat charmer who remained young at heart. Strike despised it. Two men were sitting on the floor, cuffed back to back. One was a scrawny youth, whose mouth was hanging open, revealing very bad teeth. The other was a middle-aged man with a heavy beard, who was sobbing. "Get the other one up here," Strike told Wardle, as he shoved Griffiths down onto the mandala-covered sofa. "If he gives you any trouble, Barclay'll help." Strike. "Get fucking Jones. I want him here for the interrogation." "You could fuck up the whole prosecution," said Wardle in a low voice. "We've got to call the police now so they can see what we saw, and you need a
"He could still fucking weasel his way out of the silver vault," said Strike. "You said it yourself. The footprint's not enough. Get fucking Jones."
With clear reluctance, Wardle left the room.
"Shut the fuck up,"
Strike growled at the sobbing bearded man, who subsided into whimpers. In addition to being angry at Wardle for having intimated Strike might be endangering their case in front of the captives, Strike was having difficulty hearing because his left ear was full of blood. He inserted his index finger into it to clear it, which was so painful he nearly threw up. From what he just felt, he suspected Barclay hadn't been joking when he'd said it was hanging off. Griffiths was sitting silently on the sofa, his nose still swelling and breathing through his mouth. Strike didn't doubt the man had come to believe himself untouchable, which was why he'd permitted himself so many risks, to gamble for such high stakes, to play with naked flames, and Strike suspected Griffiths hadn't quite lost faith in his own invincibility. Even now, with his nose so discoloured and swollen, it was looking increasingly like a beetroot, and drenched in the blood of the man he'd just slashed. Wardle reappeared with a truculent-looking, though still faintly dazed Jones, with his huge red forehead, double chin, and mismatched eyes. Wardle forced Jones down onto the floor and cuffed him to the two already sitting there. A large lump was burgeoning on Jones's forehead, where he'd head-butted the edge of the hole in the floor before falling into the basement. "Pretty sure he's still concussed," said Wardle.
"Skull thick as his, he'll be fine," said Strike.
Can you get me something for this fucking ear?" asked Strike, keen to get rid of the ex-policeman. Wardle grudgingly left the room again. Strike dragged the chair in which Dillis had sat months previously into the middle of the room and dropped into it, which was a relief. His head spun slightly less, sitting. Distant clanging and Barclay's voice reached the room.
"Right," Strike said to Griffiths. "Where's your daughter, Chloe?"
"You haven't got the right to ask us questions," said Griffiths in a nasal voice. "You've broken the law. You broke in. You've assaulted us."
"That's not how I remember it," said Strike. "I knocked on your door, you opened it. Some of your friends scarpered. You tried to stab me in the face, which led me to suspect you had a guilty conscience, a theory confirmed when I lifted the trapdoor in your hall. That's how my friends will remember it too. You don't want to take Wardle too seriously. He's only just left the police. Still got old-fashioned ideas about procedure and not using extreme violence on suspects. Where's Chloe?"
After a brief pause, Griffiths said, "Interrailing with her boyfriend."
"Is she, folk? That Instagram account of hers is as fake as your Oz one. You've just pasted her and some random guy in front of landmarks."
Agony though Strike was in, he took satisfaction in the whitening of Griffiths' face.
"I've done nothing. I've done nothing,"
whimpered the bearded man on the floor.
"Shut up," Strike told him. "You,"
he pointed at the youth with the bad teeth.
"What's your name?"
"Darren Pratt,"
the youth whispered.
"And him?"
said Strike.
"Wing Jones."
"And him?" he asked, pointing at the bearded man.
"Mickey Edward—" "Don't tell him!"
squealed Edwards.
"If you're Mickey, you were definitely about to do something, you cunt," said Strike. "And I'd bet both my bollocks you've done it before."
"Please, please, I'm married. I've got kids."
"Then they'd probably do best to move well away from Ironbridge and change their surnames," said Strike. "They're not going to have a lot of fun in the playground once I'm done with you. Any of you know where Chloe is?" he asked the three men on the floor.
"Interrailing,"
said Jones in a low voice.
Griff just fucking told you. You don't have to answer his fucking questions, said Griffith. They do if they want to keep their teeth, said Strike. And addressing Pratt again, he said, Tyler gave Chloe a bracelet for her birthday, right? Pratt glanced at Griffiths and kept silent. Scared the shit out of you, that bracelet, didn't it? Said Strike to Griffiths. And we both know why Chloe went berserk in the pub when people wouldn't stop banging on about it, don't we? Purple. Violets. We'll be coming back to that. Wardle re-entered the room holding what looked like a clean bedsheet, which he held out to Strike. The latter took it and pressed it to the left side of his head, which was only marginally less agonizing than sticking his finger in his ear had been. Well, said Strike, addressing the 4 handcuffed men with the sheet pressed to his head wound and wishing he felt less sick. You're all going to be done for the rape of the girl in the basement. That's a given. The real question is how complicit you are in the other things your friendly neighborhood pimp has been up to. Were you aware you've been palling around with a killer, as well as a sex trafficker? She ain't trafficked, snarled Jones, peering malevolently up at Strike. She's up for it. Is that right? She's a runaway, said Griffiths. I gave her a place to stay, so she likes sex, so what? Why's she chained to a fucking pipe? 50 Shades, said Griffiths. They like it that way, young girls these days. Ask her, she'll tell you. I thought she was consenting, sobbed Edwards. Ever stick it in Chloe, Mickey? Strike asked, before she got moved out and Sapphire was moved in. Never, squealed Edwards. Wardle, said Strike. Get Barkley to pass you up my skeleton keys out of my coat pocket and go and check the house opposite. See whether there's another girl tied up in there. You need just go and check the bloody house. Wardle left. Strike turned back to the men on the floor. I'm about to do you 3 a favour. He didn't believe they knew everything. On the contrary, he suspected Griffiths had told them as little as he could get away with. The one who'd known most about Griffiths had undoubtedly been Todd, which was why Todd had had to die. Nevertheless, Strike was certain Griffiths had used these men too, drawing them carefully into his sordid, secret, hidden life. Men like Griffiths were good at spotting the willing rapist in others. They knew how to bind associates and cat's paws to them, compromising them, making them complicit. That would have been how Griffiths, or his deputy Todd, had used grubby-minded, greedy Larry McGee. A big empty crate from Gibson's, a couple of swapped labels, McGee lured by the promise not only of money, but also of sex. Perhaps he'd even been permitted to feel Medina up around the corner, while she was distracting him from what was really going on at the rear of his delivery truck. But Strike, too, was a good assessor of men. Strike, too, knew how to use people. He judged the sobbing Edwards to be worthless. He knew the type. I deny everything. I'm innocent. They'd say it even if blood was dripping from their hands, convinced they could touch hard law-enforcing hearts with carefully feigned pathos. However, the very wiliness of Jones's stare told Strike a strong, self-protective instinct lay within. The skinny youth with bad teeth looked terrified, but even he might be turned to good account. Strike thought it safe to assume both gullibility and malleability in a man so inept he was wearing his hoodie inside out. "I've done nothing," whispered Edwards again. "Nothing. I don't understand." "I'll help you fucking understand, don't worry about that," said Strike. "You two were mates of Tyler's, right?" he said to Pratt and Jones. "Yeah," said Jones aggressively. "So? Let's talk about that highly convenient car crash." "Lug's never done nothing to that car," said Pratt at once. "I know that, shit for brains," said Strike. "It was convenient for your mate Griff, not Tyler." "Stop answering his fucking questions," said Griffith, and clearly feeling it was best to take his defence into his own hands rather than rely on the others, he said, "How was it convenient for me? I'm the one who stuck up for Tyler when everyone fucking turned. Don't give me that bollocks. Tyler knew you were at the bottom of those rumours. Posted about you on Abused and Accused, didn't he? My girlfriend's father's spreading rumours about me. He was wise to your fucking Osgambit as well. Chloe must have told him. He tried to tell the real Osgood who you were. It's partly down to the bloke you think wouldn't have set the world alight with his brains that you're fucked. To Strike's great satisfaction, the remaining colour now drained out of Griffith's face. This next part of the interview, Strike knew, was key. What he really needed was one of the men to turn, whether deliberately or accidentally, on Griffiths, because it was here, in a tangle of mistaken loyalties and unprovable connections, that justice for Tyler Powell might yet slip beyond his grasp. "Did you know," said Strike, addressing Jones and Pratt, while Edwards continued to quietly sob, "that Tyler posted on Abused and Accused, asking for advice?" "He's trying to trap you," said the dry-mouthed Griffiths. "I'm doing them a favour," Strike repeated. "I'm showing them you've tried to implicate them in murder." "Fucking murder," sneered Jones. "Who's murdered?" "Your friend Tyler," said Strike. "He's working in a pub." "Proof?" said Strike. "In touch with him, ain't I?" "Spoken to him, not just texts." "Yeah?" "Be very fucking careful what you claim here," said Strike. "Because if it was only texts, and all this is checkable, it'll go better for you in court. Easy to miss an impersonation by text, not so easy when hearing a voice. Think carefully now. You keep lying about speaking to Tyler post-June last year, you'll be wishing all they've got on you's rape. You'll be an accessory to murder, colluding with Griffiths to pretend Tyler's still alive. Didn't you think it was strange, Tyler asking you from his new number to call his grandmother and pose as him?" "That was just a joke," began Jones. "Shut the fuck up," bellowed Griffiths. "He's fucking trapping you, can't—" "I'm not trapping you," said Strike, still talking to Jones. "If you believed you were being asked favours by an old mate, having a bit of fun with a daft old lady, that's a whole different ballgame to covering up a killing." Strike thought he understood the category of youthful male friendship to which Powell, Pratt and Jones had belonged. Shared schooldays, banter, drink, but no deeper understanding whatsoever, and never any confidences. It didn't surprise him that all had hidden gigantic secrets from each other. He'd had friendships like those himself. And in any case, Powell would have known that, had he told these two idiots the truth about Griffith's hidden home life, he'd risk more than his own life. There was movement in the doorway behind Strike. He turned his head gingerly because of the extreme pain in the ear to which he was pressing the bedsheet, and saw Barclay. "Only ever seen one other gadgy piss himself," said Barclay, surveying the men on the rug with an air of academic interest. Sure enough, whether because he drank too much in the Horsehay pub, or had felt so much panic at the trend of the conversation, he couldn't help himself. Mickey Edwards had just lost control of his bladder. A large wet stain was spreading on the rug, and Jones was now sitting in the man's urine. "Fuck's sake, Mick!" he roared. "Strike," said Barclay, now looking at the detective's injury. "Your fucking ear." "What's happening with the girl?" "Need players. When's the ambulance?" "When I call it. Go see if you can find whiskey or brandy. Fucking anything strong. Bring the bottle." Barclay disappeared again. "You've been played," Strike told Jones, who was now sitting in a puddle of piss. "And what you decide to do now could make a difference of 10 years to your jail sentence. Your friend Tyler's dead, and he was lured to his death through the Abused and Accused website. I think one of you two recommended that site to him, because he sure as fuck wouldn't have taken advice from this cunt," he said, indicating Griffiths. "So, which way round did it go? Did one of you mention Abused and Accused to Tyler, and then tell Griffiths he was posting there? Or did Griffiths recommend it to you, as a place Tyler could go for advice?" "Yeah," began Pratt,
but Griffiths suddenly shouted,
"Shut it!"
"You was helping him," said Pratt, evidently in the belief he was assisting Griffiths, and Strike would have grinned, but for the fact that grinning would require muscles connected to his bleeding ear.
"Did Griffiths tell you not to tell Tyler the recommendation came from him?"
"Yeah, shut it, for fuck's sake!"
howled Griffiths. "You're a smart man, Darren," said Strike, and Pratt gaped at him, doubtless because he'd never been told he was clever in his life. "Keep telling the truth, and it'll go far better for you with the police, I promise you that." "So," said Strike to Griffiths, "Tyler posts under the name of his favourite car, Austin H. for Healy, and he says, 'My girlfriend's father's spreading rumours about me,' because he fucking knew you were behind it all, didn't he? He might even have suspected you caused the crash. A midget-sized person was caught on camera skulking around the car in Birmingham. Nobody ever seems to have asked themselves whether the intended target of the crash wasn't Tyler himself, seeing as it was his car and he was supposed to be going to the concert. You can't—" "You're right," said Strike. "I can't prove it, but it doesn't matter. Whether or not you tampered with the car, you turned the crash to good account afterwards, didn't you? You wanted to drive Tyler out of Ironbridge, get him well away from Chloe, and corner him somewhere an undersized little cunt like you might have a chance of getting rid of him. Did Todd ever tell you why he used Kojak to draw Tyler in, by the way?"
"I don't know who Todd is," said sweaty-faced Griffiths.
"How many short, fat sex offenders have you murdered lately? Kojak, King Jack, starting hand at poker, like you calling yourself Skunk to chat up Sophia Medina."
Griffith's face was becoming increasingly grey.
"I don't. Skunk Baxter, guitarist for Steely Dan. These are just fucking usernames, yeah," said Strike. "And I admit on their own they're not much. But I've got a feeling your hard drive's going to tell a different story."
Barclay reappeared, holding pliers in one hand and a bottle of Teacher's whiskey in the other. He handed the latter to Strike.
"How are you getting on?" asked Strike.
"Nearly there," said Barclay.
"Great. Do me another favour before you go," said Strike,
letting the blood-stained sheet fall so he could unscrew the bottle of Teacher's.
"And search both of them for phones. Not the one who pissed himself," he added. "The other two."
Through his undamaged ear, Strike heard the back door open and close. Shortly afterwards, Wardle reappeared in the room.
"There are no girls tied up opposite."
"Didn't think there would be," Strike admitted.
He swigged some whiskey. It didn't noticeably ease his pain, but it helped a little nonetheless.
"The hell you drinking for?" said Wardle.
"What are you, my fucking wife?"
"Cheers,"
Strike added, as Barclay handed him 2 mobiles, then left, pliers in hand.
"Don't fucking loom over me,"
Strike told Wardle tetchily.
"Take a seat if you're staying."
Wardle sat down beside Griffiths on the sofa, looking thoroughly disapproving.
"You look like you're about to pass out," he told Strike.
"I'm fine," said Strike,
taking a second larger swig of whiskey.
"Anyway," he continued to Jones and Pratt, "Tyler had an EpiPen, right? Because of his peanut allergy."
"Yeah,"
said Pratt cautiously.
"He dropped it in front of witnesses," Strike told Griffiths. "Lied, tried to cover it up, but they'll know exactly what it was once they see one."
Even though he was able to hear out of only one ear, Strike distinctly detected the sound of a distant siren.
"You called the police?" he demanded of Wardle.
"No," said Wardle, and, looking confused, he got up again and left the room. Afraid Wardle was lying, and even more afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish what he'd started, Strike said to Griffiths,
"This whole plan was predicated on you being a fucking pygmy, wasn't it?"
"I don't know what you mean," said Griffiths.
"You didn't stand a chance in hell of taking on Powell face to face. So you and Todd cooked up a weaselly little plan, didn't you? You and him did good business back in the 90s, right? Moving girls between brothels and private houses.
getting to rape and abuse with impunity whenever you fancied it. But you managed to slither off before the ring got busted in Belgium, didn't you?"
"I've never been to Belgium," said Griffiths. "Ever."
"The internet," said Strike, "tells a different story." But when he put his hand in his trouser pocket for his phone, he remembered that it was still in the coat now covering Sapphire in the basement. He picked up one of the phones in his lap instead, which Barclay had taken from Pratt and Jones. "Whose is this and what's the code? Don't make me fucking get up," Strike warned them, "because I won't be sitting down again until I've knocked you fucking senseless. Code, now." 6969, mumbled Wyn Jones. "Of course it fucking is," muttered Strike, opening the phone and Googling the picture he needed, while his ear throbbed so badly he wondered whether he was going to puke. "There," he said at last, holding out the phone and picture to show Griffiths. "That's you on stage in Belgium, playing your poxy guitar in a cellar club. My partner found this. Funnily enough, your mate, Wade King, seen here playing bass, has been trying to scare off the right person all along. Robin's the one who really broke this case."
"That's not me," whispered Griffiths, "and I don't know the man on the—"
"It is you," said Strike. "My partner's done a bit of research, and your poxy pan-European band did a bit of travelling around on the continent in the 90s, didn't it?" Wardle now reappeared in the room. "There's something going on down by the bridge. Police and ambulance are there. I can see the lights from the front windows." "Too busy for us, then," said Strike. "They fucking won't be," said Wardle with determination. He left the room yet again, and Strike heard the back door slam. "He's like a Mountie," he told Griffiths. "Always gets his man." While Strike was unfamiliar with fainting, he had a dim idea that this swimming sensation might be something a person felt right before they did so he didn't turn his head when he heard more movement behind him. "Got her free," announced Barclay, moving into Strike's line of vision, pliers still in hand. "She's in the kitchen, eating. Needs it," he said, with a menacing look at Griffiths. "Any of these need roughing up? I'm in the mood." "Possibly," said Strike. "We're still in the information-gathering stage." "Great," said Barclay, slapping the pliers into his palm. "Where have we got to?" "To the way Tyler was lured to Ramsey Silver," said Strike, turning back to Griffiths. "Todd advises Tyler to pick a new name and disguise himself, even pretend to be left-handed to hide from his girlfriend's dangerous, murdering father, and to get a job nobody would expect him to do, so he can earn enough to keep him and his girlfriend when she runs away, too. But in reality, to make it as hard as possible for him to be identified after his death." "I don't know anything about any of this," whimpered the bearded man on the floor. "Which one's he?" Barclay asked Strike. "Mickey Edwards." Barclay took 2 strides across the room and kicked Edwards so hard in the side of his head, the man was knocked over onto his side, dragging Jones and Pratt with him. "She's fucking told me about you," said Barclay, standing over the heap of gasping, spluttering men. "You can't do this," shouted a wild-eyed Griffiths from the sofa. "Yeah? Don't do it," Strike told Barclay, taking another swig of whiskey, "in front of Wardle." "Where's he going?" "There's something happening at the bridge. He's gone to investigate. Anyway," Strike said, his head still swimming as he turned back to Griffiths, "you could persuade Tyler to play a part of work, but you couldn't police him at home, could you? Where did you dump his Wolverhampton Wanderers weights? And his hands, his eyes, his dick and his ears? Petswood?" Griffiths looked greyer than ever, but he said, "I don't know what you're—" "Petswood, where you and Medina drove after you visited Wright's room in the early hours of the morning," said Strike. "If Powell's ears or his dick or his weights turn up there, that'll be a sizable bit of evidence. That's more'n a footprint." Strike heard himself slurring, but didn't think it could be the whiskey. He hadn't had enough. Possibly it was blood loss. His light-headedness was intensifying.
He took another large swig of Teacher's. "You enjoyed mutilating that body, didn't you?" he said. "Masonic misdirection, yeah. But you fucking enjoyed it. Tyler Powell saw you. He knew what you were. He wanted to get Chloe to safety, so you carved him into pieces. But it was all too elaborate, yeah. Ramses had shit security and a vault with no camera. Medina upstairs keeping Pamela busy. Todd lets you out and you hide. Where? Bog? Cupboard? Stay hid till Todd coughs to tell you the coast is clear. And then you sneak up behind Tyler and you slam him over the back of the head with a fucking maul and keep beating it till you've smashed his skull in." Strike heard the back door open. Wardle returned to the now crowded room. "One of your mates has just thrown himself off the iron bridge," he informed the handcuffed men. "Didn't want to take the rat." Strike tried to say, "That's a coincidence," but the words wouldn't come. In any case, nobody in the room would have understood. Edwards burst into tears again. "Shut the fuck up," snarled Barclay, "or I'll fucking make you." "Someone's coming up here," said Wardle to Strike. "Police. I've told them we found a kidnapped girl. They'll be here any minute. We need to get the cuffs off this lot." "Fair enough," said Strike. He tried to stand, but fell backwards into the seat. "Stay where you are, for fuck's sake," said Barclay. "I'm calling an ambulance." Possibly combining heavy blood loss and neat whiskey hadn't been the very best idea. Strike was prepared to concede that now, but he had to keep talking, because he wanted the man to know he knew. While Wardle was busy uncuffing the men on the floor, Strike said, "You killed him and stepped in the blood round his head. And you didn't notice, too panicky. You needed to get upstairs with your fake fucking beard, in your suit and glasses, with your bloodstained trainers in a Ramses bag, but wearing his shoes, to pretend to be William Wright, and fake him leaving the shop and heading to Covent Garden Station. And you tripped," said Strike, "because your tiny fucking feet couldn't fill his size 9s. "Strike, stop fucking talking," said Wardle's impatient voice. "Let it go. You went back to the shop to mutilate the body. Couldn't turn on the light, so you didn't notice that footprint. It had dried. Didn't smudge. Proves killing happened well before the mutilation. But Todd wouldn't help lest it looked like the murder happened at night, 'cause he was done for Belgium, and you got away scot-free. And don't you fucking tell me you never been to Belgium." Strike brandished Jones's mobile at Griffiths. "That picture, your fucking gig. You see the blonde in the picture? That's Reata Lindvall, who died 2 months later. Her daughter disappeared. Useful prop, little girl, for a man who wants to track young women. And she grew up and she was useful too, wasn't she? In a different way. Yolanda means violet or purple. Chloe told him her real name. When they take part your computer, find a Google search on name Yolanda. Where is she? What have you done with her?" "He told me she's under the concrete floor," whispered a childish voice. Still wearing Strike's overcoat, Sapphire stood ghost-white in the doorway. Griffiths made a run for it, but he'd gone barely 3 paces when Barclay brought him down with a loud and satisfying bang. "Hard evidence," said Strike, opening the contacts on Jones's phone. "Here we go." The number was stored under Lugs New. Strike pressed it. Somewhere in another room they heard the ringtone. Steely Dan's Do It Again. In the morning you go gunning. "There you are," Strike told Jones. "You've been played. He murdered your mate." Strike foolishly assumed standing up might make him feel better. The last thing he saw before his eyes rolled backward in his head and he passed out was Jesus, smoking a joint.
Epilogue. He had found what he had sought with such labours and persistency. What else mattered? John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 124. And he was happy, if to know causes of things, and far below his feet to see the lurid flow of terror and insane distress, and headlong fate be happiness. Matthew Arnold, Memorial Verses, April 1850. 11 days after Ian Griffiths and friends had been taken into custody, and Strike and Sapphire Neagle had been driven by ambulance to the Princess Royal Hospital in Telford, Strike donned his only black suit in his attic flat and drove again to Hereford. He and Robin had been planning to tidy away the last fragment of the silver vault case that very day, but then Jade Semple had called the office and issued Strike with a personal invitation to her husband's funeral. Semple's decayed and waterlogged corpse had been found, as Strike had guessed, at the bottom of Regent's Canal, beneath the railway bridge, weighted to the bed by a briefcase full of bricks, to which the body's wrists remained handcuffed. "Think I should go," he told Robin, though with some regret. He'd fancied another trip with her, even if he'd lost all hope of capitalizing on beautiful scenery to derail her impending engagement. "You've earned the last bit. You can do it alone." Strike had no worries about Robin's safety today. Even if Griffiths had trafficking associates in Italy, there'd be no point attacking Robin now the multiple computers and phones were being examined by forensic experts, and a network spanning across the continent was being slowly and methodically revealed. The full scale of the story hadn't yet seeped into the press. No journalist knew of the connection between the murdered man at Ramsey Silver and the trafficking ring. All that had been reported was that a missing girl had been found at a house in Ironbridge and, a few days later, which had reached several newspaper front pages, that the body of a second young woman had been recovered under the lumpy concrete floor of Griffith's homemade basement. The corpse hadn't yet been identified, although the agency's Met contact, George Laybourne, had confidentially revealed to Strike that the body was that of a young, pregnant female. The detective agency's involvement in Griffith's arrest was, so far, unknown to the papers, which Strike imagined suited the police as well as it did him. Nobody had made much of a fuss about skeleton keys this time. Nobody close to the case seemed to feel unnecessary force had been used against Griffiths and his fellow rapists. Strike's almost severed ear had helped there, of course. There also seemed tacit agreement that as long as the agency stepped quietly aside, allowing the police to talk blandly of sources and tips, and take credit for busting the trafficking ring, any unorthodox or indeed illegal acts committed by Strike, Wardle and Barclay, up to and including several physical assaults, could be overlooked. Meanwhile, Robertson's scoop on Lord Oliver Branfoot had been published in the Sunday Telegraph. "Fucking lawyers near enough took a fucking stool sample off me," as the journalist had informed Strike by phone. And for the previous 48 hours, it had appeared there was little other news in the United Kingdom, even including the body found under Griffith's basement floor. Danny DeLeon had cut himself a lucrative tell-all deal with the Sun. Branfoot's wife and sons had been followed down the street by shouting reporters until one young Branfoot took a swing at a cameraman, missed, and hit a female journalist in the jaw. The regular host of the quiz show, on which Branfoot had made a dozen appearances, had issued a shocked and disgusted statement. Branfoot himself, who was rumoured to have hired the most expensive PR agency in London, had disappeared from public view, though he'd issued a statement that neither confirmed nor denied anything, but did so in a tone of dignified injury. Craig Wheaton appeared to have vanished off the face of the earth, and several young women who'd unknowingly been caught on film in Black Prince Road had banded together to hire none other than Andrew Honbold, QC. It was of this furore that Strike found himself thinking as he stood in the weak April sunlight, standing respectfully at the back of the crowd surrounding the grave into which Niall Scott Semple's earthly remains would be lowered. The churchyard of St. Martin's already had its fair share of SAS graves, all with almost identical headstones of pale stone, engraved with the regiment's winged dagger badge.
Strike had been more affected by the discovery of Semple's body than he'd expected or admitted, even to Robin. Compared to the sensation made by Branfoot's wrongdoings and the discovery of Yolanda's body under the concrete floor, Semple's suicide had occasioned hardly a ripple in the press. The unspoken consensus appeared to be that his death was sad, but the sort of thing you'd expect to happen to a brain-damaged soldier, and then the public moved on, preferring to gloat over Lord Branfoot's gaudy, dirty excesses. To Strike, though, there was something in this ending in murky water, the body lying there unseen and unnoticed, that tugged brutally at the gut, something beyond grief. At least part of the reason he was here, rather than travelling to Italy with Robin, was that he'd seen comments beneath the few scattered news reports of Semple's death that had angered him. Token expressions of regret, followed by lengthy diatribes about Britain's foreign policy and the role the army played in colonial and oppressive enterprises. None of them seemed to wonder whether Semple and his ilk had risked their lives so that more civilians, maybe even themselves or their families, might not be run down by a murderous extremist while crossing a bridge. Such thoughts were distracting Strike from the vicar's words, though not the throbbing in his left ear. He'd needed microsurgery to reattach it because it had been almost completely cut off. He had a dim memory of someone saying he might lose the whole thing, and a slightly clearer memory of laughing when a nurse suggested he could still have cosmetic surgery if he was worried about the appearance. This wasn't the first time Strike had turned up at a church service injured, but even so, he felt his ear bandage was unreasonably conspicuous. The bruising to his face, nobody had been swift enough to catch him when he'd fainted in Griffith's sitting room, meaning he'd slammed, face first, into the floor, hadn't yet faded completely either, which added to the impression of a man who decided to participate in a cage fight before driving on to the funeral. The vicar concluded his remarks. Strike was tall enough to see the coffin being lowered, even though 3 rows of people stood between him and the grave. Jade was sobbing quietly into a handkerchief, flanked by her twin and her mother. At last, the committal was over. Strike had just set off back to his car when his phone rang. He'd hoped it would be Robin, but it was Wardle. As Strike knew Wardle to be in contact with Iverson, the redhead on the murder investigation team, he took the call. "They found the wolves' weights," said Wardle without preamble, "and a pair of human hands." "Petswood?" "Yeah, yesterday evening. They're still searching." An enormous wave of relief washed over Strike at this news. Even as he'd been driving along towards Hereford this morning, he'd been plagued with doubts about whether Tyler Powell would be identified, and Griffith's hand in his death proven. "Sapphire's talking," said Wardle. "A lot. Griffiths picked her up in London, kept her in a shitty room with 2 other underage girls, regularly visited by Wade King, Todd, and assorted others. Then moved her north to Ironbridge, where the shitheels he met took turns." "Fuck's sake," said Strike in disgust. "Listen, you wouldn't happen to know whether Griffiths forced her to impersonate a couple of young women over the phone, would you?" "He did, yeah," said Wardle, who sounded surprised. "How did you—" Robin realised. She got calls from 2 girls, a supposed great-niece of Dilys Powell's, and a girl called Zita we never traced. Both times they were feeding her misinformation about Tyler Powell and trying to find out what we knew. One of those times, the girl got local names wrong." "Ah," said Wardle. "Well, they found about 6 different burner phones so far in Griffith's house, plus a curly wig and a ruby necklace hidden in a case on top of a wardrobe." "Jesus, Iverson's not shy about sharing information, is she?" said Strike, surprised. "I'd have thought she'd have kept her mouth shut after the way they went after Murphy for helping us." We had a drink last night," said Wardle, with a tone of embarrassed constraint that told Strike all he needed to know. Susan Iverson, he guessed, was in the same mood he'd been when he'd accepted Bijou Watkins' suggestion of a drink over a year previously. In search of ego-salving distraction, her hopes of Murphy irrevocably dashed. Possibly, Strike thought, with a sagging of his spirits, the rebound onto Wardle meant Robin and Murphy were now, at last, definitely engaged. Instead of saying any of this, he asked, "Any ID on the body under the floor yet? Anyone contacted Belgium for Yolanda's DNA?" "They're doing it today, apparently.
Oh, and that real music producer bloke, Osgood, they've retrieved his deleted emails. And? A cousin of Sophia Medina's contacted him from Spain. Medina had told the girl she and her music producer boyfriend were going to play a joke on someone who double-crossed him. Did said trick involve him hiding a load of silver and robbing a shitty flat? Apparently, said Wardle. Fuck's sake, said Strike again. I hear Quincy Jones is never happier than when breaking into silver shops, said Wardle. And glum though he felt, Strike laughed. It was the first time in a long time he'd heard Wardle make anything close to a joke. Sex definitely cheered a man up. Perhaps Strike, like Wardle, should start cutting his losses. Call ended, he continued towards his BMW, until a loud, husky voice called him by name. Turning, he saw Jade Semple, whose hand he'd briefly pressed as he headed into the church. "Will you come to the reception?" she said breathlessly. "Yeah, of course," said Strike, though he'd far rather not have done. So he drove to the hotel and joined the mourners flocking like morose crows in a large function room decorated in blue, where there were many circular tables, but nowhere near enough chairs. A buffet was laid out along the length of one wall, but nobody was yet eating. Deciding the chairs should be left for the elderly and immediate family, feeling self-conscious and conspicuous because of his bandaged ear, and slightly regretting not having brought painkillers with him, Strike bought himself a low-alcohol beer and headed towards an exterior smoking area, spotting the distinguished-looking Ralph Lawrence in the distance as he did so. The latter gave Strike a slight nod, which the detective reciprocated. A gesture appropriate both for their degree of acquaintanceship and the mixture of dislike and respect Strike suspected both felt for each other. Once outside, having a good pretext and unable to resist the impulse, Strike called Robin. "Hi," he said when she answered. "Where are you?" "In the back of a taxi," said Robin. "I should be at the hotel in 10 minutes. She was currently travelling along a road in Sardinia, fringed with palm trees, beneath a clear blue sky. As she'd flown into the capital, Cagliari, she felt as though she'd entered the Raoul Dufay print over her mantelpiece. Glittering sea, pastel-coloured houses, hot sun on her skin. She knew her interlude on the island would be very short, which made the beauty of the place and the glorious weather bittersweet. At best, this was only a temporary reprieve from the myriad problems that remained behind her in gloomy grey London. She felt strangely as she had in the hospital after her ectopic pregnancy. The same sense of unreality seemed to lie over everything. "Is the funeral over?" she asked. "Just finished," said Strike. "Jade wanted me to come to the wake. I'm calling because Wardle just got an update from the murder investigation team." "They're still talking to us?" said Robin in surprise. "One of them is," said Strike, choosing not to give details. "Anyway." Robin's reaction, when Strike had finished passing on Iverson's information, wasn't as celebratory as her partner had expected. "If I'd only twigged sooner," Robin sighed, staring out at the glittering sea to her left. "If I'd realised the same girl was calling me." "Easy mistake," said Strike. "No, I should have known there was something up," said Robin. "She said the Jockey and Horse instead of the Horse and Jockey. Wellesley Road instead of Wesley, and I remembered something else last night. The first time she called me, I heard someone writing. It'll have been Griffiths, telling her what to say, won't it?" "Probably," said Strike. "I should have known," repeated Robin. "But Griffiths is completely fucked," said Strike. "I know, and I'm glad," said Robin. "But I can't stop thinking about Yolanda. What a terrible, terrible life. Abducted by your mother's killer, forced to play a part forever. And then, just as you think you might actually be able to break free. And there's Tyler, too. I feel as though we'd sort of got to know him by the end, without realising it. I think he was a genuinely good person." "Me too," said Strike. "Maybe not book smart, but he was interested enough in the outside world to know Assad's called the Lion of Syria. And he was a grafter. And he was prepared to run all kinds of risks to get the girl away from Griffiths. I suppose as Yolanda got older, Griffiths couldn't keep her entirely hidden.
He had to let her go to school if he wanted to live in the UK. He was probably counting on the fact that she was too scared of him ever to tell anyone the truth. She'll have been bloody useful in drawing in other women, too. It's a good pose. Devoted single father, widowed young. But he got her pregnant. Hard to explain.
You think it was his baby, not Tyler's?
I suppose we'll find out in due course, but yeah, I suspect it was his, and Tyler was prepared to help her raise it.
Strike had asked himself whether he would have been as generous as Tyler Powell in this regard, without reaching a conclusion. "Strike, I'm going to have to go. I think I can see the hotel," said Robin.
"OK," he said. "I'll speak to you when you get back."
He felt he ought not to remain outside, vaping, while the mourners thronged the function room. But as he turned to re-enter the hotel, he saw Ralph Lawrence exiting it. Strike suspected he'd been watching for the detective to end his call and waited, more in curiosity than concern, to hear what Lawrence wanted to say to him this time. "How are you?" asked the man that Strike was now, reluctantly, prepared to concede was probably MI5.
"Fine," said Strike. "You?"
"You did a remarkable thing, finding him."
"Lucky guess,"
said Strike indifferently. "Do you know why he killed himself that way?"
"I've got a suspicion," said Strike.
When Lawrence looked quizzical, Strike said, "I saw a Daesh video on the dark net. Hooded guy chained to a barbell and chucked off a bridge. It occurred to me that that might have been Ben Little." Lawrence glanced over his shoulder at the function room, which was still filling with black-clad people, then said in a low voice, "4 men from E Squadron were smuggled into a territory British forces aren't known to be operating in. The aim was to make contact with an anti-Islamic State group and provide them with state-of-the-art comms. The mission went balls up. They were in a small plane, got hit by an anti-aircraft missile. Pilot died instantly, plane was on fire and nosediving. They had to bail at low altitude. 2 regiment guys died on impact with the ground. Semple was seriously injured and barely conscious, but was dragged to cover by Little. They had a radio and enough ammo to hold off anyone trying to find them for a few hours. But it was touch and go whether help was going to arrive before they were captured or killed. When the rescue party arrived, they found Semple alone. Little had left the shelter to try and get water for Semple. He never came back. MI6 passed the details to us when Semple went missing. They'd found the execution video you watched, but Islamic State don't seem to have realized the man they caught was SAS. Otherwise, they'd have made a far bigger deal of it. Little will have known the top priority was not to admit to being regiment. His Arabic was good. God only knows who or what he pretended to be. We wiped every trace of the damn video from the surface net, and as you'll have seen, Little isn't recognizable on it. Our concern, all along, has been stopping Niall Semple broadcasting his adult version of the mission to the world. When he came out of his coma, he was angry and disorientated. Pre-injury, he'd been entrusted with some very sensitive information. This is a brave new world, Mr. Strike. In the old days, we were trying to stop journalists getting hold of classified information. But these days, with social media, all Semple needed was an internet connection, and people working under deep cover would have been put at immediate risk.
Does Reena Little know how her brother died?
Semple might have told her, but she's still not prepared to believe her brother's dead. You were right regarding my concerns about her. I wasn't just worried that Semple might have told her a garbled version of what happened on the mission. I was afraid that he'd shared information we most certainly wouldn't want in the hands of an erratic woman with mental health problems.
So what are you going to do? Shove her away in another mental health facility?
Little though you may believe me, said Lawrence coolly, I do believe in civil liberties. But sometimes national security requires measures that might infringe some dreamer's ideal rule of justice.
How old's your grandmother?
Asked Strike. And Lawrence looked startled.
What?
You've just quoted Albert Pike, said Strike. There's a passage in Morals and Dogma about the general who cuts away a bridge to save the main body of his army, even if it means he sacrifices a battalion. Such actions aren't unjust, Pike says, but
may infringe some dreamer's ideal rule of justice. Ah, said Lawrence. How old's your grandmother? They're both dead, said Strike. Through the glass door leading back into the function, he saw the stirring of the crowd, which meant the family had arrived. Jade in her black dress and coat, her twin beside her, holding her hand. We should. Yes, said Lawrence, and side by side they returned inside. Strike had just taken up a standing position on the edge of the room when he spotted Jade wending her way towards him. "Thanks for coming back," she said. "I'm very sorry for your loss," Strike told her formally. He could tell Jade was again on the verge of tears, but he didn't begrudge her that today. No doubt she was feeling as he had at Ted's funeral, as though an invisible paving stone was weighing on her chest. "You met her, didn't you?" "Reena Little?" "Yes," said Strike, and he realized by her tone of voice that she still had her suspicions about her husband's precise relationship with his late friend's sister. They weren't. There was nothing romantic there. He just wanted to make contact with her and give her that silver necklace thing. "That should have been mine, though," wailed Jade, bursting into tears. Heads turned. Some of the expressions were accusatory. Strike was upsetting the widow. "Shall we go outside for a moment?" said Strike, who didn't fancy putting on a miserable floor show for the mourners, and he led Jade back into the smoking area. She collapsed into a wooden chair, and he sat down beside her while she sobbed. At last, she plunged a hand into her black handbag and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "Not vaping any more?" Strike asked, watching enviously as she lit up. "I'll probably go back to it," said Jade, taking a deep drag of her Marlboro and blowing the smoke at the sky. "But I'm allowed a fucking cigarette today, ain't I?" "Definitely," said Strike. "That silver necklace was Na's mum's. His dad bought it years ago in Oman. Why'd he give it to Reena, not me?" "I think," said Strike, "to make up for something. Guilt that he survived when her brother didn't, and he thought it was protective." "So, why'd he want to protect her, not me?" insisted Jade, mascara streaking her face as she wept. "Because he knew she was in trouble and had no family, now that Ben was dead," suggested Strike. Jade wept. Her cigarette burned slowly downwards, and Strike wished he could take it from her and finish it. At last, Jade said, "You know that code on the briefcase you filled with bricks? Know what it was?" "No," said Strike. "My due date for the baby I lost. So it must have meant something to him, mustn't it?" "Yes," said Strike. "It must. There were only bricks inside the briefcase, I heard. Bricks and stuff he'd written, all wrapped up in polythene, but they told me nobody could read it, waterlogged. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it was a letter to me." "Maybe," said Strike. He'd personally would have bet that Semple had written what he'd believed to be the truth about his E Squadron mission, whatever that had been. He saw no other reason for him to leave hints behind him as to where he and his information could be found, or for its suppression, waterlogged or not. "Sometimes you want someone so bad, even when you know it's wrong and it's not going to work, but you still want them, you know?" said Jade in a choked voice. "Yeah," said Strike. And Charlotte smiled sardonically in his mind's eye. "We weren't no good for each other, but we still wanted it. Couldn't get out of it. We wasn't compatible. I know what everyone said, and fine, they was right, but we did. I did love him," she whispered. "I really did. I always felt like I could get at him, like if I could just get into him. But I couldn't." Strike thought of the belief he'd long ago abandoned, that he could somehow tinker with Charlotte and fix her, and make her whole and happy. "You all right, babe?" said a wary voice behind them. The man with the ginger moustache Strike had glimpsed in Creef had come to collect Jade. "Yeah," she croaked, getting to her feet again. "I'm fine. See ya," she said to Strike, and Ginger Moustache led her away, with a suspicious glance back at the large man with the bandaged ear. Strike watched as Jade was absorbed by the crowd. This time, he didn't return to the function room. Once certain that nobody was looking at him through the glass door, he returned to his car. Chapter 125. When shall I be dead and rid of the wrong my father did? How long, till spade and hearse put to sleep my mother's curse? A. E. Houseman. Poem 28. The Welsh Marches, a Shropshire Lad. The Hotel Serenita was even more beautiful in reality than on Instagram. A large building of weathered yellow stone, which had once been a country estate. Having paid the driver, Robin crossed the air-conditioned lobby with an assumed air of confidence, heading straight through it to an exterior area where she could see a few people enjoying lunch. She intended to order a meal and then start making inquiries of the staff. But that wasn't necessary. Robin had barely been seated for 2 minutes when a round-faced, short-necked young man, whose blonde hair had been bleached nearly white in the Sardinian sun, appeared, to offer her a menu written in English and inquire whether he could get her a drink before she ordered. "Rupert," said Robin. Even though she'd expected him to be here, his sudden physical materialization had come as a shock. Fleetwood's round face became suddenly slack with what Robin guessed was the culmination of months of dread. "My name's Robin Ellicott," she said. "I'm a private—"
"I know who you are," he said, in his deep bass voice. "Oh, Christ. She's not here, is she?"
"Decima," said Robin. "No, she's in the UK.
"Does she—"
"She knows you're working for a Claremont hotel, but she doesn't know which one. I guessed you were here. I knew Tish Benton came here out of season, and I thought she'd probably come to visit you." Fleetwood stared at her, frozen to the spot. "I'm not here to cause you trouble, Rupert," said Robin quietly, because a family at a nearby table were watching the waiter, intrigued by his strange, slack-jawed behaviour. "I just want to talk to you. When do you get a break?" She thought he wasn't going to answer, but then, with an air of hopelessness, he muttered, 3. "Could we talk then, please? I promise I won't contact anyone before then." He assented with a miserable nod. So at 3 o'clock, Robin and Rupert Fleetwood met on a shady terrace with a canopy of bright pink bougainvillea that was just coming into flower. Fleetwood brought coffees for both of them with him, but seemed unable to meet Robin's eye. When she thanked him, he nodded, then added sugar to his own without looking at her.
"How is she?"
he said, staring at the surface of the coffee he was stirring. "Not great," said Robin.
I called your partner."
"I know," said Robin.
"So she'd know I was alive."
"Yes," said Robin, "but that was even more painful to her than the idea you were dead. She couldn't understand why you just have left her like that, especially when she was pregnant." Rupert dropped his spoon with a tiny clang that reminded Robin of the brick hitting the Murdoch silver.
"Did she have an abortion?" he whispered.
"No," said Robin. "You've got a son."
"Oh, God,"
he said, putting his face in his hands. "He's fine," said Robin. "He was born without problems." After a while, it became clear that Rupert was crying, not loudly like Danny DeLeon or Murphy, but soundlessly, his shoulders quaking. "Rupert," said Robin, "I think I know why you left."
"You can't,"
came his muffled voice. "I think I can," said Robin.
"The pair of 'em look like Tweedledum and Tweedledee together. Just imagine the moon-faced children."
"You found out Decima's your half-sister." He looked up, his tear-stained face aghast.
"How?"
"I read a magazine interview with Cosima and saw she'd taken a DNA test. Then I realized you all look a bit alike," said Robin. "Dino, Decima, and you." Rupert wiped his face roughly on his white waiter's sleeve, but tears were still leaking out of his eyes. He had, Robin thought, a very likeable face, not precisely handsome, but better looking in person than he'd been in the photos she and Strike had been showing people connected to William Wright. "How did you find out?" she asked.
After wiping his face a second time on his sleeve, Fleetwood reached into the breast pocket of his waistcoat, took out a packet of Marlboro Lights, lit one, and said croakily, "Valentine." "He told you?" "Not definitely," said Fleetwood. Robin waited. Fleetwood smoked for a full minute without speaking, then said, "He was really fucking down on me and Decima from the start. One night he got really pissed at Dino's and told me Dino had slept with my mother, that they'd had an affair. Said he caught them together on a sofa when he was a kid. Then, I don't know, he probably panicked that he'd said too much. Tried to backtrack. Said he was joking and staggered out of the club. Next day I rang him up, and he told me he just wanted me to stay away from Desi, and he'd only said it to try and scare me off, but—" Fleetwood took a deep drag on his cigarette, then said, "I looked at Dino that afternoon, and I could see it. Him and Desi and me. All three of us have got round faces and kind of shortish necks. I always knew I never looked like Peter Fleetwood. I don't even look like my mum, except she was fair, so— The more I looked at myself in the mirror, the more I knew I looked far more like a Lancaster than a Fleetwood." "Did you tell Decima?" "Shit, no," said Fleetwood, closing his eyes momentarily. I took one of those DNA tests, and yeah, it linked to the test Cosima took online. It showed we were half-siblings, which made sense of so fucking much. My aunt always hated me. She probably knew I wasn't related to her at all, but she got lumbered with raising me. And she always fucking hated Dino Lancaster. It must have been disgusting for her, watching me growing up and looking more and more like him. So you went to Sasha's party because— "I wanted to have it out with fucking Valentine," said Rupert. He took another lengthy drag on his cigarette, exhaled, then said, "I was so fucking angry. If he'd warned me and Desi at the start, it wouldn't have happened. Or even if he'd said it before she got pregnant. Cowardly fucking prick. He didn't want to upset Dino, that's what it was. Let sleeping dogs fucking lie. I don't know why the fuck Cosima was crying. Maybe she thought I was going to make a scandal in the papers or something. Dino fucking hates the press. Or she might have thought I'd have some claim on Dino's estate, knowing her. Worried she'd have to take a quarter, not a third." "Who knows the truth?" asked Robin. "Albie? Tish?" "Yeah, them," said Fleetwood, tears still leaking from the corners of his eyes. "Just them. I had to tell someone. I was going nuts. Incest," he said, staring down at the table, and Robin heard the horror and shame she guessed had been eating at him for almost a year. "I've read that people who are related but separated can be drawn to each other when they meet," said Robin. "They can sense a connection, they can feel it. It isn't either of your fault." "That's what Tish and Albie said. But that's easy to say when it's not you. I slept with my sister, for fuck's sake." Robin couldn't think of anything to say to that. It felt strange and incongruous to be sitting amid so much beauty, with the teal sea sparkling in the distance and the bougainvillea all around them, and to discuss an ancient taboo, broken by two people who'd had no idea they were doing so. "Suppose you know about the neft, do you?" muttered Fleetwood. "That you stole it and sold it to Lady Jensen, yes," said Robin. "It was my mother's," said Fleetwood in a low voice. "It belonged to the Lagardes. I'm still a Lagarde. Nobody can take that away from me. Dino had no right to it. That's all I'll ever take from him, ever. But he owed me something. He fucking owed me." "Rupert, Decima's been torturing herself. She thinks you're dead. She thinks it's her fault." "I died in the vault of a silver shop," said Fleetwood, closing his eyes briefly again. "I know. Albie told me. But I called your partner. She didn't believe it was you. Rupert, it'd be far better, kinder, if you called Decima and explained everything yourself." He seemed to be thinking. Robin sipped her coffee, considering the fact that, having found him so easily and quickly, She had no reason to postpone her return to London. With the Sardinian sun on her back and the bougainvillea fluttering overhead, she remembered Murphy asking why they'd never taken a foreign trip together, and then, inevitably, the platinum and diamond ring he'd hidden in his briefcase. She was certain she had 4 days left before he offered it to her at the Ritz. Robin had done nothing to prevent the proposal, because she couldn't see how to do so without revealing she'd searched his personal possessions.
"See," said Fleetwood weakly, from across the table. "I still love her. I've been really trying not to, but I do."
"And she still loves you," said Robin. "But there's a baby involved now, Rupert. The two of you have got to work something out. You can't hide forever." Rupert ground out his cigarette in the ashtray.
"What's she called him?"
"Lion," said Robin.
"Oh, Christ,"
said Rupert, putting his face in his hands again.
"After bloody White Lion. It meant nothing. He was never my dad."
"Rupert," said Robin. "She went through the birth alone. She's been in hell for months, blaming herself for your death. Please, call her and tell her the truth." Chapter 126. My own hope is a sun will pierce the thickest cloud earth ever stretched. That, after last, returns the first, though a wide compass round be fetched. That what began best can't end worst, nor what God blessed once prove accursed. Robert Browning, Apparent Failure. "In a way," said Decima Mullins, "I feel as though he did die." It was late on Friday afternoon, and their erstwhile client had requested a final meeting with Strike and Robin at the office. Decima was better groomed today than either detective had ever seen her, still too thin, but quietly attractive, though with haunted eyes. As she'd already explained, she'd moved back to London with her son and intended to resume work at her restaurant shortly, though part-time. Robin, who theoretically had the day off, had wanted to be present for the meeting and had arrived wearing the dusky pink dress and high heels she'd worn to the Goring. Strike had already glanced at her left hand. It remained ringless. "If he'd just told me," Decima said. "I think," said Robin, "he was so horrified by the discovery. But to just run out on me like that. He knew I was looking for him. Albie and Tish told him so." "I'm not defending him taking off," said Robin. "I know he ought to have stayed and been honest." "There are times I wish we'd never known," said Decima miserably. "It could have been fine if we'd never found out. What's the use in knowing? He called me again last night, you know. We were on the phone for 6 hours. 6? Said Robin. "Yes, it's always like that when we talk. We can't stop talking," said Decima. I was so angry. And then we both cried, and then, after a while, it was almost like it used to be. But I felt as if I was talking to his ghost. But it's over, obviously. I've got to think about him completely differently. We can't go back. It's a filthy mess, all of it. He says he wants to come back to London, get a job here and help me with Lion. He wants a proper relationship with him. She took a deep breath and arrived at what Strike had guessed was the point of the meeting. "Val and Cosima won't tell anyone, they're too ashamed, so none of our subcontractors know anything about it, and Cormoran and I will never breathe a word," said Robin. Strike nodded agreement. "Thank you," said Decima. "I don't want Lion to hear any rumours or find out before we've worked out how to tell him." "Do you need to?" asked Strike. And Robin looked at him in surprise. She'd have assumed Strike would think the truth, however unpalatable, was always preferable to a lie, and she couldn't help remembering his angry advice to her. "We aren't fucking social workers." "Why does he have to know anything except that his parents wanted him, but the relationship didn't work out?" said Strike. "He's all right physically, isn't he?" "Yes," said Decima. "He's fine. I suppose we're lucky nobody in the family's got any serious genetic conditions. We're all healthy." This kind of thing probably happened a lot more often than people realized, in the days before everyone could get a DNA test, said Strike. "I'd say your son's a damn sight luckier than a lot of children. Parents who love him and are on good terms with each other. Father who wants to be involved in his upbringing. Yeah, I'd say he's an extremely fortunate kid, compared to some."
Robin noticed the kind of wonder in the look Decima now gave Strike. She appeared deeply struck by this practical view of the situation, and Robin felt a wave of fondness for her partner, which immediately occasioned an inner spasm of guilt, because it was Murphy's birthday, and she was due at dinner in an hour and a half, and she wasn't supposed to melt inwardly at Strike showing unexpected sensitivity and compassion, when the man she claimed to love was probably debating right now when exactly he should produce that diamond ring. She realized Decima was talking again, and dragged her thoughts back to the present. "Found out who the dead man in the vault was, and that poor girl's safe."
"And that's down to you," said Strike. "Without you, there'd be no justice for Tyler Powell, no end of the trafficking ring, and Niall Semple's wife still wouldn't know where he was. Bottom line, you were right. William Wright wasn't Jason Knowles."
Decima smiled. She looked better than she had when she'd entered the office, less drawn and anxious. "I'd better go," she said. "The childminder clocks off at 6. Thank you both." She shook both their hands and departed. When they'd heard the glass door close in the outer office, Robin said quietly, "It's awful, isn't it?"
"Could be better," admitted Strike.
"I think they're going to love each other forever and never be able to do anything about it." Trying to dissemble the feeling of depression Robin's words had just given him, Strike said, "Want a coffee?" Robin checked the time on her phone. She still had well over an hour before she was due at the Ritz. Every time she thought about it, she experienced a ripple of panic in her stomach. "Yes, great," she said, glad to have a little longer where she could think only about work, or at least try to. Pat was still at her computer in the outer office. She always remained to make tea or coffee if a client was present, even if, as today, that meant staying past 5 o'clock.
"You're off duty," Strike reminded Pat, as he put on the kettle.
"Can I finish these accounts now I'm started?"
growled the office manager, her e-cigarette waggling in her mouth as she continued to type.
"Won't have to do it Monday."
"You got a replacement for Travolta," said Robin, realizing the fish tank had a new occupant, this one speckled in white, black and orange.
"Yeah,"
said Pat gruffly.
"It looks too empty with just two."
"What's this one called?"
"Elton,"
said Pat, and Robin laughed. When the two detectives had returned to the inner office with coffee, Robin said, "I haven't asked how your ear is."
"Seems to be attaching itself back to my head," said Strike, "which is good, because I'd look a right prick trying to wear sunglasses without it."
"Is it still painful?"
"No," said Strike, unsure exactly why he was lying, though he suspected he hadn't yet lost the habit of trying to appear as fit and physically unfucked as Murphy. "Been wall-to-wall star-crossed lovers, this case, hasn't it?" he said, preferring to get off the subject of his own physical decrepitude.
"It has," Robin agreed. "Rupert and Decima, the Semples? Pamela Bullen Driscoll and her husband?"
Strike grinned, but said more seriously, "And Tyler and Yolanda. It was that fucking bracelet that screwed 'em. Griffiths might have had his suspicion she was getting too close to Tyler, but the bracelet was the big mistake."
Robin thought yet again of the silver charm bracelet hidden at home in her evening bag. "I can't bear the thought of Tyler going down to London, falling in with all the disguise stuff," she said. "Passing his interview at Ramsey Silver, thinking he's getting a home ready for Yolanda, trying to find out if it's worth joining the Freemasons for protection."
"Yeah," said Strike, "I know."
Like Robin, the Silver Vault investigation was one of Strike's least enjoyable ever. There was, of course, satisfaction in knowing that Griffiths and his fellow rapists and traffickers were in custody. He took theoretical pride in having found out where each of their 5 possible William Wrights had gone, or met their ends. But what he'd primarily feel when looking back over the past few months was bitter regret and endless self-recriminations that had nothing whatsoever to do with the Silver Vault, and everything to do with Robin. "I better get going," she said reluctantly, when she'd finished her coffee. Strike accompanied her to the outer office, where Pat was pulling on her coat, receipts evidently dealt with.
"Have a good weekend,"
she said gruffly.
"You too, Pat," said Robin. "Thanks for staying."
As the door closed behind the office manager, Strike gestured at Robin's dress. "Going somewhere nice?"
"Yes," she said, without looking at him. "It's Ryan's birthday. We're going to the Ritz. The restaurant," she added quickly, in an attempt to turn both their thoughts away from the bar. "Well, I'll see you Monday." The glass door opened and closed again, and Robin had gone. Strike was suddenly flooded with adrenaline. He might have been back on that yellow dirt track, knowing what was about to happen, because he'd spotted the youth who'd planted the IED running away from the road. Dragging a small boy, he was determined to pull clear of the imminent explosion. He'd yelled, "Break!" but too late to avoid calamity. He was almost certainly too late now. Nevertheless, he wrenched open the glass door. Chapter 127. No signal crackings, no thin jets or streams from the green immensity beyond. Just one universal collapse, one chaotic climacteric, begun and ended in the same instant as the crust of the chamber, no longer supported by the impent air, dissolved under the irresistible pressure of the sea. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Robin's heels were making so much noise on the metal stairs, she didn't realize her partner had followed her until she heard him call her name. Turning, she saw him standing above her on the dingy landing. To her surprise, he said nothing, but just looked at her. "What?" she said. Strike descended a couple of steps. "Don't make the same mistake twice." "What?" said Robin, confused. "Just because Murphy's been decent over, you know. You don't owe him." Robin, who felt nothing but astonishment, stared up at him. Then, suddenly, realization hit her. "You know?" "Know what?" said Strike. "That Ryan's going to propose." "So you know," he said, descending another step, trying to read her expression. "How?" "He told Iverson. She told Wardle." Robin suddenly felt a powerful, inexplicable urge to cry. She hated the idea that people, especially Strike, knew the proposal was about to happen. It added almost unbearable pressure when she had less than an hour in which to decide what on earth she was going to say, when Murphy reached for the ring box in his pocket. "I've got to go," she said, and turned to leave. "Robin." "What?" she said yet again. "You need to—" "I want to say something." Strike descended one more step, so that they stood only two apart, and the blood was pounding in his ears, exactly as it had the morning he'd found out Charlotte was dead. The seconds ticked past until, almost aggressively, he said, "I'm in love with you." Robin neither moved nor spoke, but somewhere inside she felt a cold eruption, and couldn't have told whether it was shock, pleasure, or pain. And nothing occurred to her, except to say for the fourth time, "What?" "I'm in love with you," Strike repeated. Robin's expression was entirely blank, her face a little paler than usual, but unreadable. The silence stretched on, and Robin simply stared. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard, but the conclusion she'd reached over the last few excruciatingly painful months finally decided her to say, in a clipped voice, "I know exactly what you're doing." It was taking every ounce of her self-possession not to break down. "You're scared I'll leave the agency if I marry. Bullshit, that's not. Then why say this tonight? Because you think you're about to lose me," she said before he could answer. "Well, you needn't worry. I'm not going any—" "This isn't about the agency, it isn't," he insisted, before she could contradict him. "I'll leave this fucking agency before you do. I've been trying to find the right time to say it for months. This wasn't the plan," he said,
gesturing at the dingy stairwell. "I was going to say it in the Lake District, and then on Sark. I don't believe you," said Robin with difficulty, because her throat seemed to have swollen. She didn't know whether this was out of anger, at Strike, at herself, at Murphy, or because of the terrible twisting pain in her heart. "If you genuinely... if this was real, I've got to go," she repeated, and she began to hurry down the stairs, leaving Strike where he stood. He listened to her footsteps and debated following her, and was still standing there undecided when he heard her coming back up the stairs, and when she rounded the corner of the stairs, she looked flushed and angry, but Strike, who believed a woman who had no feelings for him deeper than friendship would have been slamming the street door at this moment, suddenly knew hope. "You've had ages," said Robin, who was now shivering with anger. "Years. I was single, I was free, every single time we got, even slightly close to. You pushed me away and went off screwing other women." "Not lately," said Strike. "No, because it was safe to push the boundaries now I'm with Ryan. You think I've been pissing around for my own amusement, do you?" "Maybe," said Robin, tears of fury now brightening her eyes, "telling me Charlotte thought you were in love with me. What was I supposed to say to that? You've just been trying to make up your mind what you want. You've had years," she said, her voice rising, "and you said nothing." "I was scared of fucking it up, fucking everything up. The agency, it wasn't just the agency, it was this, us, the friendship. Well, I'm still your friend, so you needn't—" "I don't want to be your fucking friend," said Strike, his own voice rising now. "That's why I'm fucking telling you. I'm in love with you. Everyone else can see it, why can't you? And you expect me to just throw away a 2-year relationship so I can be the latest woman you get bored with after a couple of months, do you?" said Robin, her voice echoing around the stairwell. "It's been 7 years and I've never been bored. You think I'd be saying this if I just wanted a fuck? I'm not asking you to cheat. I don't want an affair. I want to be with you permanently. Marry me." Strike hadn't expected to hear himself say that. Robin let out something between a laugh and a gasp. You're insane," she said, numb with shock. You've lost your mind. We've never so much as—" "Easily remedied." Strike descended the stairs, and had placed his hands on her upper arms and pulled her towards him, when she placed a fist on his chest and pushed him away. "No," she said, trembling at the contact, and angry at herself for doing so. "I'm not that person. I won't do to Ryan what Matthew did to me." "I had to tell you," said Strike. "You had to know." Robin struggled to find something to say and failed. At last she turned and hurried downstairs, her heels clattering on the metal, and this time Strike heard her reach the hall, the sound of the street door opening, then slamming behind her. He stood for a full minute, hoping to hear it open again, but it didn't. Fuck. He turned, and heaving himself along with the aid of the banister, climbed the stairs back towards the second floor, then came to a sudden halt. Pat was standing on the landing. "I needed a loo," she said defensively. If Strike had worried whether his and Robin's voices had carried through the bathroom door, he didn't have to wait long for the answer. "Don't worry," she growled. "I won't gossip." Unable to think of anything to say, Strike walked past Pat into the office and dropped down into her chair. It was a few seconds before he sensed he wasn't alone and looked up. Pat had followed him. "Course, he's very good-looking, Murphy," she said, in her gravelly baritone. "There's the shot in the arm I needed," said Strike bitterly. "But she hasn't seemed happy lately. Not happy at home." Strike didn't say anything. "You don't propose like that, shouting at a woman on the stairs because her boyfriend's about to ask," said Pat. "I didn't mean. It just came out." "Well, don't go telling her that," said Pat sharply. "Bad enough without backtracking." Strike emitted a low groan and put his head in his hands. If he'd been looking at her,
Strike might have seen a slight softening of Pat's simian face.
You can't expect her to say it back tonight, can you?
Why not?
For a clever man, you can't half be thick,
said Pat, exasperated.
What's she supposed to do when her boyfriend's waiting for her round the corner with a ring in his pocket? Anyway, you've messed her around, haven't you?
How have I?
You waited till another man wants to marry her before saying anything. Course she thinks you're saying it to stop her going off.
I didn't plan it this way.
Need a new plan then, don't you?
Said Pat bracingly.
I've got to go. I've got people coming over for bridge.
She turned and departed, closing the door behind her. Strike was left looking at the glass panel on which was etched, Strike and Ellicott, Detective Agency. This wasn't like waking up in hospital, minus half his leg, nor was it like finding out that Charlotte had killed herself. This time, he was no mere victim of fate. He himself had voluntarily brought about the seismic and possibly catastrophic change. Staring at the door, it occurred to him that while he'd always considered himself master of his own destiny, he'd really been good at rolling with punches he'd been forced to take. 3 times in his entire life, he'd made a conscious, unforced, life-changing decision he could blame on nobody and nothing else. The first time he'd crossed a crowded room as a student at Oxford, drunk and expecting a rebuff, to talk to the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. The second, he'd started this detective agency, braving humiliation and financial ruin to do it. Tonight was the third. He'd finally, and perhaps too late, found something he wanted more than solitude and safety, and he supposed all he could do now was wait to find out whether Robin Ellicott decided whether she wanted it too. The phone on the desk in front of him began to ring. Strike let the answering service get it. As he dragged his vape pen from his pocket, he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. The black fish called Cormoran was again flailing helplessly at the top of the tank. "Stupid arsehole," he snarled. "You've done it to your fucking self." The phone stopped ringing. Strike sat in silence for another minute, vaping, then pushed himself into a standing position, ear and knee both throbbing. In the absence of anything else he could do to improve his present situation, he set off for the attic to fetch the empty margarine tub and some peas. This has been a Hachette audio presentation of The Hallmarked Man, written by Robert Galbraith, read by Robert Glenister. Produced by the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Directed by Richard Fox. Post-production by Tim Brown and Lara van der Heijden. The Hallmarked Man is also available in print and as an e-book from Mulholland Books, an imprint of Little Brown and Company, a division of Hachette Book Group, Inc. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2025 by J.K. Rowling. Audio production copyright 2025 by Little Brown Book Group Limited, all rights reserved. This audiobook includes extracts from the following works. Shout Out to My Ex. Copyright Camille Purcell, Edvard Fur Afjord, Henrik B. Mickelson, Ian Farquharson, Jade Amelia Thirlwall, Jessica Louise Nelson, Lee Ann Pinnock, Perry Louise Edwards. Kid Charlemagne and Do It Again. Copyright Walter Becker and Donald Fagan. Silver Bells from the Paramount picture The Lemon Drop Kid. Words and music by Jay Livingston and Ray Evans. Copyright 1950, Sony Music Publishing US, LLC. Copyright renewed. All rights administered by Sony Music Publishing US. LLC, 424 Church Street, Suite 1200, Nashville, Tennessee, 37219. International. Copyright secured, all rights reserved. Reprinted by permission of Hal Leonard Europe Limited. Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. From Meet Me in St. Louis. Words and music by Ralph Blaine and Hugh Martin. Copyright 1943. Reproduced by permission of EMI Feist Catalogue Inc., Sony Music Publishing Limited, London, N1C 4DJ.
Not Tonight Santa, words and music by Holly Bush, Beth Lehem, Henry Mistletoe, Festive Gifts, and S. Claus. Xenomania Songs Limited, NS, Warner Chapel Music Limited, PRS, and Honky Tonk Limited, NS. All rights on behalf of Xenomania Songs Limited, administered by Warner Chapel Music Publishing Limited. All rights on behalf of itself and Honky Tonk Limited, administered by Warner Chapel Music Limited. Ichiku Park, words and music by Ronnie Lane and Steve Marriott. Copyright 1967. Reproduced by permission of EMI United Partnership Limited, Sony Music Publishing Limited, N1C 4DJ. Tous les garçons et les filles, words and music by Françoise Hardy and Roger Samin. Copyright 1962 Editions Musicale Alpha. All rights administered by Universal Music Publishing Limited. All rights reserved. Used by permission. Reprinted by permission of Hal Leonard Europe Limited. Shakin' All Over. Words and music by Johnny Kidd. Copyright 1960. Reproduced by permission of EMI Mills Music Limited, Sony Music Publishing Limited, N1C 4DJ. Romeo is Bleeding by Tom Waits. Copyright 1978. Jalma Music, ASCAP. Used by permission. All rights reserved. Whistlin' Past the Graveyard by Tom Waits. Copyright 1978. Jalma Music, ASCAP. Used by permission. All rights reserved. Nobody by Tom Waits. Copyright 1975. Jalma Music, ASCAP. Used by permission. All rights reserved. Extract from Two Campers in Cloud Country from the collected poems of Sylvia Plath. Edited by Ted Hughes. Copyright 1960, 1965, 1971, 1981 by the estate of Sylvia Plath. Used by permission of HarperCollins Publishers. Extract from The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. Copyright 1971 by Harper & Row Publishers, Inc. Used by permission of HarperCollins Publishers. Soldier's Thing by Tom Waits, Kathleen Brennan. Copyright 1983. Jalma Music, ASCAP. Used by permission. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental. This is a personal letter from J.K. Rowling in support of Hachette's Raising Readers campaign. Dear reader, if you're a lifelong reader like me, some of your favourite childhood memories might include reading a book for fun or having one read to you. And while studies show that reading for fun is the single biggest predictor of a child's future success, the number of children doing so today is in rapid decline, with the UK experiencing a 20-year low in children reading for enjoyment. Yet evidence shows the power of reading has the potential to help foster well-rounded, happy children, as well as increase their chances of attainment and future achievements. The good news is that there are many free or inexpensive ways we can help our children. By reading to them daily, visiting bookshops and libraries regularly, and giving books as gifts. I hope you will join me in encouraging the kids in our lives to become lifelong readers by sharing the joy of reading for fun, thereby contributing to happiness, health, and success for generations to come. Visit www.joinraisingreaders.com for more information. Sources: the National Literacy Trust, UK, the National Endowment of the Arts, US, Nielsen Book Daters 2023, Understanding the Children's Book Consumer.